Waking up from a hazy dream, this young man found himself lying on a grassy field, surrounded by a crowd of people staring at Chang-seon like he was some kind of freak. The system announced that an achievement was unlocked, a reincarnated soul carrying memories of his past life. The reward: memory, preservation, and all stats increased by 5. So even things like this could count as achievements. Meanwhile, the crowd around him began to panic. A gate just appeared out of nowhere? I've never seen anything like this before. Chang-seon didn't give a damn about the people around him. He was just thinking. Seeing and hearing Korean, he was really back. This feeling was absolutely refreshing. But the moment the system announced that Zone 1 was open, Chang-seon instantly sprang to his feet and bolted forward like a madman. Everyone was completely baffled by his reckless move. He looked kind of familiar to them. Could he be that Tyrant? But despite starting off with such explosive energy, it didn't take long for Chang-seon to run completely out of breath, feeling like he was about to collapse. He realized he needed to check his physical condition first, and commanded, "Open system window." The system replied, "Unable to open status window. Access denied. Your permissions have been revoked. A system patch is being applied. Using administrator privileges, your status window has been opened." Finally, the status window opened, but it looked incredibly bizarre. Chang-seon. Divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, error. Affiliation, error. Strength, error. Agility, error. Stamina, error. Divine power, error. Skills, unreadable. Authority, unreadable. What the hell? Everything was an error. What happened to what Thanatos had promised him? While he was scratching his head, the system pinged again. The status window has been refreshed with the newly updated data. Chang-seon. Divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, none. Affiliation, Underworld. Strength, 1. Dexterity, 3. Stamina, 2. Mana, 0. Skills and authority. Soul collection, level 1. Executioner's sword, level 1. The moment Chang-seon closed the skill window, system alerts started flashing repeatedly, warning him that he had been spotted by a black mamba. As soon as the snake laid eyes on Chang-seon, it bared its hideous fangs and lunged forward, looking to swallow him whole. Chang-seon wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked pretty excited. He needed to get stronger as fast as possible, and the best way to do that was to grind monsters for experience points. With that in mind, Chang-seon didn't hesitate. He whipped out his newbie starting item, a rusty dagger, and with a single clean slash, the snake was completely obliterated. Immediately, the system chimed in, "You have defeated the Black Mamba in a single hit. A perfect strike." The reward: low-rank dagger technique skill acquired. Level up. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 2. The constellation, a good season for hunting, has taken an interest in you. Chang-seon smirked and made up his mind. On top of getting stronger as fast as possible, he was going to make sure he became the most sought-after rookie among all the constellations. To humanity, dungeons are a brutal catastrophe on one hand, but on the other hand, they represent a golden opportunity. The same goes for the gods and constellations. They use dungeons to select believers and priests to worship them and spread their faith. The gods also choose their apostles, who are their absolute favorites, tasked with carrying out their divine will. Countless people, desperate for the power of these gods and constellations, have risked their lives to enter the dungeons. Yet, so many of them have died in there without ever catching the eye of a single deity. To these arrogant gods and constellations, mediocre beings aren't even worth a glance, let alone being chosen. Only a handful of lucky humans with enough talent and determination can meet their high standards, or prove that they possess some truly extraordinary potential. Just like Chang-seon right now. His stellar performance just now instantly grabbed a god's attention. The system notified him. The constellation, a good season for hunting, is showing interest in you. Chang-seon smirked. A good season for hunting, huh? This was basically like hitting the jackpot. Chang-seon knew exactly who this god was. Her real name was Pabilsog. She was a goddess of war who possessed thousands of different weapons and had a deep passion for hunting. But the real jackpot Chang-seon was talking about was Pabilsog's mother, the primordial evil dragon, Tiamat. Chang-seon thought to himself, "Am I really hitting the big leagues right from the start? It must have been my dagger skills that caught her eye." Sure enough, a system notification popped up, confirming his theory. The constellation, a good season for hunting, is curious about your hunting skills. Chang-seon twirled the dagger in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muttered, I'll show you exactly what you want to see. Over the next few hours, Chang-seon continued to explore the forest, where a faint green mist caught his attention. Since half of the forest's outer edge was enveloped in toxic gas, the monsters roaming around here were bound to possess some highly lethal venom. Analyzing the situation, Chang-seon rubbed his chin and thought, in that case, Plan C is probably my best bet, right? Right at that moment, two black mambas leaped out, aiming to ambush him. As if he had anticipated it, Chang-seon tightened his grip on his dagger, quickly spun around into a combat stance, and smiled. Time to flush them out and start the hunt. The next second, Chang-seon leaped high into the air, dodging the synchronized bite of the two black mambas. Simultaneously, he swung his dagger, slicing one of the snakes wide open from head to tail, killing it instantly. System alert. Low. Level dagger proficiency has been activated, and you have successfully eliminated the black mamba. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. The remaining black mamba couldn't escape the same fate as its companion. System alert. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. You have leveled up. Soon after, drawn by the scent of fresh blood and the noise of the battle, several more black mambas came rushing out from the forest. This was exactly what Chang-seon wanted. With his dagger in hand, he was like the Grim Reaper wielding a divine scythe, harvesting the lives of the black mambas. More and more black mambas began to swarm in, but Chang-seon wasn't afraid. With a cold and composed look on his face, he darted back and forth through the swarm of black mambas, like performing a dance of death. Not a single serpent survived in his wake. In front of him, system alerts flashed continuously. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You are on the verge of wiping out the black mamba colony, the rulers of the forest's edge. Your senses have become sharper. Through battle, your concentration has improved. After who knows how long, Chang-seon finally stopped. There wasn't a single black mamba left standing around him. He scanned the area and saw the remaining black mambas staring at him in sheer terror. System alert. The black mambas now recognize you as their natural enemy. You have successfully instilled fear into the entire black mamba species. The title, Black Mamba Butcher, has been unlocked. Black Mamba Butcher, a title granted to hunters who have slain more than 100 black mambas. Title rank. Strength increased by 5. Inflicts fear on all serpent-type monsters. Chang-seon had no intention of letting the remaining black mambas escape. Their hesitation and fear only fueled his excitement, driving him to charge forward, weapon in hand, to finish them off. Inside, his soul was screaming with excitement. Yes, this is exactly it. Slaughter after slaughter. This thrilling, ecstatic sensation. Isn't this the very scent of battle that I had long forgotten? Whether in Arcadia or here, it's a terrifying sensation. But at the same time, it's a pure joy to me. But everything was ruined when those bastards of gods captured me. They locked me up, claiming I was a threat to the world, and eventually sentenced me to death. In reality, they were just terrified of a mere mortal who could stand on equal footing with them. At first, I didn't really care, but if that's what makes them tremble, then I'll gladly do it. Since his mortal body was still quite weak, the prolonged battle left Chang-seon exhausted, forcing him to take a brief pause. System alert. Low. Level dagger proficiency has reached its maximum level. Higher tier skill is now accessible. Intermediate dagger proficiency has been unlocked. The goddess of pleasure is deeply impressed by your masterful dagger skills. Your stamina has been depleted. You are now in a state of exhaustion. Please find a safe area to rest. It's a bit too early to be surprised, Chang-seon muttered with a faint smile. He reached his arm forward. Streams of energy rose from the black mamba corpses, converging right into the palm of his hand. System alert. You have used soul exploitation. Purgatory fire has been activated, and you have obtained the residual soul of the black mamba. You have recovered 5% of your stamina. You are no longer in a state of exhaustion. The goddess of pleasure is astonished and wonders what kind of skill you just used. Chang-seon clenched his fist, feeling his stamina slowly return, and smiled as he continued slaughtering the black mambas. He thought to himself, of course she doesn't know. This is an exclusive authority I received directly from the king of the Underworld himself. She probably thinks this is just some regular trait or skill I got from my first awakening. Even if she's dying of curiosity, she can't just show up and interrogate me. She's bound by the rules of non-intervention, after all. No god is crazy enough to break those rules just to snoop on a rookie's information. After another round of fighting, Chang-seon stopped, panting heavily. No matter what happens, I'm not worried at all. thanks to this overpowered system I brought back from the Underworld. If it weren't for this system, my real status window would have been exposed instantly. As he thought this, Chang-seon casually drove his dagger into the neck of a black mamba, trying to ambush him from behind. With the battle over, the system chimed. You have eliminated the final black mamba. You have unlocked a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 black mambas. Strength increased by 5, and acquired lesser toxin resistance. Quite pleased with himself, Chang-seon opened his system window to check his personal profile. Lee Chang-seon. Divine name, Divine Twilight, currently unusable. Title, Black Mamba Butcher, Faction, Underworld, Level 6. Strength, 14.2 plus 10. Agility, 16.2 plus 10. Stamina, 13.9 plus 10. Mana, 0 plus 10. Remaining stat points, 35. Acquired skills, Intermediate Dagger Proficiency. Level, 3. Acquired effects, Lesser Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Execution Sword, Level 1. Special note, one deity is currently interested in you. You can increase your favorability with this deity by acting in accordance with their wishes. Looking at his status window, Chang-seon smirked and said, My skills and stats have gone up a lot. Whoa, even my mana points increased. Now I can spam my skills without worrying. On top of that, Peppina has her eye on me. Nice. He then fell deep into thought. After the black mambas, next should be the red mambas, and finally, the blood serpent. It's a relief, I got lesser poison resistance. That's going to make this hunt a whole lot easier. The blood serpent is a monstrous boss, the alpha that controls all the mambas. It sounds insane to face it before even reaching level 10, but Chang-seon's goal is to solo the blood serpent. This will definitely be a massive opportunity to grab the attention of the gods, but more importantly, he needs the blood serpent's venom fang. He has to get poison immunity as fast as possible. That's because one of the main reasons Twilight of the Gods fell was their shockingly poor resistance to poison and curses. Chang-seon won't let himself make the same mistake twice. With an angry look on his face, he gritted his teeth, determined to break Ga's curse. I need that fang to defeat that curse. Just then, the blade of the weapon in Chang-seon's hand shattered and crumbled into dust. A system notification popped up. The durability of the rusty novice dagger has reached its limit. The item has been destroyed. Looking at the remaining hilt in his hand, Chang-seon sighed. Well, it's already a miracle it held out for this long. Suddenly, a weapon fell from the sky, plunging into the ground right next to Chang-seon's feet, giving him a start. Once he got his bearings and looked closer, he gasped in shock. A dragon scale pattern? If that's the case, then this must be Tiamat's weapon. What on earth are they thinking? The system notified. The god of festive pleasure has sent you a gift and placed a wager on you. If you fail and waste his time, he will kill you. Ah, figures. So the price of failure is my life, huh? Typical gods. They treat other creatures like garbage, nothing more than playthings for their amusement. That's exactly why I loathe gods and constellations. But then again, maybe this is for the best. If I play my cards right, I can definitely reap massive benefits down the road. Best of all is this Tiamat dagger. Getting my hands on this is the ultimate prize. With that in mind, Chang-seon didn't hesitate. He picked up the weapon and said, All right, what do you want me to do? The system notified. You have accepted the wager. The god of festive pleasure laughed, highly pleased with your courage. A quest has been generated, and the hunter's certificate has been created. Sometime later, a large crowd gathered at the starting point, when suddenly, someone shouted, Everyone, please gather around over here. The crowd turned to look, filled with suspicion. What's going on? Is someone trying to play boss again? Standing there was a man in military uniform holding up an ID card. He introduced himself in a loud voice. I am Second Lieutenant Park Hyun, a class player from the Awakened Forces under the National Military Command. This is an emergency, so please follow my instructions. The crowd began to murmur. Thank goodness, at least we have a player here. Yeah, I agree. But do you think that other guy is going to be okay? The guy who ran straight into the forest the moment the quest started. Ah, that guy? I hope nothing bad happens to him. Do you think he thought he could find some sweet loot in there? Meanwhile, a young man in a green jacket, who had been sitting quietly under a tree, finally spoke up. Hearing their chatter, he spoke up, Not a chance. Honestly, his net worth is probably way higher than all of yours combined. Someone asked curiously. Huh? How can you be so sure? The young man in the green jacket casually walked over and replied, His name is Tyrant, the leader of STB. Another person suddenly remembered and shouted, "Oh, right, I've seen him before too. Even though his private life is a bit of a mess, he gets tons of ad offers because of his good looks. He's also a total spoiled rich kid. Why would someone like him suddenly run off into the forest?" The young man in the green jacket smirked and replied, "I heard a rumor that he became a raging alcoholic after retiring from competitive gaming. He's probably just sick of life and looking for a way out." Just then, a young man in a red jacket walked up behind him and muttered, "Hey, shut it. Why do you always have to run your mouth like that?" The young man in the green jacket grumbled back, "What? I didn't even do anything." Right at that moment, a system notification popped up in front of everyone. All black mambas have been eliminated. Everyone stared in utter shock. A brown-haired girl asked, "Wait, aren't we all still in the safe zone? How are the monsters already being killed?" But that was only the beginning. Every few minutes, a new notification flashed. White grubs have been eliminated. All blue crows have been eliminated. Red mambas have been swiftly eliminated. Player Lee Chang-seon was going on an absolute rampage. Park Hyun frowned, silently watching the system screen, while the young man in the green jacket gritted his teeth in disbelief. Hey, how on earth is this happening? Meanwhile, time wound back to when Chang-seon had just received his quest from the god of festive pleasure. He was utilizing soul exploitation, restoring his stamina on one hand, while checking the quest system. A graded hunter's certificate has been generated. Description: because the growth of the god, good season for hunting, has stagnated on the divinity board, she wants to recruit more apostles and priests to expand her faction. However, all the current talents are already sponsored by other supreme beings. In her desperation, she found you. Good season for hunting is considering making you a hunter with exceptional skills, her apostle. However, it won't be that easy. You must prove your worth. Within 24 hours, you must hunt down a blood snake using the dagger provided. Failure condition: death. Success reward: Tiamat's Fang. And the option to become her apostle. So that's how it is, huh? No wonder she was interested in me from the very start. I had no idea her situation was this bad. Come to think of it, Tiamat and Bel-Marduk had a massive conflict in the past. Could this be related to that? On one side is Bel-Marduk, the strongest zodiac sign among the 12 constellations of Taurus. And on the other side is Tiamat, the primordial evil dragon and mother of good season for hunting. Chang-seon smiled with interest, thinking, I'm not entirely sure, but I can definitely use this to my advantage. Then, Chang-seon looked down at the new weapon in his hands. This thing is no ordinary weapon, is it? The system window showed Tiamat's Fang. The primordial evil dragon used her own fang to create this dagger as a gift for her beloved daughter. This weapon possesses a personality of its own. Classification: sacred dagger. Damage: unquantifiable. Effects: unknown. Currently, this weapon is only on loan, so its original attributes cannot be utilized since the player has not met certain requirements. This is exactly what I wanted, but raising the stakes would make it even more interesting. With that in mind, Chang-seon grinned and said, So, are you interested in a side bet? A system notification popped up. The god, good season for hunting, tilts her head, wondering what you mean. Chang-seon spoke up, 30 minutes. Another system notification appeared. The god, good season for hunting, still doesn't understand your intention. Within 30 minutes, I'll slay that blood snake for you. So, please give me a much handsomer reward. Chang-seon made his proposal and calmly waited for her response. Shortly after, another notification appeared. The god, good season for hunting, bursts into laughter at your proposal. The god, good season for hunting, has accepted your proposal. However, she warns you that your death penalty will not be a peaceful one. Having achieved his goal, Chang-seon smiled and expressed his gratitude before dashing toward his target with weapon in hand. The first monster Chang-seon encountered was a moonworm, and he took it down in just 3 moves. The system notified him of a level up, increasing his strength by 3. Next was a flock of blue crows. Although they were numerous, Chang-seon's level had already increased, and his physical stats had improved. Moreover, the weapon in his hands was much better than when he faced the black mambas, so the flock of blue crows faced the exact same fate. System notification. Level up. Stamina increased by 2. Rumors of the bet between you and good season for hunting are spreading throughout the heavens. Several other gods are highly intrigued by your combat experience. Some are rubbing their chins in interest as they witness your martial arts skill. After wiping out the blue crows, Chang-seon's eyes grew sharp. He glanced at the system window, smiled, and kept moving toward the blood snake's location. Any monsters he encountered along the way were dealt with at lightning speed. Finally, he spotted the blood snake, his quest target. Instead of rushing in to attack, he hid behind a tree and waited. Perfect. The more spectators, the bigger the payoff. System notification. The god, good season for hunting, is annoyed by the uninvited guests. The god, good season for hunting, is warning the other deities that you already belong to her. Chang-seon smiled to himself, wondering, I wonder how many gods are actually interested in this. Hopefully, at least one of them is a decent sort. System notification. Level up. You have reached level 10. You have completed the tutorial. You have earned the achievement. Rising star who finished training. Seeing this, Chang-seon's eyes lit up. Finally, the conditions to unlock a hidden class have been met. Sure enough, another notification popped up. Reward. All stats +5. Hidden class unlocked. Chang-seon began to weigh his options. In his past life, he had chosen the spearman class. But this time, he wasn't going to settle for anything ordinary. Both Dragon King and Black King are good, but they're incredibly difficult to play. In that case, Berserker is probably the best choice. Berserkers boast immense damage, but the trade-off is constant mental instability. However, there are a few tricks to keep that in check. I'll choose Berserker to win this bet. After all, that monster is tough to kill even at level 20. Without hesitation, Chang-seon tapped on the hidden class reward. Here are your results. Please select a class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Spearman. 3. Sorcerer. 17. Son of the Dragon. Hidden. 18. Night Walker. Hidden. 30. Ancient Sorcery Master. Hidden. Scanning through the list, Chang-seon's eyes widened. With a grim expression, he muttered, The Berserker class isn't here. System notification, 6 minutes remaining. Chang-seon frowned in confusion. He was absolutely sure the Berserker class would be available, so why on earth wasn't it showing up? System notification, the god good season for hunting is wondering how you plan to win this bet. 3 other gods are also eagerly waiting to see which class you choose. Time was running out, and Chang-seon had to make a choice. Staring seriously at the list, he hesitated for a moment before reaching out toward the hidden class. Rune Sorcerer. He grumbled to himself that writing runes would be a major pain, but in terms of sheer destructive power, it far surpassed a berserker. Plus, it would make up for his lack of physical strength in unbalanced fights. Right after, the class advancement began. You have chosen Rune Sorcerer as your primary class. Your class has been changed to Rune Sorcerer. Agility has increased by 5. Magic has increased by 5. A new stat, Intelligence, has been unlocked. A new stat, Willpower, has been unlocked. The class skill, Lesser Rune Crafting, has been unlocked. The class skill, Lesser Rune Inscription, has been unlocked. The God of Pleasure is currently shocked by your decision. Another god is laughing out loud at your choice. Class advancement is complete. Chang-seon didn't care about the god's reactions. He checked his skills. Lesser Rune Crafting allows the user to create rune characters. Successfully crafting runes will level up the skill and reduce the crafting time. Level 1. Class category. Active. Rune creation effect. Lesser Rune Inscription allows the user to engrave pre-crafted runes onto a target. The target can range from objects to living creatures depending on the skill level. Level 1. Class category. Active buff. Supportive magic effect. Chang-seon muttered to himself. Just as I thought, these 2 skills popped up. I still have 4 minutes left. Then, Chang-seon invested 30 accumulated stat points into intelligence and 25 into willpower. At that moment, likely drawn by his class advancement, the blood snake lunged toward the tree trunk where Chang-seon was hiding. Chang-seon quickly leaped aside to dodge. The system announced that Lesser Rune Crafting had been activated. The success rate had increased based on his stats. Grasping his weapon, Chang-seon sliced open his other arm, letting his blood splatter out. He never thought the runes those old geezers forced him to learn would actually come in handy one day. Feeling a wave of nostalgia, he used his own blood to paint the bizarre symbols onto the serpent's body. As the final stroke was completed, the characters suddenly glowed with light. The system announced that Lesser Rune Inscription had been activated. Explosive rune engraved. Explosive rune engraved. The god of pleasure foresaw this and burst into laughter, thoroughly intrigued by how a mere newbie like you could possibly know rune characters. You have successfully created and engraved the runes through sheer focus and willpower. Skill level has increased. Rewards granted. Explosive rune will trigger 5 times the effect for 1 minute. Mana has been absorbed. You have entered a state of desire. Chang-seon smirked, looking at the glowing weapon in his hand. Then, he let out a fierce roar and charged right at the blood snake, ready to slice it to pieces. He calculated that he had about 3 minutes left, which was more than enough time. The noise from Chang-seon's battle from the very start had also caught the attention of the people in the safe zone. Staring at the explosions and rising dust, they cried out, "It's happening again!" Standing among the crowd, Park Hae-sung muttered to himself that there were countless explosions, sounding like bombs going off inside the forest. But this blast was by far the biggest one yet. The crowd began whispering in hushed chatter. "What the hell is going on? What's happening up there?" The system announced. Player Chang-seon has initiated combat with the boss. Boss name: Blood Snake. The crowd stared at the notification, utterly dumbfounded. The guy in the red jacket stammered, "He's actually fighting the boss? Has it really come to this?" The guy in the blue jacket gasped in disbelief. "What?" But a split second later, he yelled in a furious rage, "Damn it! That bastard is trying to get us all killed. That son of a bitch. It's always like this whenever we run into him. He always does whatever the hell he wants." The guy in the blue jacket rushed over to Park Hae-sung, screaming, "Hey, do something, will you? We're all gonna die." Hae-sung calmly replied, "Like I said, just stay put." The guy in the blue jacket wanted to argue back, but Hae-sung cut him off before he could say another word. One wrong move, and we're all dead. Though frustrated, the guy in the blue jacket could only curse under his breath. Park Hae-sung ignored him and turned his attention back to the forest. Staring at the flashes of light piercing through the thick smoke and dust, he speculated, "If my guess is right, that light is the critical strike effect of a skill. If that's true, he is way more powerful than I ever imagined. We actually stand a chance." He wondered, what on earth is happening over there? Meanwhile, Chang-seon's battle was reaching its climax. Hunter and Serpent let out deafening roars as they clashed, unleashing their ultimate attacks. A massive explosion instantly shook the area. Everyone in the safe zone received a barrage of new system notifications that left them completely jaw-dropped. You have successfully cleared the first boss raid, Blood Serpent. You have completed the first part of the dungeon exploration quest. Total dungeon rating points, 5,000. First place, Lee Chang-seon, with 4,999 points. Second place, Park On, with 1 point. Third place, Unknown. Rewards will be distributed based on your performance. Hae-sung stood there frozen, completely dazed, with only a single thought running through his mind. At this very moment, I can already see the rise of a new king in the 10 Directions ranking. Even after the boss was defeated, the players in the safe zone were still reeling from the shock of that earth-shattering event. Right at that moment, a massive red snakehead emerged from the forest, sending everyone into a screaming panic. But weirdly enough, the monster didn't attack. As its massive body slowly came into view, they realized something insane. It was actually being dragged by a single person. Park Hae-sung stared at Chang-seon in absolute bewilderment. What was he trying to say with that look in his eyes? Chang-seon scanned the entire safe zone and asked, "Are you guys all players?" Hae-sung stepped forward and answered, "Yeah, we are." Chang-seon nodded, pointing at the bloody mamba. "The boss is down. Could you guys help me clear out the remaining small monsters?" A request? No. That felt more like an order, Hae-sung thought to himself. With an uneasy expression, he spoke up. "We'll handle that. You should go get some rest." Chang-seon looked at their tense faces, sighed, and shook his head. Left with no choice, he turned around, dragging the bloody mamba along with him. "Looks like my presence is making everyone uncomfortable. Guess I'll find somewhere else." Hearing this, the crowd in the safe zone started whispering. "Is he really the Tyrant? You said they were the same person." "I hope so. But doesn't he seem completely different? Could he be a demon in disguise? No way. If he were, we'd all be dead by now, right? Haha." Only the guy in the blue shirt remained silent. Clenching his teeth, he stared intensely at Chang-seon's departing back as Chang-seon left the safe zone. He recalled what the crowd had said. "I hope so, but doesn't he seem completely different? Could he be a demon in disguise?" Chang-seon shook his head and chuckled. "A demon?" He never expected people to see him that way. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. System notification. You will have a 1-hour rest period before Phase 2 begins. Countdown starting now. Chang-seon walked over to a clearing and tossed the bloody Mamba's corpse onto the ground. This spot should do. He then engraved runes onto the rocks at the 4 corners, creating a barrier around himself and the dead boss. System notification. Rune barrier has been engraved. Your skill level has increased. Lesser rune creation has reached its maximum level. A higher tier skill has been unlocked. Basic rune creation has been unlocked. Chang-seon looked down at the bloody Mamba's corpse, deciding to harvest his prize first. Then, another notification arrived. You have received notifications for 2 rewards from ranking achievements, and 3 rewards from hunter certification achievements. Chang-seon muttered, "Accept rewards." System notification. Random rewards are being prepared. Please select a category of interest. 1. Skills. 2. Effects. 3. Equipment. 4. Achievement points. Skills and effects at this tier are pretty useless, and as for equipment, the dragon's snaggletooth is more than enough. So, there's only one logical choice here. Chang-seon thought to himself as he decisively tapped on achievement points. System notification. You have selected achievement points as your random reward. You have received 10,000 karma. You have received 5,000 karma. Current achievement points, 15,000. Chang-seon smirked and whispered, "There's one universal truth that applies to both the mortal world and the heavens, and that's cash. I need to stack up as much money as possible before the shop opens. Now, let's look at my status window." Smiling, Chang-seon commanded the system window to open. Name: Lee Chang-seon. Divine name: Twilight of the Gods. Unavailable. Title: Black Mamba Butcher, new. Affiliated faction: Underworld. Class: Rune Master, level 15, Strength: 36.5 plus 25, Agility: 32.7 plus 20, Stamina: 29.9 plus 20, Mana: 10 plus 20, Intelligence: 33 plus 20, Willpower: 28.2 plus 20. Skills: Intermediate Dagger Mastery level 5, Lesser Rune Engraving level 9, Lesser Rune Creation level 1, new. Serpent's Eye level 1, new. Effects: Lesser Poison Resistance level 5. Authorities: Soul Exploitation level 1, Execution Sword level 1. Special notes: numerous deities are observing your completed achievements with amusement and admiration. Cumulative stat bonus: 50. Chang-seon rubbed his chin with a satisfied grin, thinking, jackpot. Taking down that bloody Mamba was definitely the right call. System notification. As previously mentioned, Tiamat's snaggletooth is now officially yours. The god of snow and amusement is highly coveting you. Other deities have also taken an interest in you after learning the outcome of the bet. Several constellations now have their eyes on you. Suddenly, a red warning box popped up. The god of snow and amusement warns the other deities that laying a finger on you will be seen as challenging the wrath of the primal evil dragon. Seeing this, Chang-seon suppressed a laugh, covering his mouth. Then, the betting reward notification appeared before him. The god of snow and amusement is wondering what kind of reward you'd like for winning the bet. You are entitled to select 2 rewards. The dragon's treasury has been opened. Reward list: 1. Anatizen gold ingot. 2. Chalice of heaven. 3. All-powerful stone. Staring at the selection, Chang-seon couldn't help but marvel. Damn, that's a lot of top-tier loot. They really weren't kidding when they called it a dragon's treasury. System notification. The god of snow and amusement states that you can take whatever you want. To keep you motivated, they insist any reward is yours for the taking. Many other deities are astonished by the generosity of the god of snow and amusement. A few constellations are already eyeing the treasures of snowy pleasure, but this is far from enough to satisfy me. Besides, if I accept Pabina's offer, I'll practically become her slave. With that thought, Chang-seon rejected the entire list of rewards without a second thought. A red notification popped up immediately. The window has closed. You did not claim any items. Even so, Chang-seon didn't panic one bit. He calmly smiled and kept reading the notifications. Apparently, the god's snowy pleasure was frowning, wondering what on earth he was plotting. Several gods are questioning your true motives. The reward for not claiming any items will now be converted into achievement points. You have received 1 million karma. Your total achievement points are now 215,000. Exactly as he predicted. Chang-seon smirked and mumbled, I knew it. Letting the system store it would make the rewards much more versatile later on. That's how I'll claim it. The system then pinged. The god Snowy Pleasure is deeply disappointed. The god Snowy Pleasure is urging you to become her loyal apostle. But without a second thought, Chang-seon flatly rejected the offer, saying, yeah, no thanks. I'll pass. I need to focus on gaining more combat experience first, and honestly, I have zero interest in becoming anyone's follower right now. Chang-seon's gaze then drifted over to the massive pool of achievement points he had just raked in from the wager. A sly grin spread across his face as he thought to himself, heh, so playing these gods for fools gets me even more points, does it? Just then, the system chimed again. The god Snowy Pleasure is absolutely furious that you dared to mock her. Fuming with rage, the god Snowy Pleasure warns that you will regret this decision, but Chang-seon couldn't care less. He scoffed, thinking there was absolutely no reason to play nice with these so-called gods. The system notified him. Several gods are happily munching on popcorn, thoroughly enjoying the drama. A few gods are already plotting to make you their apostle. Even those who couldn't care less before are suddenly showing a keen interest in you. Staring at the flood of messages, Chang-seon figured that as long as he kept showing off his unparalleled talent, these divine beings would end up tearing each other apart to get to him. Besides, if the war with Ben Eddy is actually real, then Tiamat's faction will definitely need to recruit a lot of talented people. The system then pinged. The god Snowy Pleasure is glaring at you with burning, furious eyes. Chang-seon completely ignored her. Everything was playing out exactly as he had planned. He decided to transition to the next act of his play. All right, shall we get this show on the road? I've got to milk this boss for everything it's worth, from skin to bone. No sooner said than done, he gripped his weapon and got to work harvesting the blood serpent's corpse. The system notified him. You have acquired blood serpent's blood. You have acquired 5 portions of blood serpent's meat. You have acquired 2 blood serpent's eyes. Several gods are wondering what kind of show you'll put on next. Rumors of the wager and his bold rejection of a god's offer spread like wildfire across the heavens. Floods of curious gods began tuning into Dungeon Channel KR9721. The current viewer count represented the total number of gods who were now highly intrigued by you. At the exact same time, while Chang-seon was busy harvesting the blood serpent's corpse, the young men in the red and blue jackets were sitting together in a corner of the safe zone. After a heavy silence, the guy in the blue jacket couldn't help but frown and ask, hey, do you think I could ever pull off something like that? The guy in the red jacket looked at him skeptically and muttered, huh? The guy in the blue jacket clarified, you know, becoming a player. Hearing this, the guy in the red jacket jumped to his feet, staring at his friend in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? He yelled. Aggravated by his friend's reaction, the guy in the blue jacket snapped back, shouting, some junkie managed to do it, so why the hell can't I? He lowered his head, a dark grin creeping onto his face as he whispered, no, I know for a fact I can do it. Maybe not back then, but here? I can feel it. I feel like I'm about to awaken the dormant power sleeping inside me. Look at this. A message from a god. Curious. The guy in the red jacket leaned in to look. The system notification read, the god owl that pierces the twilight has taken an interest in player Guanzhong. The guy in the red jacket's eyes went wide, and he gasped in sheer disbelief. The owl that pierces the twilight. Don't tell me. You've already completed the awakening test? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted in the sky, drawing everyone's attention in the safe zone. They looked up to see a massive pillar of light piercing through the clouds, descending right into the middle of the safe zone. At the exact same time, a notification window popped up in front of everyone. An administrator has appeared. In an instant, the pillar of light crashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the dust finally began to clear, everyone squinted through the haze and saw a peculiar creature. It looked like a young boy with long rabbit ears, wearing a sharp suit, with a gold pocket watch slung across his shoulder. Leaning on his cane with one hand, he loudly introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am Herod, the administrator of Channel Car. After introducing himself, Herod clutched the oversized gold pocket watch on his chest, tilting his head with a smile he probably thought was incredibly friendly. But instead of being reassured, the crowd in the safe zone eyed him with deep suspicion and started muttering. An administrator? Why the hell is a guy like that showing up out of nowhere? Hearing their doubts, Herod gave a sheepish laugh and stammered, uh-oh. suddenly showing up and ruining everyone's rest like this. Oh, I feel so bad. I'm sure you're all wondering why I'm here, right? Well, a few things happened, and I need to make sure everyone's clear on it. According to the administration office's policy of non-interference and maximum freedom, we always do our best to stay out of your current business. However, the progression speed of this dungeon suddenly spiked out of nowhere. And because of that, the Supreme Administrator is extremely annoyed. Everyone, I'm really sorry, but it looks like I have no choice but to raise the dungeon's difficulty. Panic starts spreading through the crowd. Wait. What? Ignoring their reactions, Herod raises his hand and snaps his fingers. Instantly, the safe zone's protective barrier shatters, dissolving right before their eyes. At the same time, everyone receives a new system notification. Based on the achievements made, the dungeon's difficulty will increase. The safe zone will be removed, the monster's ferocity will be enhanced, and their attack power and defense will be boosted. Panic quickly sets in. Some warily stare out toward the forest, while others lose their cool and scream in protest. Herod, what the hell do you think you're doing? Yells Perrin, his face twisted in absolute rage. Herod's appearance and actions drag up a memory he wished he could forget. The last purge event he was forced to participate in. By the end of that event, he was the sole survivor, his entire body covered in gruesome wounds. Before him lay nothing but blood and corpses, along with a massive system window that mocked him with a single, insulting phrase. How utterly disappointing. Snapping back to reality, Park Hyun takes a deep breath to steady himself. He scans the terrified, confused, and desperate faces of the people who were once safe. For some reason, Lee Chang-seon's face flashes in his mind, along with a chilling realization that sends a shiver down his spine. The gods and constellations must have summoned the administrator to spike the difficulty, all to weed out the strong and claim them as apostles. Am I really going to have to watch innocent people die right in front of me again? Could the gods be trying to test his talent? Lee Chang-seon, the system announces, due to the increased dungeon difficulty, your break period has been revoked. Monsters are now allowed to roam freely, and all of them have entered a state of absolute starvation. Do your best to survive these elite predators. You may now form a party. A party can have a maximum of 10 members. Depending on your contribution, you can obtain different types of gear. Defeating monsters will grant a chance to obtain Fire Jade. Each party must collect at least 99 gems to complete Phase 2. People frantically scramble for anything they can use as a weapon, trembling and crying out in absolute terror. What is going on? I've never heard of anything like this. The system announces, in 5 seconds, the monster wave will swarm this area. 5. While everyone in the safe zone is in complete chaos, Herod suddenly materializes behind Park Hyun and whispers, "So, you must be player Park Hyun?" Startled, Park Hyun whips around and snaps, "How do you know me?" Herod grins, "Of course I do. You're the sole survivor of the evil dragon's lair. You're one of the players the administration office is keeping a close eye on, so it's only natural that I'd know you. I wish you the best of luck surviving this time around." With that, Herod flashes a sinister smile and vanishes. As he disappears, the countdown hits 0. This marks the official start of Phase 2. Immediately, the deafening roars of monsters echo from within the forest. Park Hyun quickly turns back to see a swarm of monsters rushing out of the woods, charging straight toward the crowd in the safe zone. Too terrified to think, many of them turn tail and run. Damn it! Where the hell did they come from? Those with a bit more courage hold their ground, clutching their crude weapons as they shout with trembling voices, "Attack!" But there is one person acting completely different from the rest, Jong-do. He actually has the guts to charge headfirst into the horde of monsters all by himself. "This is my golden opportunity," Jong-do mutters to himself. A red glint flashes in his eyes as he grins, checking his system interface. The blessing of the Twilight-piercing owl resides within you. Elsewhere in the forest, after digging through the carcass of the blood snake, Chang-seon finally extracts what he was looking for. The system announces, "You have acquired the blood snake's venomous fang." Holding the venomous fang in his hand, Chang-seon chuckles. "Poison immunity skill. Come to Papa." The system announces, Phase 2 has begun. Numerous deities are showing great interest in your performance during this trial. Several deities are placing bets on your survival in Phase 2. This sudden notification catches Chang-seon off guard. His smile fades as he looks toward the safe zone. "So, another purge is starting already? I thought I'd have a bit more time. Is this the consequence of winning my bet against Pabalsog? Well, I guess that's why I caught the attention of those gods much sooner than I expected. Chang-seon opened his status window to check his current condition. His HP was at 151 out of 448, his MP was at 8 out of 250, and his SP was down to just 2 out of 30. Talk about unfair. My biggest issue right now is definitely my stamina. I wanted to recover my stamina first, but it looks like time's up, Chang-seon thought with a frown. Without a second thought, he grabbed his weapon and hurried away. Before he could get very far, he ran into a massive, crimson monster, enveloped in blazing flames. With one look, Chang-seon recognized the beast. It was a fire salamander. The first stage had toxic creatures, and now we're dealing with fiery venom? If that's the case, the next stages will probably feature ice poison, metal poison, and physical poison. So what I need to gather in this stage is fire energy. Making up his mind, Chang-seon changed direction and headed straight for the fire salamander. The fire salamander spotted Chang-seon too. It immediately opened its maw and spat a stream of fire right at him. Reacting quickly, Chang-seon ducked to dodge the blast and slipped underneath the monster's belly, avoiding a head-on clash. Armed with his sharp weapon, the dragon's fang, he kept circling beneath the salamander's belly, carving deep, fleshy gashes into the beast. The fire salamander was completely helpless. It tried to snap back with fire and whip its tail, but Chang-seon dodged every attack effortlessly. Finally, Chang-seon leaped high into the air, dodging a burst of fire as he landed perfectly on its back. With a decisive strike from his dragon's fang, he delivered a fatal blow, ending the battle right then and there. Standing on top of the dead salamander, Chang-seon estimated that these things weren't as physically tough as the black mambas, but since fire salamanders usually travel in packs, they are much harder to kill. Chang-seon then used his weapon to slice open the salamander's stomach, pulling out a fist-sized red orb. A system notification popped up. "You have found a fire jade." Chang-seon smiled. Without a moment's hesitation, he popped the fire jade right into his mouth and swallowed it. Another notification appeared. "You have consumed a fire jade. You have gained low-level fire resistance. You have collected 20,000 fire energy." Sitting on the beast's carcass, Chang-seon exhaled a small puff of flame, realizing he needed to hunt down a lot more of these fire jades. These jades are the key to unlocking the true Samadhi fire's poison immunity. Thanks to these lizards, meeting the requirements to obtain that flame will be a breeze. Poison immunity. This is a signature skill of Antares, the Scorpio of the 12 Zodiacs, and an old enemy of Chang-seon's. This skill granted him an innate resistance to all forms of poison, along with the ability to generate toxins and turn his own blood into venom. In the past, Chang-seon had been too reckless when facing Antares. He ended up falling victim to Gaia's curse, a curse that withered his divinity and was ultimately defeated by Antares. But as we all know, fate ultimately led Chang-seon to the Underworld. Thanks to Thanatos, Chang-seon was now in a position to learn the secret arts of the fallen constellations. At the time, Thanatos had told him, "You are free to learn any of their secret arts here. It will make you stronger, and it will be incredibly useful in your fight against the 12 Zodiacs." Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Some of those fallen constellations had been exiled to the depths of the Underworld. The 12 Zodiacs had made countless enemies in the past, and several of these fallen stars were more than eager to teach those high and mighty bastards a lesson. The 10 elders of the fallen constellations decided to pass all of their knowledge down to him. Thanks to them, he learned the absolute fastest way to acquire poison immunity. One of these elders harbored a deep, burning hatred for Antares, who had ruthlessly murdered his daughter. Since he was the first to teach him, Chang-seon respectfully referred to him as Elder Ill One. Back in the present, Chang-seon had just finished swallowing his first fire jade, but a single jade was nowhere near enough to generate the intense heat of the true Samadhi fire. So, gripping his weapon, he set out to find the fire salamander's nest, determined to gut every last one of them for their fire jades. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, John Chung-jae sliced the head off a fire salamander. A system notification flashed. "You have defeated a fire salamander." Chung-jae grinned with excitement. Yes, this is the feeling. At this rate, kicking Chang-seon's pathetic ass is going to be a piece of cake. He pulled open the rankings to check his progress. Dungeon rankings. First place, Chang-seon, 7,500 points. Second place, John Chung-jae, 565 points. Third place, Baekhan, 150 points. Chung-jae stared at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "How the hell is this possible? He's definitely hacking." Right then, A new notification materialized right in front of him. The world encircling serpent suggests, you should also use a shortcut, just like your rival did. Chung-jae's eyes lit up, and he eagerly spoke. There's really a way to go faster? What is it? Please tell me. Please, Lord, grant me more power. A system notification appeared. The world encircling serpent says he has witnessed your resolve, and he will lend you his aid. Not far away, several people sat on the ground, completely exhausted and panting for breath. They looked at Chung-jae with eyes full of envy. This world truly belongs only to the gifted. If only we were as strong as them. Baekhan was also sitting among the crowd, sighing in defeat. Carrying a massive weapon on his shoulder, he looked at the crowd and thought about how exhausted everyone was after fighting off waves of monsters for 3 consecutive days. Instead, their jealousy only grew stronger. It was totally understandable. After all, ordinary people like them also dreamed of becoming powerful. It wasn't just 1 or 2 of them, nearly everyone felt that way. Just then, Chung-jae walked up to the crowd. Grinning like a maniac, he stared at them and said, I just got a new skill. The gods have finally answered our prayers. He has shown us the way to become powerful players. Sometime later, right outside a cave entrance, a terrified 4-legged monster with long horns and a fiery mane came sprinting by. It rushed into the cave, screaming internally that at this rate, they were all going to get slaughtered. Even though she was the queen of this mountain, that absolute monster of a man wasn't even human, and that was the creature's very last thought. Because Chang-seon had already caught up, sending her to the afterlife to join the rest of her pack. As Chang-seon pulled out the flame core from the monster's body and swallowed it, a young girl's scream echoed from deep inside the cave, catching his attention. Chang-seon rushed inside, only to find a little girl with a pink backpack being chased closely by a monster. Just as the monster was about to pounce on her, Chang-seon stepped in, decapitated the beast with a single slash, and turned around to ask if she was okay. The little girl just sobbed in terror, pointing at him and crying, a monster. Chang-seon's face fell as he tried to calm her down. Hey, I'm Chang-seon. I'm not a monster. Calm down, all right? Hearing this, the girl stopped crying and stared at Chang-seon in silence. Seeing her quiet down, he gently asked, why are you all by yourself? Where is everyone else? She choked back a sob and replied, They're all dead. My friends were all sacrificed by a guy named Jeon Chung-jae. The short-haired girl then showed Chang-seon the mark on her wrist. That bastard Jeon Chung-jae. He told us we could share the god's power through this. Chang-seon rubbed his chin in thought, then dropped a total bombshell. It's a total scam. That's clearly a devil's crest. It's proof that you've sold your soul to a demon. The seal of the Owl of Piercing Twilight doesn't look like this. If the branded person dies, their life force and soul are stripped away. The life force gets transferred to the host, while the soul goes straight to the devil. That Jeon Chung-jae guy, he must have become incredibly powerful by now. Chang-seon examined the mark closely. From the looks of it, this was a high-grade, premium seal. If it belonged to a demon, they would have to be even stronger than a demon king. Still, this wasn't enough to give him any real trouble. Lost in thought, Chang-seon turned to leave, but the short-haired girl quickly followed, begging him, please help me. Chang-seon looked 30% annoyed and 70% completely done with her. What am I supposed to do with this kid? He grumbled. Listen, I already saved you from that flame bear back there, didn't I? But the girl wouldn't give up and kept pleading. I'm really good at chores. I can do laundry, cook, and clean. I can do everything. In return, please make me stronger. Chang-seon looked back. The fierce determination in her eyes actually made his heart soften a little. You just want to avenge your friends, don't you? The short-haired girl remained silent, her eyes burning with pure rage. Then, she did something Chang-seon never saw coming. She pulled a chocolate bar out of her backpack, and with tears streaming down her face as if she were giving away her prized possession, she handed it over to Chang-seon to show her absolute sincerity. Chang-seon was completely speechless. He reluctantly agreed to let her tag along, but first, he needed to modify that seal of hers. Meanwhile, Jeon Chung-jae was growing even more crazed. Thanks to the branded players dying, their remaining life force was being transferred to him, fueling him with a mad, intoxicating power. Leader Jeon, the young man in red hesitantly called out, only to receive a freezing glare from Jeon Chung-jae. Nothing. He stammered in fear, his eyes shifting nervously from the devil's crest on Jeon's hand to the matching mark on his own. It was obvious that the brand was restricting their movements. Chung-jae-nim, another player called out, only to get yelled at. What is it now? Can you hurry your ass up? Did you find what I asked for? The young man, clutching his injured arm, cowered and replied, Yes, I found it. Watching this play out, the guy in red grit his teeth in pure frustration. He was treating them like literal slaves. This place was a straight-up prison. Ha! A hidden area? Everyone, double time. Get ready for the boss fight. Jian Chungjae ordered, leading the way with a sinister grin. Lee Chang-seon, just you wait. I'm going to rip you to shreds, just like what you did to me. Currently, countless viewers are connected to the dungeon channel, with numerous gods observing the players through this feed. Many of these divine beings were hyper-focused on the player with the fastest dungeon clearing speed. A barrage of system notifications flashed before the eyes of the short-haired girl tagging along with Chang-seon, but she didn't even have a second to think. Right now, she was busy executing the noble mission Chang-seon had assigned her, acting as live bait to lure a horde of rotting zombies. First, she activated her water glide skill, creating small whirlpools to pull in a few zombies. Then, relying on Chang-seon's charm rune, she drew the entire horde into chasing her. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Chang-seon flanked them from behind, instantly dropping the entire zombie horde to the floor. You really have a knack for setting up traps, he said. I'll carve a charm rune onto you, and then you can go lure as many monsters as possible for me. Just run as fast as you can and draw them all in. Unless I give the word, do not stop or look back. She immediately did as Chang-seon said. A moment later, Chang-seon finished off a horde of zombies, turned around, and asked, Is that the last of them? The short-haired girl rushed over and quickly replied, Just as requested, I've brought back every single monster within a 300-meter radius for you. Chang-seon asked next, What about the other plan? I double-checked every single corner, and everything is set up exactly as planned. Do you need anything else from me? Now, run as far away from here as possible. You'll only get in my way when I hunt the next monster, Chang-seon said, keeping his eyes locked on her. That look of absolute trust made him feel a bit uneasy. Just like that, another heavy burden had landed on his shoulders. Yes, sir, she replied, then quickly rushed off to carry out the task Chang-seon had assigned her. Chang-seon warily scanned his surroundings. According to the plan, just as he thought this, a cloud of toxic gas drifted in from the distance, striking his nose. The system alert popped up immediately. The final boss, the plague spider, has appeared. A colossal spider charged toward Chang-seon at breakneck speed, thrusting its razor-sharp legs straight at him. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Chang-seon easily dodged the attack. Hearing the commotion, the short-haired girl turned her head, only to see the giant spider lunging right toward her. While she was frozen in sheer panic, Chang-seon slashed his weapon, creating a barrier of force to block the spider from chasing her. Taking the opportunity, the short-haired girl kept running to complete the task Chang-seon had given her. Facing the monster, one of Chang-seon's eyes suddenly changed color. The world-encircling serpent highly appreciates you and has gifted you a reward. The snake eye skill will temporarily transform into Viper Eye. Viper Eye. Just like a serpent's predatory weapon, you can now use these eyes to analyze the hunting terrain and pinpoint your prey's weaknesses. Level 1. Active type. Sensory enhancement effect. Weakness detection. Chang-seon looked at the system notification, and he could vaguely guess what was going on. Handing over such a massive reward without any strings attached meant the god was probably testing to see if he was worthy. If that's what you want, I'll gladly show you. Chang-seon activated Viper Eye to analyze the plague spider. Seeing his eye lock onto a glowing circle on the spider's front leg, Chang-seon decided to strike that spot first. But first, he had to neutralize the toxins in his own body. Chang-seon activated low-level poison resistance and his stored fire energy to cleanse the poison. Thanks to this, not only did he purge the poison, but his low-level poison resistance skill even leveled up, and he unlocked an achievement for fully depleting the energy of 66 fire jades, receiving a fire element enhancement reward and a +5 boost to his stamina. With the purification complete, it was time to strike back. Griping his weapon, Chang-seon slashed at the front leg of the plague spider with blinding speed, already plotting his next move. Right now, the fuel he was targeting was its venom, and among all toxins, the poison gland of the plague spider was the ultimate prize. Chang-seon used Viper Eye to search for the location of the poison gland. After pinpointing it on the spider's upper back, Chang-seon leaped high into the air and drove his blade deep into its back. To his surprise, the monster's hide was so thick that his weapon bounced right off instead of piercing through. What's worse, the attack caught the spider's attention. It began spitting acid at Chang-seon, but with his swift reflexes, he managed to leap aside and dodge it. Spitting acid, are we? Guess those 3 days of non-stop grinding really paid off. Well, now that I've pissed it off, time to run. No sooner said than done. Chang-seon took off like a bat out of hell. While he was busy dealing with the boss, Jang Dae's group was closing in on his location. Seeing the rotting zombie corpses littered all over the ground, the group instantly panicked, except for Jang Dae, who was absolutely furious. But while he was trying to convince himself that Chang-seon couldn't have done this, the system announced a brand new achievement. Dungeon rankings. First place, Chang-seon with 29,550 points. Second place, Jian with 1,230 points. Third place, Hyun with 550 points. Jang Dae stared blankly at the leaderboard, his face twisting with rage. The selfish god spoke, "If you keep embarrassing me like this, the consequences will be severe." The selfish god warned that this was your final chance. Hearing this, Jang Dae trembled with fear, unconsciously biting his thumb until it bled. That bastard, there is definitely something wrong with him. How the hell does an ordinary person get this strong, this fast? Even if he's using some kind of cheat, I have to drag every piece of information out of him so I can get stronger and regain the god's favor. At that exact moment, a global announcement rang out to all players. Player Lee Chang-seon is currently engaged in combat with the plague spider. Jang Dae immediately rushed off to find Chang-seon. He was determined to kill Chang-seon no matter what. Unaware that someone was so obsessively tracking him down, after hauling ass for a while, he successfully got the plague spider completely riled up. Right then, he suddenly came to a halt. At that exact moment, the plague spider plunged straight into a deep pit. So, what you asked Shorty to do earlier was actually setting this trap, and your running away was just to lure it here. As soon as the plague spider fell into the pit, the explosive rune detonated. The system immediately popped up a notification, showing that the plague spider was taking burn damage. The world serpent burst into laughter, thoroughly amused that the spider had walked right into the traps you set beforehand. But it didn't stop there. Right after the burning effect, the piercing rune was triggered, leaving the giant spider with absolutely no time to react. The system sent another notification. The world serpent burst into laughter again as the spider kept triggering your traps one after another. Achievement unlocked. Underhanded tactician. Reward. +5 to intelligence and low-level trap placement skill. Since he had prepared a rope beforehand, Lee Chang-seon didn't fall into the trap. Hanging from the rope, he looked down and said with a cold expression, "This is only the warm-up." Even though it was utterly battered by Lee Chang-seon's traps, the plague spider somehow managed to survive with its life. It looked up and saw Lee Chang-seon clinging to the rope, staring back down at it with an incredibly mock-affectionate gaze. "You really are a boss. Your health bar is ridiculously thick." Suddenly, the rope Lee Chang-seon was hanging onto snapped because of the piercing rune. With the rune triggered, the giant spider truly couldn't take it anymore. Using every last bit of its strength, it leaped out of the pit and fled for its life. "Trying to run?" "The game's not over yet, little spider," Lee Chang-seon said with a smirk. He grabbed one end of the broken rope, using the momentum to chase after the giant spider while continuing to strike it with his runes. Just then, Jeon Chung-jae's group finally caught up. Witnessing the terrifying plague spider getting absolutely thrashed by Lee Chang-seon left them completely frozen in fear. "If we fight him now, we're dead meat. I have to wait for the right moment. Just a little longer, and he's bound to be exhausted," Jeon Chung-jae thought to himself, and then a wicked idea flashed in his mind. He turned to look at the players behind him. "If I use these fools as bait, I can slowly wear down Lee Chang-seon's stamina. He won't be on guard against innocent people. Killing him will be so much easier then. I just need something to make his death absolutely guaranteed. Maybe a victim." Right at that moment, he happened to see Shorty running past. Jeon Chung-jae couldn't help but grin deviously. "Perfect, she's exactly who I need." Meanwhile, back with Lee Chang-seon. After playing around with the giant spider for a bit, he finally showed some mercy and delivered the fatal blow, turning the giant spider into dust and successfully acquiring its core. Holding the plague spider's core in his hand, Lee Chang-seon immediately absorbed it into his body. System notifications kept ringing in his ears. "Leveled up. You have reached level 20. You have completed Chapter 5 and the final chapter of the Pioneering Dungeon Quest chain. The final rankings will now be announced. Dungeon rating, perfect score, 100,000 points. First place, Lee Chang-seon 97,450 points. Second place, Jian Chung J, 2,000 points. Third place, Baek Hyun, 550 points. The administration office congratulates you on your outstanding achievement. Achievement points are being accumulated. Numerous gods are interested in you. Several gods want to greet you. The dungeon is preparing to close. Multiple gods are expressing their desire to claim you. The world serpent is threatening the gods who are eyeing you. The world serpent is claiming that he was the first one to lay eyes on you. While Lee Chang-seon was absorbing his newly acquired power, John Chung-jae's group was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Seeing Lee Chang-seon sitting motionless, John Chung-jae wore a sadistic grin. Assuming that Lee Chang-seon was too exhausted to even stand up, he immediately ordered his men to attack. But to their surprise, as they rushed forward, Lee Chang-seon let out an eerie smile and slowly stood up. John Chung-jae's system immediately popped up a notification. The selfish god burst into laughter, stating that a great show is about to begin. Player John Chung-jae's party has fallen into a trap. His group immediately descended into panic, but John Chung-jae himself was the most shocked of all. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell?" Lee Chang-seon looked at him with mock affection, growling every single word. "Quite a surprise, isn't it? It means this is the end of the line for you." After all, his underlings were nothing but disposable pawns anyway. Without a second thought, John Chung-jae ordered his party to kill Lee Chang-seon. Get him. Terrified as they were, his team members had no choice but to obey. With a stern face, Lee Chang-seon charged straight at John Chung-jae. Anyone who got in his way was cut down and injured, but none of the wounds were fatal. They were just enough to keep them from blocking his path. Sudden quest. Escape the trap has been initiated. God X is highly amused by this unexpected quest. John Chung-jae's party was frozen in shock. With everyone around him knocked down, he had no choice but to face Lee Chang-seon head-on. He swung his weapon, clashing blades with Lee Chang-seon. But due to the massive gap in their power, the moment their weapons clashed, his arm was instantly deflected backward. John Chung-jae let out a painful shriek. Seeing this, Lee Chang-seon showed absolutely no mercy and continued his relentless assault. Chung-jae luckily dodges the attack and runs toward his teammates, shoving them forward to act as human shields. But this time, Chang-seon has absolutely no mercy and sends those meat shields straight to the afterlife. He is too strong. Chung-jae gasps in sheer panic, realizing he desperately needs more power. Without a single second of hesitation, he slaughters his own teammates, ignoring their desperate screams and pleas. Meanwhile, Park Hae-sung stands at the top of the hill, witnessing the entire horrific scene. Just as he suspected, John Chung-jae is nothing more than a plaything for the gods. The one they have been interested in from the very beginning is actually Lee Chang-seon. Now, John Chung-jae is like a trapped fish, completely at Lee Chang-seon's mercy. It is exactly how he himself had been played with by those gods in the past. After wiping out his teammates, Chung-jae assumes that, under the terms of the Covenant brand, he will absorb all of their remaining life force. But out of nowhere, the system alerts him that the transfer has failed due to a glitch, catching him completely off guard. While Chung-jae is still reeling from the shock, Chang-seon charges in like a god of war and lunges at him with a deadly strike. Even though Chung-jae manages to read the trajectory of Chang-seon's weapon, Chang-seon's strike packs so much overwhelming power that Chung-jae's attempt to block it fails completely. With cold, ruthless precision, Chang-seon slices off Chung-jae's arm. Screaming in agonizing pain, Chung-jae clutches his severed limb and howls, "My arm, damn it." But the nightmare does not end there. Right at that moment, he watches in horror as a dark, black mist rises from the corpses of his teammates and streams straight toward Chang-seon. Instantly, the system alerts Chung-jae that, for some inexplicable reason, the victim's life force has been transferred to someone else. Chung-jae stands there utterly speechless. How on earth did he pull that off? John Chung-jae. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, Chang-seon muses. After pondering for a moment and finding no answer, he casually mutters, "Oh well." That dismissive attitude drives Chung-jae absolutely insane. "You seriously do not remember me?" he yells. Chang-seon simply shrugs and replies, "Nope, why should I?" That casual indifference pushes Chung-jae over the edge. "Are you serious right now? You do not remember me at all? I am the guy you kicked off the team just for making one tiny mistake." Suddenly, a memory of Chung-jae flashes in Chang-seon's mind. "Ah, now I remember. You are that crybaby who whined like a child when you got kicked off. The selfish prick who annoyed me because he desperately tried to cling to his spot. So it was you." Chang-seon slowly steps closer to Chung-jae. It has been years, and yet you are still the same pathetic loser, aren't you? Both in the past and in the present, Chung-jae is looked down upon by Chang-seon. Tears well up in his eyes, whether from sheer rage or deep humiliation, he does not even know. All he can do is glare at Chang-seon with pure, murderous hatred. Shut up, don't you dare talk about my past self. Now, I have the protection of a god. Meanwhile, the god looks down at the pathetic creature he once blessed, realizing this worthless brat does not deserve his grace at all. Chung-jae's entire world crumbles as the system notifications pop up right before his eyes. This cannot be. Please, don't do this to me. Was I really just a pawn to you? The system chimes in. You have failed the sudden quest to escape the trap. Chung-jae looks up at Chang-seon, who is already raising his weapon high, ready to strike. Dark, painful memories of his past flood his mind like a raging torrent, driving him to scream in absolute madness. Back then, he had stood in a cold corner, watching his former team take the championship stage, watching Chang-seon lift the trophy high as the crowd roared. The system announces, your penalty will now be executed. The penalty is death. I should not have been jealous of him. I should not have stalked him. If I had not, I would have never been dragged into this gate. Everything that happened, it is all his fault. That bastard Lee Chang-seon. Those are the very last thoughts to cross Chung-jae's mind before Chang-seon slices him out of existence. Another soul is gone, but the system remains immortal. Unmoved as always, it continues its duty, broadcasting the news to everyone. Player Jeon Chung-jae has deceased. Under the terms of the Covenant brand, the victim's life force will be transferred to the host. Because this is a massive amount of energy, completing the absorption process will take some time. In an instant, the surging torrent of energy begins channeling straight into Chang-seon. The surviving members of Chung-jae's party look on, unable to hide their awe. That guy Chung-jae really possessed a ridiculous amount of energy. Look at that, it is all flowing right into Lee Chang-seon. Now, you might wonder why all this energy is flowing into Chang-seon. The answer is simple. He tampered with Haibin's brand. Sometime before taking Haibin in as his lackey, Chang-seon had used a bone dagger to modify her brand, essentially turning her into a host just like Chung-jae. But if that massive wave of energy had flooded her body all at once, she would have overloaded and died instantly. To prevent that, Chang-seon carved additional redirection runes, meaning the energy would bypass Haibin and flow directly to him instead. However, the sheer volume of power is so immense that even Chang-seon is struggling to handle it. Just then, a system notification rings out. The World Serpent advises you to absorb this magic slowly, as this energy is completely different from what you currently possess. The World Serpent warns that greed is a dangerous thing. He cautions that, if possible, you should discard a portion of that power. Still, the World Serpent highly praises your clever use of low-level runes to redirect the host, calling it an incredibly practical idea. Chang-seon was in no mood to listen to advice. He was busy focusing all his strength on absorbing that massive surge of energy. He felt like he'd just chugged an entire jar of 100-year-old wine. No, wait. This energy was way more intense than that. The system continued to relay the god's message to Chang-seon, but this time, it wasn't from the World Serpent, it was from that dark god. God X says this was just a small test for you, and as expected, you passed with flying colors. Just as Chang-seon suspected, he was only being tested. Who on earth was this guy? God X is wondering what reward would be fitting for such an outstanding performance. He has decided that your surprise reward will be revealed in 5 seconds. Countdown initiated. Along with the system announcement, dark energy swirled around them, lifting everyone who bore the brand high into the air. A system prompt popped up. Yes or no? Chang-seon's face immediately turned serious. He knew exactly what this choice meant. Watching everything unfold from behind a boulder, Baekhyun clenched his fists so hard they trembled. So they were doing it again. If anyone failed to satisfy them like Lee Chang-seon did, they'd just slaughter them all and toss them aside like worthless trash. Looking at Chang-seon's lifeless eyes, it seemed like he had decided to turn on his own kind. There was no reason for him to refuse a gift from the gods, and honestly, he didn't even seem to care. Hacheon could only watch helplessly as Chang-seon raised his hand, about to make his choice. But the outcome was completely unexpected. Chang-seon pressed no, and the countdown instantly froze. The system's alerts began chiming continuously. God X is getting a headache from your unexpected decision. God X says you should just accept this massive surge of energy as his gift to you. God X tells you that human lives are the easiest and most useful resource for cultivating magic. Chang-seon quickly made up an excuse. My mom told me never to take gifts from anonymous strangers. Hearing this, Ha-seon gave him a big thumbs up, looking at Chang-seon with pure admiration. Awesome job, brother. God X tilts his head, wondering what the hell you are talking about. God X suddenly realizes his title has been hidden and scoffs. God X is about to reveal his true identity to you. The archdevil who escaped hell is looking at you with a sly grin. Hearing that title, Chang-seon couldn't hide his shock. It was Mephistopheles. His reaction instantly raised Mephistopheles' suspicions. The system relayed his thoughts. The archdevil who escaped hell is wondering if you somehow know him. Crap, I'm in trouble, Chang-seon thought, quickly coming up with a quick response. No, I was just caught off guard by your devilish title. Mephistopheles wasn't exactly a stranger to Chang-seon. Among the archdevils, Mephistopheles held a top-tier position, and his existence was ranked even higher than Tiamat's. He had heard that beings like him rarely showed their faces in the physical world because they preferred solitude, so why on earth was a guy like him appearing here? Chang-seon's explanation for his reaction completely convinced Mephistopheles. The system continued to relay. The archdevil who escaped hell has considered this and reassures you that there's no need to worry about it. The archdevil who escaped hell wants to know what it is you truly desire. Right at that moment, another god's message cut in. The goddess of pleasure is warning the archdevil who escaped hell. Do not touch her property. Chang-seon was absolutely thrilled. It was Pavina. I thought she was ignoring me after what happened. I can't believe she's daring to stand up to a devil that even her own mother, Tiamat, has to show some respect to. Thanks a lot. Guess I owe you one. The red dungeon was about to close. All players, please brace yourselves for severe tremors. 10-second countdown initiated. 10. Hey, wait. A familiar voice caught Chang-seon's attention. He saw the short-haired girl running toward him from a distance, the temptation rune he had left on her still glowing on her body. She frantically pleaded, "At least give me your number." Chang-seon tossed his dagger to her and instructed, "Follow the guidance of that dagger. The people there will be able to help you remove that brand. Right now, my power isn't enough. If we're destined to meet again, I'll see you then. Take care of yourself." Just as Chang-seon finished speaking, the countdown ended. Before the short-haired girl could say another word, he vanished. The red dungeon has completely collapsed. Thank you for your hard work. That was when the short-haired girl lost consciousness. By the time she woke up, the dungeon was completely gone. She and the other survivors were reunited with their families, surrounded by a crowd of people gossiping excitedly. Was this dungeon seriously cleared by a single person? Get in touch with headquarters immediately. It was the absolute biggest news of the day. The short-haired girl still couldn't believe it was real. It wasn't until she was held tightly in her parents' arms that it finally hit her. She was alive. Wait, where did he go? The short-haired girl gasped, looking around frantically for Chang-seon, but he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Clutching the dagger he had given her with a tinge of regret, she eagerly anticipated the day they would cross paths again. Later that night, Chang-seon sat on a bridge, lost in his thoughts. He gazed up at the moon for a while before a system notification popped up. The world-encircling serpent says that while he prefers a more lively life, oh well, enjoying a peaceful night like this isn't so bad either. Meanwhile, the abyss-chasing great devil is still waiting for your answer. Chang-seon simply ignored it. Thinking of a certain someone, he muttered silently to himself, "Hey, old man, even though I had to take a completely different path than planned, I finally made it back." Early the next morning, system notifications started bombarding Chang-seon non-stop. The good season to hunt is showing hostility toward the other deities who want to claim you. The world-encircling serpent licks its lips, laughing with delight. The abyss-chasing great devil couldn't care less about the others and is simply waiting for your reply. The good season to hunt is furious, telling the other deities that they'd better listen to her. The abyss-chasing great devil is waiting for your answer. Seeing these gods fight over him, Chang-seon couldn't help but feel a little smug. I thought getting even 2 out of the 3 would be a massive success, but thanks to my skills, I didn't expect to reel in the great devil himself as well. Honestly, ever since the gates and dungeons first opened on Earth, this might be the very first time anyone has caught the attention of so many deities at once. Right on cue, the system announced a new quest. The chain quest to select a patron deity has been initiated. For players, this allows them to choose a deity and receive their blessings and protection throughout their entire journey. Think carefully and choose the right patron, as this decision will affect your entire journey and your life ahead. The good season to hunt declares that she is your wisest choice. She claims that someone as talented with weapons and fond of hunting as you are will benefit immensely from her knowledge and protection. Choosing her will grant you the title, Primordial Hunter. The world-encircling serpent says he loves humans with a cunning heart and a thirst for destructive power like yours. Choosing him will grant you the title, Wise Prophet. Meanwhile, the abyss-chasing great devil remains silent, simply waiting for your reply. Choosing him will grant you the title, Ultimate Observer. Chang-seon begins to calculate his options. If he had to rank these deities, Pabalsog would be at the bottom. Next would be Jormungandr, with Mephistopheles sitting right at the top. He doesn't need to care about any of the others. They simply can't offer nearly as much as these three. 4 minutes pass, and another prominent name flashes in Chang-seon's mind. As if by telepathy, the system immediately displays a message from that very candidate. The Twilight-piercing owl has high hopes for you. This was Minerva, the goddess whose title Mephistopheles had temporarily borrowed. He never expected a goddess who values justice so much to show an interest in him. Perhaps he caught Minerva's eye when he spared the lives of those afflicted by the curse. Thanks to that, his scale of karma was slowly tipping back toward balance. Scale of good and evil. Good 40%, evil 60%. The good season to hunt is waiting for your reply. The abyss-chasing great devil is waiting for your reply. The world-encircling serpent is waiting for your reply. The twilight-piercing owl is waiting for your reply. A total of 9 deities are interested in your final choice. If you choose not to select a patron, you may fall behind other players of your level due to the lack of divine blessings and protection. Therefore, we highly recommend that you select a patron deity soon. Chang-seon simply let the timer run down, as his mind was already made up. He wasn't going to choose anyone. The waiting time has expired. You have received the atheist status and achieved the title, the human who rejected the gods. Numerous deities are both furious and intrigued by your bottomless greed. Your reputation has increased. You have received 100,000 karma. Chang-seon remained silent, looking up at the towering skyscraper before him as his expression turned serious. This was going to make clearing dungeons a lot harder. The WPCF, or the World Player Coalition Federation, is an international organization operating under the United Nations Security Council. It was established decades ago to manage gates and dungeons, aiming to prevent their catastrophic impact on Earth's environment. Over time, the organization grew to wield immense global status and authority. Of course, that level of power only really applied to the high-ranking big shots running the Federation. Inside the office of the WPCF headquarters, Agent Cha Ye-yoon of Team 3 shouted at a male staff member, "What the hell is this? Well, what do you expect? These hack journalists are doing what they do best, taking cheap shots at us." With dark circles under his eyes, the male employee stared at the computer screen as he replied, showing her the newly published articles. The Jamsil disaster, the catastrophe that pushed humanity to the brink, the Yopeng crisis, is finally coming to an end. An association official stated with utmost respect, "This is simply the inevitable result of all our advanced preparations. It is really no big deal. But is it seriously okay to just let the dungeons break out like that?" According to one expert, the association's show of force only fuels public anxiety in times like these. Ye-yoon slammed her desk in frustration. What the hell do those bastards think we've been doing? Some of us have been working our asses off for the past 5 days just to keep them safe. Evacuating civilians, directing the military, setting up defensive lines, and I was even ready to get fired for threatening the board just to get permission to accept help from a neighboring country. And what do I get in return? The young guy looked completely unfazed by her venting, merely gesturing toward the screen. Just look at this article. What caught Ye-yoon's eye was the headline, "The Mystery Factor. Who is this person?" Ye-yoon felt a massive headache coming on. Pulling out a cigarette, she asked, "Who do you think leaked this?" Instead of answering, the young guy just grumbled, "Hey, don't smoke in here." Naturally, that only ticked Ye-yoon off more. She raised a fist threateningly, forcing him to shut his mouth. "Are you begging for a beatdown?" To save his own teeth, the young guy quickly backed down. All right, I'm shutting up." Ye-yoon sighed and started complaining again. "I specifically ordered you guys to keep this from leaking out." The young man sighed and replied, "You know, talking is always easier than doing." Luckily, the media only thinks it's a rumor. They don't seem to know much about that powerful player, because how could a rookie successfully clear a 2-star dungeon all by himself and then vanish without a trace? Ye-yoon puffed on her cigarette, her face deep in thought as she speculated, no ordinary human could pull that off. Could it be some kind of demonic entity? We have to contact him before the other guilds do. But the frustrating part is that we've tried everything and still can't find him. Even tapping into surveillance footage didn't work. Right at that moment, the universe sent a signal to Ye-yoon. A panting employee burst into the room to report, "We found him." Ye-yoon was so startled she dropped her cigarette, asking frantically, "Where is he? Give me his exact address." "He is currently at home." "Yes, he's currently at his private residence." "Mom, I'm home." Chang-seon walked into the house casually, as if nothing had happened, then headed straight for the kitchen. His dog, Kiki, wagged his tail and barked happily to welcome him back, then followed him inside. His mother was busy cooking. Seeing him walk in, she smiled gently and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Chang-seon replied, his face filled with excitement. "This smell, is it kimchi stew?" He hadn't smelled kimchi stew in 1,000 years. The delicious aroma completely filled his senses. Woof, woof. The barking and the puppy rubbing against his leg, begging to be picked up, brought Chang-seon back to reality. He happily picked it up, smiling and cuddling it. All right. It's been a while, Kiki. Stop licking me. The food is almost ready. Go take a shower, and I'll set the table." Such a simple sentence, yet it deeply moved Chang-seon. After thousands of years, he was finally home. Cuddling Kiki, Chang-seon softly replied, "Okay, Mom." At the dining table, besides him and his mother, 3 other people were there, his father, his brother, and his sister. It was a hearty meal, but no one even touched their chopsticks. "I'm full." "Me too," Chang-seon's brother and sister said politely before leaving the table. His mother walked them to the door, asking with a sad look, "Are you two coming home late again tonight?" "I have a surgery scheduled late tonight. And I have a performance, so I'll be late as well." That's right. The pure joy of returning to Earth had made Chang-seon forget why he hated coming back to this house. His father's family ran a massive corporate empire. His father had inherited the management of a major hospital, while his mother's family consisted of prominent scholars in law and diplomacy. His eldest brother followed in their father's footsteps into medical school, while his sister pursued music, winning numerous prestigious art awards. As for him, he was just a complete nobody who had spent his entire life hooked on video games, treated like absolute trash in this house. They hadn't even bothered to say a single word to him since he got back. Chang-seon couldn't hide his disappointment. Even though he had tried to focus on fond memories of his family, reality fell completely short of his expectations. Well, he would just have to let some good food soothe his soul. Chang-seon took a bite of kimchi and couldn't help but marvel. How is this kimchi stew always so incredibly delicious? Just as Chang-seon was starting to feel a bit better, his father slammed his chopsticks onto the table and barked, "So, you have absolutely nothing to say to us?" Chang-seon remained silent. Seeing this, his mother immediately stepped in to defend him. "Honey, please, you stay out of this," his father said sternly to his mother, then turned back to him. "Do you have any idea your mother collapsed when the Jamsil gate opened? She was desperately calling everyone, worried sick that you were trapped inside. Your brother even called every single hospital in Seoul to check if you had ended up in the emergency room. Your sister and mother ran themselves ragged looking for you everywhere. And your sister even ended up canceling her international tour just to worry about you. Now, a few days later, you crawl back here to eat our food without saying a single word? Are you even human? You're worse than a beast. If you're going to keep acting like this, get the hell out of my sight. Stop freeloading off this family." Seeing the tense atmosphere between father and son, Chang-seon's mother tried to play peacemaker. "Dear, please stop. He knows he was wrong. Chang-seon, say something. Your father was just really worried about you. I have to get to work." His father barked, turning away as he grabbed his suitcase and stormed out of the house. But the sharp-eyed Chang-seon saw tears welling up in his father's eyes right before he left. The door slammed shut, leaving only Chang-seon and his mother in the spacious house. She let out a heavy sigh, then comforted her son. "You know how your father gets when he's angry, so don't take his words to heart too much." "Yes, mother," Chang-seon replied, instinctively looking at her, staring at Yuha. A wave of sadness washed over him. When did mother get so many wrinkles? He had completely forgotten how he used to just sit around, waiting for his family to show they cared, without ever making an effort to talk to them first. "Go get some rest," she said. He replied, "I'm sorry." Yuha couldn't hide her shock. "What did you just say?" I'm sorry, mother. I'll be more careful from now on. With that, Chang-seon quietly headed back to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Chang-seon was greeted by a room that looked like an absolute war zone. Bottles, papers, empty snack bags, and half-eaten instant noodle cups were scattered all over the floor. As he diligently began to clean up, he thought to himself, was I really this pathetic? This place is filthy. Chang-seon looked back and saw Kiki already sitting by his side, wagging his tail and staring up with wide, puppy dog eyes to win him over. Chang-seon chuckled, picking Kiki up to pet him while murmuring, I think we should start with those spiderweb-covered corners. Let's get to cleaning. While Chang-seon was enjoying some peace, Ye-yoon was speeding down the highway in her newly bought supercar, with her partner in the passenger seat. Their destination was Chang-seon's house. Whoa, is this really the new model? There aren't even 100 of these in the entire country. How did you get your hands on it? Actually, how could you even afford this on our measly salary? Her male colleague asked, unable to contain his curiosity. A side hustle, obviously. Ye-yoon replied while keeping her eyes on the road. Hey, that's illegal, you know. Ye-yoon didn't care. Her mind was entirely focused on that mysterious guy. She was dying to see what he looked like. Little did Chang-seon know, he was about to receive some unexpected guests. Having finished cleaning, he collapsed onto his bed to unwind. But just a few seconds later, the system pinged with a notification. The eunuch star is wondering what you'll do next. He says his hunting skills will be of great help to you in what you are doing. The world serpent says that resting is also very important. Chang-seon was starting to get annoyed. These gods really loved sticking their noses into other people's business. Suddenly, Chang-seon recalled what had just happened. Even though his older brother and sister were buried in work, they had rushed home the moment they heard he was back. His father, whom he had always viewed as an unbreakable man, had actually shed tears for him. And then there was the aging face of his mother. Thinking of them, Chang-seon made a quiet vow to himself. He absolutely had to show them how much he had changed. He had to prove that he was no longer a pathetic alcoholic, but someone who could take responsibility for his own life. Perhaps then, they would slowly open up to him. But the start of this journey was going to be much harder than he thought. First, he had to complete the task given to him by Thanatos. It was time to transition to phase 2 of the plan. He was right about the Void Monarch being here. Chang-seon recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So, who do I need to drag down first? The ringleader ruling over your area, of course. And he's someone you know all too well, the Mad Tiger. At the mention of this name, Chang-seon's expression turned ferocious. The murderous intent in his eyes was so intense that even Kiki, lying beside him, began to break a sweat. The Mad Tiger was one of the culprits who had set him up during the divine trial. Even now, he could vividly recall his cunning smirk. Since the guy was incredibly devious, taking his head wasn't going to be easy. He was as ferocious as a wild beast, and with all the lackeys under his command, he could sniff out trouble in no time. Chang-seon stared intently at a recruitment post for the White Tiger Guild. They were planning to hire new members next month. Speaking of guilds, ever since the gates first opened, countless gods and celestial stars had revealed themselves to humanity. As a result, the number of blessed individuals and their followers began to skyrocket. These organizations became known as guilds. The Void Monarch was the patron god of the White Tiger Guild. He had a terrible taste in naming, choosing his own white tiger form as the emblem for his ridiculous guild. Chang-seon browsed through the details of the White Tiger Guild. A top-tier national guild, huh? Tough crowd. However, the active recruitment post meant they didn't have enough manpower to start a raid just yet. Thinking back to what the Void Monarch had done to him, Chang-seon resolved to slowly slice the guy's tendons from bottom to top so painstakingly slow that he wouldn't even notice until it was too late. To make that happen, he had to prepare everything within 1 month, no matter what it took. The very next day, Chang-seon used the excuse of taking a walk around the park's lake to leave the house, then hailed a cab to a secluded hill. Simply put, he needed to find a quiet place with zero distractions to pull off his plan. No humans or wild beasts could be allowed to disturb him. But first, he had to take care of some urgent business, a sudden, desperate call of nature. He probably went a little too hard on the kimchi stew last night, but hey, no regrets. It had been thousands of years since he last tasted it, so how could he possibly resist? The only downside was that his stomach had to pay the price now. Chang-seon considered doing what he usually did in dungeons, using his raw power to heal himself, but then he recalled an old saying. Taking a good dump is one of life's greatest pleasures, so he decided to handle this business like a normal human being. His body was probably in for a shock. After all, it had been thousands of years since he last sat on a modern toilet. After waging a fierce battle in the restroom for a while, Chang-seon finally stepped out, feeling completely refreshed. Now, back to business. After scouting the area, Chang-seon found the perfect spot. He carved stealth runes onto the tree trunks to form a protective barrier around himself. And then he began stripping down, keeping nothing but his boxers on. He folded his clothes neatly and set them aside. After all, he had to take good care of his clothes. He certainly didn't want to end up walking naked through the streets. With that out of the way, Chang-seon ordered the system to open his inventory. In an instant, his entire inventory appeared right before his eyes. 13 flame goat rib spears, 21 small shields made from fire salamander skulls, 1 bloody mamba poisonous fang, 9 flame tigers flaming claws, 1 ice kite beak, 2 underground scorpion stingers, and 1 plague spider poison sac. This last item was exactly what he needed. He quickly pulled out the plague spider's poison sac and used his inner flame to burn it. The One Origin Elder once told him that nothing serves as a better fuel than toxins. The pure flame within his body was the fission flame. This flame refined impurities and burned away anything weak, making it one of the most unique arts of purification. Even if it meant scorching his own body, the moment any foreign substance entered, it would instantly combust. The stronger the foreign substance, the more violently the fire would rage. Eventually, that purifying fire would transform into the 8 trigrams flame. Once the 8 trigrams flame was ignited, all physical waste and negative thoughts accumulated within him would be completely incinerated. It was the absolute best method of physical purification and strengthening he knew. Having gathered all the necessary materials, Chang-seon decided to start the purification process from his heart first. From that moment on, system alerts began flashing continuously. The Bloody Mamba's toxin is gradually invading your heart. The toxin is rapidly ravaging your entire body, activating lesser toxin resistance. The resistance effect is insufficient. Warning. Player, please extract the Bloody Mamba's poisonous fang immediately and detoxify. You have completely absorbed the Bloody Mamba's poisonous fang. You have discovered a hidden skill. You have acquired the serpent's venom-producing gene. From now on, your body can produce Bloody Mamba venom. You have received 50,000 karma. You have been severely poisoned. The flame tiger's flaming claw is penetrating your liver. The snow pleasure deity is panicking at your reckless actions. He is searching for items to assist you. The world-wrapping serpent is astonished that you have discovered a hidden skill. He suspects you are hiding a trump card and continues to watch your next move closely. The demon who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. The owl piercing the night is cheering you on. The stinger of the underground scorpion is penetrating your spleen. You are standing on the brink of death. The toxin from the plague spider's poison sac is penetrating your lungs. You have discovered another hidden skill. Your internal organs are now saturated with various deadly toxins. The toxins of 5 deadly creatures are clashing inside you. Your poisoning symptoms have become critical. Intermediate toxin resistance has ceased functioning. Intermediate toxin resistance has failed. Chang-seon pushed through the agonizing pain, gritting his teeth to urge himself on just a little more. Just a little more. Warning. Commencing detoxification process. If you persist, your survival rate will drop to 0. But Chang-seon stubbornly continued to absorb the toxins. It wasn't time to stop yet. Warning. Detoxify immediately. Continued poisoning will result in irreversible damage. Warning. All senses are beginning to shut down. This was the moment. Just as Chang-seon anticipated, the system immediately chimed in with great news. Mana has been converted into kindling for the fission flame dormant inside your body. The fission flame has emerged and is burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. Numerous properties have been added to your body's flame. Congratulations, you have ignited a legendary, long-forgotten flame. Triple Samadhi Fire. The effects of Samadhi True Fire have been activated. You are slowly recovering. You are being resurrected. All toxins in your body have been purified. All negative emotions have been purified. Your muscles and bones have been cleared. Your meridians have been cleared. Your bloodline has been cleared. Your mana is slowly recovering, re-establishing your mana circuits. You have gained an affinity with the fire element. You have gained an affinity with poison. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix reborn from the ashes. Reward. All stats plus 15. Purification state. Skills gained. Absolute poison immunity and poison blood. Chang-seon let out a loud laugh. Finally, he had obtained absolute poison immunity. Excitedly, he opened his status window to check. Aside from his original stats getting a massive boost, he also gained the Poison Blood skill and 2 new effects, Absolute Poison Immunity Level 1 and Samadhi True Fire Level 1. Additionally, a separate note indicated that his physical body had developed significantly after acquiring these new attributes. His total stat points added up to 75. Chang-seon wore a satisfied smile. Now that his power had increased, it was time to upgrade his weapon. At the exact same time, Yoon and her team arrived at the apartment complex where intelligence suggested Lee Chang-seon lived. Ye-yoon knocked on the door. Right away, Chang-seon's mother called out, "Come in." Ye-yoon and her associate stepped inside, only to find a man sitting with Chang-seon's mother. The moment he saw Ye-yoon, he burst out laughing and sneered. "The association really is a bunch of slowpokes, but I must admit, you got here faster than I expected. Long time no see, Agent Cha Ye-eun. No wonder we regular folks always despise you government bureaucrats." Ye-yoon immediately recognized him. He was the raid leader of Team 2 from the White Tiger clan. Standing right behind him was the HR director of the 5-star Swords clan, Black Sword Oh Young. Ye-yoon bit her lip, cursing her own carelessness. While her family was hosting these unwelcome guests, Chang-seon was actually in Shoemaker's Alley, within the Sungsodong district. Chang-seon had bought a big bag of hot dogs and was greedily devouring one, unable to stop himself from praising it. Man, using mana to recover just can't compare to real food. Sugar-coated hot dogs are truly the best. Only now did Chang-seon find the frame of mind to focus on his main goal. It was no coincidence that he had come here. He had once heard that the main trait of the Twilight of the Gods was being a master of all weapons. That was why Thanatos had once asked him, "If that's the case, I assume you'll need many different types of weapons to fight comfortably. Would you like to have a blacksmith who can satisfy your needs?" Chang-seon had asked seriously. "Is there really someone who can do that?" Thanatos had smiled. "There is. It's Uyezi. Excuse me, young man, if you want to buy something, you should go somewhere else. That shop has been closed for over 5 years, a concerned passerby said. Chang-seon remained silent. He just stared straight ahead at a dilapidated shop with a sign that looked ready to fall off at any moment. He walked closer to the shop to get a better look. Although the shop had been closed for 5 years, the scent of heavenly fire drifted from inside, meaning the forge had been used not long ago. The god of revelry and pleasure mentioned he could smell the sweet scent of high-quality steel. His words made Chang-seon even more certain that the forge inside was still burning hot. Without hesitation, he forced open the rolling shutter door and stepped inside. Countless weapons were on display inside. Seeing this, the god of revelry and pleasure grew even more excited than Chang-seon, causing system alerts to ring out continuously. The god of revelry and pleasure expressed great interest in the smell of the tempered steel in the room. Brimming with excitement, the god of revelry and pleasure claimed that no place on earth felt more like heaven than this shop. The god of revelry and pleasure whistled as he checked out the high-quality arsenal, screaming with sheer joy. Chang-seon walked around to browse before pausing in front of a heavily rusted and severely corroded sword. The god of revelry and pleasure wondered why he had ignored all the other weapons to focus on that bizarre piece over there. Paying him no mind, Chang-seon stepped closer and picked up the sword to examine it. The god of revelry and pleasure urged him to toss it aside and choose a different weapon instead. Continuing to ignore the god's nagging, Chang-seon inspected the sword intently until a certain detail caught his eye. "This is..." Right then, a voice called out, "Who are you?" Chang-seon immediately spun around to see a man walking out of the back room, leading a dog. He wore large black sunglasses that covered half his face, his hands tightly gripping the leash. "He's blind," Chang-seon thought to himself. Meanwhile, back at Chang-seon's house, Yuha was warmly hosting the guests who had come to see her son. She simply brought out a plate of fruit and said, "Please, have some fruit." Even this simple gesture was enough to leave all 4 guests in awe of her pure elegance. Even the critical Ye-yoon had to secretly admit that a former star truly was in a class of her own. While Ye-yoon was lost in thought, Jong-woo started to mock her. No matter how much you try to cozy up to them, the association can't afford the price tag of today's top rookies. Since when does the association personally send both their team leader and deputy just to recruit a single guy? They sure are sincere. But then again, a talented rookie definitely deserves a proper welcome like this. Ye-yoon replied politely, but she secretly found it incredibly strange. These big shots weren't the type to show up in person just to recruit some rookie, let alone all on the exact same day. Representing the Baeko clan, which possessed some of the greatest combat power in South Korea, was raid team leader Seo Jong-gwon. He always wore a fake mustache because of his bizarre belief that real men must have mustaches. On the other hand, the Osung Sword Guild started as a subsidiary of the massive Osung Group and had quickly risen to become one of the top guilds in the nation. Standing before her was their director of HR, Woo Young-gun. He also happened to be the uncle of one of the survivors from this gate incident, Woo Haibin. Was this rookie really that outstanding, or was there something more? Lee Chang-seon was clearly hiding a major secret, making him one of a kind. If he chose to join one guild, the other two would go home empty-handed. Intrigued, Ye-yoon began to probe Seo Jong-gwon. "I heard you've been swamped with work lately. Did you come here in a personal capacity?" she asked, only for his notoriously sharp tongue to fire back. "I figured if I didn't show up in person, someone else would show complete disrespect to this household. And why does a little brat like you love getting in the way of our business so much?" But Yoon didn't back down for a second and shot right back. "You're the ones getting in everyone's way. Didn't you literally steal our confidential information? And aren't you guys just abusing your government authority? Now you want to stick your nose into state affairs too?" Seeing the two trade barbs with neither backing down, Chang-seon's mother, Mrs. So, cut in. "So, you all came here to recruit my Chang-seon?" "Yes, that's exactly right." Ye-yoon and Seo Jong-gwon replied in unison. Soon, the recruiters from the association and the guilds began eagerly pitching their organizations to her. Chang-seon's mother fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. "Yes, I understand. But the choice is entirely up to my youngest son, so I won't be commenting further on that. I only want to ask you all one thing. You mentioned my Chang-seon was trapped in a dungeon for the past few days, so could you tell me in detail about everything my boy has been through and what he did in there?" Meanwhile, returning to our main character, after Chang-seon explained his purpose to the blind man, Uyezi, the blacksmith only asked coldly, "So, you want to forge some weapons?" Chang-seon nodded. "That's right." Oh, Yezi burst into laughter. "You've got a great sense of humor, kid. Just look at me, do I look like I can forge anything right now?" The system immediately sent a notification. The pleasure-seeking Celestial nodded in agreement with the blind man's words. The pleasure-seeking Celestial also found it hard to believe that these weapons were actually forged by a blind man. The world serpent snapped, telling the goddess to just shut up and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, Uyezi spoke up. "If you only came here to mock me, you've had your fun. This forge has been closed for a long time." "Let's go, Wilson," Uyezi said, turning to leave with his guide dog. But just then, Chang-seon's next words made him freeze in his tracks. "Even if that's true, the fire in your forge is still burning bright, isn't it? And the calluses on your hands look fresh, too." "What do you know?" he shouted, clearly agitated. "It looks like you're struggling financially, but at least don't starve your companion. He's your eyes, after all," Chang-seon said, looking down at the skeletal black dog whose legs were trembling from hunger. Uyezi immediately went silent because every word was the absolute truth. Sensing that the blacksmith was wavering, Chang-seon began to reel him in. "For every milestone we hit, I'll transfer you 10 million won. Once everything is done, I'll give you a bonus of 50 million won, depending on the quality. And if the gear turns out even better than I expect, the bonus will be way more than that. Check your account." Skeptical, Uyezi pulled out his phone. Sure enough, Chang-seon had already transferred 10 million won to him. "That's just a deposit, not an advance. If it's not enough, just say the word," Chang-seon offered generously. "Make it a bit more," Uyezi muttered under his breath. "Huh?" Chang-seon asked. "Another 5 million won. I need to pay my overdue rent." As if that was a big deal to a rich kid like Chang-seon, money was the least of his worries. Within seconds, another 5 million won was deposited into Uyezi's account. "So, what would you like me to make?" "Young master," Chang-seon interrupted. "Call me young master." Chang-seon sat majestically in his chair like a king, explaining calmly, "You're the worker, and I'm the employer. I'm the one paying you, so you should be calling me boss or young master." It actually made sense, so Uyezi didn't object to Chang-seon's demand. Now that the money had cleared, they got down to business. "So, the items you want include a 5-meter-long whip, a detachable spear, 5 large battle axes, and 5 small hand axes, 4 different types of swords, and a shield. Is that everything?" Uyezi asked, seriously confirming the order. "Not yet. I also want a bow and arrow set, and in the near future, I'll want a custom set of armor as well." Just as Chang-seon finished speaking, Uyezi's phone chimed with a notification for another 100 million won. The sender was, of course, Chang-seon. "I can't do this," Uyezi shouted. But Chang-seon simply replied with a calm face, "Don't sweat it. That's just for the raw materials. If you need anything else, just contact me. And don't you dare say you can't do it. The breach of contract fee is triple." Damn it, what a fool. How did I end up getting mixed up in this? Yeji couldn't help but mutter a few complaints under his breath, which started to get on Chang-seon's nerves. "I've heard those threats so many times, I'm getting sick of them. Why do you trust me anyway? This is literally the first time we've ever met." "True. This is only our first meeting. Besides, you seem to have a major blind spot when it comes to blacksmiths. But there is no reason for an employee to turn down a boss's request, is there? You make the gear, and I pay for it. It is as simple as that." Put in a tight spot, Yeji had no choice but to compromise. "Fine, I will do it. But I cannot get everything done in such a short amount of time. It has been a long time since I touched iron and steel. At least give me some time to get my feel back. Besides, the gear you are requesting is highly advanced. It is going to take a lot of time to craft such complex items. The bigger issue is that I need a special hammer to forge the metal. But I do not have it with me right now." "A hammer? Did someone steal it from you?" Hearing this, Yeji trembled all over. He grit his teeth and spat out, "Yes, it was my father's star disciple. After my father passed away, several guilds lured him in with sweet promises, so he stole the hammer and ran off. Another backstabbing traitor. So, where is the guild that hired him?" "Apex," Yeji replied. "Apex?" Chang-seon asked out of curiosity. His reaction took Yeji by surprise. "Have you seriously never heard of them? That is the name of one of the top 10 strongest guilds." Chang-seon slowly stood up and casually dropped a bombshell. "I will get it back for you." "So where the hell are they?" Yeji panicked and warned him. "What are you talking about? Going there is way too dangerous. Do you even realize that? It is fine. All I have to do is clean them up neatly without leaving any traces behind." Hearing Chang-seon's answer, Yeji fell silent, but his mind was screaming, "Yes, this is it. That is exactly why I keep getting drawn to him. I am not entirely sure why, but I truly believe this man, no, my master, will definitely pull it off." With that thought, Yeji gave the address to Chang-seon. There is a tomb on the side of Baegun Mountain, located in Yungnam District, Seoul. Armed with the location, Chang-seon immediately went into action that very night. He stood at a distance, observing the situation. He recalled what Yeji had told him. There was only one reason for the Apex Guild to hire his father's former disciple. Or rather, to hire that bastard Jin Hwan. They are trying to crack open the tomb. That is the secret the Apex Guild is hiding. They want to monopolize all the loot and resources once they clear that dungeon. Jin Hwan is personally exploring it to open the final gate to the tomb, which is currently sealed by a puzzle lock. Apparently, it is a hidden clue, and finding the key is extremely difficult. That is why they recruited that bastard. An ancient tomb, huh? Maybe there are some valuable artifacts hidden inside, Chang-seon thought to himself, then suddenly remembered his promise to go home to his mother for dinner. It is already 8:40, isn't it? He immediately pulled out his phone to text his mother, "Mom, I'm going to have dinner out with a friend tonight. I will be home late." After sending the text, he casually searched for some information about the Apex Guild. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, and assassination. They do it all. Chang-seon felt disgusted. These guys do not have a single good bone in their bodies. Wiping them all out is no different than cleaning up trash for society. The owl goddess of the Twilight senses the scent of justice on you. A blessing has been bestowed upon you. You have received resolute will. Resolute will. Class, blessing, protection, effect, mental damage resistance, willpower, strengthening. Looks like she misunderstood something again. But if she is giving out freebies, I would have found scouting or divine spear skills a lot more useful. Chang-seon was not too thrilled about this new skill, but outwardly, he politely tapped the thank you button anyway. The snowy pleasure god is excited about the upcoming battle. The world serpent god is placing high hopes on your performance this time. The break is over. Now, it is time for him to get to work. The first thing he needs to do right now is conceal his identity, so he chose to use a ha-ho smile mask. This is a piece of defensive gear with stats of 50 to 70, with the effects of concealing identity and improving vision. In addition, Chang-seon equipped the Black Hawk feather dagger. He definitely could not let them die in peace. No sooner said than done. Chang-seon used the dagger to unleash ice arrows at the guards, freezing them instantly. Then he leaped forward and slashed, making several of them explode on the spot. Realizing that such a death was still too easy for the heinous crimes they committed, Chang-seon decided to use a more special method to take care of the rest of them. He cut his hand, then smeared his own blood onto the frozen bodies. You have activated the poison blood skill. You have infused poison blood into the frost poison. The poison blood is gradually spreading through the ice. The frost poison effect of the Black Hawk feather dagger is enhanced by your poison blood. The poison slowly corrodes the guards' bodies, making them feel excruciating pain. Many of them couldn't bear it and wanted to end their lives. But unfortunately, they were paralyzed by the ice poison. So, they could only lie there helplessly, tortured by the venom. Blood poison is a skill Chang-seon acquired while training for his 100 poison immunity. He never expected to use it this early. It's not just the ice poison. I mixed some blood poison in there too. Take your time and enjoy it. Don't even think about purifying it. Just lie there and enjoy your painful death. With that, Chang-seon turned and headed deeper into the tomb, and the system immediately conveyed the god's messages. The god of pleasure cheered in delight at your cruelty. The world-encircling serpent was surprised by your methods and grew excited for what would happen next. The moment he stepped into the tomb, the system chimed in. You have entered the dungeon, Tomb of Besla. The effect of the hey-ho smile mask is enhancing your vision. The pitch-black space suddenly brightens before Chang-seon's eyes. So this is why Wu brought this. He said they set up a forge right in front of the boss room so they could craft the key as quickly as possible. In that case, I might as well grab some artifacts from the boss room. Based on Chang-seon's decision, the system immediately chimed in, beginning dungeon exploration. Theme: grave robbing. Defeat the guards protecting Besla's tomb. Discover the treasures hidden in the tomb and escape. Flee with the treasure from the final resting place of the tomb's master. Each area of the tomb has a different mechanism to protect it from deceitful thieves. So, please be careful. The god of pleasure is highly intrigued by what you will do next. As Chang-seon was about to take another step, he suddenly stopped and looked behind him warily. Show yourself. Only silence answered him. The god of pleasure said there was no one there and asked why you were doing that. Ignoring the god's question, Chang-seon continued speaking to the hidden figure. Do you have no intention of facing me? If so, I won't go easy on you. I'll just give the exclusive rights to my files to another manager. Just as Chang-seon turned to leave, the figure finally spoke. Oh, dear. Herod poked his head out, his sly face staring right at Chang-seon. You are way more short-tempered than any other player I've met. Even if you didn't care about this, you could have just kept walking. As soon as he stepped out, his attitude completely flipped, and he shyly spoke to Chang-seon. Pleasure to meet you. I am Herod, the dungeon manager. The god of pleasure was shocked and asked where the heck Herod had come from. As a system manager, Herod could read Chang-seon's system. He pouted and said, Now, that's a bit harsh. The other gods already knew I was here. The god of pleasure flew into a rage, calling Herod's words utter nonsense. Herod smiled and replied, My lord, I would never dare to lie to you. The god of pleasure widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the other gods. The world-encircling serpent shook her head, implying that she was indeed a foolish god. The great devil who escaped hell stared intently at manager Herod. The twilight-piercing owl let out a bitter smile, looking at the god of pleasure. The god of pleasure gasped, muttering that this couldn't be happening. The god of pleasure praised manager Herod for having the skills to hide from a god's gaze. Herod humbly replied, My lord, I'm not quite at that level yet. Cut the crap. You're following me just to write a report, aren't you? Chang-seon's question startled Herod. You even know about the reports? Well, the tutorial is over, isn't it? Chang-seon's casual attitude surprised Herod even more. A report is basically a draft about a rookie who has caught the attention of many gods. These drafts are written by the management bureau. So how on earth does a rookie like him know about this? Poof. A desk with a computer popped into existence, and Herod's outfit shifted into a comfortable tracksuit. He began typing away. It seemed this guy knew a lot more than other rookies. No, maybe even more than the managers themselves. I should probably add this to the report too. With that thought, he looked up at Chang-seon, his tiny brain quickly running calculations. Lee Chang-seon was currently a standout rookie, receiving high praise from the heavenly realm. Tons of gods were eager to read his draft. And it wasn't just them, even the management bureau was highly anticipating it. I planned to watch him in secret, but I got caught. On top of that, Lee Chang-seon even knows about the reports. I've already written half of the report. If he hands over his files to another manager, what am I supposed to do? There's no way the other managers will let this slide. Sigh. As if reading his mind, Chang-seon spoke up. You can keep the exclusive rights to my files. Herod's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you so much. In return, I need a favor. What is it? I can do anything, as long as it's within my authority. I'll tell you later. Herod grew a bit wary. He had a pretty bad feeling about this. Chang-seon reassured him, don't worry, it won't be anything too difficult for you. I'll tell you after we get out of this dungeon, Chang-seon said. Hearing that, Herod had no choice but to compromise, sighing, well, I guess I really don't have a choice here, do I? Fine then, but like I said, I can't agree to any demands that exceed my authority. Hook, line, and sinker. Lee Chang-seon wore a triumphant smirk. No need to worry so much, we'll just form a contract. Right? Instantly, a small spark of lightning crackled between them, followed by a system notification. Player Lee Chang-seon and Dungeon Manager Herod have established a mana oath. Cold sweat dripped down Herod's neck. He even knows about mana oaths. What kind of newbie is this? He's practically a final boss. Herod was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice his surroundings. By the time he realized Chang-seon had already walked ahead, he scrambled to catch up. The world-wrapping serpent watched with sheer satisfaction, amused to see a human who was even more cunning than himself. Chang-seon paid no mind to those meaningless words and kept moving forward. After walking a bit, a glowing, blazing forge came into view. It seemed like this was the place where the key was forged. Meanwhile, Lee Ga-sang, a strike team leader of the Zenith Guild, was furiously screaming at his subordinates. Look at all these failures you've produced. I'm starting to wonder if I hired the wrong damn person. If we keep going at this rate, we'll never make the deadline. And when that happens, neither of our heads will be staying on our shoulders. Drag Jin Dae-won over here right now. Just minutes later, Jin Dae-won, the apprentice who had stolen the hammer belonging to Yoo-jin's late father, was dragged, kicking and screaming in front of Lee Ga-sang. Please, spare my life, Jin Dae-won begged, trembling with terror. Spare your life? I heard you failed again this time. Ga-sang looked down coldly at Jin Dae-won. Leader, please, have mercy on me. If you just give me a little more blood, I can. Before Dae-won could finish, a heavy kick slammed right into his face. Give you more what? You wanted men, I gave you men. You wanted resources, I gave you resources. You wanted sacrifices, I gave them to you. I even brought you the sacred torch. And yet, all you bring me is failure. Do you think there's a single reason left for me to spare your miserable life? You know how easily I lose my patience. Dae-won groveled on the ground, desperately whispering an excuse. The torch you brought. It wasn't taken from the hearth of the gods. It was just a cheap, low-quality knockoff, so… Oh, so you're saying this is my fault? Ga-sang barked. Dae-won frantically tried to backpedal. No, that's not what I meant at all. I just need more blood this time. Please, I beg of you, give me one more chance. Ga-sang turned away in annoyance, cursing inwardly. Damn it. I should have never trusted this idiot in the first place. But he was already in too deep. If he didn't trust him now, he had no other options left. You need more blood, is that it? Yes. I've already solved 2/3 of the locking mechanism, but I ran out of blood fuel right at the end. That's why. Please, sir, I beg you to give me more blood. Fine. I'll trust you one last time. But if you fail again, neither you nor your family will leave here in one piece. Do you understand? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. After dealing with Dae-won, Ga-sang turned and barked at his subordinates. Has the cargo arrived yet? I need to inspect the goods myself. Right at that moment, his system chimed. New data has been added. The ranking system has been updated. Dungeon rankings. First place, Jong Yoo-jin, 150,000 points. Second place, Guak Do-woon, 145,495 points. Third place, Lee Ga-sang, 109,500 points. 57th place, Lee Chang-seon, new. What the hell? The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar name left him utterly baffled. Meanwhile, back with Chang-seon's group. While Chang-seon was busy clearing the dungeon, Herod was hunched over, diligently writing his report. Player Lee Chang-seon possesses a highly unique combat style. Numerous gods and constellations have shown great interest, frequently tuning in to watch his battles. His refined combat techniques are on full display during this dungeon raid. Just as Herod wrote this, Chang-seon cleared yet another stage of the dungeon. Herod scrambled to catch up with him, desperate to continue his logging. He has cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in under 30 minutes. Not only did he slice through the iron-spiked ball with a simple sword, but he also disarmed every single trap on his very first attempt. He remembers every single trap location and how to trigger them. As far as I recall, no one has been able to clear Dungeon KR921 in over 4 years. He might very well become the first person to ever complete this dungeon. In all my years of experience as a dungeon manager, Lee Chang-seon is an absolute genius when it comes to physicality, technique, and intuition. Based on my predictions, the war among gods and constellations to claim him will only escalate in the near future. Perhaps even the legendary 12 Zodiacs and the 28 mansions will turn their eyes toward this rookie. Player Lee Chang-seon's sudden rise reminds me of someone from the past, a name that might make some deities quite uncomfortable to hear. The Twilight of the gods, the one who once mocked countless gods and constellations in the heavens. You, who once blazed as brightly as the stars, only to burn out due to your own arrogance. Meanwhile, Chang-seon casually slipped past a swinging axe trap without breaking a sweat. Unlike previous times, as soon as he got past the traps, Chang-seon caught a strong whiff of blood hanging thick in the air. Even the gods noticed it. The god of pleasure complained that the air around here smelled absolutely foul, while the owl that pierces the twilight warned that they sensed a sinister presence. Sure enough, after walking a little further, Chang-seon came across a room piled high with corpses, fresh blood splattered all over the floor. To a guardian of justice like the owl that pierces the twilight, this was absolutely unacceptable. The system immediately relayed his message. The owl that pierces the twilight is enraged by the horrific sight before him. The owl that pierces the twilight demands that you execute justice on this spot immediately. I heard they're trying to forge a key to open the boss room gate. Are they planning to use human sacrifices to open it? While Chang-seon was speculating, a loud shout echoed from the corridor ahead. Hurry up, you guys are being way too slow. 2 members of the Zenith Society were dragging a group of bound hostages to Gasang, just as the old man ordered. The captain's going to lose his mind. Hey, should we just kill a couple of them? That might actually scare the rest of them into moving faster. Hearing their threats, some of the hostages burst into tears, while others desperately begged for their lives. The guy with the face tattoo quickly stopped him, saying, "Forget it, we don't have any spare cargo for you to mess with. If you kill even one, you might end up paying with your own life. Why do you always have to jinx us like that?" The guy in the blue shirt grumbled. But the moment he finished speaking, his companions were instantly sent to the afterlife by Chang-seon's poison ice daggers. The blue-shirted guy whipped out his weapon, but before he could even blink, Chang-seon lunged forward and drove a blade straight into his chest. He let out a painful shriek, gasping in shock. Who the hell are you? How dare you attack the Zenith Society's territory?" But his words suddenly cut short. He froze because he saw Chang-seon's eyes, and there wasn't a single shred of humanity left in them. Terrified, tears welled up in his eyes as he begged, "Hey man, please." Chang-seon stared down at him coldly. "You don't want to die, do you? Spit out everything you know. How many of your guys are here? What's their strength? What are they planning? Tell me everything, or else." Yes, I'll talk." Getting the answer he wanted, Chang-seon pulled out his blade and let him go. Clutching his wound, the blue-shirted guy desperately squealed everything he knew. There were 30 men stationed here, and among them, Gasang was the one he needed to watch out for. That was what Chang-seon gathered from his confession. I told you everything," the guy whimpered, looking up at Chang-seon with a glimmer of hope, but the response he got was cold and ruthless. "Huh? What? I only asked if you wanted to live. I never said I'd let you go." Terrified, the guy scrambled to his feet and ran, but his fate was already sealed. Within seconds, he was cut down by Chang-seon. "Level up. The World Serpent is highly amused by your wordplay." The fiend who escaped hell nods in approval, savoring the scent of death. But for these scumbags, death was not the end. Chang-seon activated his soul-binding authority to harvest his soul along with the rest of his crew. The souls of defeated enemies are bound and burned in the fires of purgatory, matching the weight of their sins. At the same time, this process helped Chang-seon restore and purify his body. Once he was finished, he pushed deeper into the dungeon. The captives watched the dark energy radiating from Chang-seon, too info-scared to even breathe. Only after he left did they finally dare to whisper. Was that a demon? So the boss wants us to hunt down that Lee Chang-seon guy? Wait, Lee Chang-seon. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh, right. That guy is a pro gamer. See? I told you it sounded familiar. It's probably just someone with the same name though. Haha. The three Zenith Society members kept chatting, completely oblivious to the fact that Chang-seon was creeping up right behind them. In the blink of an eye, they were completely wiped out. A strange noise caught Gasang's attention, sending a sudden wave of unease through him. Why has no one returned yet? Right at that moment, the system began spamming notifications about rapid rank changes. Chang-seon was skyrocketing through the ranks, from 57th to 11th, then 6th, and finally claiming the number 2 spot. Damn it, what the hell are they doing out there? Did he really slaughter everyone in here? While Gasang was panicking, a figure stumbled out of the darkness. It was the vice captain, wheezing. "Save me." The vice captain groaned, dragging his feet forward like a zombie toward Gasang. "Hey, get back to your post," Gasang barked, but the vice captain just kept limping closer and closer. When he was just a single step away, he suddenly mumbled, "A demon. A demon has come." Staring at his vice captain's pale face and incoherent rambling, Gasang realized something was horribly wrong. But it was already too late. The vice captain suddenly detonated right in front of him, giving him no time to react. A series of system warnings flashed before his eyes. "You have been inflicted with burn. You have been infected with necrotic toxin. You have been infected with corrosive toxin. Warning, your stats are rapidly decaying. Please administer an antidote immediately. You are on the verge of death." Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, Gasang desperately fumbled through his coat and pulled out a healing potion. But right then, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. Through the smoke, Chang-seon charged directly at him, gripping his daggers. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared. "Death is closing in on you." Just when it seemed like Chang-seon's blade would pierce his throat, it missed. Elder Ji-sang quickly parried his strike with his sword, launching a relentless counterattack. Even though he lost his sight from the toxic blood, he can still read my movements through pure instinct. He really is a tough opponent. Chang-seon evaluated the old man's strength as he dodged Ji-sang's attacks. Despite his best efforts, the poison quickly took its toll, and within minutes, Ji-sang could no longer hold on. Propping himself up with his sword to keep from falling, he clutched his splitting headache with his other hand. "Warning, your stamina is depleting too rapidly. You must administer an antidote." Ji-sang's system screen kept flashing red. He muttered desperately, "I need an antidote." His strength stats are way too high for his level. Does he have some kind of item boosting his skills? And what's even weirder is that they're openly performing human sacrifices in a high-security country like this. There's definitely something fishy going on. I only came here because of my mom's request, but this hidden secret is starting to make things very interesting, Chang-seon thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the people who were almost sacrificed earlier. By now, they must have escaped from the central room. Quite a bit of time had passed, so the sacrifice situation seemed to be handled. Before leaving, Chang-seon had instructed them to run in that direction. Go through the 2 doors on the left, make your way to the side hallway, and the 3rd door will automatically open. Close it behind you and hide inside. No matter what you hear, do not open that door. Do that, and you will survive. Since he had explained it so thoroughly, they had likely made it to safety. Indeed, thanks to Chang-seon, they had successfully reached a secure shelter. With nothing left to worry about, Chang-seon refocused his attention on the battle. He allocated 30 stat points to strength and 30 to agility, then tossed a potion bottle to Ji-sang. "Is this the bottle you're looking for?" "Catch!" Clinging to it like a lifeline, Ji-sang immediately grabbed the bottle and popped it open. But the inside was completely empty. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, Chang-seon slipped behind him and mocked him. "Are you really that stupid? You actually believed my words?" Needless to say, Ji-sang was furious. He swung his sword, trying to slash Chang-seon, but the young man easily dodged the blow and launched his own counterstrike. Chang-seon unleashed a barrage of rapid attacks, relentlessly driving his opponent backward. The god of festive pleasure is highly amused by this one-sided beatdown. The snake of the world is thoroughly enjoying the battle, finding your trick absolute perfection. Mid-grade swordsmanship technique has reached its max level. Advanced technique must be unlocked. Advanced swordsmanship technique has been unlocked. This game of cat and mouse ends now, Chang-seon muttered. Chang-seon struck with a powerful move, shattering Ji-sang's weapon to pieces, before delivering a fatal blow. Gasping for his final breaths, the old man squeezed out his last words to Chang-seon. "Why? Why do you want to kill me? How ironic. A guy who treats human lives like trash should really be prepared for the day he meets someone who shares the exact same philosophy." As the answer registered, the old man breathed his last. Chang-seon proceeded to activate soul extraction, and his system immediately chimed in. The Inferno has been activated. You have successfully harvested player Lee Ji-song's remnant soul. 6% of your health has been restored. The Twilight piercing owl is deeply moved by your boundless generosity. Chang-seon let out a soft sigh. Generosity? This is getting more ridiculous by the second. The Twilight piercing owl has bestowed a blessing upon you. Calm mind manipulation. Calm mind manipulation. No matter how chaotic the situation, the possessor of this blessing can maintain perfect mental clarity and wisdom. Blessing grade, favor, effects, physical damage resistance, mental stability. Chang-seon found it a bit puzzling. Mental fortitude was understandable, but mind calming? Did they think he was a monk or something? Suddenly, he found it hilarious. A ruthless, cold-blooded killer like him, someone branded as an evil god, receiving a blessing like this? They say Minerva is a wise goddess of war, but in reality, she's much more careless than he thought. The god of festive pleasure is displeased with the 2 blessings the Twilight-piercing owl has bestowed upon you. The god of festive pleasure is currently rummaging through his treasury, searching for some blessings to give you. Chang-seon found it slightly annoying. He felt like he was being chased by 2 persistent older women. Deciding to ignore them, he continued his dungeon raid. Dungeon ranking has been updated. Rank 1. Lee Chang-seon. Rank 2. Dong Yu-jin, 150,000 points. A massive door loomed in front of Chang-seon, and the system immediately chimed. You have reached the boss room. The boss room is currently locked. The key is hidden somewhere. Find the key to activate the unlocking mechanism. Before Chang-seon was a colossal door. He stepped forward to investigate, then pulled out a spear made of a fire goat's rib bone and hurled it straight at Jin Daewon, who was hiding behind a stone statue, vaporizing him instantly. Where do you think you're going? Chang-seon said coldly, stepping closer to claim the hammer from his hand. The system immediately analyzes the data of this unidentified hammer. It seems to be forged from a meteorite. It has been used for a very long time. Hammer grade, unknown. Effect, unknown. You cannot use this equipment because you are not its owner. A celestial stone? Chang-seon muttered, immediately losing interest in the hammer. Right now, he had a much more important task, opening the gate right in front of him, one that no one had managed to unlock for years. Well, making a key to this room would be easy, but why waste time going back when I've got a perfectly good option right here? With that thought, Chang-seon immediately summoned Herod, leaving the administrator thoroughly puzzled. Why are you calling me at this hour? Remember our contract? Open this door for me. Hurry up. Herod immediately tried to back out. Since you're a rookie, you might not know this, but interfering with a dungeon violates administrator regulations. Cut the crap. You can bend these rules depending on the situation. Herod went silent, thinking, he is too spot on. What do I do now? But before he could speak, Chang-seon continued, well, if you're not up for it, then never mind. I guess I'll just revoke the copyright to those documents. All right, I'm on it, Herod replied politely, quickly moving to open the dungeon door. Are you kidding me? Losing those copyrights would be a massive blow. The god of pleasure reveals that seeing that guy's helpless face brings him immense satisfaction. The world-wrapping serpent highly admires your cleverness. I'm definitely going to get penalized for this. I just hope it's a minor pay cut, Herod muttered to himself as he opened the dungeon door for Chang-seon. The sealed stone door has been opened by administrator authority. As the door cracked open, Herod's curiosity instantly shifted to pure excitement. He quickly urged Chang-seon, I opened it for you. Get in there, quick. Looking at Herod's incredibly suspicious expression, Chang-seon knew there was definitely a catch inside. But confident in his ability to handle whatever lay ahead, he silently stepped through without saying a word. Sure enough, the moment he entered and faced the boss, the system warnings began blaring continuously. You have been affected by a curse. The owner of the dungeon is attempting to possess your body. Resist until the very end and destroy the golden coffin above. If you fail to resist the curse, your body may be stolen. Therefore, use extreme caution. You are entering a state of hypnosis. Brainwashing process in progress. Alongside the system warnings, the boss's furious voice echoed, Submit to me, worship me. How dare you disturb the slumber of the king? Bow down, you lowly creature. Hearing the boss's roars from outside, Herod let out a gleeful laugh. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. The boss room's quest was actually incredibly simple. All you had to do was protect your mind from being controlled by the tomb's master, an entity that was nothing more than a lingering soul. However, based on what he had seen earlier, the master of this tomb was none other than the lingering soul of the giant, Besla. Could a mere mortal withstand the overwhelming pressure of such an entity? How dare a mere mortal toy with me? Die. What a piece of trash, rookie. Convinced that Chang-seon was already brainwashed, Herod turned to leave. But right then, the system notifications started ringing non-stop. Unyielding spirit has been activated. Your mind is now protected from external intrusion. Mind control resistance has been activated. Mental protection has been enhanced. Dungeon quest cleared. Final ranking is being calculated. First place, Li Chang, Seon 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Rewards will be distributed based on ranking. The dungeon is about to close. 5-second countdown starting now. Only then did Herod realize he had forgotten one crucial detail. Chang-seon's class was Rune Master. His scheme to sabotage Chang-seon had completely backfired. Emerging from the dungeon, Chang-seon immediately went to hand the hammer to Buyong. Buyong stood there dumbfounded, and it took him a while to register that the object in his hands was indeed the hammer his father had left behind. "Hey, what is this?" he stammered, completely lost for words. "Call me master." Chang-seon corrected his title. Munching on a bag of fish-shaped buns, he continued, "I brought back what you asked for. Can we get to work now?" Buyong quickly replied, "Yes, master, but like I said, 1 month won't be enough. I need to get my feel for the hammer back first. It's been a really long time since I last swung one, not to mention I still have to clean and dust the entire forge." Chang-seon simply uttered 2 words. 1 week. "What? Just making the whip alone will take at least 2 weeks. Then I'll give you 1 month to get your groove back and craft both a whip and a spear. I'll pay triple your usual rate for this." Chang-seon casually picked up a rusty sword he had eyed when first entering the shop and added, "Also, I'll take this as your agreement. See you in a month, all right? This is on the sales shelf, right? Then I'm taking it. Wait, no. My dad said that's an heirloom passed down through generations. I'm not allowed to sell it." But the moment Buyong finished speaking, his phone buzzed with a notification he had just received 1 million won from Li Chang-seon. That payment covers the restoration of that hammer too. I'm sure that's more than enough, right? You only kept this around for decoration anyway, so it shouldn't matter. "See ya," Chang-seon said, slinging the sword over his shoulder and walking away. Buyong couldn't help but swear under his breath, muttering, "But if it's a deal with that bastard," before trailing off and calling for his pet dog. He happily wagged his tail as he approached him, then led him over to the glowing red forge. He grabbed his hammer, threw off his shirt to reveal his ripped six-pack and perfectly tanned skin, and said with a chuckle, "Whatever, the past is in the past, and who knows what the future holds. But for now, we might as well do a little warm-up." While Uyezi was busy working at the forge, Chang-seon took a leisurely stroll. He recalled his conversation with Thanatos about Uyezi. "Uyezi is also in Seongbuk. You should go look for him. Uyezi. All I know is that he vanished after forging a divine weapon for Capricorn. Was that god once a mortal? Even so, he seemed too ancient for that. In that case, Uyezi is a title given to a person, and it has been passed down to his successor. Capricorn didn't know this, so he ended the life of the previous Uyezi. He had no idea that the successor was still alive. The catch is that many of Uyezi's secret skills were lost because of his blindness, and carrying the financial burden for his entire family has caused the value of his crafted items to drop significantly. Even so, as the successor to the title of Uyezi, any weapon forged by his hands is still top tier. Thanatos actually gave me some useful advice for once. He guessed that one day, Uyezi's talent would truly bloom. Shouldn't that be thanks to me, though? With the weapon issue basically sorted out, Chang-seon hailed a taxi to head home. Only now did he have time to study the item he got from the dungeon, the Key of Peter. Why on earth was the final treasure in that tomb this key? Why was it in Besla's tomb anyway? Whatever, I need to get home soon. It's so late, Mom must be worried sick. While Chang-seon was relaxing, things were in total chaos somewhere else. What about the guy who cleared the dungeon? Have you guys found him yet? Go Sung-woo, the raid leader of the High-Off clan, furiously barked at his subordinates. One of them hesitantly replied, Not yet, sir." That response only made Sung-woo's blood boil. He roared, "Are you useless bastards, good for anything other than wasting resources? Find him, and find him fast. I don't care if he's alive or dead, you bring him to me. At all costs, bring the key of Peter back here. He put on a tough front, but inside, he was absolutely terrified. If the White Tiger clan, the true masters of Mount Beacon, find out about this, we are all dead. After all, that key required a human sacrifice to obtain, and they had secretly hired us to retrieve it. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Sung-woo immediately ordered, "Get the car ready. Everyone, move out to Mount Beacon." Muttering in frustration as he walked, he grumbled, "The dungeon is sealed, and the key is stolen. This is just absolute garbage luck. Hurry the hell up, you useless dogs." If the White Tiger clan finds out and he can't fix this, his life is over. Especially if that bastard Sejong-gun gets wind of it, his entire family will be dragged down with him. He couldn't let that happen. He had to find that key, no matter what it took. But unfortunately, the news from the tomb had already reached Sejong-gun. Sure enough, he went absolutely ballistic, unable to control his rage as he unleashed his aura right in front of Chang-seon's mother. Ye-yoon and Young-jun called out in unison, "Hey, Sejong-gun. Captain C, what on earth is wrong with you?" Only then did Sejong-gun realize he had lost control. He quickly reined in his anger, slowly withdrawing his crushing power. Young-gun scolded, "How could you unleash the bloodthirsty mad tiger in a residential area?" Sejong-gun remained silent, simply turning to look at Chang-seon's mother. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly knit, and her normally gentle eyes now held a cold, stern look. Sejong-gun felt a wave of embarrassment, muttered a quick excuse, and took his leave. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Ye-eun asked with concern. After a brief silence, Chang-seon's mother replied, "I'm fine. I'm okay. I've heard that awakened players are completely different from ordinary people like us. It seems those rumors are true. Tell me, is my son like that too? He might seem a bit unfriendly on the outside, maybe even cold, but I know he's a deeply sensitive child. I just don't want Chang-seon to put himself in danger and end up covered in wounds. But I suppose he won't listen to his mother's pleas. Please, I'd like you all to leave my house now." Ye-eun, Young-gyun, and Gyum-gyu exchanged glances and quietly took their leave. While waiting for the elevator, Young-gyun finally spoke up. "Well, things got awkward fast after Captain C went completely ballistic. I have no idea why he lost his temper like that. What do you two think, Agent Cha, Agent Shin?" Suddenly, Young-gun remembered his short-haired niece. Or rather, I should call her Haibin now. Before we came here, she wouldn't stop whining, begging me to bring Chang-seon back to her. Noticing how late it was, Young-jun looked at Ye-yoon and Jung-ju. "If you two plan on staying the night, I can have someone brew a fresh pot of coffee for you." Jeum-gyu replied cheerfully, "Sounds great, I won't turn that down. An iced black coffee with no sugar, please." But before the words could fully leave his mouth, Ye-yoon literally shut him up. She politely declined the offer and dragged her partner away. Jeum-gyu looked at Ye-yoon in confusion, but seeing her expression, he asked with concern, "What's with the serious face?" Just then, his phone rang. A text message arrived. Red alert. Bacon Mountain, Yongyong, Sihung. Countless kidnap victims have been found imprisoned as sacrifices. All victims are being escorted to the police station. We need a prep plan for this situation immediately. "What on earth is this?" Sia gasped in shock. "Hurry up, or I'm making you walk." Ye-eun barked, urging Sia to move his feet and follow her for the mission. Right as they left, Lee Chang-seon finally returned. Instead of heading inside, he stood in the park to examine his newly acquired sword. The deity of pleasure is grumbling, questioning why you chose that piece of rusty junk instead of an item from his divine treasury. Chang-seon thought to himself, since this was inside the divine forge, it's definitely no ordinary weapon. If my hunch is correct, this is the legendary divine blade, the Yuchang sword. With the Calamity Dragon's fang and the Yuchang sword, no player will ever stand a chance against me. Chang-seon pulled up the system to scan the sword, and the results popped up. The Yuchang sword. One of the 9 blades forged by the master blacksmith Uyezi, the legendary divine blacksmith. Weapon class, dagger, divine artifact. Combat power, immeasurable. Effects, unknown. You cannot use this divine artifact because you do not have ownership permission. You cannot view the details of this divine artifact because you lack ownership permission. All 9 of Oyezi's blades possessed unimaginably broken power. When the Jianlu sword appeared in Arcadia, every single kingdom was dragged into a devastating, bloody war just to claim it. From what Chang-seon could recall, At least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely wiped off the map. How did such a peerless masterpiece end up as a pile of rusty junk in a random forge? The previous owner of the Yuchong sword was a legendary assassin, so it must have been bathed in rivers of blood for 1,000 years. Rumor has it that this blade is cursed, inflicting unimaginable, nightmarish agony upon its victims before they draw their last breath. But that was where the rumors ended. Chang-seon had no further information about it. The first Uyezi was dubbed the Divine Blacksmith because he absolutely loathed the smell of blood. I'm not sure if it was the original Uyezi or the successor to the title who did this, but one of them definitely wanted to hide this sword's identity and erase its existence, leaving it to rot as a piece of junk in that forge. The deity of pleasure is sneering, complaining about why you chose such a useless piece of garbage. Meanwhile, the owl of the Twilight is watching you with an expression of complete trust. Suddenly, Chang-seon tensed, warily glancing behind him. Well, collecting all 9 of Uyezi's blades when the chance arises might actually be a solid plan. And you over there. What do you want with me? Whipping out his fire tiger fang dagger, Chang-seon hurled it straight at the hidden figure. The mysterious stalker barely managed to dodge the flying blade in time. Gosh, even with a disguise, you still attack out of nowhere like that, the man complained. Paying no attention, Chang-seon lunged forward, his gaze locking onto his target with a deadly resolve to not let him escape. Every single strike of Chang-seon's blade was executed with breathtaking precision, leaving the stalker utterly amazed. How the hell is a rookie this insanely strong? A barrage of sword strikes followed, chaotic and relentless, completely defying any normal rhythm. He couldn't find a single opening. This swordsmanship was purely optimized for absolute slaughter. The man found himself completely overwhelmed by Chang-seon's raw power. He fights like a seasoned, first-generation player who has survived countless life-and-death battles. I only picked this fight to test his skills, but at this rate, I'm the one who's going to end up humiliated. My nephew is going to give me an earful for this, but I have to go all out. No, actually, he had to go all out. It was the only way he could even hope to stand against this monster of a rookie. But just as the tension peaked and he was gearing up for a major clash, the man in black suddenly raised his hands in surrender. Chang-seon's face darkened. What the hell do you think you're doing? The man stood there, bowing and sweating profusely, desperately thinking, man, I must have lost my mind. What was I thinking trying to take him on? Before things could escalate any further, he quickly apologized to Chang-seon. I'm so sorry for picking a fight out of nowhere. I honestly just wanted to test your strength. As Chang-seon slowly lowered his blade, the man babbled on. I only did it for a bit of fun. I had no idea it would lead to such a massive misunderstanding. The Sacred Hunt roared, furious at the reckless fool who dared to provoke you. Chang-seon asked with a deadpan expression, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, the Sacred Hunt eagerly anticipated a massive clash. Seeing Chang-seon drop all formalities, the man looked slightly offended and began sizing him up. Wow, no honorifics? Kids these days are so disrespectful. He knew better than to mess around though, unless he wanted Chang-seon to obliterate him. Quickly, he pulled out a business card and flicked it toward the young man. It read, 5-star swordsman, HR Director Gu Ja-gyun. Flashing a bright grin, Gu Ja-gyun immediately got down to business. To be honest, the reason I tracked you down is because I want to recruit you into our guild. Chang-seon scanned the card and thought to himself, the god they worship is the nameless great god, isn't it? Whose true name is the King of Karma. He is often known as the god of wealth, who protects property and treasuries. He immediately replied, I don't really want to go there either. Then he asked him how he even knew to look for him. Gwanggun replied, you probably don't realize just how famous you are. Besides us, it's highly likely that many other guilds in this country are keeping an eye on you, Li Chang-seon. Chang-seon's face darkened. They were taking the bait way faster than he had expected. It seemed they simply couldn't resist him, even though he claimed to be just an ordinary player. Gwanggun said, honestly, I'd love to chat more, Chang-seon, but since I made a pretty big blunder today, I'll take my leave for now. Let's do this again once we've both calmed down. Good Season to Hunt argued with him about letting an opponent who had clearly provoked him just walk away like that. Good Season to Hunt got all fired up, arguing that someone worthy of being her disciple should never back down. After saying his piece, Gwanggun simply left, telling Chang-seon to contact him anytime using his business card. Meanwhile, the other gods started to get rowdy, with everyone shouting their own opinions. The world-encircling serpent scolded her, telling her that if she was so itching for a fight, She should go find someone else to brawl with. Furious, good season to hunt snapped, how about I fight you instead? The world-encircling serpent just laughed it off, saying she could bring it on anytime she wanted. Good season to hunt went totally ballistic, threatening to turn him into snake stew. Chang-seon just ignored the gods who were about to tear each other to shreds. He tried to jog his memory because Gwangyun seemed incredibly familiar. Hadn't they met before he ever went to Arcadia? Suddenly, his expression stiffened. Wait a minute. If a guy like that was wandering around here, could they have already gone to his house? Damn it. His mom must be worried sick about him. Although Gwangyun had walked away, his arm wouldn't stop bleeding. His face was completely pale, showing just how deep the wound from his clash with Chang-seon really was. Chang-seon returned home, stammering the moment he walked in. His mother, acting perfectly normal, asked, "Are you just getting back? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Go wash your hands first, then come sit down. By the look on your face, is something bothering you?" Seeing her waiting, he hesitated before speaking up. "Mom, there's actually something I need to tell you." Cut to a flashback where the sunlight shines over a smoking, war-torn battlefield. "Oh? You're so young, yet your face is already so terrifying. Who's this old geezer? Get lost if you don't want to die." Ho ho ho, what a child, with a mind so utterly consumed by destruction. What are you babbling about? If you're just going to keep talking nonsense, then get lost. The man smirked and declared, "Well, there's no stopping now. I guess I'll have to beat some sense into you before we can talk." The blaring alarm suddenly woke Chang-seon up. A notification on his phone reminded him of his appointment. 3 p.m., interview with the White Tiger Guild. It had already been a month since the White Tiger Guild posted their recruitment notice. Still dazed, Chang-seon couldn't shake off the dream he just had, wondering why on earth he would dream of something like that. It looked like it was finally time to get serious. The crowded venue before him was the official recruitment site for the White Tiger Guild. Prospective recruits were lifting weights, trying to show off their stamina before their interviews. A tall, bald man was in charge of the device that measured magic capacity. "Everyone, please place your hand on the magic capacity measuring device." Chang-seon gently placed his hand on the machine, but it suddenly exploded, flashing an error. Unable to measure. The alarms began to blare continuously. He stood there utterly confused, not knowing what was going on, while the screen kept repeating the same error. The staff frantically told each other to bring out a higher-grade device. Naturally, all eyes in the room turned toward Chang-seon. Among the onlookers was a white-haired man whose face was heavily wrapped in bandages. The test proctor asked him to try again. "Number 1031, Lee Chang-seon. Please place your hand on the device and try again." Hearing the name Lee Chang-seon, several people in the crowd found it oddly familiar. Suddenly, their jaws dropped in shock as they screamed, "Wait, it's the Tyrant!" Chang-seon closed his eyes in helpless frustration. He had specifically worn a hoodie just to avoid this exact situation. The whispers quickly spread throughout the room. "The Tyrant? Lee Chang-seon? I heard he turned into a total alcoholic and was forced to retire after his team disbanded. Word is, he ended up a complete wash-up. Look how pale he is. He's supposed to be a top player? What's with that arrogant attitude anyway? In the end, guys like him are no different from us." Hearing their annoying chatter, a girl standing in front couldn't help but look at them with disgust, thinking they looked like dried squid. The gossiping crowd assumed he had locked himself in his room, doing nothing but playing games all day. So why is he here now? Didn't he just retire? What's his deal? Just then, the measurement results finally flashed on the screen. Level 25. SSS class magic capacity, rank C+. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Everyone stood there, frozen in sheer disbelief. What? Level 25? Look at that magic capacity. The proctor panicked, completely at a loss on how to handle the situation. Damn it, this is way above our pay grade. Call the manager. No, wait, notify the department head immediately. Hurry up. At the office of the second raid team, a blonde man is listening to the latest news. The Summit Guild leader's scandal, the one hidden until now, has finally been brought to light. Prosecutors, cooperating with the association, have arrested and started searching for the leaders of the Summit Guild. Over the past 7 years, 21 people were sacrificed. What caused such a horrific tragedy? Cha Ye-yoon from the association and the Iron Witch announced legal action against Summit. White Tiger has also begun an all-out war against Summit. The investigations conducted by White Tiger regarding Summit's crimes have also been made public. Many are wishing to express their gratitude to the fake smiling hero. However, there are still no clues whatsoever about this mysterious savior. The blonde man is certain that this so-called fake smiling hero is the one who stole Peter's key. He is determined to hunt him down. Right then, the head of the measurement division rushes in with an urgent report. "Chief, the super rookie has appeared." Hearing this, the blonde man, who was relaxed with his legs crossed, asks, "What's the big rush?" Both President Wu and Director Kim are heading to Section C right now. The chief is shocked. Why would they do that? Do you remember Lee Chang-seon? He's the rookie you, the Black Sword, and the Iron Witch were waiting for a month ago. Now, the blonde man's eyes go wide. Ah, is he the guy from the Jamsil Gate? Back then, I wanted to recruit him, but because of those summit bastards, I didn't have the time, right? But what about him now? The staff member replies, "It seems he came to apply for our evaluation." The news leaves the blonde man with his jaw on the floor. What? What are his results? He ranked first in every category. What's more, his mana level is SSS triple plus. There is no time to waste. The chief snaps out of his seat. "Let's go. I need to meet him before anyone else gets their hands on him." Meanwhile, at Section C's arena, info about Chang-seon has completely blown up on social media. There is even a post titled, "The Return of the Tyrant, Lee Chang-seon." Recently, the retired pro gamer Lee Chang-seon made an appearance at the White Tiger Guild's recruitment trials. As if laughing in the face of all the malicious rumors surrounding him, he made a spectacular entrance at the White Tiger recruitment trials. The moment Chang-seon steps out, everyone looks at him in pure awe. The rising star, the first player to achieve SSS rank in South Korea in 15 years. Is that really the Tyrant? Yes, that's him, 100%. Do you think anyone else in this world could look like that? Damn it, he was born with a spoon of gold, and now he's an SSS rank, awakened too. Alongside his admirers, there are plenty of jealous haters bitterly whispering, "That lucky bastard. Why the hell did he have to sign up today of all days? We're going to get compared to him no matter what. God damn it. This is my 5th time taking the test. If I fail again, I'm getting kicked out of the house." The good season for hunting feels incredibly proud of herself seeing you draw so much attention. She expects nothing less from the one she chose. Chang-seon gazes intently toward the spectator stands. The tiger, trapped in tribulations, watches you, looking quite surprised. Chang-seon seems to have noticed something. He grits his teeth and channels 100% of his focus. There it is. The snake that wraps around the world guesses that the other party has some sort of designs on you. The proctor announces that the test is about to begin. The task is monster hunting. From red orcs to two-headed orcs, we will summon any monster you are ready to face. Chang-seon calmly asks, "Is that all you guys have?" Seeing him look so disappointed, the proctor continues to explain, "Currently, the strongest monster we have is the Z." But before he can even finish his sentence, Chang-seon tells them to just summon that monster. Everyone in the room is left speechless. This is completely unprecedented. Their strongest monster begins to emerge from the magic circle with glowing red eyes, locking its gaze onto Chang-seon. The tiger trapped in tribulations wishes to evaluate your skills. Looking at the monster, which is so terrifying that everyone is shaking, they fear Chang-seon won't last long. An image of a tiger's face and a golden light begin to emanate. It is the manifestation of the tiger god's will. The tiger trapped in tribulations watches you with doubt as you stand completely still. The tiger, trapped in tribulations, believes you will die. Chang-seon remains silent, lost in thought, as the memories of a brutal clash between two entities flash through his mind. The old man with his face half covered and a savage grin excites Chang-seon more than ever. "You bastard, how dare you laugh in my face? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Bring it on." His anger peaks as he readies himself to face the beast. It lets out a massive roar, its breath whipping up a gale that threatens to blow everything away. Chang-seon stands tall and unyielding, focusing with 100% concentration. He tosses his weapon high up into the air. This is a special weapon commissioned and prepared, specifically by the blind blacksmith. It's finally here. You look exhausted. Whose fault do you think that is? Haha. Anyway, I won't say more. You can see the quality for yourself. The hunter of the sacred season widened his eyes in surprise, while the world-coiling serpent acknowledged that they had just witnessed a perfect item. What Chang-seon was holding was the unnamed twin-headed spear, a long spear with attack power ranging from 150 to 200. Its effects include piercing spear, continuous damage, and sweeping great blessing. As a masterpiece, it is a bound item. If gifted to someone else, its special effects will disappear. Additionally, the creator left the weapon unnamed. Please name this item. After testing it out with a few basic moves, Chang-seon was highly satisfied. You have performed an outstanding demonstration of spearmanship. You now grasp the fundamental techniques of piercing, slashing, stabbing, and blocking. The hunter of the sacred season widened his eyes, shocked by your extraordinary spear technique. He was deeply amazed that the blind blacksmith could create an item of such high caliber. You have acquired the skill. Novice spearmanship. With this weapon, a single strike was enough to critically wound the giant centipede. As the spectators watched in jaw-dropping awe, the beast began to screech in absolute agony. No one could comprehend what on earth was happening, or when Lee Chang-seon had even acquired such insane skills. Park Sang-ho, the leader of the White Tiger Clan's raid team 1, watched the battle until the very end and looked highly impressed. Captain Park agreed, noting that the kid's agility was simply too insane for someone of his level. His precision is also mind-blowing. He'd probably dominate even if he were only using a basic bow and arrow. No matter what it takes, I must get that kid to join us. Meanwhile, Chang-seon continued to unleash his power. Everyone watched with intense curiosity, wondering what he would pull out next. This time, it wasn't a spear. A razor-sharp blade pierced straight through the giant centipede, spraying blood everywhere. But he wasn't done yet. Chang-seon continued to execute several more techniques. He pulled out a wire to deliver a finishing strike, causing blood to spray once more. A simple wire and a spear were all it took for him to pull off this breathtaking performance. Chang-seon leaped high into the air and delivered one final, devastating plunge, causing the massive beast to collapse to the ground. The spectators stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. There's no way. How on earth did he have that kind of arsenal? No one could believe that Chang-seon, at only level 25, possessed such insane speed. Every single skill effect was glowing in gold, with no other colors in sight. Every single strike was a critical hit. At this point, they didn't even see Chang-seon as human anymore. He stood proud and tall before his freshly slain prey, though his own hands were dripping with blood. The blood poison skill had been activated, and paralytic poison began spreading through the centipede's body. The centipede was heavily poisoned and completely paralyzed. With its blood flowing relentlessly, the beast was now on the brink of death from blood loss. With a razor-sharp gaze, Chang-seon leaped into the air once again, driving his spear down to finish it off for good. The system announced that you have defeated the centipede and leveled up. Your novice spearmanship skill level has also increased. The hunter of the sacred season praised you, noting that your hunting skills are rapidly growing. Thanks to his blessing, your stamina has increased by 5. The great tiger, drowned in hardship, watched the battle in utter astonishment. The great tiger drowned in hardship is expressing a burning desire for a new fang. Meanwhile, the team leader gritted his teeth and ordered, "I told you we need to deal with that brat. Bring him to me right now." Just then, a flash of golden light streaked past, and he realized that Chang-seon was the one behind it. He and Chang-seon stepped into the center of the area, locking eyes. The blonde-haired leader, with a sinister smirk on his face, openly provoked him. "Oh, you actually blocked that? You're even resisting my great tiger in peril skill and the beast's bloodlust? You're better than I thought." Chang-seon just looked at him with a gaze of pure, unadulterated disdain. The disgusting, foul stench of this brainless leader was practically burning Chang-seon's nose. In response, the man barked out like a madman. "Hey, I'm starting to like you. Join my squad. I promise I'll train you to be 10 times better than you are now. I'll show you what a real tiger looks like." Chang-seon held back, debating whether he should strike back or not. Doing so might catch the attention of the puppet ruler. But for now, his priority was to get out of this Blood Mountain range. Just as they were about to clash, Park Sang-ho intervened. "Are you two seriously still doing this?" The team leader barked back in anger. "Do you want to die, Captain Park?" Hearing this, Park Sang-ho's expression turned incredibly cold. "It seems our ignorant Raid Team 2 leader still hasn't learned his lesson. How dare you act so disrespectful to your seniors?" The blonde leader snapped back. "What? You're calling me ignorant just because of some stupid manners? I'm only taking back what is rightfully mine. What is wrong with you?" Park Sang-ho warned him. "No matter the excuse, you sure seem proud of your twisted behavior. Now, step away from him. The recruitment selection isn't over yet." Hearing this, the entire crowd began to murmur in excitement. What is happening? Are the two team leaders actually going to throw down? Are they seriously going to fight just to scout some rookie? That is seriously insane. Things were getting so tense that even the leader of Raid Team 3, Kang Song-woo, had to step in. Haha, normally, I wouldn't want to get between two team leaders, but what can I do? We want him too, so sorry about that, but I'm throwing my hat in the ring as well. And to make matters worse, Raid Team 4 leader, Yoo Hyun-jin, also made an appearance. All these team leaders are just standing there, causing a massive scene. Did the bastards upstairs spoil you all way too much? How dare you think all team leaders are on the same level? Chang-seon stood back and watched, practically hoping for a bloodbath. Every single one of them had a dead serious look on their face as they fought over Chang-seon. I'll handle that guy. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? That guy is mine. What do you want, you bastard? But the more they acted like this, the more disappointed Chang-seon became, looking down on them even more. To him, people who blindly worshipped hopeless rulers as their guardian constellations, willingly turning themselves into servants, were nothing but targets to be eliminated. A tense standoff was brewing when, suddenly, a golden gust of wind swept through, freezing them in their tracks and making them cough up blood. The old man walking over was none other than the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, Oh Si-hwan. Chang-seon immediately locked his eyes on his target, the man considered the second in command of the White Tiger Guild. The constellation, good season to hunt, widened its eyes, being surprised that this was the natural reaction when facing such immense power. It was then that Chang-seon realized exactly why this man was called a high-ranking player. Oh Si-hwan spoke up, scolding them, "You absolute fools, fighting among yourselves over a single person? Sang-ho, you are the senior leader here, and yet you are joining in on this nonsense?" The old man did not show even a single opening. No matter what scenario he played out, Chang-seon would still lose, because the old man was just too powerful. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired guy, who worked directly under Executive Director Oh Si-hwan, was secretly celebrating. Now that the Executive Director is here, he is definitely going to back me up. I can't wait to see Captain Park's face get all twisted up like a grumpy monkey's. The blonde guy thought to himself, completely confident that Lee Chang-seon was practically his already. Oh Si-hwan barked, glaring at the team leaders, "I don't want to see another word out of you. Get lost. Choosing one of your teams would only cause infighting, so I'll just take him for myself. That's how we're playing this." Who could have possibly seen that coming? The team leaders were left completely jaw-dropped, having fallen right into the old fox's trap. Oh Si-hwan brought Chang-seon back to his private office and tossed him a clean shirt. "Your shirt is covered in blood. Go put this on." A system notification appeared. "The tiger submerged in hardship is looking at you with greedy eyes." The constellation, good season to hunt, glared in annoyance and yelled at him to get lost. Chang-seon's physique was so incredibly built, it could practically make anyone question their sexuality. The old man, Oh Si-hwan, smiled in pure satisfaction, thinking to himself, his physique is outstanding. Flawless muscles like that could only be forged through countless life and death battles. I've never seen this level of talent before. Just what kind of life has he been living? Oh, Si-hwan struck up a conversation with Chang-seon. "I've heard a lot about you. Since the Guardian constellations are so deeply interested in you, I'll just get straight to the point. What is it you want? Money?" From the moment they met, Chang-seon hadn't cracked a single smile. He bluntly replied, "I already have more than enough money to last me a lifetime. I didn't come here for something like that. I want to join the Future Strategy Department. I heard you serve as their direct advisor. Don't I deserve that much?" Oh, Si-hwan's face twisted in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Ha." He let out a booming laugh that roared like a tempest, making Chang-seon's ears ring. The old man's gaze shifted as he asked, "So, it seems you wouldn't care even if I were to lose my power, huh? Excellent. Now that's what I call a true white tiger." The Future Strategy Department was basically the backbone and the brain of the White Tiger Guild. If you want a spot there, you have to prove yourself. How do you plan on showing everyone what you're made of? Chang-seon gave a serious reply. "In that case, how about I set a new record in the Blood Mountain Range? I heard rumors that every newcomer has to clear the Blood Mountain Range during their training period. If I set a new record there, that should do it, right?" "Oh," Si-hwan pressed him. "You don't just mean ranking first among this year's rookies, but taking the absolute top spot in the entire dungeon?" It was only after Chang-seon gave a firm nod that the old man let out a sigh. "Well, if you do that, absolutely no one would be able to argue with you." Noticing his brief hesitation, Chang-seon guessed that the old man actually wanted something more. He added another condition, "And I'll completely clear it out, too." Hearing this, Oh Si-hwan looked absolutely thrilled. Yes, splendid. To be honest, That place has gotten quite outdated. I was already looking to find a new training ground. Chang-seon was certain there was something hidden in the Blood Mountain range. Something that could give him leverage on Director O. I'll make sure to close it down for good myself. Oh, Siwon cast an intense, knowing glance. Perhaps there will be a lot of things we'll have to speak honestly about in the future. I appreciate the sentiment. Now, I have one more request. Before I head to the mountain range, I'd like to use the White Tiger Guild's library. Siwon was surprised once again by Lee Chang-seon's actions. Deep down, he was thrilled by such eagerness to learn, so he had absolutely no reason to refuse. The White Tiger Guild's library is the best in the world, so feel free to use it however you like. Right now, the internet is flooded with trending searches about Lee Chang-seon, with phrases like the Tyrant has returned popping up everywhere. The most popular searches right now are Tyrant Lee Chang-seon and White Tiger Guild Sector C video. Lee Chang-seon's resurrection. It seems like everyone is looking at Lee Chang-seon in a whole new light now. They're gossiping and leaving comments filled with pure admiration. Level 1 Lee Chang-seon has been trending for 4 days straight. Our Tyrant is back. Is the news about him reaching triple S rank actually real? I'm starting to get so hyped. The ranker who lives twice. Where did all those bastards who called him a pathetic drunk during the live stream run off to now? All those copycats who tried to mimic Lee Chang-seon on YouTube have set their videos to private now. But seriously, his test video was absolutely insane. Are those haters still claiming it's all fake? Looks like you don't know that those haters have the IQ of an ant. Does anyone still believe those articles about the Tyrant? You all know it was just a government cover-up for what happened at the Siu Gate, right? Oh wow, do people like this actually exist? The rank 20th guild in the world is finally back. Haha, sure, triple S rank is fake. If you've got time to be a keyboard warrior, you'd be better off going home, tucking yourself into bed, and getting some sleep. But I am a bit worried. The Tyrant's fans had been quiet lately, but now they're starting to go absolutely wild again. Can someone please deal with this? Oh gosh, now that you mention it, I'm actually getting scared. That consecutive Adora strike is no joke. White Tiger's stock has been hitting the ceiling for the past 3 days. It's going straight to the moon. Just be careful, we don't all end up jumping into the Han River together later. Invest with moderation, guys. Hey, Bing Lover here. I heard Lee Chang-seon was the one who cleared the Siu Gate. Has anyone actually verified that? The mysterious player L, who's been the subject of so many rumors lately, has officially been confirmed to be Lee Chang-seon. This is an interview with the survivors of the Siu Gate. At this point, everyone is praising and admiring Lee Chang-seon. The blonde guy tearfully begged Siwon to hand Lee Chang-seon over. Hand him over to me. Please, brother, let me have him. You know he's a rare talent, right? He needs a mentor like me so his future can be smooth sailing. The old man sighed in utter exasperation. Smooth sailing? More like a rocky road. And watch your mouth. We're at the guild office right now. If you don't start showing some discipline, I'm going to demote you from your captain position. But the blonde guy just kept sobbing hysterically. Damn it. Why do you keep turning me down? Then, Siwon explained Lee Chang-seon's response. He applied to the future strategy department and made it clear that if his expectations aren't met, he'll just hand in his resignation. How can we force someone like that into the second raid team? Just wait for now. Once the training is over, Lee Chang-seon will become my direct subordinate anyway. I'll be the one assigning his missions as I see fit. And who do you think I'm going to assign him to? The blonde guy was stunned, realizing there was actually a clever loophole like that. Siwon told him to get lost and stop bugging him, but the blonde guy immediately started buttering him up. Oh brother, do you have any idea how much I love you? By the way, it's been pretty hard to catch a glimpse of Lee Chang-seon lately, hasn't it? Where is he? And what are you going to do if I tell you? I knew you'd act like this, which is why I put him in the place you hate the absolute most. A few days later, the time finally came for Lee Chang-seon to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. The scheduled White Tiger training is about to begin. The Tyrant is ready to write a whole new legend. Just how far does the true potential of an triple S++ rank go? Standing before the cliff, Lee Chang-seon realized he was tasked with purifying a mountain of this massive scale. With a heavy sigh, he noticed a faint light radiating from the highest peak. Suddenly, the area erupted, whipping up violent tornadoes as something shot out from the summit. Lee Chang-seon locked his eyes on it. There it was his target. The Blood Mountain range is crawling with deformed monsters, mutated long ago by a mysterious and malevolent magical source. Find that source, destroy it, and restore this mountain's ecosystem to its original state. The entire mountain range is divided into 8 main sections. Keep in mind that each section harbors unique mutated beasts that cannot be found in any other dungeon. All candidates will be provided with a map, a system window, and a skill window to track their progress. This means the entire mountain range is an unimaginably vast territory, completely shrouded in deep crimson. Chang-seon found it absolutely repulsive. He vaguely recalled visiting a similar place back when he was in Arcadia. Suddenly, Chang-seon felt someone's eyes on him. He darted his eyes toward the base of a tree. A notification popped up. The breeze skill is tracking you from behind. It seemed this stalker had been tailing Chang-seon all the way from the library to this outdoor training camp. He began to grow suspicious. Just what is Executive Director O up to? A few days ago, at the White Tiger Library, Chang-seon had arrived and found himself awestruck by its magnificent and imposing grandness. Just as Thanatos said, "Isn't that puppet ruler the bastard who turned the entire heavenly realm upside down?" Chang-seon recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So it was him? In that case, what is the general tendency of those blessed by him? Chang-seon replied that they would have plenty of enemies surrounding them, just like he does. Thanatos smiled and asked, "Do you really think it just stops there? They will proudly show off everything they have stolen, keeping it all hidden away in one single place, all while basking in their treasures like they are medals and achievements, showing them off to guardian constellations from all over the world. That place is called the Fierce Tiger Library. If you want, I can give you a list of the most useful things hidden there." Chang-seon insisted on choosing for himself. Thanatos asked back, "Even if it is something I know for a fact you will love?" Chang-seon reluctantly gave in. "Fine, spill it." One of the 12 Zodiacs, the physical martial arts of Sagittarius. Chang-seon was completely taken aback. He thought to himself, could that bastard Sagittarius's shredded, six-pack body really make me as light as a feather? But no. The authority of the god Thanatos continued. Snow walking, penetrating energy, reed crossing, body bending, grass combing archery, and the leap. Chang-seon asked with a serious look. And Heoju, the puppet ruler, has one of those? But the truth was, no war had ever broken out between him and Sagittarius, which meant Sagittarius still had absolutely no idea about this. Where did you get it? Thanatos paused, appearing to think. Who was it again? Ah, yes, it was from a shattered constellation. This meant that what Chang-seon needed to get his hands on right now was the leap. Naturally, it was not going to be easy. The leap is a divine authority granted to Sagittarius, one of the 12 Zodiacs. Long before he became a constellation, its original owner was the ancient constellation Deus Ex Machina, a divine authority he had secretly learned while observing the sovereign's leap, and it became famous after he dominated a territory in a blink of an eye, allowing him to unleash his divine majesty and become the absolute ruler of that land. Chang-seon figured that was exactly why the other Zodiacs had opposed letting Sagittarius establish a territory near his own. If he could actually get his hands on that power, then once he finally awakened his divinity, absolutely no one would be able to stop him. However, if things went south, it would be a completely different story. The Calamity Tiger is watching your every move with intense interest. While he was busy browsing through the books, a man approached him, reminding him that he only had 1 week to use the library. The library is open 24 hours a day, and you are allowed to read any book except for the restricted shelves on Tier 1 and Tier 2. Also, please remember that no books are allowed to leave this room. Oh, and my girlfriend asked for this. It is just a quick autograph, so could you please do me a solid? Just looking at Chang-seon's face up close made the guy's heart skip a beat because he was so ridiculously handsome. So it was no wonder his girlfriend was obsessed. But Chang-seon just turned away with a stone-cold expression. Realizing he was getting completely ignored, the guy was absolutely fuming. In reality, Chang-seon was simply staying on high alert. Executive Director Oh and Heoju, I have to be extremely careful to avoid their surveillance. Didn't Thanatos mention that the puppet ruler's exhibition hall is a replica of the One-Horn tribe's martial arts library? Observing it is actually pretty interesting. Right now, Chang-seon's Ironheart and Calm Mind skills have both been activated. Chang-seon focused entirely on his reading, completely tuning out the rest of the world. Several days passed, and Chang-seon was still holed up in the library. Even the guy assigned to keep an eye on him was starting to lose his mind. It has been days now, and I have no idea what he is even doing. Is he seriously just reading? He does not even seem to have a standard for choosing his books. 1 minute he is reading about spearmanship, the next it is swordsmanship, and then he is on to physical arts. He is even reading basic energy circulation techniques and books on mythology, and he just keeps pulling them out and putting them back over and over again. Before this, Director O had ordered him to watch Chang-seon's every move and report anything suspicious immediately. But now, this spy had absolutely no idea what the hell he was supposed to report. He finally came to a conclusion. After days of watching, the only logical reason Chang-seon was burying himself in books was to build a clean public image. An absolute genius who never stopped studying, right? I mean, what could possibly be more perfect than that? The spy could only grit his teeth in sheer frustration, practically begging Chang-seon to pack up and go home so he could finally get some damn sleep. While the spy was fuming, Chang-seon pushed his focus even further. You have entered a state of extreme concentration. You are completely immersed in your reading. You can now comprehend and memorize almost all necessary knowledge. You are currently in an immersed state, significantly increasing your rate of knowledge acquisition. You can now decipher the hidden meanings behind the text. Your comprehension of advanced terminology has increased. Warning, you are in a state of reading frenzy. You have absorbed an excessive amount of knowledge. You are now suffering from cognitive overload. You will soon experience a severe migraine. Warning, you have gone far beyond your cognitive capacity. We highly recommend that you rest. But despite the system flashing non-stop emergency alerts, Chang-seon did not waver for even a second. Achievement unlocked, obsessive bookworm. Intelligence increased by 10, willpower increased by 5. The celestial good season to hunt is growing exhausted just looking at the sheer volume of books you have devoured. The world-encircling serpent is curious about the massive amount of information you have gathered. You have acquired a fragment of knowledge. Your understanding of the tribulation-chasing tiger has increased. The tribulation-chasing tiger watches you with an amused gaze. Chang-seon smirks, thinking, how foolish. My goal isn't just a breakthrough, but also to deduce the karma bound to that bastard, the puppet master, also known as his skill tree. Although the fierce tiger library was built by the White Tiger clan to display that puppet master's greatness, it is also a sacred sanctuary for trading the techniques that the puppet master taught to the clan members. Therefore, most of the books here contain information that the puppet master deliberately hid inside them. I'll find that information and piece it all together to sketch out the puppet master's true form. That way, I can find his weakness and even the identity of the one backing him. Plus, I'll discover a way to defeat the puppet master. Chang-seon's current skill synthesis has reached 39%. Finally, the guy manages to drag himself out of the library. That's how it is, so I have to go now. It seems I've reached the limit of what can be done to defeat him through synthesizing Tier 3 information. Will I have to make up for the rest with achievements and unlock the Tier 1 and Tier 2 bookshelves? But it isn't here. I've searched for it 3 times and still haven't found the breakthrough. Are the Tier 1 and Tier 2 bookshelves what I'm looking for? Chang-seon only has 3 hours left in the library. He decides to check one last time. If there are ancient languages or archaic terms, there is a high chance they belong to Tier 7. His iron heart has reached its limit. Calm mind has reactivated his drifting focus. His intelligence has increased. The Twilight piercing owl celebrates your intellect. Chang-seon places his hand on the book, and a surge of energy radiates. I finally found it. Even if I don't know if this is the breakthrough, it definitely holds some sort of secret. It is a cookbook, 100 dishes you can make with monster meat. Flipping the pages in reverse and reading it in a specific way, Chang-seon suddenly realizes this isn't a breakthrough. Hidden within the book are special lines of text carrying a deep, burning hatred. Painful, resentful grievances fill these pages. Do you know how agonizing it feels to be betrayed by someone you considered a blood brother? I know what Munseong did to me. Chang-seon is suddenly startled by this name, Munseong, Jeomseonho, the heavenly sword hero. He was one of the 9 legendary sword heroes of the world, the leader of the White Tiger clan, and the founder of this very place. Along with the executive director and the puppet master of the apostles, someone was speaking of him, treating him like a friend and a brother. Did the heavenly sword hero have a relationship with someone else? The public information out there only says that the heavenly sword hero started as a mercenary and gradually became famous among the players. He created his own martial arts, and the puppet master, who was watching him, accepted him as his apostle. But according to this book, the truth seems to be different. This broken soul, pierced by 1,000 swords, struggled to write down his painful words. My name is Hanyu, and I am Munseong's senior brother. More accurately, I used to be his senior brother and the heir to our clan. Though we weren't widely known, I trained and honed my swordsmanship for years. Then one day, my master brought in a new disciple who was much younger than me. Our master passed away, not long after that due to old age. I raised that junior brother of mine like my own blood brother, and at times, like a disciple, allowing him to wield the sword. But I should have known about his hidden thoughts, and the desires of our clan's guardian constellation. The tribulation-chasing tiger. The god's holy name said it all. The tribulation-chasing tiger, the puppet master, is a cunning god, who relishes war, chaos, and fear. In his eyes, there was no way he would ever favor a clan like ours, a clan that chose to stay hidden and fight for peace. Of course, he could have chosen another apostle, but the biggest problem was that I, Hanyu of our clan, followed his doctrines best. Because of that, the puppet master couldn't choose any other apostle, and could only gnash his teeth. Chang-seon realizes that they had deliberately sealed the puppet master's power. I've heard about this before. There was a time when he weakened for a moment. I wondered why that battle maniac hadn't shown his face for 100 years. It seems it was because of the tragedy that befell the Heavenly Sword Heroes clan in the past. If the puppet master's church grew strong, it seems Hanyu realized too much blood would be shed, so he decided to stop. And so, the puppet master chose Munseong instead of Hanyu, the one now known as the Heavenly Sword Hero. The one watching Chang-seon remains highly anxious, seeing him just stand there, staring blankly at the book, without doing anything else. He is holding the book upside down. I knew he was just putting on a show. How ridiculous. The rest of the book reads like this. It seems Munseong's plan was set in motion a long time ago. Ever since I lost the ability to swing my sword. He must have poisoned me a long time ago. He used such a tiny, undetectable dose, poisoning me slowly. Yet, he did not take my life, as if he actually held some lingering affection. Instead, he destroyed the muscles in my limbs, shut down my mana organs, and locked me deep within the underground cavern beneath our guild. Munseong, why is my guardian star no longer protecting me? From that dark place, I could only watch blankly, as my junior disciple brother claimed the title of Heavenly Sword Hero. He even built his guild headquarters right on the ruins of our former home. He completely ignored our master's final words, warning us never to venture out into this world. While I watched my junior brother in despair, you brought 10 years of devastation. Then, one day, I heard its voice. But as Chang-seon reads, he finds himself completely lost. Flipping the pages back and forth, he mutters, "What is that thing? Is there really nothing else about it? It is hidden somewhere else." Suddenly, a system notification rings out. You have uncovered a hidden piece. The testament of an unknown soul has taken root within you. As a small reward, the success rate of your blended skills will increase. The skill blending rate is now 51%. Chang-seon's eyes widen in surprise. What? The blending rate for defeating the puppet ruler has jumped by 12%? I thought it wouldn't budge for a long time. Did this happen just because I found and decoded a hidden piece? Another fragment of the hidden piece is still nearby. Find all the fragments and combine them into one. Chang-seon realizes that whoever left this behind was no ordinary person. A normal human could never pull off something like this. A divine being must have interfered. And that might be the very existence Handu mentioned. With only 2 hours left in the library, Chang-seon sets his sights on finding the remaining book, no matter what. Chang-seon immediately begins his search. Where could it be hidden? Since they left this testament under a secret code, they definitely wanted someone else to find it. They also had to hide it in a way that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hero wouldn't easily stumble upon it. So they had to strike a perfect balance, and once that first secret code is cracked, finding the rest should be a breeze. They must all be on the 7th tier bookshelves. While Chang-seon keeps searching relentlessly, the stalker outside just won't stop crying. Why does he care so much about his image anyway? I absolutely must get his autograph. Sniff, sniff, sob. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, is absolutely certain that you will become his loyal disciple. Chang-seon figures that the god hasn't noticed it yet. Meanwhile, the world-enwrapping snake god is watching you intently. Chang-seon grins with excitement. He finally found it, but the text reads, "Even so, its fate was no different from mine. While I was betrayed by my disciple brother and locked away here, it was devoured by its own offspring a long time ago, reduced to a mere ghost wandering the land of the dead. That being and I share a common enemy." Chang-seon's expression suddenly darkens. Devoured by its own child? Was that child the puppet ruler? This is a heavily classified piece of history, a piece of information buried by the puppet ruler. I have finally found his weakness. The diary continues with painful, resentful lines about that being. It speaks of that miserable tiger. The one that my master and I served so loyally all this time was nothing but a monster. No, a demon. A demon who devoured his own family just to become a god. You wrote that you must see that demon's head fall before you can rest in peace. That being tried to pass down the method to slay that miserable tiger to me. Using that as a foundation, I was slowly able to recover my strength and rebuild my body. Afterward, I hid myself from the world and began to rebuild my strength through rigorous training. I focused entirely on restoring my body, just as that being taught me. When the day came for my disciple brother to return from his travels, I made my decision. Just as he tore me down in the past, I will walk that same path to end his life. I will swing my sword once more to strike down that miserable tiger. But my very first thought upon arriving here was, can I actually pull this off? Can I truly bring myself to kill Munseng, the boy I raised and cherished like my own child? I had to ask myself that very question. So, I left my dream here in the form of a secret code, hoping that one day, our shared regrets would be passed on to a new successor. The system alerts. You have successfully discovered all remaining fragments of the hidden piece. The burning desire of the nameless soul has taken root in your heart. You have unlocked the achievement, successor of the tiger's regrets. Rewards: intelligence +5, willpower +10, skill acquired, claws of the Black Mountain God. In this world, nothing is more terrifying than a wild beast bearing all of its sharp claws. Skill level 1, type, active, counter, command, currently unavailable. Effect, continuous area of effect bleeding, stackable, replaces basic skill. Massive blood loss is a tier higher than continuous bleeding. It can push an opponent to the brink of death in a very short time. With chain casting, you can use multiple skills consecutively, with absolutely no delay. The stacking effect amplifies skills used in rapid succession, replacing your basic skills. You can freely conceal one skill inside another, or fuse them together to amplify their power. The tragic, sorrowful shrieks ripped through the mind of that bastard Moon Seong-sul, the heavenly sword. Chang-seon thought to himself that the claws of the Black Mountain God was originally an opposing skill to the White Tiger clan's skills. No, perhaps they're compatible because they share the same origin. The power of an ancient god whom no one remembers. There is certainly no greater hatred than that. But it's a skill that consumes massive amounts of mana. With my current mastery, I can only control a single claw. As expected, I'll need to gather as many mana potions as possible. I need to head to the training center and secure it. Though it's a bit of a shame, I'll take a giant leap forward once the opportunity arises. Chang-seon then heads to the Mount Red Rampart dungeon. He was fully aware that with his current abilities, he couldn't capture Moon Seong-sul alive, so he had to eliminate that bastard first, at the very first opportunity. The moment Chang-seon made his appearance again, the players at the dungeon were completely frozen in shock. Wow, it's really Lee Chang-seon. I wonder what he's going to do this time. I definitely don't want to be compared to him. Chang-seon glanced over the crowd, estimating that there were at most 3 useful people here. One of them was a kid who was a hardcore fan of his. Just a single look from Chang-seon was enough to make the kid lose his mind with excitement. Wow, he just looked at me. Chang-seon, however, only found these useless players to be a nuisance. Among the crowd, a white-haired man with bandages wrapped around his face stood out with a striking presence. Chang-seon caught sight of him and the badge he was wearing, a rookie of the White Tiger clan. It seemed like he had received the blessing of a different celestial. Chang-seon couldn't help but grow curious about his true identity. A bald man standing at the front shouted loudly. He was the one leading today's training session for the White Tiger clan. Everyone, please quiet down and look this way. The 26th rookie training session for the White Tiger clan starts now. Right then, Chang-seon's information was updated. The long-awaited White Tiger training session has begun. The Tyrant is ready to forge a new legend. The young man with bangs covering half his face gritted his teeth, muttering, he's back. Meanwhile, young Jun, the man who once stalked Chang-seon, his face was completely stiff as he took a call. Uncle, are you even listening? Of course I am. Then what is IDZY? They want me to get those sold-out photo cards, right? Since they're the main models for our company's car commercial, your uncle will even get you the special autographed version. See? You weren't listening to me at all. I hate you, uncle. The uncle helplessly held his head. Ah, this is so frustrating. That damn Jamsil gate. Under normal circumstances, Yongjun was a doting uncle who spoiled his niece and found warmth in watching her grow. He had completely panicked when he found out she was trapped inside the Jamsil gate. In order to dispatch a rescue team, Yongjun had been struggling lately. Having no choice but to take a break from clearing dungeons, he could do nothing but pray that nothing bad would happen to her. Yongjun prayed relentlessly to his guardian deity, the unnamed giant, to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling before the altar in prayer, someone rushed in to report that Haibin had returned safely. With tears and snot streaming down his face, Yongjun still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting across from his beloved niece, Yongjun wanted to show his gratitude to her savior. "Can you tell me who it was?" Haibin hesitated before replying, "Mr. Chang-seon." He slipped away the moment the dungeon quest cleared. "I think he was worried about exposing himself to the public. I felt it would be better to let him decide when to make his appearance," Yongjun confidently declared, making a promise to his niece. "Then how about your uncle finds Chang-seon and recruits him for the new guild we're forming? I'll make sure to thank him properly then." Haibin looked thrilled, calling her uncle the absolute best. Seeing his niece so happy, Yongjun felt a wave of embarrassment as he recalled the past. "But the thing is, I didn't exactly get off on the right foot with him. It's because of what I did when we first met. Stalking and picking a fight with him probably pissed him off." Yongjun had given Chang-seon his business card because he wanted to personally recruit him for the Osung clan. He thought he would at least get a phone call, but he didn't receive a single thing. Yongjun helplessly buried his face in his hands. What a massive blunder. Damn it. It's unbelievable that Chang-seon went straight to the White Tiger clan's HR department and didn't even call the Osung clan for a whole month. Furthermore, the kid is in triple S rank, which means Chang-seon is practically a genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with S-class or L-class rankers. Looking down at his hand, which was still injured from that fight, Yongjun thought he should have realized it back then. That explained why a rookie like Chang-seon was so ridiculously powerful. Ever since he failed to recruit Chang-seon, Haibin had been calling him every single day to check on the situation. She said she hated her uncle, and that the reason Chang-seon joined the other side was because Yongjun didn't recruit him properly. My brother and his wife, and even my father, the group's president, all looked at me like I was some kind of freak. I won't deny that I underestimated this, but I've been so busy, what was I supposed to do? I thought Lee Chang-seon was just hiding his true self all this time. Besides, I couldn't focus on that with everything going on with Hyoff. How are we supposed to recruit Chang-seon now? He's turned into a complete beast. This place is the dark dungeon of the Black Blood Mountain Range. The adoration for Chang-seon shows no signs of stopping. "Hey, did you see that just now?" Chang-seon just looked at me. "Oh my god, I can die happy now," she squealed, drool practically running down her chin. The guy standing next to her sarcastically mocked her. "Hey, you're drooling. I bet your brother would just love to see you like this." His words went completely ignored, and he thought in utter helplessness, there is no stopping her. She was just too obsessed with wanting to do everything with Lee Chang-seon. It's unbelievable that in the end, we, the ones with the most humiliating results, actually made it through, while Kim Hyung-jun, our leader, didn't. The man in the blue shirt stood dead still, his face so tense it was intimidating, making everyone wonder if something was wrong with him. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, it's nothing. But first, I think they're about to explain the training camp rules, so we should focus here." The bald guy stepped up to announce that the most critical part of the training camp rules, which had been mentioned before, would be repeated once more. A massive screen lit up, displaying the guidelines. They read as follows. The training program will last for 100 days. During the first month, you will be given time to learn and train in the White Tiger clan's 3 basic skills. At the same time, numerous essential real combat training sessions will be scheduled. For the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be lifted, and you must survive using the 3 basic skills you learned and the practical experience you gained. There are no rules on how to survive. You can choose to team up with others or fight completely on your own. Points will be awarded for all achievements accomplished within the dungeon. The points you receive will scale up or down based on the rank of the monsters you defeat. Supervisors and guards will be hidden throughout various spots in the dungeon to monitor and score everyone 24 hours a day. According to the rules, supervisors are not allowed to interfere unless a trainee's life is in danger. However, points will be deducted, and once your score drops below 0, you fail. Those who fail will be disqualified from joining the guild. On the flip side, those who score high will receive a handsome reward after the training period ends. Those whose final scores rank in the top 5 will be eligible to receive a blessing from a guardian deity. In addition, the bald guy added that, apart from those conditions, anything that doesn't violate free will and independent judgment is permitted. Now, I will teach you the 3 basic skills. On a wooden tray lay 3 scrolls. The first scroll contained the secrets of the tiger's breath. The basic skill, Tiger Kill, can be used as an attack by converting external mana. It is a level 1 active skill with an overwhelming effect. The second scroll is about the Tiger Walk. An intense vitality is hidden in every single step. It is a level 1 active skill with an attack amplification effect. The remaining scroll is about the Tiger Disaster. Just like how a tiger rips its prey to shreds, attack power will be amplified. It is a level 1 active skill with an attack boost effect. The commander shouted out, "If you've all received these scrolls, tear them open to learn the skills." With that, everyone started doing just that, and they all acquired the 3 skills. Actually, learning them left everyone incredibly thrilled and excited. Resting his hands on his hips, the bald guy continued, "Did everyone get them? From here on out, as your supervisor, I will demonstrate them for you. Please watch my movements closely and commit them to memory." But amidst the silent crowd, Chang-seon raised his hand to speak up. "I've already learned them. I heard that even during the training phase, if you demonstrate that you've perfectly mastered the skills, you can skip the safe zone." The others' faces contorted in utter disbelief that Chang-seon had already mastered them. How was that even possible? Some suspected he must have gotten his hands on the scrolls beforehand. He must have gotten the scrolls before us. No way. Would they really dare do something so shameless right in front of everyone? Then, is it actually possible he mastered the stances, movements, and everything else just by tearing the scrolls open? No matter how talented he is, that's just impossible. With his mind unbothered by the commotion, he just silently watched and observed. Chang-seon's little fangirl continued to drool and swoon. As expected, just look at that confidence. How is he always so incredibly driven? The guy in the blue shirt thought with a face full of hatred and envy. There's no need to get angry. That guy is definitely going to fail. No one knows that my dad is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger clan. In fact, Dad specifically told me there's no way Chang-seon could have mastered the 3 basic skills. The supervisor then asked Chang-seon to show him what he could do. The guy in blue kept thinking to himself, "Do you really think you're hot shit? Able to master a skill just by seeing it for the first time? What a moron. If it were that easy, everybody would be mastering them, right?" Chang-seon just stood there, let out a sigh, and started activating his skill. The Tiger's Step skill has been activated. The Tiger's Aura skill has been activated. Ghostly flames surged up, burning intensely and blazing with power. His golden eyes blazed with fire right along with it. Gasps of pure shock started echoing all around. No way, this is insane. Not only can he unleash it, but he even shaped it into a literal tiger. The guy in blue's jaw dropped so hard it almost dislocated. Impossible. How the hell did that bastard do that? Even that technique. The tiger's calamity skill has been activated. The fiery tiger towered higher and higher. A massive roar and gale force winds swept across the entire space. Chang-seon and his blade looked more badass than ever. Every single slash shot out sparks of flame. The examiner almost got his ears singed by the fire. Chang-seon blew everything apart, cracking the ground wide open as 2 monsters suddenly appeared. The middle-aged examiner's jaw was twisted in shock, sweating buckets as he couldn't believe his own eyes. Chang-seon just put on a matter-of-fact expression and said, "I just gave it a try and it worked." Everyone around him was still so damn shocked they couldn't even process it. From utter shock, they shifted straight into rage over Chang-seon showing up today, silently cursing him out as a damn bastard. Right at that moment, the guy who had been sneaking around spying on Chang-seon the whole time he was in the library finally spoke up. "Is this why you were hiding out in the library?" As he asked Chang-seon, he couldn't believe this guy was a legit genius, able to use a skill he just learned while it took him a whole 10 years. Now I get why Manager O was paying so much attention to him. He looked dead serious as he asked Chang-seon, "To be called a genius, you weren't just slacking off, right? Instead, you were training your butt off in secret so your talent could grow, weren't you? I thought the way you acted in the library was just an act. I'm genuinely sorry, man. You are truly amazing. Thank you for inspiring me." Out of nowhere, some guy came out showing him all this gratitude, which left Chang-seon a bit dumbfounded. After the guy said that, Chang-seon glanced at the reactions of everyone around him. Sure enough, everybody did a complete 180. What? He's a genius and he works hard? If that's the case, Could he even surpass Tyrant? The fanboy obsessing over Chang-seon was about to pass out from how awesome he was, thinking, I knew he was a genius just by looking at him. This was total fanboy madness. The great tiger submerged in hardship is watching you with satisfaction for grasping his teachings. Chang-seon thought to himself, he's probably eating ribs right now. The great tiger submerged in hardship promises to grant you a position higher than expected if you keep performing like this. The god of the hunt made a displeased face. Chang-seon smirked, knowing he had achieved his goal. The scarecrow's enemy kept granting him gifts as encouragement, while Perseus was extremely displeased. Now that he had shown off everything he needed to, Chang-seon asked the examiner, I think this is more than enough to prove my skills, don't you? The examiner was still trembling so hard he could barely speak. Yes, you pass, Mr. Lee Chang-seon. Chang-seon proudly strode right into the dungeon. Those jealous losers could only stand there glaring at him in bitter resentment. As dusk fell, Chang-seon made his way deep into the forest. Jungle creatures crawled all around his feet. The constellation Great Tiger submerged in hardship is extremely curious about the achievements you will accomplish in this dungeon. The constellation Great Tiger submerged in hardship is eagerly anticipating your dungeon clearing performance. Chang-seon noticed that the Great Tiger submerged in hardship must have been watching his conversation with Manager O. The atmosphere grew heavy, and his body felt heavier by the second. Looks like those rumors about the ecosystem being affected by some mysterious demonic energy were actually true. It seemed to be in the very air normal players would have a hard time enduring this. A system notification popped up. The 8 trigrams furnace fire is purifying the corruption. Ironheart has been activated. Composure has been applied. Chang-seon drew his blades, combining the 2 swords into one. The viper that encircles the world widened its eyes with excitement, eager to see what you will do this time. Rustling sounds echoed from deep within the woods, and Chang-seon exclaimed, Here they come. Tiger's Step has been activated. Chang-seon unleashed his first slash. Branding skill has been applied. Conduction principle has been added. Fiery power blasted straight toward the monster. It erupted from the ground, shrieking in agonizing pain. Just as Chang-seon predicted, hordes of frenzied monsters came rushing over. This was exactly the lair of the one-horned demons. Chang-seon was certain that what he was looking for had to be here. He activated his dark power. First off, he wanted to test a few things out. The Black Mountain God's first claw skill has been activated. Chang-seon's aura turned a dark violet. This was the Black Mountain God's claw. He unleashed his next series of slashes. The screams of the one-horned demons grew louder and louder. The great tiger submerged in hardship is astonished by the power of your claws. Chang-seon felt incredibly lucky that the puppet sovereign had not noticed him yet, but just as he expected, this process drained a massive amount of mana. Chang-seon let out a heavy sigh, realizing he desperately needed to expand his magic capacity. It had to be inside the territory of the one-legged ghosts. As he was walking, a monster recklessly lunged at him out of nowhere. Without missing a beat, Chang-seon completely vaporized it. The Viper Eye skill has been activated. Sano, the god of the hunt, is absolutely astonished by your incredible combat prowess. The world-encircling serpent wants to study your brilliant maneuvers, which were made possible by the very authority he granted you. Just like that, Chang-seon successfully wiped out the entire one-legged ghost tribe, earning their leg joint as a reward. On top of that, he also received the Great Club of the one-legged ghost. Instantly, his soul manipulation skill was activated. A small creature hiding inside a flower took one look at Chang-seon and tried to scramble away. He stared right at it and muttered, Found you. Grabbing the stem firmly, he ripped it out of the ground. You have obtained the weeping flower. The weeping flower is a rare plant that thrives in the boundary between life and death within the West Heaven Flower Garden. It frequently shrieks for absolutely no reason and contains a deadly venom, meaning you would be in serious trouble if you were reckless enough to consume it. Chang-seon recalled the conversation he had with those mysterious, cloaked figures. You want to stoke the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace? You really are a madman. Why on earth are you asking me that anyway? Chang-seon replied, I heard you know how to do it. I do not want it to be limited to just regeneration. This disheveled, dirty-looking old man was none other than the second elder. Upon hearing Chang-seon's words, the old man burst into a wild, maniacal laugh. Mwahaha! I heard you were out of your mind, but I never expected it to be this true. The flame of the 8 trigrams furnace belongs to Diode Tianzun, and it symbolizes reproduction and creation. Are you seriously planning to transform it into a breeding ground for destruction and chaos? And to top it off, you even let blood lightning chi hunt down their shadows? Chang-seon asked bluntly. So what? Are you saying you are not going to teach me? The second elder grinned and replied, well, if that is how it is, I will help you. There is absolutely no reason for me to withhold my expertise. Chang-seon then insisted that the old man show him the method first. The method is actually quite simple. To increase the firepower, you do not just add oil to the fire, you have to add more fire itself. Of course, if you throw in weak, pathetic flames, they will just be swallowed up without leaving a trace. You must feed it violent, ruthless, and untamed fire. And what kind of fire, you ask? If you hunt down a monster like a sentient specter or a bloodhound, you will be able to ignite the very flames of purgatory. Right now, Chang-seon realized that the creature soaring from the high mountain peak was indeed a sentient specter. However, to unleash the 8 trigrams furnace using simple components, he had to make the flames erupt by utilizing the weeping flower that grew in this specific environment. This was the source of nourishment for the one-legged ghosts. You have consumed the weeping flower. A deadly poison is rapidly spreading through your body. The 10 poisons immunity effect has been activated, and your body is actively fighting off the toxins. The 8 trigrams furnace has flared up and begun the purification process. Your magic power has increased by 0.3. For Chang-seon, being able to ignite the fire while gaining magic points at the same time was a massive win. This was perfect. A flood of system notifications popped up before his eyes. You have successfully wiped out the one-legged ghost tribe. You have received the one-legged ghost skull as a reward. You have received the one-legged ghost heart as a reward. You have consumed the laughing flower. You have successfully wiped out the Red Fox Demon Village. You have discovered the location of the battle flowers. You have successfully annihilated a pack of Dark Terror hearts. Achievement unlocked. Strength has increased by 5, and agility has increased by 3. The god of the hunt asks how much longer you intend to keep walking. The owl that penetrates the dusk watches your new adventure with immense curiosity. Chang-seon scaled the tallest peak of the mountain and finally stumbled upon the lair. As it turned out, this was indeed the nest of the sentient specter. Back during his meeting with the second elder, he had asked, "What kind of creature is this sentient specter you keep talking about?" The old man had replied, "It does not exactly fit the description of a monster, yet it has a physical form, making it hard to call it a mere ghost either. Pretty strange, right? It is almost like a creature that is not truly alive. In other words, you could say it is a living domain of specters, representing both fire and death itself." When Chang-seon curiously asked if they possessed a core, the old man scoffed, "What do you think a specter's core would even look like?" But they do have something similar. Standing right before the sentient specter now, Chang-seon realized that the beast's right eye was actually composed of tens of thousands of souls overflowing with pure hatred, all compressed into a single eyeball. If I can somehow get my hands on that eye, then I will finally be able to alter the fundamental nature of the 8 trigrams furnace. It looked like the creature had currently left its nest. Seizing the opportunity, Chang-seon decided to set up a few traps and wait for its return. Meanwhile, the supervisors were still standing around, staring at the list and gossiping. This year's batch is turning out to be quite exceptional, isn't it? It is as if these rookies were highly motivated by Chang-seon's mind-blowing results. Nearly 40% of them have already cleared the trial in just 10 days. Finally, the envious crowd who despised Chang-seon was allowed to enter the dungeon. Do you think Lee Chang-seon is actually a pathetic loser, completely contrary to what he is showing off? Are you out of your mind? How could that even be possible? But what if the White Tiger Guild handed him some kind of secret weapon? Think about it. If they did not help him, do you honestly believe someone could master a skill that ridiculously fast? True. But what if the higher-ups of the White Tiger Guild catch wind of what we are doing? The scarred guy confidently declared, "Huh. On the surface, those White Tiger bastards talk about justice and act like they are just a normal guild. But in reality, those bastards are just like us at the summit. They're murderers." Now, murderer is a word for anyone who takes a life. But here, it refers to a group of monsters who slaughter purely for pleasure or money. The White Tiger Guild must have pulled off something special to get to where they are today. So, all we have to do is copy them, and even if he doesn't have it, he must have learned plenty of tricks from his days as a pro gamer. That bastard is filthy rich, so we should definitely be able to squeeze a fortune out of him. Seeing his comrades so confident, the guy with 2 moles under his eyes nervously chimed in. "But isn't there a chance something could go wrong? I mean, after all, we are messing with Before he could even finish, the other two glared at him so hard he almost jumped, forcing him to quickly explain himself. What I mean is, if we pick a fight and end up crossing the wrong person, we are in deep trouble. We infiltrate the White Tiger live combat training and steal the Dream Orb. The White Tiger might corner our summit, but that's exactly when we flip the board on them. They said we have to secure it, no matter what it takes. The other two glared at him, gritting their teeth. Are you seriously worried that we can't handle a single rookie? You bastard, are you looking down on us? Do you want to die, or are you going to do the job? Shaking with fear, the mole-faced guy was forced to reluctantly agree. The two warned him, if you utter another word like that, I will slice your head off and feed it to the Iljime as a snack. You better keep your head down and do what you're told. With that, they bolted straight into the forest, leaving him behind. Still trembling with the fear of death, the young man had no choice but to put on his mask and head out. By the time the moon rose, all the traps were finally set. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the red-haired fire demon fell into the trap. Detonation rune activated. Piercing rune activated. Paralysis poison activated. The target has been afflicted with acid poison. You have successfully defeated the red-haired fire demon. The twin-headed serpent has fallen into your trap. The flame beast has fallen into your trap. The tiger eagle has fallen into your trap. Level up. Seriously, why are only these random, useless mobs falling into the traps? The main target, the sentient specter, is still nowhere to be seen. Instead, only fire attribute monsters are gathering. A total massacre was underway. The god of the hunt chuckled, commenting that the explosions looked quite beautiful. And just like that, 10 days flew by. It seemed the monster hadn't returned to its nest once, since he leveled up from level 29 to level 32. This meant the sentient specter had truly abandoned the area. Because of this, Chang-seon began to wonder if he would have to follow the river again this time. But for now, he had to finish what he started. Suddenly, another explosion erupted from the nest. It turned out to be Baek Gyeol. His hands were trembling. This is impossible. What on earth is that thing to make my spear? Chang-seon demanded to know why he was here. Was he tracking him? When the guy stayed silent, Chang-seon just brushed it off. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. Since you've seen what I can do, I have no choice but to kill you. And with that, Baek Gyeol and Chang-seon clashed once more. Chang-seon couldn't help but admire his opponent's focus. The kid was wielding a 3-meter-long spear with incredible mastery. Is he level 35 or 36? Just how high are his skill levels? Baek Gyeol pushed himself to the absolute limit, using every single skill to dodge and counter Chang-seon's strikes. As the duel dragged on, the young spearman realized he was in grave danger. Chang-seon was simply too fast and terrifyingly precise. Every strike was aimed directly at his throat. He was cornered. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was actually quite surprised that Baek Gyeol had managed to evade his last strike. Tightening his grip on his blade, Chang-seon slashed forward again. With a sharp crack, Baek Gyeol's face mask was sliced right off. Suddenly, Chang-seon halted his assault. The young spearman stood frozen, completely baffled as to why Chang-seon had stopped and how he was still breathing. Chang-seon stood tall, staring straight at him, and demanded, "How? How can you use the secret shadow art?" Baek Gyeol stammered in shock. That name, how do you know about it?" Chang-seon went quiet as old memories began to flood back. Back then, his life was nothing but relentless slaughter and endless war. Every single person he could trust had eventually abandoned him, driven away by his own madness. All those precious bonds and memories. The goddess of slaughter and destruction, the 1,000-year slumbering dragon, the blood and iron lion, and the nomadic darkness, Xerxes. The secret shadow art was the term used to describe all the skills and authorities forged by Xerxes. Xerxes had once told him, "My strength is highly unique. Others might wield various authorities or divine powers. But my friend, I have only one, a god with only a single, absolute power." Chang-seon knew better than anyone that Xerxes was a one-of-a-kind existence, and the term secret shadow art was a secret known only to his closest companions. Now, Chang-seon was deeply curious about how the kid standing before him was connected to the great tiger submerged in trials, and he couldn't stop questioning the skill Baek Gyeol had just executed. Between the divine secret shadow art of Xerxes and the art of this mere mortal, there was bound to be a massive difference, making it truly shocking that he recognized it so easily. Lowering his head, Baek Gyeol glared back up and questioned Chang-seon. "I asked you, How do you know that name? Chang-seon arrogantly shot back. Didn't I ask you first? Completely losing his cool, Baek Gyeol snapped, I'll force you to open your mouth. Throwing all caution to the wind, he charged straight at Chang-seon. High above, the great tiger submerged in trials watched with utter satisfaction, anticipating the clash between the two who would soon become his loyal disciples. Jian-woo was completely out of his mind, screaming like a lunatic. He demanded that Chang-seon tell him the god of the hunting season was cheering for him, shouting that she would never forgive him if he lost to some random stranger. Chang-seon knew exactly what he had to do. The only reason he was holding back and fighting so carefully was to avoid accidentally killing the guy before getting information on his secret dark magic. Sparks flew in every direction as their weapons clashed relentlessly. Jian-woo stared at Chang-seon's spear, visibly shaken by the sheer power fueling it as the blazing flames roared higher and higher. The skill Tiger in Peril has been deployed, and the skill Tiger Step has been unlocked. The Great Tiger's Bloodlust skill has been activated, and the skill combination is now complete. With the combination of the Great Tiger Formation and the Great Tiger's Bloodlust, the skill Tiger King's Reign was finally fully unleashed. Chang-seon's eyes burned like fire as he channeled a devastating wave of energy directly at Jian-woo, blasting him backward to crash violently into the wall. Jian-woo coughed up a mouthful of blood as Chang-seon pointed his glowing blade, pinning him to the spot. Meanwhile, the god of the hunting season was practically squirming with excitement, thrilled by what she called an absolute masterpiece of a fight. Baek Jian-woo struggled to sit up, stammering out in disbelief. Who? What on earth are you? Meanwhile, the great tiger overcoming hardships was once again deeply impressed by your prowess. Chang-seon looked down at him and said, You are a demon-born. That is exactly why you possess such an unnatural amount of power. Demon-born is a term used for those born from a union between a human and a devil. Because they are not normal beings, they are cursed with a hideous appearance and terrifying, unnatural strength, destined to bear that heavy burden for the rest of their lives. Jian-woo's eyes welled up with tears as his entire body began to tremble. How? How do you know that? Chang-seon simply stared back, cold as ice. Does that really matter right now? In truth, the moment Chang-seon saw the hideous marks on his skin, he knew they weren't actual burn scars. They were the undeniable proof of his demon-born heritage. This dark, secret art was never something Jian-woo could simply train to acquire. It was a dark gift he had been born with. The lingering soul of that god must belong to Xerxes. Unfortunately, Xerxes' energy had already faded significantly. Chang-seon desperately wanted to find out what had happened and why Xerxes had abandoned his own son in this mortal realm. He realized he couldn't let this guy go. He needed to get him on his side, no matter what. But there was no guarantee that Jian-woo even knew anything about his own father. So, Chang-seon broke the silence and spoke up. It looks like you were trying to capture a sentient spirit and use its eye to burn away your demon-born curse. But you eventually gave up because it didn't work, did it? Jian-woo gritted his teeth, snapping back bitterly. What do you know about my pain? Chang-seon chuckled coldly. I know plenty, at least a hell of a lot more than you do. And you know that's the truth. After all, I managed to expose your true demonic nature within just a few exchanges, didn't I? Seeing his deepest secrets laid bare, Jian-woo was completely speechless. You probably think the scars on your face were caused by demonic fire. But let me tell you, the eyes of a sentient spirit can never heal them. For starters, your parents never belonged to any fire demon bloodline. You assumed those were just ordinary burn marks, but if that were true, your father would have never been able to wield secret arts infused with dark element magic. Furthermore, a sentient spirit is aligned with the element of death, not fire. Its very essence is completely different from a standard demon. So, were you really planning to just eat it? Even the world-coiling serpent tilted its head, deeply intrigued by your vast knowledge. Chang-seon leaned in closer and continued, If your goal was simply to transform into a true demon or a monstrous deity, then I wouldn't have bothered stopping you. Hearing those words, Baek Jian-woo fell completely silent, his eyes brimming with tears as he struggled to hold back a sob. Chang-seon had read him like an open book. I knew it. You already realized it too, didn't you? All you ever wanted was to break free from this miserable curse. Baek Jian-woo hung his head in absolute despair, weeping uncontrollably. Then tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do? Chang-seon calmly offered a way out, promising to cure him on one condition. They had to make a deal. A deal? Jian? Wu stammered. That's right. You've thoroughly researched the patterns of the sentient spirit, haven't you? I want that knowledge. And on top of that, I want you to work with me. Chang-seon knew that Jian-Wu had dug deep into this, likely uncovering details that even he had missed. Jian-Wu looked up, his voice trembling. How can I possibly trust you? Left with no choice, Chang-seon decided to play his trump card. Then how about I show you that I actually have the power to cure you? Jian-Wu stared at him, utterly stunned, as Chang-seon reached out and told him to give him his hand. Jian-Wu hesitated, his hand shaking, but he slowly placed it in Chang-seon's. Chang-seon smirked. Besides, whether you believe me or not, you don't really have any other options, do you? He gripped the monstrous, demonic hand and began the treatment, warning him, this is going to burn like hell, so you'd better grit your teeth and bear it. Intense flames immediately erupted, completely enveloping Jian-Wu's body. The blistering heat was so suffocating that he instinctively opened his mouth, gasping for air. Chang-seon quickly warned him, keep your mouth shut. If air disrupts the circulation, your magic power will go completely haywire. He clamped his jaw shut, letting out muffled, agonizing groans of pure pain. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. The demon-born state was altering, and the curse was successfully being dismantled. Jian-Wu could feel the suffocating demonic energy literally melting away, and the heavy shroud of misfortune finally lifting. Chang-seon focused, knowing he was close, needing just a little more power to seal the deal. If he could just reach the absolute core of the demonic heart, the cure would be complete. As the blazing fire slowly died down, the treatment finally came to an end. Looking closely, Jian-Wu's face had completely transformed. Those hideous burn scars entirely vanished. Chang-seon shook him gently, telling him to stop daydreaming and take a look at his face. Touching his cheeks, Jian-Wu realized a perfectly smooth, unblemished face had finally been revealed. Go-un lifted his hand to check, and to his surprise, everything was completely healed. The hunter of the hunt was amazed by this massive change. The world-encircling serpent thought the properties of the 8 trigrams fire deserved further research. The Calamity Tiger chuckled happily, pleased to see such positive growth in his successor. With Chang-seon's current abilities, this was his absolute limit. Regular treatments would be necessary, and even then, a full recovery would be extremely difficult. Right after that came a request for Go-un. Help me catch the specter. With it, I can enhance my flames and completely cure you. If you need reassurance, I can even make a mana contract. Go-un smiled happily. This was more than enough to convince him. He trusted Chang-seon completely. Chang-seon was also secretly pleased. This guy was much more useful than he'd expected. He was truly excited to see what the guy could bring to the table. Go-un asked what he should do to help. Chang-seon immediately set his conditions. First things first, use honorifics with me. The only reason Chang-seon was nitpicking was because hearing his old friend's son talk to him like an equal felt incredibly awkward. The world-encircling serpent clicked his tongue, calling his friend a geezer, while Go-un's face twisted as he reluctantly agreed. Fine, I can do that, he muttered. With that, the two jumped into action. To catch the specter, they first needed to understand its behavior. Its behavior? Exactly. They say the specter behaves much like a crow, so we need to carefully inspect its nest. As they walked, they stumbled upon a sunken hollow. Inside lay a massive hoard of gold, silver, and jewels. These were the belongings of those killed by the specter. The eyes of the hunter of the hunt sparkled with greed. He noted that there were plenty of attractive things here. The specter didn't just collect shiny objects, it actually distinguished between ordinary junk and valuable items. You could say this was its trophy hoard. Though it tended to forget about these hoards later on, analyzing what was buried here would help them map out its general movement pattern. Among the treasure was a particular bow, the white reed bow. Its bullseye pierce allowed its arrows to penetrate anything, and its 5-strike ability enabled the archer to fire 5 consecutive arrows at once. It was crafted from the wing bones and feathers of the fastest prey, the strongest, and the largest prey ever caught by a nameless hunter. It had the bullseye pierce and 5-strike combo effects. Chang-seon figured he might as well pocket a few useful items for himself and sell the rest. After all, it was all top-tier loot. Suddenly, he sensed a strange energy. It was a familiar, deathly aura, an illusion orb created by combining death flowers and ruin flowers in a specific ratio with another unique item. He could feel the deep resentment and endless terror radiating from it, left behind by those who had fallen victim to its influence. An endless dread, like falling into an abyss of despair or being locked in a dark prison. Chang-seon realized he might have just found something connected to the white tiger. Go-eun walked over and announced that he had figured out where the specter went. Easier than I thought. It seems to be heavily focused on feeding lately. I'm not sure what it's up to. Chang-seon guessed. In that case, it must have ventured deeper into the mountains. A place packed with spirits or high-vitality monsters for it to feast on. Hearing this, Chang-seon realized Go-eun wasn't just useful, he was an absolute goldmine. Let's move, we don't have time to waste. The two dashed straight toward the mountain range where the specter was rumored to be. 4 days later, they reached the mountain's spine. Recalling the second elder's words, its gluttony and greed were astronomical, far beyond anything anyone could imagine. They finally arrived, only to find the fourth-grade calamity, the specter, actively causing a massive drought. The hunter of the hunt was utterly shocked and asked, "How on earth is a bird that massive?" He licked his lips and added, "A firebird of this size is a prey worth hunting." Chang-seon activated his sharp eyes, scanning its body as he readied his bow and arrow, taking aim. The Calamity Tiger felt immensely proud of his two successors who were working hard to immortalize his greatness, and decided to bestow a blessing upon them. This was exactly why Chang-seon's vision suddenly became much sharper. The young man felt as though all of his senses had been elevated to a whole new level. It seemed the Void Monarch's blessing focused primarily on reinforcing and sharpening one's senses. The hunter of the hunt grew even prouder, claiming he was certain no one else could grant such a magnificent blessing. This was the perfect compensation for Chang-seon's lack of offensive skills up until now. The hunter of the hunt mocked the Calamity Tiger, sneering that his efforts this time would end up being utterly useless anyway. Beast intuition, a blessing bestowed by the Calamity Tiger, enhanced your 5 senses, giving you sharp eyes, sensitive ears, an acute sense of smell, and a refined sense of taste. On top of that, it granted a 6th sense to warn you of danger, alongside the ability to take on a beastly form. Right now, the Beast Instinct skill is focusing all of Chang-seon's senses onto the Wraith. He can track its movements a lot better now. The Wraith goes completely wild, whipped up in a raging storm. Chang-seon charges in once more, and the great tiger god of hardships feels incredibly proud watching him use the blessing he bestowed. Byun-sun is absolutely losing his mind, unable to believe his eyes. At this rate, they might actually kill the Wraith. Suddenly, the system alerts him that an uninvited intruder has joined the fray. 2 flashes of light streak by as they touch down. These 2 identical bald guys declare that this area is currently a protected zone. Only authorized personnel are allowed inside, ordering the trainees to turn back immediately. Chang-seon couldn't care less, ignoring them completely as he lands a devastating critical hit on the Wraith, chaining it with a flurry of consecutive critical strikes. The flames erupt, burning brighter and hotter. His light burst and light net skills have been upgraded. The Wraith continues to shriek in madness as lightning constantly strikes down on it. The 2 baldies still act aggressive. Warning, I repeat, this is a restricted zone. Leave at once. Byun-sun snaps back, yelling, "We've been chasing this monster for 4 whole days. Just let us finish our hunt, please." The 2 men grow even colder at his plea, saying, "We warned you. No one is allowed in here except authorized personnel. Walk away now. If you ignore this warning, we will use force to remove you. Since you've been warned, we won't be held responsible for any accidents that happen." With that, they both pull out massive broadswords and rest them on their shoulders. Talk about a real pain in the ass. The Wraith goes on an even wilder rampage, trying to slip away. Anxious, Byun-sun screams at the top of his lungs, "Get out of the way! If it gets away now, we'll never catch it. Stop getting in our way." But the 2 men stubbornly reiterate their warning. "If you don't want to get sliced, back off." Chang-seon sighs, giving them a deeply judgmental look. Meanwhile, the spy is still lurking in the shadows, watching their every move to report back later. Chang-seon thinks to himself, "Didn't the executive director promise that no one would interfere with me? Did he fail to pass the message down?" Just past this point is where the white tiger is hiding. It seems the executive director is using his authority to hide something here. It could be related to the illusion jade we recovered from the Jigwee's cave. Or perhaps someone connected to this secret was killed by a Jigwee, and they're trying to retrieve or destroy the remaining evidence. Which means there are other players involved who want to hunt down the Jigwee. If I dig a bit deeper, I'll probably find more clues. Chang-seon decides to speak up. "So, as long as we don't enter the protected zone, we're free to go wherever we want, right?" The 2 baldies reply, "Exactly. Now back off." With a deadpan expression, Chang-seon declares, "Then you don't need to worry." Suddenly, The Jigui tumbles backward, catching the two bald men completely off guard. The beast thrashes wildly in sheer madness. The flames seem to consume and swallow it whole. Flames surge from Chang-seon's body. The fire of the 100 ghosts has found a new source of heat and is trying to absorb it quickly. Finally, they manage to finish off the Jigui. It lies there dead, reduced to nothing but skin and bones. This bastard felt like nothing more than a hatchling. A hatchling? Yeah. The fact that it suddenly left its nest means something is definitely up. Plus, absorbing its fire has a very unique effect. If it weren't a hatchling, none of this would make sense. If we play our cards right, this could be a huge help. Besides, a Jigui is supposed to be a mythical beast. Actually, scratch that, it's a fire ghost. That's why people say even high-ranking players struggle to hunt it alone, so we need to be thoroughly prepared. Byun-soon wonders if Chang-seon has a plan, but it looks like the guy hasn't fully figured it out yet. When Chang-seon turns around to ask him, Byun-soon replies, "I've prepared a few things in advance, but even if we pull it off, I'm not sure it'll actually work." An idea sparks in Chang-seon's mind. If a hatchling has emerged, then we should look for its food source. That'll make it much easier to predict its movements. I need to head to its first destination and set a trap. Since it devours its prey's souls, this should be highly effective. Chang-seon begins absorbing the energy, his soul plunder authority slowly breaking down the spirit that forms the Jigui. The purgatory flames cling to the spirit. This fire will spread to all other connected spirits. The flames spread across the Jigui's body, engulfing it. The Jigui is burning as the purgatory flames rage fiercely. Chang-seon points at the Jigui's corpse and adds, "It's not that it loves hunting. There are just a few reasons why it was starved to the extreme, leaving it with no choice but to gorge itself. To them, a corpse is a welcoming feast. That's why I'll cover it with ice and paralysis poison. The Jigui won't be able to handle ice and paralysis poisons at all." Everything is going exactly as Chang-seon planned. The Jigui even devours its prey's souls, using a portion of them as fuel for its deadly flames. He didn't tell Bun, but after slaying the monster, he didn't extract its soul. That soul would enter the body and become a part of its flesh and blood, and when it tried to escape, he would use soul extraction to drag it right back down. Once Aeon's 8 trigrams fire is lit by a soul, it will rapidly spread to other souls, eventually growing so massive that it becomes impossible to extinguish. Since Jigi is a cluster of souls, there is no way for it to escape Aeon's 8 trigrams fire. The ashes gathered from burning Jigi will remain by his side along with its flame. Aeon's 8 trigrams fire is now devouring the limitless flame. The attribute of destruction is slowly being added alongside its attribute of regeneration. Stats are starting to continuously rise. Warning: uncontrolled increase may be toxic. Please use your authority. Warning: your flame absorption rate is rapidly increasing. The territory of Aeon's 8 trigrams fire is shifting and is currently uncontrollable. Your magic circuits are expanding. Your magic circuits have exceeded the threshold, yet it remains acceptable. Chang-seon's pathways have reached their limit, and no more elements can be added. Since his magic circuits cannot utilize all of the magic in his current state, Chang-seon's body is beginning to undergo a regenerative transformation. Achievement unlocked. Sun Devourer. Intelligence reward increased by 20, willpower increased by 20. With the integration of additional magic circuits, the level of your soul exploitation authority skill has increased. Souls are now extracted much faster. Jui is desperately trying to resist. The two bald guys have completely panicked, having no clue what to do next. As for Chang-seon, he felt like he had pulled it off. The destroyed territories were added to Aeon's 8 trigrams fire, which would soon transform the entire area. The undying fire is slowly spreading outward. The undying fire is burning inside the Yuchang sword. The flame has awakened, the blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden requirements of the sacred relic. This is exactly what Chang-seon has been waiting for. He wants that fire to burn even more fiercely. The only way to completely put down a specter is to fully release the seal on the Yuchang sword. The prerequisite is a massive, apocalyptic flame, and it seems to be swallowing everything whole. But there is still one more thing that needs to be added: blood. Chang-seon slashed his own hand, letting his blood mingle with the blade. These two elements will be the key to unlocking the seal of the Yukong sword, which has been dormant for a whole millennium. The Yuchang sword has been passed down through the generations by the members of the Yuji clan. It was always kept closest to the forge, and it's only natural that their traces remain on the blade, since that fire is meant to reside within it. Besides, before the Yuchang sword reached Uji's hands, it had been passed through countless assassins and had absorbed an untold amount of blood, earning it the name of the demon sword or the sword of death. The blood embedded within it cannot be easily washed away. The flame has awakened, the blood has formed. You have successfully fulfilled the hidden requirements of the divine masterpiece. Chang-seon let out a sinister smirk. Once you've devoured my fire and blood, you will belong to me, Chang-seon roared at the top of his lungs. Proof of the Yuchang sword's new master has been engraved onto its blade. With a sudden crack of lightning, the stone casing covering the sword shattered to pieces. A sword enveloped in dark, ominous smoke spoke to Chang-seon. You have freed me, take me. Countless ghostly spirits flew out from the sword, attempting to hypnotize Chang-seon. The blade pleaded with him repeatedly, begging him to look at it. He was engulfed in a swirling vortex, as those spirits continuously mocked and enticed him. Look at me, choose me. Feeling a massive headache coming on, Chang-seon snapped at them to shut their damn mouths. With that, the spirits were completely blown away, leaving only the sword behind. Congratulations, you have become the new master of the Yukong sword. You have successfully harmonized with your sword. Chang-seon immediately grabbed it, testing it with a few basic swings. The magic radiating from the sword landed devastating, critical hits on the specter. After taking an agonizing strike, the creature began looking for a way to escape. Chang-seon activated his tiger's aura, triggering the Black Mountain King's Claw skill. He delivered a fatal blow to the specter, tearing its soul to absolute shreds. You have obtained the specter's Jewel Eye, a fusion of terrifying deadly energies combined with the abilities of the demonic specter. By utilizing this eye, you will be able to observe the changes in the human world and even glimpse into the afterlife. Item type, crystal. Effects, energy storage, release of deadly energy, and fire resistance. You have successfully unlocked the secrets of the Yuchang sword. Your comprehension of the blade has grown exponentially. The advanced short sword mastery skill has leveled up. Advanced short sword mastery has reached its maximum level. A higher tier skill has been added. First-rate short sword mastery has been created. Basic longsword mastery has been created. First-rate short sword mastery has reached its maximum level. A higher tier skill has been added. First-rate short sword mastery, first-rate longsword mastery, first-rate wind sword mastery, first-rate offensive sword mastery, and other sword arts of the same category have been merged. Congratulations! You have achieved short sword master status. Following this insane feat, the gods are once again in an uproar of pure shock. The god of the hunt stares at the Yukong sword in utter disbelief. The god of the hunting season sheepishly explains that he had absolutely no idea it was a holy sword. The god of the hunting season keeps slapping his own mouth, cursing himself for his big mouth, and for telling you to put that fire stick aside. The world-coiling serpent god simply nods, saying he is no longer surprised by your ability to release divine artifacts. The great fiend god who pursues hell continues to watch your growth, still waiting for your answer. The cat-owl god who tears through the twilight sincerely blesses your brave heart and the sword that suits you best. All the gods watching you are shocked by the appearance of the divine blacksmith Uji's masterpiece. This Yuchang sword is one of the 9 legendary swords forged by the founder of the Uji family. It is called a holy sword because of its relatively short blade, which allows it to be used as a dagger. But once its true form is released, it can also function as a long sword. At that moment, the malice sealed within it might also be unleashed. Additionally, the flame left by Uji's descendants and the blood of its previous masters grant the wielder a mysterious source of power. Its effect is to absorb all spilled blood. Chang-seon has currently met some of its requirements, allowing him to use its hidden abilities. However, he hasn't fully met all of its criteria yet, so unlocking the rest of its hidden potential will require other items. Just like that, Uji's secret hidden quest is generated. Uncover Uji's secrets. The founder of the Uji family, known as the Divine Blacksmith, successfully forged 9 swords, each possessing unique properties and abilities throughout his lifetime. Today, they are known as the 9 legendary swords. The Yuchang sword you currently possess is one of those 9 swords, possessing the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 legendary swords do not depend on each other, but they were designed to complement each other's weaknesses and amplify their strengths. Therefore, the more you use them together, the more they will empower one another, revealing their hidden abilities. Now, you must find and unleash the other 8 swords. When these legendary swords are brought together, they will lead you deeper and deeper into their mysterious domain. Others might try to steal your Yu Chang sword, so you must proceed with extreme caution. Chang-seon's current quest objective is to acquire all of the legendary swords. The requirements include protecting the Yu Chang sword, finding and acquiring the other even more powerful legendary swords, and fully deciphering all of their hidden abilities. The reward will unlock the legacy of the Uji family's founder. Chang-seon tests it out and feels that his right arm has grown much stronger. Suddenly, Chang-seon's sword reacts violently. He is curious because it didn't react at all just a moment ago. Why now? Chang-seon's stats have nearly tripled from the 76 he possessed at level 30. It feels like a massive surge of energy is overflowing within him. Meanwhile, the two bald guys just stand there, utterly dumbfounded by Chang-seon's feat. Damn it, I can't believe this wraith is getting snatched right out of our hands like this. What do we do now? I don't know. We can't just act like nothing happened. We have no choice. We have to fight him. He took down a wraith, which probably got blindsided while it was gathering power for an attack. And it looks like he is also carrying the illusion orb. For something like this to happen right during the trial phase, there is no way we can let that fall into someone else's hands. We'll have to kill them, and just to be safe, we should search their entire hideout. The other bald guy objects. What? Don't you think that's going a bit too far? He absorbed all the wraith's fire. He didn't even vent any of it. He took it all into his body. How are we supposed to beat someone like that? The other guy remains stubborn. No, quite the opposite. This is the absolute perfect time to strike. Think about it. Those two must be completely exhausted after fighting that wraith. Even if he swallowed that apocalyptic flame, he's bound to be drained. We should take him down first, then interrogate him about the illusion orb. If he refuses to talk, we'll throw him to the beasts. Besides, Executive Director O already felt this guy has a ton of potential. What a pain. He ended up getting himself dragged into something he should have avoided. These two baldies are plotting as if they actually stand a chance. Meanwhile, Chang-seon hasn't even made a move, and yet they are already speaking as if he's about to be obliterated. Just as they are about to make their move, that group of three shows up. Heh, I didn't expect to reel in such big fish here. Actually, make that three, right? Lee Chang-seon, the Wraith's treasure, and the hunting dogs of the White Tiger clan. Is it somebody's birthday today or what? The two bald guys demand to know how they got in, and the scarred guy bursts out laughing. Hee hee. What do you mean, how? We were just taking a stroll along the border between the regions. It seems they deliberately trespassed. The scarred guy who just spoke is none other than Demon Mace Jiang Shinhei. The scruffy, bearded guy is Giant Blade Park Paripio, and the last one is Blood-Eye Bukyung. They chose to take over this specific dungeon instead of the other ones owned by the White Tiger clan. This means they've already caught wind of the rumors regarding White Tiger's research. Jiang Shinhei sneered defiantly. Well, it looks like we have a lot to talk about anyway. The moment he finished speaking, he hurled his mace into the air and spun it like crazy. The bald guy quickly calculated that fighting them at this point was completely impossible. So, his best bet was to have one person run for reinforcements while the others bought some time. With that, both sides charged and clashed. Grinning like a total psychopath, Paripio declared that the fun was just getting started. The remaining bald guy was running for his life to get back up, but Jiang Shinhei sent his mace flying after him to cut him off. Where do you think you're going, huh? He looked back just in time, nearly getting his face smashed into oblivion. Fortunately, he managed to block it with his sword in the nick of time. But the throwing force was so devastating that his sword shattered into pieces. Jiang Shinhei swung his mace at the bald guy once again. Oh? Missed? Then why don't you try blocking this one too? The bald guy couldn't put up a fight anymore. The mace sliced right through, taking his head clean off. Jiang Shinhei cackled like a maniac, looking like a total junkie. Ha ha ha. So weak, so incredibly weak. Is this all you've got? His partner, Park Paripio, was completely speechless. Watch it, you bastard. What the hell are you doing? Why did you just kill our guide like that? With a blood-soaked, grotesque face, he turned and replied, So what? We still have another one, don't we? This instantly caused a rift between the two comrades. Paripio snapped back at him. Damn it! You're just trying to piss me off, aren't you? While those two were busy bickering, blood-eyed Baek Gui-young quietly crept toward Chang-seon. Bu-young immediately stepped in front, taking a defensive stance. What do you think you're doing? Baek Gui-young summoned every ounce of his courage and declared, To be honest, we didn't want it to end like this, but what's done is done. You have to die for our sake. Chang-seon replied, his expression remaining entirely unbothered. Well, I don't plan on dying today. Chang-seon's sheer composure drove Baek Gui-young absolutely insane. Chang-seon pointed a single finger toward the sky. Even with a torn sleeve, his presence was still utterly unmatched. He made a single, chilling statement. "I think this will all be over, if you can manage to dodge that." The others froze, their faces twisted in absolute panic. This signal summoned the Wraith boss. Judging by this, I'd say they've already laid a few eggs. I wonder how a mother would react when she finds out her mate has been slaughtered. Want to find out? Right on cue, the Wraith flew into a blind, murderous rage, unleashing a torrential rain of fire and lightning. A devastating storm began tearing the entire area apart. It flew wild, frantically searching for the one who killed its mate. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Throw the meteor hammer first and tear up the scroll. Everyone, group up and fight the Wraith. The entire ground exploded, drowned out by chaotic shouting. Shin-hee, dodge it! You idiot! What the hell are you doing? Chang-seon watched from the sidelines and said to Buyong, "In the animal kingdom, it's best for the female to look after the young, while the male goes out to hunt. And naturally, the female will attack relentlessly if her mate is in danger." Buyong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chang-seon. Who on earth? Is he really? While the others were frantically battling the Wraith, Chang-seon planned to harvest the golden eye of the Wraith. Buyong watched with deep concern, knowing Chang-seon's body was still heavily injured. Even so, Chang-seon remained tough. "I'm much better now. My health is basically restored, though it's still a bit risky." Buyong did his best to stop Chang-seon, not wanting him to push himself too hard. But Chang-seon simply told him not to worry. Staring at the Wraith's golden eye in his hand, Chang-seon murmured, "I've got an idea." With that, he swallowed the eye whole. As he swallowed it, he wondered if eating it was even necessary after already absorbing the Wraith's fire. But then he recalled the second elder's advice. Using the eye as a catalyst would be far more effective. Just to be safe. Instead of merely adding more elements, swallowing the eye would allow him to continuously modify his core. Oh, and one more thing. If you swallow that eye, you might even turn into a Wraith yourself. Chang-seon's body immediately began to mutate as surging mana enveloped him. His once handsome face completely vanished, replaced by pitch-black, soot-like marks covering his features. At the same time, the system began spamming notifications like crazy. The destruction element and the spirit element have been added to the 8 trigrams flame. The properties of the fire are changing. All elements are fusing to initiate the transformation. The ruin element has been created. The 8 trigrams flame has evolved into the eternal 8 trigrams flame. You have transformed into a Wraith. Strength increased by 2, dexterity increased by 4. You have mastered the Wraith state. You have learned how to utilize spirit essence and the eternal flame. You have learned fire magic. You have learned shadow demon. You have learned fire friend. You can now use level 1 of the eternal flame. Honestly, running the system for this guy must be a nightmare. Every single notification practically crashes the server. Now that Chang-seon had transformed into a Wraith, the poor forest was subjected to another raging wildfire. With a pair of purple wings sprouting from his back, Chang-seon took to the sky, gliding through the air with absolute confidence. Right now, his face looked exactly like a resurrected demon from the depths of hell. Chang-seon charged straight at the female Wraith, catching Yang Shin-hye and Park Gipyo completely off guard. Meanwhile, the system alerted him that his Black Mountain King's Claw skill had been activated. Deep purple lightning clashed violently with blinding golden light, kicking up a massive storm of dust and smoke. Chang-seon emerged from the wreckage with a terrifying aura, looking as though he was ready to tear someone apart. Yang Shin-hye was now pinned flat to the ground, with the evil dragon's fang driven deep and firm into his neck. Pleading for mercy, Yang Shin-hye begged Chang-seon to just send him straight to hell already, because clinging to life like this was pure agony. Chang-seon didn't hesitate to grant his final request. A level 1 extinction fire was more than enough to turn his entire body into ashes. Have a safe trip to the afterlife, because we definitely won't be seeing each other again. Meeting Chang-seon in this lifetime was simply Yang Shin-hye's worst stroke of luck. Chang-seon then glanced over at the female Wraith he had set ablaze, earning himself another golden-eyed Wraith. The system chimed, notifying him that he had successfully absorbed the golden-eyed Wraith. His mana had increased, and his fire of the 8 trigrams brazier advanced by 1 level. His soul and extinction fire were also reinforced. The power of his yin ghost grew stronger, and his first order extinction fire gained another level. By using it with doubt, you can gain much stronger control over it. With his current mana at 287, Chang-seon calculated that he had gained 66 magic power from this encounter. Perhaps because this was his second time, he began to realize there was a limit to this growth. Meanwhile, the system continued to spam notifications, declaring that a new achievement had been unlocked. Hunter of the Legendary Pair achievement unlocked. Active effects, +10 magic power, +15 willpower. You have also acquired the title Vessel of the Wraith. By becoming a Wraith, a fusion of fire and soul, you can now manipulate the abilities of a Wraith however you please. You can shroud the entire world in the flames of death and reign supreme over the skies. Having absorbed 2 golden eyes, you are now a walking calamity, capable of bringing wildfires and droughts to wherever you step with your absolute control over fire. Title type effect. Calamity level extinction fire. You have obtained the title Vessel of the Wraith. The traits of the Wraith will be significantly boosted. The dungeon rankings have now been updated. Dungeon rankings. Number 1, MU. Number 2, Anne, and so on. Chang-seon let out a mocking smirk. Things down there must be in absolute chaos right now. After all, 2 Wraiths, the rulers of the Black-Red Mountain area, were taken down back to back. Now, didn't you say you wanted to reincarnate? Chang-seon looked down at the dying Bai Wu-gyong, who was desperately begging for mercy. They say burning to death is the most painful way to die in this world, Chang-seon said, flashing a devilish grin as Bai Wu-gyong trembled in absolute terror. If you want me to give you a quick death, start talking. Tell me everything you know. Standing at a distance, Go-yoon watched the entire scene unfold. To her, Chang-seon looked like a massive ball of fire, as if he had literally dragged the very core of the sun right along with him. So, you're saying the White Tiger clan destroyed your rule over the Black-Red Mountain area just to unseal it? Is that correct? As Chang-seon pressed on with his interrogation, Bai Wu-gyong frantically nodded, confirming that everything he said was true. Chang-seon furrowed his brows. The White Tiger clan only started rising about 13 or 14 years ago, didn't they? The 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan consisted of those 7 scrolls. The White Tiger clan had excavated those sacred relics 20 years ago in an uncharted dungeon. Back then, they only managed to retrieve 3 of the 7 scriptures. Even so, those scriptures possessed godlike power, allowing the clan to achieve extraordinary results. The leader of the White Tiger clan, Sword Saint Musung, was widely considered one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, even though his followers were quite mediocre. Yet, due to their explosive growth rate, they quickly amassed a formidable reputation. In no time at all, they became a world-renowned guild. So, what's the deal with all this? Chang-seon demanded, determined to squeeze every last drop of information out of Bai Wu-gyong. Bai Wu-gyong genuinely didn't know much more, so Chang-seon ordered him to keep his explanation as simple as possible. Bai Wu-gyong tried to negotiate and beg for his life, but Chang-seon coldly cut him off, saying, "Whether I grant your pathetic pleas or not is up to me. Now, speak." The searing heat from the flames only intensified Bai Wu-gyong's agonizing pain, forcing him to comply with all of Chang-seon's demands. Each of the scrolls belonging to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan held different secrets. Each taught a method to summon the power of a distinct ancient constellation, forgotten by the passage of time. An ancient constellation? Chang-seon muttered, highly intrigued by the forgotten stars Bai Wu-gyong spoke of. When light was first created at the dawn of the universe, there weren't many constellations in the sky. They might have been as unstable as the young universe back then, but every single one of them possessed massive divine power. As eons passed, they eventually found their places in accordance with the laws of the universe. The proof of their existence was etched across space and time. They are referred to as the Forgotten Stars. Is it really possible to borrow their power? Is that why the puppet ruler kept this a closely guarded secret? Chang-seon pondered the weight of this revelation. Bai Wu-gyong continued, looking like he was right on the verge of croaking, but out of the 3 scrolls the White Tiger clan acquired, they've already managed to decode 2. The last one, which is said to be the most critical scroll, has yet to be unraveled. Instantly, Chang-seon's mind flashed to Peter's key. It seemed highly likely that the scripture needing decryption was indeed that key. Then why did you come here? Chang-seon demanded. I doubt you came all this way just for some petty terror plot or revenge. You're looking for the Phantom Pearl, aren't you? Chang-seon sensed a deep, underlying malice, making him highly suspicious of their true motives. The secret obtained from the first scripture was a method to forge an invincible warrior. Among the 7 cryptic scriptures, the first one tells of those who lose their souls after being consumed by starlight. Those who lose their souls lose their sense of self, but as that void is filled with starlight, they become incredibly powerful warriors. They are reborn as loyal holy knights, who blindly follow the star's commands. The ingredients needed to create these warriors are wild flowers from the Sion garden, like the weeping and laughing flowers. With those, you can craft illusion pearls. Chang-seon guessed there must be a reason why they built a training center in a place like this. The Black Chain Mountain area has terrain similar to the Sion garden. On top of that, it's the perfect place to test rookies and pick out those with the potential to become powerful warriors. If they claim that the people who disappeared here were simply victims of accidents after ignoring the instructors and leaving the safe zone, then that's their cover story. And the one supervising and running the entire project must be the second in command of the White Tiger Clan, Executive Director O. But with Besla's tomb suddenly vanishing and Peter's key disappearing into thin air, things have taken a terrible turn for them. Smirking at Chang-seon, the man sneered, "Do you really think you can expose the White Tiger Clan's true face with just that illusion pearl? You're going to need a lot more proof than that." And it was true now that Chang-seon held most of their secrets. This guy probably didn't know much else anyway. So, Chang-seon did him a favor and put him out of his misery with a single slash. Afterward, his eyes fell on the bald guy over there, and he thought, so, what if we just dig up the root of the problem? The research center where they created the illusion pearls and mass-produced those powerful warriors. Chang-seon turned to pressure the bald guy. "I'm sure you already know what I'm getting at, right?" The bald guy stubbornly retorted, Aren't you afraid of our guardian deity's wrath? Do you honestly think he's on your side?" Just as the bald guy was about to argue further, a system notification popped up right in front of him. The great tiger drowned in hardship, has lost all interest in a defeated follower who failed to think things through. The bald guy was completely frozen in shock. Chang-seon looked up at the sunlight filtering in and smiled. "Your guardian deity wants a stronger, more resilient follower, not a half-dead wreck like you." The system notified Chang-seon. "The great tiger drowned in hardship laughs out loud while observing you." In the blink of an eye, Chang-seon turned around and started stripping Gyaewol. Gyaewol clutched his bare, muscular chest, asking in a panic, What are you doing?" "Sit cross-legged," Chang-seon ordered coldly. Are we doing this right now?" Gyaewol stammered. "Yeah, I'm gonna heal you right now." Gyaewol's eyes widened, and he sat down before Chang-seon. Stabilizing the overflowing energy of a demon-born will take quite some time, and it's incredibly easy to lose focus. Even though it will only take about 1 or 2 hours in the real world, to you, it will feel like dozens of hours, or even a month. Chang-seon explained that stabilizing such chaotic energy would be extremely exhausting, but it would eventually end, so he mustn't give up. If you think about giving up for even a second, you'll suffer a qui deviation and turn into, well, a monster or a demon. Gyaewol knew his own limits. Chang-seon warned him again, "If I see even the slightest sign of that happening, I won't hesitate to put you down." If a defective tool were allowed to wander around freely, the resulting disaster would be absolutely catastrophic. Gyaewol understood this completely, so he smiled and told Chang-seon not to worry. Chang-seon was slightly surprised. He now realized that although Gyaewol lacked some self-control, his determination was incredibly strong. "All right, let's begin." Chang-seon bared his arm, which was covered in strange, ancient runes. The system notified, "The flames of the unifying apocalypse fire are enveloping your body." The demon-born was completely engulfed in flames. Absolute agony was written all over Gyaewol's face, but he kept telling himself not to lose his mind and never to give up. While the raging purple flames consumed his body, in his mind, he found himself standing in a place covered in falling snow. For a moment, he didn't know where he was, but then he saw someone who looked exactly like his past self. He used to think that if he had to stay in a place like this, he would rather just let the chi deviation take him and end it all. As he watched his younger self collapse face first into the snow, a bearded man rushed over to pick him up. Gyaewol realized that he was inside his own mind, the world of his subconscious. He didn't want to remember those days. A deep sorrow filled Gyaewol's eyes as the scene shifted back to his childhood, showing how he was despised by everyone and dumped at an orphanage like a monster. Where on earth did you pick up a monster like that? Gyaewol had to scavenge through trash cans for food, fighting over scraps with stray cats. Later, when he tried to sleep under a cardboard box on the side of the road, a group of kids came and beat him, chasing him away. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't been saved, if he had just died back then, he wouldn't have to suffer through these horrible memories anymore, right? Just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed, "So, this is where you were." Gyaewol turned toward the dark shadow, which spoke again, I've been looking for you. The wind is too cold here, so come with me. You need to leave this place before the winter gets any colder. Gyo-wol felt comforted by those words. He didn't want to be lonely anymore, so he was about to step forward and go with the dark shadow. Take my hand, Woo Yonggyun's shadow pleaded. At that critical moment, the words "don't lose yourself" snapped Yonggyun awake. Remembering that he couldn't give up, he quickly pulled his hand back. The shadow asked in utter confusion, "What's wrong?" But Yonggyun didn't answer and just bolted. He had finally found his own truth. This wasn't where he belonged. Meanwhile, on the outside, Chang-seon was already clutching the dragon's fang, ready to strike. The system flashed. The Twilight piercing owl chuckles softly at your kind heart. Kind heart, my ass. He only did it because he knew Yongjun had already made it past the danger zone. For a demon's offspring, he's incredibly resilient. It's truly admirable. He was on the verge of succumbing to his inner demons, yet he still managed to pull through. Even if I used the entire Spectre's flask, I'm not sure I could have won. Then again, his father is the president, so it makes total sense. So now, he must be recovering. The system announced, the invisibility rune has been activated. Low-grade rune carving has reached the maximum level. A higher tier skill will now be created. The skill, Mass Theft Rune Carving, has been created. Everything within the designated area will vanish without a trace from the sight of outsiders. Chang-seon decided it was time to pay a visit to the Illusion Pearl Research Center. But before that, he activated his beast's senses to deal with this useless witness first. A flash of blue light zipped past, sending leaves scattering everywhere. The stalker was using 200% of his energy, leaping and sprinting to cut down his travel time. He was determined to report the truth to Director Oh while Chang-seon was still distracted by Young-gyeon's group, but there was no way his speed could rival Chang-seon's. Even though Chang-seon took his time giving chase, in a single bound, he was already right above the guy's head. The stalker looked up in sheer panic while Chang-seon glared down with fury, and then boom! A blinding yellow bolt of lightning crashed straight down. Director Oh's lackey was blasted to the ground. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chang-seon. Chang-seon sneered. The moment the guy tried to draw his sword, Chang-seon drove his blade right next to his heart. Chang-seon pinned the stalker against a tree. Seeing that the guy wasn't suffering enough, he even smirked in his face. Well, hello there, we meet again. What were you planning to do? I was going to finish you off right away, but I've changed my mind. I don't want Director Oh getting suspicious. The stalker was stunned by Chang-seon's cunning. Even more shocking, Chang-seon pulled out an illusion pearl and flaunted it right in front of him. I've got a much easier way, so there's no need to take the long road. Ignoring his frantic struggles, Chang-seon shoved the pearl straight down his throat. The system flashed. Player Song Yoo-jun has swallowed the illusion pearl. His consciousness is paralyzed. His sense of self has ceased. He has been hypnotized. Song Yoo-jun collapsed to the ground. Chang-seon coldly ordered him to stand, and Yoo-jun stood back up like a mindless puppet. Chang-seon watched his reaction, absolutely sure that his soul was completely gone, leaving him in a hollow state. Incredible. Now, sit, roll over, bark, and kill yourself. Chang-seon issued a series of commands, and Yoo-jun followed every single one without hesitation. Just as he was about to blow himself up, Chang-seon ordered him to stop. He stared at the stalker, utterly impressed. They really created something this insane, didn't they? If they planned to use this on low-level creatures, how powerful would the other ones be? Chang-seon then gave him a crucial task. Tell Director Oh that there's absolutely nothing unusual about me. Act completely natural, as if nothing happened. Understand? Understood. The gods watching this spectacular show began to stir. The world-encircling serpent giggles in delight at your dark plan. The tiger submerged in hardship is watching you, deeply intrigued by your goal. Chang-seon then ordered Yoo-jun to get moving on his task. Yoo-jun even thanked Chang-seon, but just as he was about to leave, Chang-seon called him back. Do you have any further instructions, sir? Is it possible for me to learn the movement technique you're using? Chang-seon found it to be much more practical than he initially thought. With it, fighting Yong-gyun would be far easier. Yoo-jun immediately explained, it's called Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. You can harness the wind using lightweight footwork, stealth, or disguise. Since it's an upgraded version of the Tiger Steps, you should be able to master it easily. That is my explanation, Master Chang-seon. All right, teach me. But I don't have a skill book on me, so it might take quite some time, sir. I'll find a way to learn it myself. Chang-seon looked completely serious. Yoo-jun began to demonstrate the skill for him once, and right then and there, Chang-seon was able to execute it instantly. Yujun gasped in shock. How? How did you do that? Chang-seon didn't pay much attention and simply ordered him to repeat it over and over again. The system announced, "You have learned a new skill using tiger steps as its foundation. The skill Flying Tiger Riding the Wind has been created. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind, the fundamental skill of the tiger submerged in hardship, a technique that uses tiger steps as its foundation. With your sheer courage, you will achieve movement as swift and fluid as a flying tiger riding the wind. Where the flying tiger goes, the wind follows." Skill level 1. Type active, effect, lightweight footwork, link skill. Chang-seon performed the move while asking Yujun, "Is this how it goes?" Yujun stared blankly. "How? I spent years trying to master this. Yet you did it after just a few glances." Yujun bowed deeply. "You really are an incredible person." Here he goes again. "All right, enough. Go back." "Yes, sir." As soon as Yujun said that, he vanished. Now that he was gone, Chang-seon received a massive flood of system notifications. "You have learned lightness skill. Your skill level has increased. Your skill level has increased. You have learned steel. You have learned stealth." The tiger who pursues tribulation is laughing. Chang-seon took a running start and leaped high, soaring far above the mountain peak, which made the good season for hunting gasp in excitement. The good season for hunting says your movements are absolutely perfect for a hunt, and she is searching for something to gift you. Using his Flying Tiger Riding the Wind skill, Chang-seon leapt into the heart of the forest. If he remembered correctly, a pair of wraiths only lays one egg per century, and it did not take Chang-seon long to locate their nest. With a massive nest and a glowing egg like this, you would have to be blind to miss it. The system displayed the details for the wraith egg. A pair of wraiths lays only one egg every century. It appears it will take a considerable amount of time for this egg to hatch. Its effects include incubating a demonic beast, supporting skills, and being used as a crafting material. Seriously, this egg is so huge it would take a whole month to eat. Wraiths have 3 forms, but in reality, they are a cluster of souls. Because of this, they are spiritual creatures without a physical body. Since their ancestors took the form of birds, they still follow that example. But they can actually adapt and change depending on their environment. Furthermore, I can guide their development in a positive direction and boost their intelligence far beyond normal levels. The balance of power within this egg, along with its infancy stage and excellent health, is absolutely ideal. It would be best for it to become a spiritual bird. After planning his moves to reap every single benefit possible, Chang-seon opened his mouth and swallowed the giant egg whole. The gods began to stir once again. The tiger who pursues tribulation is highly intrigued by how you plan to hatch the egg. The tiger who pursues tribulation advises that, instead of choosing a fragile form like a bird, you should opt for a rare beast like a tiger. By now, the egg had completely settled inside Chang-seon. Suddenly, system alerts from the good season for hunting began popping up repeatedly. The good season for hunting strongly disagrees with the advice of the tiger who pursues tribulation. The good season for hunting suggests that a hawk or a hound would be the most beneficial for hunting. The good season for hunting says she believes a young hawk or a hunting hound would be ideal. Thanks for the advice, but you guys are way too noisy. So far, Chang-seon felt this was the most logical suggestion. But of course, how could the tiger who pursues tribulation back down? The tiger who pursues tribulation laughs loudly, claiming that such weak creatures would be devoured in a single bite. The good season for hunting glares, asking if he is looking down on her friend. The tiger who pursues tribulation growls back, asking if glaring is the only thing she knows how to do. The good season for hunting begins rummaging around for her arrows. Seriously, these two are giving me a major headache. Just because of a little bickering, the relationship between the two gods has gone completely down the drain. Chang-seon did not pay them much attention. He only hoped the egg would absorb the flame inside him and grow. And now, his next destination was that research center. No sooner said than done. Chang-seon bolted like a rocket and vanished in a flash. The research center was nestled halfway up the mountain, and things inside did not seem very peaceful. But what about the executive director? He just kept telling me to wait and that it would be resolved soon. Damn it. The fat professor slammed his desk, gritting his teeth in pure rage. From the illusion pearls used to create holy warriors, to the starlight equation, he had developed everything alongside level 3 basic skills, a horde of holy relics, sacred artifacts, and all the authority that came with them. Yet, despite all his achievements in the White Tiger Guild, the higher-ups were sending an audit team to monitor him. Did they somehow find out he had been pocketing things on the side? In the first place, it was that director who forced him to do it. So why the hell was just wait the only answer he got every time he called the old man? Professor Mock was driven absolutely mad. What on earth do you think I have been doing for you all this time? They said the audit team is arriving today. If that is the case, he would gladly prepare a little surprise for them. We need to quickly destroy any incriminating documents. And then, the official level 3 directive should arrive shortly. The Judo Project, a project that the director himself personally requested and oversaw. That alone was more than enough to raise everyone's suspicions. For someone like him, the association was a dangerous place. He needed to reach White Tiger rank as quickly as possible. If he did that, the 5-star sword would probably be safe. He let out a sigh, suddenly feeling a sense of relief wash over him. They are a massive family corporation, which means I can finally live a life of luxury. The thought made him chuckle to himself. He just needed to make sure he kept a few trump cards in his hand. But what about Bun? Well, whatever. I'm actually pretty curious about that Lee Chang-seon guy as well. Who knows where those guys vanished to? I wish I could find them and drag them over to my side. He stared at the person inside the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. Well, I guess this guy is not half bad either. The fat professor suddenly remembered to ask if the group he sent to find the illusion pearl had returned yet. The research lab had not received any updates from them yet, so the professor urged everyone to hurry up before they all ended up screwed. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was moving at breakneck speed. The two gods were still fiercely bickering with each other. The Calamity Tiger smiled, convinced that you were just like him. The good season to hunt told him to stop talking nonsense, claiming your courage actually resembled hers much more. The Calamity Tiger told her to make it stop raining, but the good season to hunt fired back, telling him to shut his mouth because of his awful breath. The two glared at each other. Just as their divine squabble escalated from a war of words to a staring contest, Chang-seon arrived at the entrance of the research center. Chang-seon activated the thief skill, completely muting all sound around him. Wrapped in a surging aura of magic power, Chang-seon rushed straight into the research facility. He darted past like a gust of wind, leaving the two guards completely blind to his presence. The more observant guard asked his partner if he had just seen something blur past. The other guy, who was not exactly sharp, obviously had not noticed a thing. So, the guard quickly dismissed it, as his eyes playing tricks on him. His chubby partner even complained, "Come on, stop it. You are giving me the creeps. What are you going to do if something really does show up?" Seriously, working in this security department is driving me absolutely insane. While they were trying to comfort each other, Chang-seon was hard at work. The 12th trap has been triggered. The beast's senses skill has identified the direction of the triggered trap. The trap has failed to detect you. The Serpent's Grace skill has been activated, quickly scanning the other traps near you. The Wind Riding Tiger skill is currently in use. Your skill level has increased. The 27th trap has been triggered. You have successfully bypassed the trap undetected. The World-Encircling Serpent cannot hide its admiration for your abilities. If not for the system notifications, anyone watching would have only seen a flash of lightning streaking past in the blink of an eye. Chang-seon looked around, and seeing everyone in a frantic rush, he wondered what the hell was going on. He enhanced his hearing using the beast's senses, allowing him to eavesdrop on every sound in the vicinity. The people in the lab were in a total frenzy, as red warning lights flashed on the walls. Damn it! Why do they have to show up right when we are so busy? Hurry up, otherwise we are all dead. We cannot go from being the researchers to the test subjects ourselves. Bring that over here and clear this out. Where the hell did the bastard sent to capture the Wraith run off to? We are absolutely buried in work here. Chang-seon furrowed his brow. Shouldn't they have brought back the illusion pearl by now? Forget it. What was I even expecting from those guys? This is bad. The Wraith's corpse has been discovered. Who on earth dealt with it? Is that even possible? How should I know? Wait, is that even possible? Damn it. I think there was a report about some high-tier guild members being spotted in the training area. What on earth is going on over there? We have to clean everything up before the investigation team arrives. Hearing this, Chang-seon finally found what he was looking for, the Illusion Pearl production facility. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang-seon dashed straight into the room right before the door shut. Before he could even fully materialize, the system alert blared. The stench of poison here is incredibly strong. The toxin of the weeping flower is spreading throughout the room, while the laughing flower will trigger severe convulsions. The guards were still busy moving the cargo, but the system kept flashing warning after warning. The Calamity Tiger is glaring at you. The effect of immunity to 10 types of poison has been activated, neutralizing the impact of all toxins. The bald guard rushed his partner to move the cargo inside, locking the door tight right after. Chang-seon was shut out. The door was locked. ID verification required. Please scan your ID or enter the passcode to open. Oh, great. How the hell was he supposed to get through this? Should he just break it down? No, that would be too reckless. A passcode? Seriously, a passcode? Could it be Peter's key? Chang-seon noticed the necklace around his neck reacting, but he couldn't take it off because the puppet ruler was watching his every move. Taking a gamble, Chang-seon placed his hand on the door's control panel. But then, the unexpected happened. Owner ID confirmed. Even Chang-seon was completely dumbfounded. The electromagnetic lock disengaged, and the door slid open. Holy shit, this is insane. What kind of cheat item is this key? What kind of power does it possess to make this possible? Not only Chang-seon, but even the gods were intrigued by this bizarre event. The tiger submerged in hardship felt a little embarrassed by the lock suddenly popping open. The tiger submerged in hardship asked if you had some secret talent for lockpicking. The world-encircling serpent clicked his tongue at the tiger submerged in hardship, treating him like an idiot. The world-encircling serpent explained that it was only natural, as humans are merely a collection of red-bellied striped snakes. The tiger submerged in hardship nodded, agreeing that it actually made sense. The tiger submerged in hardship burst out laughing at your courage and talent. The tiger submerged in hardship desired you even more. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was internally cursing the puppet ruler to high heaven. He didn't think the guy would realize he was using Peter's key. But what the hell were they even talking about? Red-bellied striped snakes? Chang-seon didn't want to listen to that overgrown snake at all. By now, Chang-seon was standing right inside the Illusion Pearl production facility. Instantly, he was greeted by the sight of humans trapped inside massive glass tubes. The Calamity Tiger fell into a rage. Chang-seon's mind immediately went back to the warrior who had been turned into that demonic soldier. The world-encircling serpent laughed out loud, seeing the other god bare his fangs and claws. Chang-seon felt sick to his stomach looking at the scene. The Twilight-piercing owl also expressed intense disgust at the sight before them. The Twilight-piercing owl glared at the tiger submerged in hardship. The tiger submerged in hardship chuckled and asked why she was staring at him like that. Annoyed, the Twilight-piercing owl snapped back, stating she was only acting in the name of justice. Right at that moment, a hidden quest popped up. Hidden quest. The owl's plea has been generated. Quest type, hidden. Description. The Twilight-piercing owl is absolutely furious at the cruelty and dark atrocities the tiger submerged in hardship has inflicted upon humanity. She also feels deep sorrow for the humans who had to lose their lives because of this. Therefore, the Twilight-piercing owl is pleading with you to bring them peace so they can finally rest in eternal slumber. Quest restrictions. Limited by quest giver, time limit, and completion conditions. Clear out all the divine soldiers and completely destroy the Illusion Pearl production facility that created them. Reward. The blessing of the Twilight-piercing owl based on your performance. Chang-seon's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, is she seriously going this big? So, it's finally come to this. Who would have thought she'd go to such lengths just to give him a quest? A blessing on his performance meant he could potentially inherit her actual authority. The tiger submerged in hardship is highly curious to see your response. Chang-seon weighed his options. Accepting this meant the puppet ruler would turn against him, but rejecting it would cause Minerva to turn her back on him too. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Twilight-piercing owl continues to stare intently at you. With a grimace, Chang-seon was just about to hit the decline button when his sharp mind suddenly sparked a brilliant idea. There's one thing I want to ask the tiger submerged in hardship. The tiger submerged in hardship accepted your inquiry, stating he is more than happy to answer any of your questions. I believe you already know exactly why I am here. The tiger submerged in hardship replied that he does, urging you to get straight to the point. At this rate, Chang-seon was already planning a way to make both of them dance to his own tune. Either way, both of them need me. I've got to take full advantage of this, squeeze out every last drop of resources, and keep getting stronger. I'm thinking of stealing absolutely everything in this place. Even if it's something I can't have, I'm not about to let anyone else get their hands on it. What do you think of my choice, Calamity Tiger? Heh, you really can tell he's a reborn villain through and through. When it comes to being wicked, he is second to none. Chang-seon is confident that he has captured more than enough interest from the puppet ruler. Now that you're a prime candidate to become his disciple, he won't let go of someone like you so easily. The Calamity Tiger laughs at your attitude upon seeing your sudden change of plans. The Calamity Tiger states that he enjoys your personality, adding that anyone who tries to cross you would be a complete fool. The Calamity Tiger promises that he will not place any restrictions on your ambition. A hidden quest, Tiger's Plunder, has been created. Class, Hidden Quest. Description: the Calamity Tiger wishes to invest heavily in the growth of his next disciple candidate, in other words, you. However, he warns that you will face punishment if you fail to live up to his expectations. Quest details: time limit, none, clear conditions, slaughter everything in your sight. Be careful not to leak any information about this quest. Penalty: divine punishment. Reward: unknown. You will receive authorities based on what you already know, along with blessings from the Calamity Tiger depending on your performance. Hell yeah, this is absolutely awesome. These two gods are playing so big, and I'm the only one reaping the benefits. So, Lady Minerva, what kind of offer are you going to make to match this? The Twilight-piercing owl is delighted and says she hoped you would make that choice. Wow, is this lady acting like she knows everything? Well, the stars have aligned perfectly, so there's no way in hell I'm passing up on these two sweet deals. System notification: you have accepted the hidden quest. Owl's Plea. The two hidden quests, Owl's Plea and Tiger's Plunder, have been merged. Your range of activity has been expanded. Chang-seon feels like he's wasted enough time. He activates his plundering skill, getting ready to sweep the place clean and make a massive haul. Just as he's about to get to work, some guards show up to corner him. Without saying a single word, Chang-seon immediately activates the 8 trigrams furnace's extinction fire. A terrifying purple flame surges up. The title, Phantom's Illusion, has been applied. A pair of phantom wings sprouts from Chang-seon's back. The guards instantly lose their minds. What the hell is that? How is there phantom fire here? How could you guys possibly know? Chang-seon gives a menacing grin. The system announces that a firestorm has completely engulfed the area. Before the two guards can even gasp, they're sent straight to the Underworld to have a chat with the King of Death. It doesn't stop there. The terrifying flames trigger a chain of massive explosions throughout the research facility, sending everyone inside into an absolute panic. Fire! There's a fire! It started in the central facility. Hurry! Suddenly, another massive shockwave from an explosion rocks the area. The other guards look on in sheer shock as the roaring flames rage completely out of control. To their credit, they're quick to come up with a backup plan. Don't go near it. Use ice magic from a distance. Too bad they have the will, but absolutely lack the power. Within less than 3 seconds of casting the ice shields, they're instantly vaporized into steam by the fire, leaving behind only the agonizing screams of those caught in the blast. Meanwhile, the fat professor is standing outside the research center for some godforsaken reason, watching his second home burn down piece by piece. Damn it. This is way worse than being micromanaged. What the hell is going on? He panics. What the hell is the security team doing? Are they trying to destroy those documents? Another massive explosion erupts, tearing through the laboratory bricks with devastating force, and slamming the fat professor's round body hard onto the ground from the sheer shockwave. Director, are you okay? His assistant is completely caught off guard by the sudden chaos. The fat director clutches his head and asks through gritted teeth, "How many of our men are left?" Seeing the guard hesitate, he barks, "Spit it out, now." By now, the research center has been reduced to absolute ashes. Those still clinging to life inside suddenly see a notification pop up in front of them. You have been poisoned by fire poison. The guards, who are already half dead, completely freeze in shock. Warning, fire poison has spread to the surrounding area. Evacuate immediately. Right then, one of the guys is engulfed in purple flames, screaming desperately for help. Poison bullets laced with hellfire rain down rapidly, leaving absolutely no way for anyone to escape. At that exact moment, the fat professor charges straight toward Chang-seon. Chang-seon uses the evil dragon's fangs to effortlessly block the fat guy's sword, even praising his skills. The professor barks, "Who the hell are you? Did those high and mighty bastards send you? How can you use the phantom's eternal fire?" As Chang-seon reveals his handsome face, the fat professor shrieks in absolute terror. Lee Chang-seon. What? Lee Chang-seon. The fat director is utterly stunned to see this young man here of all times. What the absolute hell is going on? He's supposed to be nowhere near this place. Wait, does this mean I get to work with a guy like him? This is suddenly getting exciting. At this rate, I can build a guild that will rival the Baiko Guild within 1 year. Seeing how arrogant Chang-seon looked, the guy swung his sword to show off his power. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Chang-seon was completely caught off guard by that attack. The system immediately warned him that his Flying Tiger's drift skill was forcefully cancelled, and his plunder skill failed as well. Chang-seon managed to dodge the manager's strike, but the wall behind him ended up suffering a tragic fate. I was trying to let it slide, but you just had to start trouble? You got a death wish, old man? The manager lunged at him again, making Chang-seon scowl. This old guy was actually pretty tough. What's even crazier is that one of his eyes was completely inverted, white on the inside and black on the outside. Talk about mind-boggling. This proved he was a holy soldier. Sparks flew as their high-tech gear clashed. Seriously, not only the active soldiers, but even the manager is a holy soldier? If that's the case, what about the other high-ranking officials in the Baiko Guild? But honestly, this wasn't such a bad thing. Chang-seon saw this as a golden opportunity to find out what these holy soldiers were truly made of. The system chimed in, notifying him that his integrated mana circuit was starting to spin violently. His eternal ghost fire surged with power. You have added 30 stat points to strength, increasing it from 111 to 141. Strength, 140, 1 plus 55. You have added 30 stat points to agility, increasing it from 101 to 131. With his agility now at 131, the allocation was complete. Chang-seon immediately went on the offensive, charging straight back at the manager. The blast of eternal ghost fire forced the manager to take several steps back. He was starting to realize something was seriously off with this rookie. How could a mere newbie be this freaking powerful? But the manager wasn't a pushover either. The opponent's sword had completely devoured the energy of the ghost fire. He burst into a maniacal laugh, shouting, "Heaven is on my side." The system then warned him, "The tiger's death is growing heavier. Please exercise extreme caution." Chang-seon's face grew serious. Meanwhile, the fat manager gleefully swung his blade in a series of brutal, savage strikes, each one packed with monstrous force. This terrifying mana felt like a ferocious tiger, relentlessly hunting its prey. It was the tiger's death, a true natural disaster. Knowing better, Chang-seon decided it was time to make a quick getaway. After all, running away is the ultimate of the 36 stratagems. Seeing him retreat, the guards who had just been brutally beaten took the chance to chase after him, hoping to fish in troubled waters. "You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds. Don't worry, director, we've got your back." These guys were already fully transformed into holy soldiers. Chang-seon swung his sword. This time, he chose blood poison and conjured an eternal firewall. A swirling vortex of deep purple flames erupted, but the holy soldier guards easily charged right through the wall of fire. The barrier was quickly shattered, leaving Chang-seon facing a full-on gang beatdown. Crap, this is bad. I need to use Blink to split up their formation and take them down one by one. That's my only shot. Even in the heat of this life-or-death moment, the system just wouldn't shut up. It announced, "You are currently in the middle of battle. Indomitable will has been activated, and the power of your fluctuating spirit has been reinforced. Composure is now in effect." Now, he could analyze the situation with total objectivity. He had thought this fight would be an easy win, but damn, it was turning out to be a real pain in the neck. Chang-seon silently watched the mob rushing him with their blades. The leader roared, "Gotcha now, you little rat." Chang-seon frowned, annoyed by their arrogance. Only the chubby manager realized that the mob hadn't actually cornered Chang-seon at all. In fact, he realized this clever bastard had intentionally lured them to this narrow spot to avoid getting surrounded by too many enemies at once. He screamed, "God damn it, you absolute idiots." Suddenly, a barrage of razor-sharp slashes tore through the bald guard, spraying blood all over the manager's face. With a completely blank face, Chang-seon effortlessly slaughtered the entire brainless army. The system announced, "The authority, 100% bullseye, has been activated. The god of the hunt has permitted you to use a portion of his authority. The arrogant punks who were talking trash just a second ago had their heads clean severed, falling like dominoes." Taking advantage of the moment, Chang-seon was distracted by the mob. The manager lunged forward, grabbed him by the neck in a split second, and laughed hysterically. "I finally got you, Lee Chang-seon. Both my level and my overall stats are far superior to yours, so just give up already." The guy was extremely confident, but he had sorely underestimated his opponent. "Did you really think you could just do whatever you want just because you grabbed me? What do you mean by before he could finish?" A surge of brilliant blue energy wrapped around Chang-seon's arm. The system announced, "The Yuchang sword has manifested." From Chang-seon's palm, the tip of the blade slowly emerged. At the same time, the Calamity Dragon's Fang reacted violently. Dual sword resonance is taking place. The true power of the Calamity Dragon's Fang has awakened. If the divine blacksmith, Uyezi, became famous worldwide for forging a few masterpieces, then the demonic blacksmith, Taoti, created countless legendary works to cement his legacy for all eternity. Even among the gods and constellations, those two were known to be complete polar opposites. It was nearly impossible to determine who was the superior blacksmith, because they both specialized in completely different domains and even lived in different eras and realms. Thanks to that, they never had to directly face off against each other. But right now, at this very moment, the chance to see who is truly superior has finally arrived. The Yukang sword, stained with the blood of tens of thousands of living beings, glowed with a brilliant radiance, while the Calamity Dragon's Fang began to show its true, devastating power. The system chimed, "You have met all the necessary requirements. The Calamity Dragon's Fang is shining brightly, and the seal has been unlocked." The Calamity Dragon's Fang has begun to reveal its true power. The Fat Manager's two swords were blown away like soap bubbles. He watched as the blade grew longer, and Tiamat's Snaggletooth transformed into vampire-like fangs. The blade unleashed crackling purple lightning. Tiamat's Snaggletooth vibrated violently a few times before completing its evolution. The system immediately displayed its information to Chang-seon, a dagger and a holy sword artifact. Attack power, immeasurable. Effect, incurable bleeding. Devil's greed. Other effects are currently unidentifiable. Because you have met the necessary conditions, you can now unleash the blade's hidden abilities. Since you haven't met all of the required conditions, other functions remain locked. Dual-wielding the two terrifying weapons, Chang-seon unleashed intense, deep purple lightning. The two swords were resonating. Chang-seon let them connect and sync. The Swordmaster skill was activated. Chang-seon exhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes to lock onto his unfortunate target. Both swords continuously unleashed crackling lightning, proving they truly were top-tier weapons. Swordmaster is a skill that only a true swordmaster who has achieved oneness with their blade can use. It allows you to wield any sword in the world you desire. Those who wish to walk the path of the sword must cross the final forest at the end of that journey. Skill level 1, active effect type, ownership of 10,000 swords, able to wield 10,000 swords. You have unlocked the Fame of Famous Swords achievement, with a reward of +5 to intelligence. The Swordmaster skill has leveled up. The gods went into another frenzy. A good season to hunt stared at you in absolute shock, amazed that you could unlock her holy relic. The world-encircling serpent opened his eyes wide, looking at you in surprise. Your actions caught him completely off guard. The Twilight-piercing owl demanded that you use the demon weapon for the sake of fairness. The abyss-chasing great devil showed great interest in your two swords. The Calamity Tiger praised you for your sharp new fangs. The Fat Manager stood frozen in shock as he watched Chang-seon's transformation. The beast senses he received from his guardian god warned him to dodge at all costs, or else he'd be meeting his maker. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was busy showing off his swordplay to intimidate his opponent. Before the fat guy could react, Chang-seon lunged forward to deliver a devastating counterattack. The fat man used everything he had to block the blow, only to be completely engulfed by the intense, raging flames. The Yuchang sword in his hand flashed, and Chang-seon could feel it crying, whispering that this wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Tiamat's Snaggletooth vibrated violently, as if asking him to show what it could do. Finding it amusing, Chang-seon swung his arm and unleashed a slash. The ferocious flames lunged straight at the Fat Manager, tearing his defense apart and completely shattering his sword. His only thought now was that if he wanted to live, he had to get out of there immediately. A system notification popped up. The Yuchang sword revealed its gleaming blade, while Tiamat's Snaggletooth bared its fangs in a threatening stance. Chang-seon stood helpless between his two competitive swords. These two babies were way too bloodthirsty. Taking advantage of Chang-seon being distracted by his weapons, the fat old man quickly bolted. But Chang-seon wasn't about to let the guy who tried to turn him into a holy soldier just walk away. With both weapons raring to fight, Chang-seon decided to let them loose at the same time. The Black Mountain Divine Claw skill was activated. As Chang-seon finished his slash, The fat man had already reached the door, but he still got caught in that devastating explosion. Raging with a purple flame that looked like it was pulled straight from hell, the fire burned the fat man beyond recognition. Yet, as long as he was still breathing, he kept struggling. Despair spread and frustration grew. He muttered that he didn't want to die here, but whether he could survive this ordeal was another story. Negative energy filled the room as the annihilation fire absorbed everything, burning even brighter. Chang-seon caught a glimpse of something like regret in the man's eyes. But where did he honestly think he could crawl with a body like that? Come to think of it, except for a certain demon, no one had ever pushed him to this extent. He decided not to finish him off just yet. He would follow him first to see what secrets he was hiding. The fat manager desperately dragged his crawling body forward, no matter what. But before he could uncover any juicy secrets, a system notification popped up. Player Rasong has died. He collapsed right in front of Heaven's Gate, just inches away from making it through. Chang-seon sheathed the Yu Chang sword, and Tiamat's snaggletooth was sealed once more. Filled with regret, Chang-seon thought to himself that the man only needed to raise his hand to open the door. Unbelievable. Yet, he ended up dying right on the threshold. The system continued to prompt, "The door is securely locked. Please input the required fingerprint and password to unlock." Chang-seon raised his hand, still feeling unsure if it would actually work. But the result was just like last time, owner ID confirmed. Chang-seon figured Peter's key was primarily used to lock and unlock machinery, and to open doors. The system notified, "The Calamity Tiger stared at you, silently asking how on earth you managed to find your way here." The door swung open, revealing a massive machine inside. A person lay on it, their smooth skin completely covered and tangled in all kinds of wires. Chang-seon leaped over, staring at the girl lying on the machine and wondering what her name was. Suddenly, a familiar face came to mind, that fanboy kid, Fan Kwang, whom he had met outside. Shin On-seol? Was that her name? Has she already been turned into a divine soldier? The system repeatedly alerts. "You have detected an anomaly. The Calamity of the Tiger is on high alert. This girl isn't a divine soldier at all. She's something far more intense, something fundamental, a mixture of magic beasts, monsters, ghouls, and wraiths." Ah, I see. The project executive director O has been desperately hiding. It seems the divine soldier was nothing more than a stepping stone to complete this monstrosity. Yudowa, was it? The lead creature among the ghouls is called Yudowa, right? The system alerts. You are examining her condition more closely, using the beast sense skill. The Calamity of the Tiger is currently in effect, and the process is 41% complete. All this time, and it's only at 41%? It's barely halfway through. That's way too low. She can't be considered a divine soldier or Yudowa yet. Still, her physical body is remarkably resilient. Comparing her to an average person would be ridiculous. Even her muscle fibers have become far tougher. Even in this state, she could easily swallow most players alive. Fortunately, the hypnosis and brainwashing processes haven't started yet. The constellation, Calamity Tiger, is watching you, curious to see what you will do next. The constellation, Twilight Piercing Owl, requests that you heal the pitiful girl before you. Chang-seon didn't hesitate. With a decisive wave of his hand, he shattered the glass tube, putting a forced halt to the Yudowa process. The tangled mess of tubes wrapped around her body was instantly ripped away. The Calamity of the Tiger grows furious now that its supply source has been cut off. The Calamity Tiger is utterly shocked by your decision. The Twilight Piercing Owl nods, making it clear she trusts you. She orders you to hurry, take her to a safe place, and administer first aid. Chang-seon opened his mouth and spat out flames, unleashing the purgatory fire of the 8 trigrams furnace. You have removed the toxic elements. You have removed the foreign substances. The Calamity of the Tiger fiercely resists the purgatory fire. It tries to push back, but its resistance is instantly crushed. It attempts to defy you, but its desperate struggle is shattered. She is rapidly being healed and restored. Her wounds are gradually closing up. All external stimuli have been cut off. The first form of the purgatory fire and the Calamity of the Tiger are clashing violently. 2 surges of energy, one purple, one green clash with extreme intensity. Neither side is willing to back down. I need to purge the Calamity of the Tiger and destroy all the harmful aspects of the Yudowa process, leaving only the beneficial ones. However, just like with young Gil, no matter what happens, Shin On-seol's life must be guaranteed. Right now, all he can do is wait. The Calamity Tiger questions where your ambition to seize everything has gone. Chang-seon glared at him, his pride slightly pricked. The Calamity Tiger mocks you for choosing to save the kid instead of exploiting her. Well, he is dead wrong. Chang-seon smirked slyly. I never said I wouldn't exploit her, Chang-seon replied. The Calamity Tiger tilted his head, unable to comprehend what he meant. Chang-seon channeled his mana once again, stirring up a raging tempest. The Soul Collector Authority has been activated. All the soul ashes you have harvested over the past 24 hours will now be absorbed. The dead who fell by Chang-seon's hands turned into streams of life force, completely devoured by him. You have absorbed all the soul ashes. Your strength has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. Mixed among the ashes, the Calamity of the Tiger managed to slip away from your absorption attempt. This attempt has been reinforced by your authority, forcing a merge. You have succeeded. You have purified the Calamity of the Tiger post-merge and successfully refined it as fuel for the Purgatory Fire. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. Mana capacity, 325/60. The Calamity Tiger is laughing uncontrollably. Chang-seon thought. The puppet master is a real bastard. Is he seriously laughing like a lunatic at a time like this? Is this guy completely out of his mind? Come to think of it, I recall discussing how the White Tiger Clan's investigation division was going to raid this place. And if they really did look into it, then the investigation division must be under the control of Executive Director O's political rival, Director Kang Min-hee. Since Director Kang caught wind of something suspicious and decided to raid this place, I doubt that cunning Executive Director O will just sit idly by. My proposal to close the dungeon was only backed by a flimsy mana document. What if Executive Director O is planning to eliminate his political rivals or something right here? And if that's the reason why that bastard, the puppet master, is laughing like a madman in this situation? Lost in thought, Chang-seon almost got hit. Damn, this is no time to lose focus. You have been equipped with the title, the Dawn's Envoy. Holding Shinon Seal in his arms, Chang-seon watched as the purple and green energies clashed violently. The Flying Tiger, Riding the Wind skill has been activated, and all of your strength is being used to escape this place. A beam of purple light shot straight up into the sky. Outside, the security team watched the research center on the verge of blowing to smithereens, but not a single person was coming out. Hadn't they said the investigation team already entered the dungeon? Shouldn't the manager have escaped by now? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Before they could even process what was happening, the earth shattered apart. A blinding golden light flashed, leaving them completely disoriented. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon had already carried Shin Yun-seo and made a clean getaway. The entire massive research center was reduced to flat ground in the blink of an eye. And from a perfect vantage point with the best view of the whole scene, the third in command of the White Tiger clan, Guan Hyo-hae, also known as the Fangs of the White Tiger, scowled and muttered, "What a total mess." Behind him, several flashes of light quickly approached. "Did you find anything?" "Yes, sir." "It looks like there were several explosions in the basement." "Explosions?" "Yes, sir. We detected traces of Agni's breath, cataclysmic flames, ghost fires, lightning rings, and other similar elements. It looks like it was staged. The source of this volcanic heat is likely Jigwee's flame. This involves Jigwee too?" Guan Hyo-hae didn't expect a seemingly trivial matter to have so many complications. They probably wanted to wait until I entered the research center before blowing it sky high. But why did the explosion happen ahead of schedule? Was it a mistake, or was there some other variable? Both are possible, though how could an old fox like the director make such a sloppy mistake? Then some unexpected variable must have popped up, catching him completely off guard. What could it be? Keep investigating, boys. You might dig up something else. The soldiers didn't dare talk back to Guan Hyo-hae. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered the rats who had been spreading unnecessary rumors. Just from those words, Ryu Seo's group flinched, then bowed deeply in unison. "We will take care of it immediately, sir." Satisfied, Guan Hyo-hae whipped his coat around and turned to leave. Behind him, a system notification popped up. "Do you wish to log out?" Good suggestion, but no thanks. He wasn't about to back down now. Standing in the middle of the chaos, Guan Hyo-hae seemed rather amused by the mess. He felt that under these circumstances, there was only one thing left to do. I'll have to deal with the director myself. After all, this is the god's decree. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon was practically on the verge of causing a scene when Baek Gyeol finally woke up. The first thing Baek Gyeol saw was Lee Chang-seon's smirk, and the girl fast asleep in his arms. Still half asleep and dazed, Baekyeol blurted out without thinking, "Is she your wife?" Instantly, a mirror smacked him right in the middle of his forehead. Seriously, where did he even pull a mirror out of to throw at him? Thankfully, no one was killed. Otherwise, he would have been the ultimate definition of bad luck, getting sent straight to the afterlife by his savior just after starting a new life. Lee Chang-seon glared at him and said, "If you're well enough to spout nonsense, it looks like you're perfectly fine. Go check your face in the mirror." Hearing this, Baekyeol hurriedly picked up the mirror to see. Staring at his smooth, flawless skin, Baekyeol froze in utter shock. Lee Chang-seon didn't hold back on the praise either. "You did well." Tears of joy welled up in Baekyeol's eyes. Right then, Shin Yoon-seo also started groggily waking up. "Oh, Yoon-seo, are you awake?" Shin Yoon-seo froze for half a second, then gently slid down to the ground. The two men watched her with questioning eyes, but she suddenly collapsed flat onto the dirt, shocking them even more. "This feels like a dream. Even after coming all this way, am I still this useless?" Lee Chang-seon and Baekyeol exchanged glances. This girl was a hopeless case. "Did you save me? Was I really locked up? Wait, did I drool or say anything weird while sleeping? Did I?" She was completely clueless, but honestly, it was probably for the best that she didn't remember a thing. So, Lee Chang-seon just replied, "No, seriously, in his entire life, he had never had such a brain-dead conversation before." But either way, she just needed a little time to calm her nerves. Shin Yoon-seo let out a deep, heavy sigh. What a relief. Seeing this, Lee Chang-seon stood up and spoke. "Looks like your body is fully recovered. You should leave. It's not safe here." Shin Yoon-seo frowned and turned to him. "What's your blood type?" Lee Chang-seon replied, "Type B." "Your birthday?" "October 30th. "Favorite food?" "Kimchi stew." "Why are you asking?" "Hold on. Something is fishy here. I still remember that day. 2 years ago, on the 23rd, after that 3-2 win between France and San Francisco, you said the first thing you wanted to eat back home was kimbap." Shin Yoon-seo's face darkened as she asked, "Isn't that right?" There was absolutely no mistake. Meanwhile, the culprit in question was grimacing because he had absolutely no memory of the story she just told. And right on cue, she delivered a critical blow. How could Lee Chang-seon ever be this nice? "You're a total jerk. Who are you? You're an imposter, aren't you?" Seriously, how did she even connect those dots? If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered saving her in the first place. But seeing the absolute disgust written all over Lee Chang-seon's face, Shin Yoon-seo felt like she had finally found the real him. "I knew it was you. Since when did your taste change to kimchi stew?" Baekyeol couldn't help but ask Shin Yoon-seo why she wasn't suspicious anymore. She casually replied, "Because of his attitude, of course." Lee Chang-seon's face went completely dark. There really is a natural predator for everyone in this world, and he had literally gone and dragged his right out of the afterlife. Completely oblivious, Shin Yoon-seo kept rambling on. "Just look at his face. He's totally annoyed and regretting why he didn't just leave me to rot back there. You've got to hand it to her." She hit the nail right on the head, leaving Chang-seon completely speechless with a sour look on his face. On top of that, she confidently asserted that this was exactly who Lee Chang-seon was. She skipped ahead of the two men and asked, "Where to now? This way?" Lee Chang-seon looked at her with a warm smile. Just then, the system popped up with a barrage of notifications. "You have completed a hidden quest. You have acquired the items you selected. You received 32 illusion spheres. You received the elixir of wisdom. The Twilight piercing owl will reward you. The calamity tiger will reward you. The Twilight piercing owl highly praises your achievement and is racking its brain to come up with a reward. The calamity tiger praises you and is thinking about what kind of fangs to equip you with. The good season to hunt proudly boasts that there is no way the others could find a gift as great as hers. They are being so incredibly noisy that Chang-seon actually has to groan out loud because they are so annoying. Seriously, just give me the reward already instead of rambling on." Meanwhile, while Yoon-seo is thrilled to be hanging out with her idol, her teammates are frantically searching for their lost comrade. But before they can even find him, they get cornered by another guild for daring to enter their hunting grounds. "If you take one more step, we will attack. Please, just let me through. Please." Im Do-han, representing his guild, says flat out, "Look, it's not that we don't feel for you, but going past this point is extremely dangerous." He lets out a chilling smirk. "We'll search for your sibling too, so just turn around and go back." Do-han is trying his best to hide his irritation at this random kid who just showed up to ruin his overtime. Just thinking about the name Lee Chang-seon makes him grimace. When he checked the leaderboard earlier, that guy was already ranked second, while his own rank was only 121. As time ticks away, catching up only gets harder. He wants to close the gap as fast as possible, and a brat like this is nothing but a nuisance in his way. The boy desperately begs, "Just for a second, please." Im Do-han turns away with a cold, "I'm sorry." Deep down, he thinks this kid is annoying as hell. The brat doesn't even understand the law of the jungle among players, rushing in like a moth to a flame, acting no better than a stupid pig. But while those thoughts are still running through his mind, the boy recklessly attempts to force his way past them. Do-han clicks his tongue, his face twisted in annoyance. Barging into someone else's hunting ground is a serious violation. The system notifies that the tiger's aura is fully charged. Meanwhile, Im Do-han, with a twisted sneer, draws his sword with a sharp shink and chases after the boy. The boy hesitates to speak, but Im Do-han is already seething with rage. "You're getting in my way," he roars, swinging his sword down at him. Right at that moment, Shin Yun-seo drops down from the sky, screaming, "Get the hell away from my brother, you half-eaten squid-faced bastard." She lands firmly in a crab stance, and the impact of her landing is so powerful that it easily knocks Im Do-han back. The stunned boy calls out to his sister, but she snaps, "Who gave you permission to touch my brother, you piece of garbage?" Man, this girl has such a foul mouth that her brother can't even stop her in time. "What did you just say?" Im Do-han and his team's faces instantly darken, twisted in fury. But Shin Yun-seo just stands there smugly, completely unfazed. She lets out a mocking laugh and says, "I said you look like a half-eaten squid. Got a problem with that? Actually, let me correct myself. You look more like a dried-up sea anemone, honestly. Wait, hold on. That's a huge insult to sea anemones. My bad. Man, she is absolutely brutal with her insults." Do-han gets body-shamed so hard that his whole body starts shaking, sweating buckets as he grits his teeth and snarls. "You've insulted our entire guild." Shin Yun-seo ties her hair back and fires back with a serious look. "Cut the crap. You're the one who tried to lay hands on my brother first, aren't you? Trying to intimidate us? Is that what you're doing?" 3 of Do-han's lackeys aggressively draw their swords and charge forward to gang up on her. "I'll shut that garbage mouth of yours." Shin Yun-seo is thoroughly annoyed now. Ganging up on a single girl with a whole crew is just pathetic. But it doesn't matter. She's more than capable of taking them all down by herself now. Her tiger's aura flares up intensely, radiating a blinding golden light. Jeum-gu and Chang-seon are standing not too far away. Jeum-gu suggests they should go help, but Chang-seon stops him, saying, "Just stand back and watch." Yun-seo's tiger's aura has already surpassed the tiger's wrath and is now closely approaching the level of tiger's calamity. It might feel unfamiliar to her right now, but she'll soon know it like the back of her hand. After all, that power was practically hers from the very beginning. Chang-seon smirks. By keeping an eye on her, he can figure out what the beast's path is and find out if it has any nasty side effects. While Chang-seon is lost in his schemes, a bizarre object suddenly appears on the battlefield. Do-han's crew charged forward with all their might, only to get the absolute shock of their lives when their swords shattered to pieces. A devil-faced shield was what ruined their weapons, famously known as the Tower Shield. Seizing the momentum, Yun-seo lets out a battle cry and charges ahead, determined to flatten these guys into pressed squids. You are supported by the tiger's aura. Your strength is amplified, and your speed continues to rise. Her tower shield glides smoothly like an ice skater, smashing the face of anyone foolish enough to stand in her way. The shield bash skill has exploded. 2 of Im Do-han's comrades are sent flying before they can even react. Seizing the opportunity, another guy circles around her back, planning a sneak attack. Does this bitch really not know that a big mouth only invites disaster? He makes his move, but if Yun-seo fails to react to this, then all her years of idolizing a ruthless beast like Chang-seon would truly go to waste. Tiger disaster exploded. With one swift swing from Shin Yun-seo, that bastard in red was sent flying back, his jaw completely shattered. An iron shaft stood upright in front of the group, acting as a defensive barrier. It was the handle of an oversized battle axe. Shin Yun-seo held a shield in one hand and gripped her axe in the other. Aside from her sauna-like outfit, she looked exactly like a badass warrior queen, ready to collect the heads of big-mouthed trash with pea-sized skills. Im Do-han completely froze, utter panic written all over his face. Wearing a smug, provocative look, Shin Yun-seo said, "My memory is pretty bad. Why don't you repeat that for me?" Man, That pathetic old geezer is an absolute joke. Yeah, when she puts it like that, nobody is gonna dare open their mouth. Getting smacked by either her axe or her shield would definitely ruin anyone's day. The Twilight piercing owl even showed support for the highly righteous player, Shin Yun-seo. At this point, only God could stop Shin Yun-seo. Yet, Im Do-han still couldn't accept the reality that he had been utterly humiliated and beaten to a pulp by a girl whose rank was miles below his. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, which looked like an entire army had just swept through, Baek Gyeol realized there was absolutely no need for him to step in and waste his energy. Lee Chang-seon smiled with satisfaction. This power was exactly what he felt when she first awakened. Despite suddenly gaining such monstrous power, she didn't lose her composure for a second. That's why Shin Yun-seo's true strengths are her ice-cold composure and unwavering resilience. Most importantly, she has superhuman strength and incredibly sharp senses that allow her to tame Jigwee's fire. Is her talent finally blooming, or is her true potential just waking up? Either way, she is gradually perfecting herself. She hasn't even used half of Jigwee's power, and she is already doing this. If she could unleash its maximum power, it would be absolutely mind-blowing. But wait, isn't Director O the only one who is supposed to have this blade? I have no idea what he is plotting, but it is definitely nothing simple. Lee Chang-seon realized it was finally time to carefully examine those things they found in the temple. Right then, Shin Yun-seo landed a solid punch right between Im Do-han's eyes, completely knocking him out of the fight. Her younger brother could only stare at his terrifyingly fierce sister, completely dumbfounded. What on earth happened to you? It's a long story. Just then, Lee Chang-seon and Baek Gyeol walked over, shocking her younger brother even more. That's Lee Chang-seon. But wait, why does he look so incredibly grumpy just meeting the kid? Shin Yun-seo grinned from ear to ear. It's fine, he actually saved me. Wait, that bastard Lee Chang-seon saved you? Hey, why would you say that about him? Still, the kid couldn't help but eye Baek Gyeol, thinking he didn't look like an instructor at all, let alone why he was hanging around here. What do you plan on doing? What am I gonna do? What else do you do when you enter a dungeon? Lee Chang-seon gave them a knowing look. The two guys were completely stunned, while only Shin Yun-seo looked at him with absolute worship. Shin Yun-seo's brother made a sour face. Do you have any idea how massive the Black Chain mountain range is? Not only is it vast, but every single zone has completely different obstacles. That's why the White Tiger clan gave up on clearing this place and only uses it as a training ground. Plus, we only have 100 days here. Up in the heavens, the gods were also starting to get rowdy. Calamity Tiger wondered if that was actually true, while the Twilight piercing owl was convinced he would wrap this up in a heartbeat. The world-encircling serpent clicked its tongue, mocking how incredibly naive those humans were for not knowing how cunning he truly was. Baek Gyeol asked Lee Chang-seon how long he planned to take, but Lee Chang-seon didn't quite get his point. Conquering a dungeon takes a ton of effort, so we need some prep time, right? Prep for what? Lee Chang-seon unleashed his eternal flame and declared flatly, "One day is all it takes." Spectral wings suddenly erupted from his back, sending the other three into a frenzy of excitement. This guy is always so damn fast. Little did they know, further away, a highly disgruntled Im Do-han was watching. Even though he had been beaten completely out of shape, he still hadn't learned his lesson. Glaring with one swollen eye shut and the other squinting in pure rage, he fumed, "How dare she defy me? How the hell did she even pull that off? Did she use some cheap trick? No, wait, maybe she is a half-demon. If she weren't, there is no way in hell I would have lost to her so easily. Even someone like Lee Chang-seon would be helpless against me." He then comforted himself. "Whatever, she is just a half-demon anyway." With a cunning smirk, he muttered, "I will make sure you guys can never hold your heads up high again." Usually, those who talk the most can never get a single thing done. Just then, some of his lackeys called out to him. Having his little pity party interrupted made Im Do-han incredibly annoyed. He looked to his side at his three beaten lackeys, who couldn't even stand up yet. How the hell was he supposed to explain this? Even if my opponent was a half-demon, I can't let my reputation as a captain go down the drain. Should I just take them all out to shut them up? Or maybe make up a story that we got ambushed, and then form a squad to hunt down that half-demon? Im Do-han face-palmed with a wicked grin, an apprentice who, through relentless effort, eliminated a half-demon that snuck into the training zone. Now, doesn't that sound badass? Oh my god, has this guy really become so delusional that he is already writing his own headline? Taking all those punches straight to the face from Seo must have scrambled his brain, because he went right back to daydreaming. Lee Chang-seon has to be a half-demon too. Otherwise, there is no way in hell I would have lost like this. Once I handle Seo, you're next, Lee Chang-seon. With that, he happily turned around to answer his crew. I'm right here. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, the system announced that the dungeon raid was successfully completed, and the final rankings would be recalculated. Im Do-han was completely frozen in shock as he stared at the dungeon rankings. First place, Lee Chang-seon, with a whopping 830,320 points. Second place, Monong with 390,000 points. Rewards would be distributed based on the final rankings. Do-han couldn't wrap his head around what just happened, and the folks in the control room were just as clueless. Everything happened way too fast and was insanely dangerous. Is it seriously already cleared? Are you kidding me? Or is this for real? What the hell is going on? And what happened to the guy who was supposed to be monitoring Lee Chang-seon? Suddenly, the dungeon closed. Following the cold system announcement, the golden gate immediately swung open. The system vibrated with a warning and began a 10-second countdown to close the gate. Instead of sitting idly on the ground, Lee Chang-seon and Bun stood tall, each dominating their own peak. With a cold expression, Chang-seon listened to the system relaying the message from the gods. The troubled tiger was absolutely thrilled by all this chaos. The other players were completely frozen in shock as the system countdown ticked away. A man with hair like a lion's mane was also watching the situation unfold on a vivid holographic screen. As the countdown reached 0, a blinding light enveloped everything. The dungeon has officially closed. Congratulations. The disheveled observer with a messy beard watched with a gloomy expression. As soon as the gate closed, news outlets went wild, blowing up the internet with clickbait headlines about how Chang-seon cleared the dungeon. Netizens flooded the comment sections, and to put it simply, the internet was in absolute chaos. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the storm was coldly making a shocking statement. Isn't this already enough? His teammates were already used to his sharp tongue, so they didn't even flinch. But the White Tiger clan guards, meeting him for the first time, were completely taken aback, their egos deeply bruised. You think we're joking here, kid? If you dare challenge us. Before the three guards could even finish acting tough, a bandaged fist slammed straight into their faces, sending their leader flying into the wall. Lee Chang-seon smirked and looked over, only to see a familiar face. Seo Dong-gun. Unleashing the terrifying killing intent of a great tiger, Dong-gun roared. Who do you think you're shouting at? You guys asking for a beating? The guard who just got punched scrambled up, ignoring his bleeding nose, and tried to argue back. Second team leader Dong-gun leaned in close and growled. Is that really how you address me? Do you want another fist to your mouth? The guard quickly corrected himself. Why did you come all the way here, Captain, sir? We're trying to arrest that brat, but we haven't finished our investigation yet. Investigation? You mean interrogation. Either way, I'm taking him with me. End of story. Dong-gun channeled his energy and demanded. What? Got a problem with that? The fierce tiger's killing intent flared up again. The guard shut his mouth instantly, kneeling on the ground as obediently as a puppy. Dong-gun casually led them away. I'll take that silence as a no. Follow me. Chang-seon didn't really like this guy, but he followed along anyway. Meanwhile, Seo was staring at him with pure adoration the entire time. As for the other two, they were completely helpless. Seo winked at her friend. Isn't our OP guy super cool? Yeah, he is, the friend admitted, though he seemed pretty reluctant to admit it. I really thought he was just bluffing when he said he'd clear it in one day. But after witnessing it firsthand, even though I was just trailing behind Lee Chang-seon, I never imagined he'd pull it off in just half a day. Talk about crushing your goals. Dong-gun turned back to the three people behind Chang-seon and said, all three of you, follow my instructions for a bit. Lee Chang-seon, follow me. Once he finished sorting out the other three, Dong-gun and Chang-seon headed off together. Dong-gun looked at Chang-seon with a brown-nosing grin. I assume those guys are members of the team you put together for training, right? You could say that, Chang-seon replied flatly. Lee Chang-seon was too lazy to even put effort into his reply. Well, starting a team always begins with bringing solo players together. With a captain at the center, that's how it always starts. Yeah, I agree, but anyway, where are we heading? Chang-seon realized they weren't heading toward Director O's office, and he didn't even think Director O had a room around here. Oh, did I forget to tell you? We're heading to the conference room. The chairman said he wants to hear a few things from you. Chang-seon was quite surprised to hear this. The chairman? You mean Moon Seong? But before he could even meet him, he ran straight into Director O right outside the conference room. Director O greeted him first. So, you're here. You look much better than the last time I saw you. A system notification popped up. The gaze of the troubled tiger is fixed on you. Lee Chang-seon stared right back. He was pretty sure the man had plenty of questions. After all, the dungeon closed shortly after the research facility was completely blown to pieces. Although Director O seemed perfectly fine, he had definitely received Donggun's report, and Chang-seon was quite certain the director was suspicious of him. After all, conquering a dungeon in just a single day sounded absolutely ridiculous. Thank you, sir. It was all thanks to the executive director. Chang-seon replied politely, but Director O shook his head. No, it was entirely because of your own abilities. Besides, things have gotten pretty chaotic around here, thanks to you. Is that so? Was this old man passive-aggressively blaming him for making him work overtime? Oh, please, Director. O chuckled. You're asking because you really don't know? It's way more than just being busy. The team leaders from the top raid squads are literally fighting each other to recruit you. He burst out laughing. Everything is in complete disarray, especially with the rewards you earned for clearing the dungeon. Hey, what's with that look on your face? Since the rumors have reached all the way to the top, we've been getting some calls from the higher-ups. Anyway, have you changed your mind yet? The system warns you that the constellation, a good season for hunting, says he's just messing around even though he knows your location. Chang-seon chuckled softly and replied, That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. If I don't get the guardian position I asked for, I might just toss you my resignation letter. All right, if you're a real man, you need to handle this properly. I'm just one person, but the company has no intention of letting you walk away that easily. Look, didn't the clan leader himself ask to meet you in person? Regardless of the clan leader, he's only interested in international affairs anyway. So, why don't we go say hello to him? Director O offered his hand to Chang-seon. So, they both took the elevator to meet the clan leader. The moment the doors opened, Chang-seon immediately activated his Serpent Eyes skill to scan the surroundings. The Void Monarch said he was raised to be a devout apostle, but his skills and talents should be below that of a guardian. Suddenly, your Beast Senses skill warns you of danger. Chang-seon felt this was the first time he had met someone so dangerous since his return. You have arrived at the once green flower garden. Danger aside, this place is beautiful. It feels more like a scenic spot for taking photos than a meeting room. Before Chang-seon was a magical path leading to a house beneath a giant ancient tree. Director O explained that the meeting room where the clan leader stayed was linked through another dungeon. He used magic to move the gate over to this side. The tiger that has been trapped in hardships is quite intrigued by the human who dared to step into his territory. So, this is his territory. The good season for hunting mentions that the air in this dungeon feels uncomfortable. The clan leader, Moon Seong, was already sitting on the roof, waiting for them. There is a whole house right there, so why on earth is this guy sitting on the roof? Is he trying to look cool or what? As you ordered, I've brought Lee Chang-seon. Chang-seon, with his bangs covering one eye, looked up coldly with his other eye. The old man with disheveled hair and beard looked down. So, you're the kid they call the Tyrant. Lee Chang-seon was surprised that he knew this. It seems our gods have taken quite an interest in you lately. The system warned Chang-seon again. The Twilight-piercing owl advised him to be cautious, as things seemed to be getting increasingly serious. Chang-seon could also feel a warning vibe from the man standing before him. His mood quickly turned sour. As Moon Seong released his magical energy, the system continued to issue warnings. The Great Tiger's murderous intent is threatening you. Chang-seon's face darkened completely, making his displeasure with the man crystal clear. The Beast Senses skill flagged the current situation as extremely dangerous. Right from the start, I plan to draw as much attention from the gods and constellations as possible. I already figured I'd face a ton of danger from their followers because of their blessings. A god would use any means necessary to possess me. This is exactly what I went through during my time in Arcadia. Chang-seon bowed his head. I am Lee Chang-seon. At first, Moon Seong was surprised by Chang-seon's action, but then he nodded in approval. Not bad. Meeting a master swordsman of the 9th generation truly leaves me deeply flattered. Lee Chang-seon spoke solemnly. Deeply flattered. Moon Seong repeated his words. Yes, only a few months ago, I thought I'd never be able to stand here. Chang-seon was absolutely sure this old man had no way of knowing about his experiences in the underworld. So, he probably just sees me as a broken man. But they say you shouldn't lower your head too much when dealing with a rookie. This must have definitely bruised his ego. What are you going to do now, Munseong? Will you back down on that threat? Or are you going to make a move? He's a player who has already surpassed level 90. If we fight here, I probably won't be able to defeat him, but I'm sure the gods and constellations interested in me will back me up. Even if they don't do anything, I'll definitely find a way to escape. So now, he really wanted to see what the old man would do. Munseong brushed past Chang-seon like a gust of wind and whispered into his ear. I see. Damn, is that it? Chang-seon grimaced as if he had just taken a physical blow. Munseong continued, Our god told me to pass on a gift to you, but I already gave it to Xian, so try and get it back on your way out. With that, he opened the exit for Chang-seon. Chang-seon was still left utterly stunned by the situation. What on earth is going on? Did he really not threaten me? Does Munseong not even consider the possibility of being abandoned by the puppet master? He still believes their bond is so strong that even if I try to interfere, it won't budge. Chang-seon narrowed his eyes, wondering, could it be the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan? The sight of Munseong's back, walking away without a single care in the world, only fueled his suspicion. Chang-seon couldn't help but think that, whether it was a divine weapon or an apostle, Munseong had created something to expand his clan. Perhaps the puppet master gave him a holy elixir or something. Meanwhile, his serpent eyes skill was still active. The snake that wraps around the world is intrigued by your thoughts, granting you its power. Your skill has leveled up. Player Munseong's information is now visible. He is surrounded by the calamity of the Tiger King. Munseong glanced back at Chang-seon. Seeing that the young man far exceeded his expectations, he said, If I were you, I wouldn't keep going down this path. Chang-seon was completely taken aback once again. What the heck did the old man mean by that? Why did he just walk away after saying it? Is this what they call a generation gap? Please excuse us, Chang-seon said with a quick bow. The door quickly closed. Chang-seon was teleported right back to where he first started. Frowning, Chang-seon calculated that the old man wasn't just a master of judo, he had to be at least 1, if not 2 tiers higher than him. Even so, he only sends his elite soldiers to those directly under his command, which means he intends to keep this power entirely to himself. The puppet master probably just wanted to see my reaction, and Munseong was simply playing along. They're incredibly strong, and they've got the cunning of devious old men. It seemed the puppet master saw a curved saber in Munseong, an incredibly sharp sword. It was as if he were searching for something even higher. But what could that be? Returning from the meeting room, Chang-seon continued walking with Executive Director Oh and Gun. Director Oh smiled. Our guild leader sure is a tough nut to crack. Chang-seon didn't pay any attention to the small talk, keeping his focus entirely on his own thoughts. The power at the White Tiger Research Lab was nothing compared to Munseong. He must have easily seen right through Executive Director Oh's petty tricks. Yeah. It feels like he exists in a completely different world. Right? Even now, I still have no idea what goes on inside his head. Gun chimed in, sounding completely fed up. I'm begging you. Next time you guys have a meeting in the conference hall, leave me out of it. Every single time I go, I get shivers down my spine. It's so annoying. More importantly, what's my reward anyway? The system popped up again to deliver a message from the gods. A good season to hunt proudly declared that no matter what gift you get, it could never compare to the blessings she has in store for you. The twilight-piercing owl listened in silence. Director O smiled so hard, his eyes turned into crescents, holding up 2 fingers. Ah, that? He gave me 2 options, a set of armor or access to the Tier 2 library, which they've already unlocked. Gun jumped up in excitement. Tier 2? Both of them? Why can't you share one with me, especially the armor? Director O completely ignored the hyperactive guy and looked at Chang-seon. It seems you've already guessed it, haven't you? No, actually, I'm quite surprised. You sure are quick-tongued. Looking at that face of yours, who would ever believe that? I only completed the quest and raided the dungeon that the Calamity Tiger assigned to me, so I'm actually pretty shocked that he decided to give me anything at all. Fair enough, I get it. So, have you made up your mind yet? I want to learn some new skills. I heard there are plenty of records in the Tier 2 library that I haven't read yet. Hearing this, Gun immediately cheered. Awesome. But Chang-seon only wanted to go to the Tier 2 library to find the Tiger Walk technique. Director O smiled widely. Sure, I figured you'd say that. Now that I think about it, I haven't let you choose a sponsor yet, have I? Wait, what? Gun flinched in shock, while Chang-seon, the man of the hour, kept an ice-cold expression. What on earth? Hyung-nim, stop playing around. How could any player not have chosen a sponsor by now? How could someone without a guardian deity make it this far? Never seen it before, right? Well, this guy right here is just that special, Director O boasted. Gun, lacking any tact, kept shouting. Say something. No, wait. Executive Director O is definitely losing his mind. Why are you both so quiet? Are you busy having a staring contest? No way, right? How is that even possible? Seeing that their expressions didn't change, his mind raced. Is this actually for real? Looking as bewildered as humanly possible, Gun mumbled weakly. This makes absolutely no sense. He glanced over at Chang-seon. How could he be this strong without a sponsor? If he actually gets a sponsor, just how destructive is he going to become? Even the word genius doesn't do this guy justice anymore. But still, Gun looked at Chang-seon with deep concern. He was about to say something else, but Chang-seon cut him off immediately. It's pretty obvious the Calamity Tiger wants me as his apostle. Isn't that clear enough? Not just him. Honestly, what god wouldn't want you? Plenty of constellations have already offered to make me their apostle. Are you really trying to convince me to do something I've already decided to stop doing? Chang-seon asked with a smug grin. Director O's face turned serious. Do you realize how unconvincing that sounds? What I mean is, if my reward was simply becoming an apostle, I would submit my resignation to you this very second. Even in my current state, I already enjoy plenty of exclusive privileges, Chang-seon said proudly. Director O leaned back, marveled by how bizarre this young man truly was. But it wasn't just him, even the gods were roaring in response. The Calamity Tiger grimaced, swearing an oath alongside you. A good season to hunt angrily demanded to know why he was copying her. The Twilight-piercing owl glared in annoyance at the Calamity Tiger. The Calamity Tiger stepped back, pouting. Resigned to his fate, Director O sighed. You young people are always so full of ambition, but don't you know that one day, that very ambition will be your downfall? He looked at him with disapproval before adding, well, I guess those with real talent get to make the rules. Chang-seon simply stared back at him with an emotionless expression. With no other choice, Director O could only let out a heavy sigh. Yoo-jun is in the first floor waiting lobby. Let me guide you. Thank you. But keep in mind that our God isn't as generous as you think. If he can't have you, he'll make damn sure nobody else does either. He walked ahead, while W patted his shoulder from behind. I bet you have a lot on your mind right now, but just stay positive, okay? If you stay, there are way more games waiting for you than you'd think. Having said that, he quickly hurried off after the director. Chang-seon frowned as he watched them leave. In his head, he could only think, what a pain in the ass. Yoo-jun then resumed guiding Chang-seon. From the second floor up, the rooms are partitioned for security. So, you can only enter using a registered key. So, which rooms can I access with this key? It's going to be a real pain if there is a limit on how many I can use. Yoo-jun shook his head. I am not quite sure either, sir. What kind of guide is this? Seriously? You have 6 hours to use the rooms. See you later, sir. As soon as Chang-seon stepped inside, he immediately received a few words from the old tiger. The fallen tiger god says these are real treasures that drive him absolutely crazy. The fallen tiger god is trying to convince you that if you become his apostle, everything here will be yours. There sure are a lot of rooms. They are labeled with names like Tyrant Tiger, White Tiger, One-Eyed Tiger, Silver Tiger, Torn Tiger, Black Tiger, and Eater of Nightmares. All of them originate from tigers. The retained reward from the quest Tiger's Plunder has been delivered. 9 paths lay ahead of you. Each path offers a different way to become a fierce tiger. Choose the path you want. Depending on your choice, the key to your very nature will also change. However, according to the fallen tiger god's proposal, if you become his apostle, you will receive everything. Chang-seon just found this incredibly ridiculous and laughable. Even if he didn't accept the deal, he planned on stealing everything in this place one day anyway. And so, Chang-seon chose a door, one that immediately set the gods buzzing with excitement. The fallen tiger god cannot comprehend your choice and shakes his head. The serpent that wraps around the world shakes his head, telling him he'll never understand anything with that blockhead of his. The fallen tiger god flares up in anger. The fallen tiger god says it's still not too late, asking if you want to choose a different path. You have chosen the one-eyed tiger. Seriously, rejecting him is something he could do all day. So yeah, simple as that. The one-eyed tiger is a cyclops tiger, or in other words, a one-eyed tiger. Although its perception is weaker than that of two-eyed tigers, its willpower is stronger than any other. It possesses the brutal, vicious nature of a killer who has absolutely no concept of defense. The puppet sovereign's reaction was entirely expected. He only chooses those who are just like him, which is why he picked the youngest of the 9 siblings. As the door opened, a terrifying surge of magical energy rushed out. Chang-seon is confident that this will go smoothly, especially with his ghostly spirit, Calamity Fire, and the Black Mountain Spirit Claw. He really wanted to unlock the remaining paths using Peter's key, but no matter how gullible the puppet sovereign seemed, he would never agree to that. Before the door shut, Chang-seon made a mental note to steal everything from him, in a way he would never expect. You have entered the room of the one-eyed tiger. Meanwhile, someone was pacing around anxiously, wondering why her idol hadn't returned yet. Shin Yun-seo spun around like a ballerina, muttering continuously, "What is taking so long? Why is he acting like this? Did something happen to him? Sis, chill out for a second. He's going to walk out of there completely fine. Just sit down already, will you? Do you really think a tyrant like him would get taken out that easily? He is not a tyrant," Yun-seo snapped. "His name is Seon Gun, which means he is a benevolent king. No, he is a total tyrant. Why can't you copy your oppa's cool style just a little bit anyway?" Shin Yun-seo made such a crazed fangirl face, looking like some cursed maiden crying out for her prince, that her younger brother almost threw up on the spot. She looked like a total nutcase of a fan to anyone watching. John Woo looked at her, seemingly calm and indifferent. But inside, he was quietly analyzing the situation. While it was so loud on the outside, it was deathly quiet on the inside. Was he really that guy from back then? Since when did his face get so incredibly handsome? But what on earth happened? What is Lee Chang-seon's true identity? Is there some secret between them? The younger brother thought to himself, I must have missed something. For better or worse, I need to find out. In reality, his vigilance was all so he could protect what mattered most, his love-struck sister, who was currently sitting over there praying for her beloved Appa's safe return. Seriously, sis, stop being so dramatic. It's embarrassing. Right at that moment, a notification popped up right next to him. The serpent that wraps around the world says that you are being too noisy. The serpent that wraps around the world says that if you don't shut your mouth, you will never get the information you want. Stunned, the younger brother thought, is he mistaking me for Lee Chang-seon? The serpent that wraps around the world chuckles, saying, that is not the case. He was even more shocked that the god could read his mind. The serpent that wraps around the world says it is completely written all over your face. The serpent that wraps around the world amusedly says that your habit of doubting everything around you is very similar to his own. The world-encircling serpent says he has an offer for you and wants to know what you think of it. The world-encircling serpent says he might let you become his priest, depending on how things go. Man, what an absolutely sweet deal. Jeumgyu was completely stunned by such an amazing offer out of nowhere. Right then, someone called out to Jeumgyu and Yun-seo. Looking over, they saw a guy with an ugly bowl cut grinning from ear to ear, saying, "You guys actually made it. That is awesome." Jeumgyu immediately recognized him as the arrogant jerk from back in the dungeon. He was one of those who had completely ignored his desperate plea to help find Yun-seo. And now he had the nerve to act like nothing happened and smile like that? It was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, Yun-seo ran over with teary, sparkling eyes, shouting, "Oppa!" Seeing this, the toad-headed punk got ahead of himself, blushing as he gasped, "Huh?" But before he could even process his excitement for 2 seconds, Yun-seo walked right past him like he was thin air. Confused, the guy turned around to look, while Jeumgyu covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Chang-seon looked at him. "Yeah, it is me. You got a problem?" Suddenly, Yun-seo was grabbed by the wrist. She spun around, deeply annoyed. "What do you think you are doing?" The guy's face darkened as he grimaced and gnashed his teeth. "You have never acted like this with me." Chang-seon, who had just stepped out only to be greeted by this bizarre love-hate drama, frowned in confusion. The guy grew even more worked up, his eyes full of malice as he spat out each word through clenched teeth. "You have never cared about how I felt. So this is why you vanished? For some new guy? Wow, look who is playing the victim card," Yun-seo thought. Staring at his face, twisted with jealousy, she seriously debated whether she should just bury this guy alive. But catching sight of Chang-seon standing nearby, she instantly switched acts. She shook her head as tears streamed down her face, crying out, "Appa!" Chang-seon just stood there like a statue, watching the drama unfold, which only infuriated the punk further. "What do you think you are looking at, huh?" But before the words could fully leave his mouth, a sudden gust of wind swept by, leaving Yun-seo frozen in shock. Chang-seon had already grabbed the annoying punk by the collar. effortlessly lifting him off the ground with a single hand. Even with 1 foot in the grave, the punk was still trying to act tough. Ugh, let go. Do you even know who I am? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was terribly wrong. Chang-seon's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and the projection of the one-eyed tiger materialized right above him. The punk felt as if he were dangling from a tiger's claws. The system warned him, "The single eye of the one-eyed tiger is glaring at you. The one-eyed tiger knows only slaughter and malice. Those are its only 2 instincts. It injects the fear of death into whoever is caught in its single gaze. It is a special effect, driven by pure, murderous intent. It inflicts terror. You have been affected by fear. You have been affected by panic. You have been affected by shock. Emergency. You are currently in a state of severe shock. There is a high chance your mental state will suffer permanent, irreparable damage. You are strongly advised to leave the area immediately." Suddenly, a yellow puddle began to pool between his legs. Jeong-gyu cried out in disgust. Everyone else quickly backed away, completely grossed out. Talk about literally pissing yourself in fear. Without flinching, Chang-seon let go, leaving the pathetic punk to crash onto the floor right into his own puddle. Glancing over, Chang-seon simply said, "Let us go." "Sure, Oppa," Yoon-seo replied, completely blinded by infatuation. The terrified punk, who had practically lost his soul, was left abandoned on the floor. The bystanders had no idea how to handle the situation either. "Oppa, do you want to grab something to eat?" Yoon-seo asked Chang-seon tentatively. "Grab something to eat? Well, now that training is over, we should eat. But not today. Let us do it next time." Yoon-seo pouted. "Huh? Why?" But looking ahead, a chaotic swarm of reporters with flashing cameras was already crowding them, aiming their lenses right at their faces. "Mr. Lee Chang-seon, we want to know your thoughts on clearing an unexplored dungeon in record time. The White Tiger clan has announced that they have amazing plans lined up for you. Have you discussed this with the guild yet?" Chang-seon turned to Seol and whispered, "There are too many eyes on us right now." Seol finally remembered that Chang-seon had always been this kind of person. Everywhere the team went, crowds swarmed them, bombarding them with an endless barrage of questions. Lee Chang-seon kept his expression deadpan, staying completely silent as a rule. Yoon-seo, on the other hand, seemed the most thrilled, walking with proud, arrogant strides. When she crossed paths with Chang-seon's fan club, she glared at them, gnashing her teeth. Chang-seon, meanwhile, could only wonder what on earth these crazy people were doing here. "Get in." "Wait, you mean this limousine? This is my personal ride. Manager O gave it to me to use. It even comes with a private chauffeur. One word, classy. So, what were you trying to say earlier?" Jeong-ju let out a startled, confused sound. "When we left the lobby, it looked like you wanted to tell me something. Am I wrong? Wait, you noticed?" With how restless you were, it would have been harder not to notice. Jeong-gyu sighed. "By any chance, do you know about the world-encircling serpent?" Immediately, a certain god flinched. The world-encircling serpent was startled to hear his name being mentioned. The world-encircling serpent thrashed his tail in protest, annoyed at this guy's complete inability to keep a secret. Chang-seon was completely speechless at how childish these guys were. I knew it was one of the divine senses I was actually interested in. That divine sense spoke to me and told me to keep an eye on your every move, then report back any interesting findings. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent sighed, complaining that it was all over. "Oh, is that so?" Jeong-gyu nervously spilled the beans. "Yeah, that's right. I was told to focus on giving detailed reports about anything that could be a secret." He was so busy looking away that he had no idea a dark force was glaring at him with pure rage. "Hey, why are you only telling us this now?" Yoon-seo grabbed her younger brother's cheeks, stretching them like rubber bands. "It's not like I got this message that long ago. Still, you should have said something the second you got it. Ow, my ears are gonna rip off. Man, they are so annoying." Chang-seon was starting to regret his life choices. He thought he'd only saved one noisy brat, but now he had to deal with this package deal? It was absolutely unbearable. "Aren't you mad?" Jeong-gyu asked, his eyes wide in shock. "Mad? Why should I be?" "Well, to be honest, I was a bit conflicted." "So, did you actually find out anything?" "Not at all." "Well, then it's fine. You didn't do me any harm from the start anyway, so why bother apologizing?" Jeong-gyu was stunned. This man was truly powerful, far more powerful than any of us. The world-encircling serpent's divine sense muttered that nothing was interesting anyway and buried its face in its own coils. Resting his chin on his hand, Chang-seon asked what the divine sense had given him. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent peaked up slightly as Gyeonggu revealed that it had promised to teach him black magic. Chang-seon was quite surprised. Black magic? Gyeonggu replied that it suited him better than anything else. Just keep spying on me, huh? It told you to watch me and report anything interesting, right? So just do that. Chang-seon was so generous that it triggered a strong reaction. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent bolted upright. It blinked in sheer confusion. Gyeonggu still couldn't process how things had turned out. The black magic that the world-encircling serpent knew was one of the ultimate secret techniques, known as the Ouroboros structural formula. Learning even the bare basics, let alone the whole thing, was incredibly difficult. The fact that the divine sense offered to teach you means it thinks pretty highly of your talent. Chang-seon explained to Gyeonggu, who still looked completely dazed. It must have seen something special in you. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent was so shocked its jaw dropped, wondering how on earth he could know that. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent grumbled, telling him not to get too cocky. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent bragged that if everyone who begged for its guidance lined up, they would wrap around the earth countless times. Meanwhile, Gyeonggu was still wondering, do I really have talent? Chang-seon encouraged him, telling him to just do whatever the divine sense commanded. The car stopped, and the siblings, Yoon-seo and Gyeonggu, got out. He told his fanatical, fangirl sister, starting today, I'm officially a fan of his, too. Yoon-seo laughed out loud, beaming with pride. It's about time you realized how amazing he is. If there's anything you want to know about him, just ask me. Haha, do you seriously think I'm going to simp over him like crazy the way you do? Of course, Yoon-seo wasn't about to let that comment slide. Ow, my leg, my leg. Meanwhile, the serpent was busy questioning Chang-seon. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent demanded to know how he had accessed that kind of information. Just like you keep your secrets, I'll keep mine. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent slammed its tail against the ground in anger, grumbling that it couldn't fathom what was going on in his head. Chang-seon smiled. He had once wanted to learn the Ouroboros structural formula, but studying rune magic had been way too hard, so he ended up giving up. If he could get Gyeonggu to teach him the formula, it would be incredibly useful. No wonder he allowed a literal paparazzi to openly follow him. Do you live in Noryangjin? Yes, that's right. Chang-seon could tell with a single glance that Gyeonggu was lying. The kid quickly stammered, No, I don't. It's small, but I'm living in a Goshiwon. I'm still asking you nicely, so you'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, I'm following you home, and if I find out you're lying, your head is rolling. Chang-seon's sharp tone made Gyeonggu instantly deflate. You don't have a place to stay, do you? Yeah. Where did you live before? I needed to buy a weapon, so I pulled out my security deposit. Chang-seon frowned. Shin Moon-seong, you idiot. Do you have any idea your son is living like this? In any case, I need to help him fully understand monsters. So he offered, just stay at my place for now. Gyeonggu froze in shock. But first, let's get you some clothes. Before heading home to his mother, Lee Chang-seon changed out of his work clothes so she wouldn't realize he had just been in a massive brawl. When So-doo-ha saw him walk in, she was startled, since Chang-seon had previously told her he'd be gone for over 3 months. My training wrapped up faster than I thought. If I knew you were coming back, I would have cooked a lot more. It's fine, Mom. I can just order some takeout. You barely visit home, why would you eat out? Let me whip something up. Oh, Mom, there's actually something I need to tell you. What is it? And why are you just standing out there? Come on in. Who's this, sweetie? He's my friend, Gyeonggu. It was Gyeonggu's first time stepping into a rich family's home, so he was visibly nervous. Sorry for the intrusion, ma'am. It was also So-doo-ha's first time seeing her son bring a friend home, so she was incredibly welcoming and told him to make himself right at home. As Gyeonggu walked in, he couldn't help but marvel at how huge the place was. And that Han River view? Talk about next level insane. As expected of Lee Chang-seon, his place is on another level. Across the room, a massive widescreen TV is broadcasting the news. The Tyrant Lee Chang-seon and his team just cleared a dungeon no one else ever dared to touch. Even international news outlets are in a frenzy covering this historic event. Hearing all that praise makes Baek Yeol feel a bit awkward. Glancing over at the sofa, he sees Chang-seon's famous artist sister lounging and munching on snacks. Her hair is a total mess, uneven, half-tied, and half-loose. Spotting one familiar face and one total stranger walking in, she jumps up and asks who Yeol is. Chang-seon simply points a finger, and when his sister glances at the TV, she realizes she's been caught and quickly tries to cover it up. "Oh, please," she claims she only happened to flip to this channel, then shuts it off immediately. No one was even judging her. Grumbling about how annoying they are, she stomps back to her room. Woo Do-hee calls out after her, "Why are you heading back to your room when you were just watching TV? Dinner is almost ready." "I don't want to eat," her daughter snaps. Do-hee sighs and frowns. There she goes, throwing another fit. Honestly, who did she inherit that attitude from? She might look like that, but she worries about you a lot. Just a few days ago, she was watching videos of your test on YouTube. "Mom, what are you even talking about? I don't even like him, okay?" And just like that, a fierce bickering match begins between mother and daughter. Chang-seon gestures for Gyeol to follow him and check out his room first. "Wow, is this your room, sir? Just call me brother. Calling me sir makes me feel like I have one foot in the grave. Just call me brother." "Ah, so this is your room, brother? It's amazing. It's actually bigger than my entire house." Chang-seon can't help but think that if fate heard this, it would accuse him of messing up the family hierarchy. After all, strictly speaking, calling him uncle would make a lot more sense. Baek Gyeol continues touring Chang-seon's room, oohing and ahing at every single corner. "Is this your first time seeing stuff like this?" "Of course. How could I ever afford it?" "Whoa, you even have a physical copy of the Triple Rebirth. That's the limited edition. Go ahead and play with it." "Seriously? But that isn't even the best part. The ultimate luxury is the massive bathroom with steaming hot water." Gyeol can't help but feel that he and Chang-seon truly live in two completely different worlds. "I made a simple meal, so please don't mind if it's a bit plain," Do-hee says warmly. "Plain? This is a feast. I hope it suits your taste." "It's absolutely delicious," Gyeol says, making Do-hee beam with joy. Gyeol is so happy he's practically on the verge of tears. He's never had a meal this good in his entire life. "You should really open a restaurant, ma'am," he says, stuffing his face like a starving ghost. Seeing this, Do-hee shoots a subtle look at her son. "See how sweet this boy is? If only a certain someone could learn a thing or two from him." Under her expectant gaze, her son lazily drops a 3-word response. "Yeah, it's good." Exasperated, Do-hee turns her bright eyes back to Gyeol. "You see that? With a face like his, it's a miracle anyone cooks for him at all. Is your name Gyeol?" "Yes, it is. Do you want to be my son instead? You'd make a much better youngest child than a certain someone else around here." Do-hee's sudden enthusiasm catches Gyeol completely off guard. Seeing his awkwardness, she quickly laughs it off, saying she was only joking, before offering him some more soup. The cozy scene suddenly triggers a rush of memories for Gyeol, the sound of laughter from his past, his mother's laughter. After dinner, the two guys head to sleep. Chang-seon takes the bed while Gyeol sets up his cozy nest on the floor. Even without looking, Chang-seon knows Gyeol is wide awake. He tells him, "If you're uncomfortable, just say the word." "Oh no, the floor is really warm, and the blanket is so soft. It's incredibly comfortable." "Then why aren't you sleeping? It feels like something is weighing heavily on your mind." "Is it really that obvious? Only an idiot wouldn't notice. Is something bothering you?" "No, it's just, I keep wondering if I even have the right to live this comfortably right now." "Who's the one who grants you that right?" Gyeol starts to sit up, about to answer, but Chang-seon cuts him off immediately. "No one. It's something you decide for yourself. If you look down on yourself, your own value will plummet. But if you value yourself more, everything changes." Gyeol is stunned, speechless. "You're the only one who decides what you want to do. No one else has the right to make that choice for you. I understand." Looking at him, Chang-seon is strongly reminded of his younger self. Back then, he was nothing but a demon who did nothing but fight endlessly, never once recognizing his own worth. It was only after he fell apart and lost everything that he realized how wrong he had been. "I don't want you making the same mistakes I did. Thank you, brother." Suddenly, Chang-seon feels like these words of wisdom should have come from his old man instead. But who knows where that old geezer has disappeared to? Even the gods are deeply touched by this brotherly bond. Good Season to Hunt is practically moved to tears. The twilight-piercing owl looks down with eyes full of deep emotion. The next morning, Sister Yuseon remarks, "Mom, don't you think something is off?" "What's off?" "It's that troublemaker brother of mine." "Why are you talking about your brother like that?" "Mom, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Haven't you noticed how weird he's been lately?" Chang-seon's sister has suddenly turned into a detective, leaving Doohee struggling to keep up. Ever since he got involved in that Ramsol incident, he's like a totally different person. He stopped drinking, and he's way less hot-headed. Even when I try to push his buttons on purpose, he just ignores me completely. Doohee holds her head in frustration, listening to her eldest daughter's wild theories. Anyway, it's just so bizarre. It's like he suddenly aged by several years overnight. He talks less, thinks more, and he's clearly gotten way stronger, though his face is still as annoying as ever. But the weirdest part, did you notice, Mom? Doohee just stares back at her, completely dazed. Mom, don't you get it? That kid has always been a total loner with zero friends. Doohee freezes, her expression shifting as she prepares to throw hands. Unaware of the impending danger, Yuseon happily continues babbling. And then out of nowhere, he brings home a friend, who actually looks pretty cute, too. Who gave you permission to talk about your brother like that? Ow, ouch, Mom, that hurts. Stop hitting me. Even while taking a beating, she still refuses to shut up. So Yuha put her hands on her hips. What kind of nonsense are you going to say now? Seriously though, that's not it. That friend of his is totally my type, from head to toe. Mom, can you ask him if he has a girlfriend in a bit? If he can hang out with that kid, his personality must be pretty good too. Of course, she immediately got smacked again by So Yuha after that comment. Just then, the two young men came downstairs. While their mother was making small talk, his older sister hurriedly ran her fingers through her hair to fix her look. Chang-seon said, "We're heading out to train, Mom. We'll eat out, so go ahead and have dinner without us." His eyes lingered on her for about 5 seconds. "Don't push yourself too hard," their mother advised. "Remember what Mom said, little bro," his sister chimed in, having finished her quick makeover. His sister chimed in. Yuseon pouted and sighed, saying she would head back later. Gyeowol bowed and said, "We'll be on our way now." Once they got outside, he asked Chang-seon where they were going. "To get you a new weapon." "A new weapon? Are you planning to use that trashy thing forever?" "But, I don't have any money." Chang-seon glared at him. "Did you already forget what I told you yesterday? You have to determine your own worth. Weapons are crucial. They protect your body and defeat monsters. If you're holding a weapon that doesn't fit you, you won't be able to unleash your full power." Chang-seon began his lecture. "And it's not just weapons, it's armor, amulets, and magic stones too. So don't say a word. Just follow me, and I'll get you fully geared up. After that, I'm going to test your skills, so get ready." Gyeowol felt like he had hit the jackpot with this sugar daddy of a patron, meaning he wouldn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. The first turning point in my life was when I restored my magical energy, and this opportunity might very well be the second. And this guy was there for both of those turning points. "What did you say, you little punk? You want me to make another weapon? Do you think I'm your all-powerful personal employee or something? Do you think forging a weapon is easy? 100 million won has been transferred to your account from Lee Chang-seon's account at W Bank. No, the issue here isn't money. It's the workload. Another 100 million won has been transferred to your account from Lee Chang-seon's account at W Bank. Holy crap, what a sugar daddy. The rich don't talk. With just 2 taps, 200 million won is gone." He still didn't say yes. Compared to his beggar-like appearance from before, Wooji had completely transformed his style. The more gold, the better, wearing whatever he wanted regardless of the weather. After those 2 transfers, he was slapping his own forehead and cursing up a storm. Gyeowol was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? 2 transfers of 100 million won. Tears welling in his eyes, he gave Chang-seon a big thumbs up. "That is so cool, boss. This just proves that if money can't solve a problem, a massive amount of money certainly can. This philosophy always works like a charm on a money grubber like Wooji. I told you to call me boss." Chang-seon grimaced at Wooji's swearing. Yeah, you bastard of a boss. Must be nice to have money. "So, what do you want me to make, boss?" "A spear. If you're going to make me forge one just like yours, I'll split your skull open and use it as fuel for the furnace." "Quite the big talker, huh? Can you even do it, old man?" "There's no need for that. Just a regular spear will do." "What about the length and weight? Around 3 meters long and heavy. How the hell is anyone supposed to understand that? Don't you have an example?" "Gyeowol, take out your spear." Wooji took the spear and wondered what kind of crazy weight this was. He walked over and checked Gyeowol's hands. "You mostly use your left hand, don't you? Instead of handling it the usual way, you use it to thrust, spin, and jab." Analyzing Gyeowol as he squeezed his muscles, Wooji muttered, Using centrifugal force and rotation to boost the impact of your strikes isn't slow at all. Do you pay attention to your speed when using such a heavy weapon? Gyeowul noticed that while all the blacksmiths he met before were arrogant, this man was different. Wooji had even realized that he was using his leg power too. Gyeowul had to admit that this man was indeed a master blacksmith worthy of Chang-seon's choice. No wonder Chang-seon's weapons were so incredible. What grade do you want it to be? It should at least be on par with dark iron or glacial iron that's been refined at least 100 times. What? Are you planning to go to war or something? Something like that. 15 days. No, 10. Are you insane? That's the absolute minimum time I need just to order the materials and molds. If I hammer away without any rest, I'll end up crippled. You won't. Damn it. Remember, 10 days max. I get it, kid. Wooji's anger was practically bursting through the screen. Why didn't you just agree to that from the start? Even by the time they reached the training room, Gyeowul was still on cloud 9 about getting his very own custom weapon. What are you thinking about? Chang-seon's voice snapped Gyeowul out of his daydream, reminding him that now was not the time to lose focus. Oh, nothing. I'm just a bit nervous. Don't worry too much, or you won't be able to train properly. Yes, the constellation, a good season for hunting, is watching your spear with pure excitement. Meanwhile, the owl that pierces the twilight is busy organizing the reward details. The fierce tiger god grumbles that if it's not a fight to the death, it's boring, and temporarily turns his attention away. Well, Chang-seon won't tell him that he'd better prepare himself emotionally. Anyway, how much of your willpower can you actually use? Gyeowul hesitated. Chang-seon immediately figured out that it wasn't working very well. He thought that was probably the root of the problem. Gyeowul asked in surprise, "You know the reason why, Chang-seon?" The constellation, the serpent that wraps around the world, is curious about what this sly guy is planning to do next. Your magical power shouldn't be used like ordinary mana. A demonic human is supposed to be a child born between a mage and a demon, right? So basically, half human, half demon. This means you possess both demonic and fiendish energy. But the problem is, you're no longer a demonic human. If your powers just run wild against your will, that's not good. Suddenly, the lights flick on, and it's quite blinding. You just need a different method of circulating mana compared to what you used before. Of course, that means you have to change everything, from the way you breathe to your smallest habits. So Chang-seon figured what Gyeowul currently possesses is shadow energy. I need to transform that into his own unique skill or special ability. If I can pull that off, it'll basically turn him into a human with a whole new kind of potential. From now on, you must become my shadow. What kind of bizarre request is that, bro? But actually, Chang-seon had received a similar offer in the past. My shadow? What do you mean by that? You already know I don't have a fixed physical form, right? Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't even be here. Exactly. I don't even exist as a normal soul. My existence is basically that of a god. No deity or constellation can perceive me, but you're different. So what of it? To maintain a physical form, I merged into your shadow, treating it as a part of my own body. Your shadow is now my physical anchor in this world. I must stay hidden. I can't let outsiders or other gods find out. So you're just using me. I wouldn't put it that way, but it's close enough. Besides, you'll benefit from me too. Right now, Gyeowul is asking Chang-seon what he needs to do. It's not just him who's confused. The world-wrapping serpent is also saying he doesn't understand what you're trying to do. The world-wrapping serpent is highly intrigued, eager to see what new knowledge you'll show him. First, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you possess. Chang-seon strictly instructs Gyeowul. Like I said, controlling shadow energy is different from managing other forms of energy. You need to pave a path for it to flow naturally. Gyeowul doesn't quite get what Chang-seon means by a path, a shadow. Try projecting all your fear into my shadow. Use your willpower to pull my shadow toward you. Chang-seon explains, but Gyeowul barely understands, his face scrunched up in utter confusion. Don't try to force it, visualize it, coax it, and let it flow toward you. Gyeowul knits his brows tightly. Chang-seon's shadow actually begins to move. At first, it merely twitches, but then it surges upward with a deafening roar. Gyeowul is startled by its violent movement. Chang-seon grabs him, raising his voice to tell him to focus. Gyeowul knits his brows again, watching the shadow surge straight toward him. The shadow looms over him. Don't let it swallow you. Conquer it, no matter what. The system alerts. The shadows are running wild. Shadow energy is depleting. Under the strain, Gyeowul grimaces. gritting his teeth hard to keep from crying out. Shadow energy is in disarray, and his physical strength is being drained. This is too hard. As Gyeol struggles in agony, the shadow scoffs in disdain. I don't like this. To think the first shadow I capture had to be this one. Guess there's no choice. I have to help him now. The shadows that were wrapped around Gyeol's body as if to swallow him suddenly pull away, swirling together into a massive vortex. The shadows are merging into one. You have successfully captured it. The system displays this notification, a sight so glorious it feels like a miracle. The shadow speaks, You must endure. Since you chose to merge with us, you must bear the weight of the trials and dangers that await you in the future. Gyeol's eyes widen as he reaches his hand out toward the pitch-black vortex. The vortex morphs into a face, leaning right up to him. Do you understand? Gyeol replies, Don't worry. Their eyes lock, and the pitch-black shadow plunges straight into Gyeol's body. The system announces that you have acquired the skills: shadow puppet creation and shadow analysis, utilizing shadow energy as their core foundation. You have acquired temporary traits. You have acquired temporary skills. You have acquired temporary abilities. Much of the information remains hidden. With only 71.5% successfully analyzed, you have acquired the trait. Shadow Puppet Dance. The conclusion is clear. BGW is incomprehensible. The alias vessel of UIN is incomprehensible. Guardian class. Ancient Rune Guardian, level 28. Guile is quite surprised by his new interface. The system continues to display other information. The unique details mimicked from player Lee Chang-seon are quite poor. Learn as much information as possible from player Lee Chang-seon so you can mimic him better. Chang-seon explains to him that shadow energy is the energy used to mimic things. Therefore, there needs to be something that it can copy. So that's why you told me to take your shadow? Exactly. And the better you understand that object, the stronger your shadow energy will become. So from now on, let's see what you can copy. Gyeol nods, finally getting the picture. Chang-seon immediately spins the spear in his hand with the fluid grace of Sun Wukong. The spear slices through the air with sharp swooshes, releasing heavy waves of energy that leave Gyeol utterly breathless. The god of the hunting season watches your new martial art style with great delight. The falcon who rends the twilight praises your teammates' deep admiration for you. The tiger in tribulation wanted to see if our boy had mastered his divine technique. After demonstrating a few basic moves, Lee Chang-seon gave the gods a cold glare and landed. He unleashed two incredibly powerful strikes. The tiger in tribulation watched his progress with absolute delight. Meanwhile, Jian-ho was getting flooded with notifications he couldn't even read or comprehend. The level gap between him and his master was simply too massive. Oh my god, does he seriously expect me to copy that? Before Jian-ho could even start crying, Lee Chang-seon was already breathing down his neck. What do you think you're doing? Pick up the spear. Jian-ho struggled just to lift the heavy spear, his face twisting in pure agony. The tiger in tribulation felt it was a pity, thinking it would have been way better if more inner energy had been channeled into it. Chang-seon simply smirked and glanced at Jian-ho. Now, let's begin. The tiger in tribulation tilted his head in confusion, sensing that something was off. Behold, the one-eyed tiger. The tiger in tribulation froze as a majestic tiger let out a powerful roar. The system translated the notification, showing that the one-eyed tiger state had evolved into the frenzied tiger. The frenzied tiger roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Lee Chang-seon smirked triumphantly as a certain god screamed in the background. The tiger in tribulation shrieked, "What on earth did you do in the library? Surprised, old man?" At the White Tiger Clan headquarters, on the 7th floor in the executive boardroom, I want us to discuss the flag bearer for this round. The trainees never expected things to get this bad, especially during such a critical moment. They couldn't just ignore it, but they had no idea what Director O was planning either. If the training had been at least half completed, it wouldn't have been this much of a headache. We need to come up with a new training method. Everyone looked tense, staring at one another with deep suspicion. Director O glanced over at Director Kang-on. Director Kang-on was unusually quiet, making everyone feel even more uneasy. Kim Yeon-seung stood up to kick off the meeting. Why don't we merge them this time and give the program a more premium look? Director O frowned. What do you mean by merging them? How would we do that? I recently heard that the Future Strategy Department has located the Phantom's whereabouts. So, why don't we just send the flag bearers to capture the Phantom? Fortunately, the flag bearers in this round have almost completed all of their basic training. And honestly, what better way to gain real combat experience than actual battle? But what if those savages start complaining? After all, only the high-ranking executive board knows about our connection. The trainees only need to handle the minor details. Besides, who in their right mind would ever believe such wicked creatures? Those monsters committed unforgivable atrocities before both gods and humanity. Director O tapped his desk, hesitating for a moment before turning to Captain Park. What do you think of Director Kim's proposal? I find it quite reasonable. But what if this ends up causing us even more damage? Captain Park gave a highly arrogant smirk. If they can't even handle something like this, how can they call themselves tigers? Very well. Let's proceed as Director Kim suggested. We will replace the remaining training with a large-scale joint operation. Their scores and final rankings will be evaluated based on their individual achievements. Furthermore, Chang-seon, who has already completed all of his challenges, will be separated from the other trainees and transferred to the Future Strategy Department. This announcement shocked everyone in the room. Director Chang-seon cracked a subtle smile. So, is that how you plan to make your move? Class dismissed. Director O asked Director Kim to stay behind for a quick chat to strengthen their professional bond. I hope you aren't planning anything foolish. Of course not, sir. Can I trust you? Yes, sir, you can absolutely trust me. I'm not the type to value my subordinates because I only see them as tools to be used and discarded. But recently, I've found a sword that is quite to my liking. If that blade were to get damaged or shattered, wouldn't that make me terribly sad? Kim Yeon-seung was scared half to death by those words, immediately dropping to his knees. The sword you plan to use, I will do absolutely everything in my power to keep its blade safe. I will eliminate any obstacle in your path. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Please believe me. I beg of you. Director O simply glanced at him without saying another word. Inside Director Kim Yeon-seung's office, Kim Yeon-seung returned with a bleeding forehead from bowing so hard, giving his son a massive fright. This kid looked awfully familiar. Director Kim turned to his son and said, "Son, we must deal with him, no matter what it takes. But why do I have to do that? At first, you only told me to make him pay for mocking me, but I've changed my mind. You must take him down, whatever the cost. He's a bastard who will constantly get in your way and overshadow you," Director Kim said with pure malice. "I'm not telling you to get rid of him just because he laughed at you. It's to eliminate a future threat, because he will definitely become a thorn in your side later on." "Yes, I understand, father." The young man gritted his teeth. "That's right, a real man needs to be ruthless. After I completely ruin Chang-seon, I'm going to deal with that bitch too." Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. "Father, do you know anyone else who got humiliated by him?" "Huh? Really?" "Yes, that out-of-towner, Amon. The guy who created that weird team with Master Lim, or whatever they call it." While the father and son were scheming, on the other side, Chang-seon was channeling a massive amount of golden magic power to demonstrate for Jian-ho. The tiger in tribulation was quietly observing his progress. Suddenly, the god let out a menacing growl, demanding to know exactly what he had done. The frenzied tiger embodies both courage and pure violence. Nothing can stand before the furious roar of a beast that literally shakes mountains. Attribute classification: Veteran warrior, significantly boosting physical power. As for the plain tiger, it possesses two attributes: ruthlessness and brutality. Once it locks onto a target, there is absolutely no way they are surviving. Attribute classification: brutal bite, an overwhelming force of tiger violence. It also grants the dual attributes of benevolence and high agility, allowing for a rapid assessment of the surroundings using a hunter's unique instincts. Attribute classification: wisdom enhancement, enabling lightning, fast thinking. The world-encircling serpent points out that you should have thought about this before giving him a blow. The tiger trapped in hardship snaps back, demanding to know what the hell he is talking about. The world-encircling serpent explains that if he takes just one hit, he will forcefully strip away everything else left. The tiger trapped in hardship scowls, looking extremely annoyed. The world-encircling serpent sneers that you should just give up, claiming that getting involved with that man has already turned you into a total loser. The Twilight-piercing owl nods in agreement. The abyss-chasing great devil agrees as well. The good season to hunt chimes in, saying it feels like they are talking about someone, but he can't quite put his finger on who. It is giving him a headache. This only makes the tiger trapped in hardships grimace even more, absolutely furious. Chang-seon is seriously getting tired of these gods acting like a bunch of idiots, though he has to admit they are not entirely wrong. The tiger trapped in hardships is taking a serious liking to you and has your back. At this rate, That old man won't be letting you slip through his fingers anytime soon. Meanwhile, Gun is busy working out his arms. The system then alerts you that player B Gun has become your fierce tiger's incarnation. The struggling knight manifests, putting the other gods on high alert. It seems Gun is doing way better than expected. Chang-seon wonders if he should go check this out at the White Tiger Research Institute. You pulled out the unnamed scroll. It is indeed the unnamed scroll. This scroll, crafted from human skin, is extremely dangerous as it carries countless unidentified curses. It is tightly sealed and must be unsealed. Scroll classification and effects. Unknown. Is this scroll seriously made of human skin? Activating your beast senses skill, you conduct a detailed analysis of the unnamed scroll. Based on where they excavated this map, I am positive it has something to do with the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. If I can just read what is inside, I will uncover so much more. Suddenly, a terrifying power emanates from the Calamity Tiger, as thick black smoke with glowing golden eyes starts pouring out. Chang-seon never expected this thing to actually contain the Calamity Tiger's threat. The tiger, trapped in hardships, watches in pure delight, eagerly wondering how you are going to handle the Calamity Tiger's terrifying threat. The item in Chang-seon's hands is actually the real deal, not just some cheap copy. What on earth did Director O do with this? The Calamity Tiger's threat roars fiercely, desperate to swallow you whole. Its thunderous roar is accompanied by the terrifying baring of its razor-sharp fangs. The Chaos Tiger is trying to devour you. Knowing he has to act fast, Chang-seon's mind immediately races, and he remembers the golden key. The tiger trapped in hardships is closely watching your every move. Oh, crap, this is bad. I definitely don't want to get spotted by the evil gods just yet. Even so, the key is pulled out. The tiger trapped in hardships gets incredibly excited at the sight of the golden key. The tiger trapped in hardships bursts into laughter, saying, "I knew you'd find a way to get it." Peter's key successfully finds a keyhole on the unnamed scroll. The sealing system is shattered. The unnamed scroll floats into the air, casting a blinding light that floods the entire room. The Calamity Tiger's threat suddenly ceases. The hidden contents of the scroll are finally revealed. The ancient words twist and writhe as if trying to break free. You have obtained the 4th scroll of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. Gun calls out to Chang-seon, "Hey, brother, you all right over there?" Chang-seon simply raises his hand to signal him to stop. Gun understands it as a warning of danger, prompting him to back off. He obediently complies. This is the 4th scripture of Hassan, the 4th scroll of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. Today, it symbolizes the power of forgotten stars. One must be extremely cautious, or its immense power will completely consume them. This relic holds countless mysteries and functions, but they can only be unlocked when brought together with the other scrolls. Classification: Scroll, Relic, Effect, Wisdom, Imbued. Other effects remain unidentified. Chang-seon is amazed to find that this is the 4th scroll. He has already gathered 3 others from the White Tiger Guild. Now, it all makes sense what he had overlooked. Director O must have found and secretly stashed away the 4th scroll. Is this how they managed to excavate such relics? But then, how do we explain all of this? Considering I had to face the Calamity Tiger's threat just for this, the contents must be incredibly special. The evil gods won't willingly reveal it to me, but I can't keep holding on to something this dangerous for long either. The Abyss-chasing Great Devil is highly intrigued by your new item. The Abyss-chasing Great Devil is waiting for your reply. My reply? Is it an offer from the tutorial interface? The Abyss-chasing Great Devil offers to trade this for the promised reward if you have no interest in the scroll. Right at that moment, a sudden beam of light shines down upon Chang-seon's head. The system announces that under the influence of the tiger's eye, you are now able to decipher the text within the scroll. The tiger trapped in hardships screams in sheer disbelief, calling this absolutely ridiculous. Breathing heavily, the twilight-piercing owl eagle's holy body watches you with even greater intensity. The world-wrapping underworld serpent's holy body wants to see the scroll's contents through your eyes. It is highly anticipating this. The contents read as follows: "My children, who have come here under the guidance of the moonlight, hear me clearly, those who wish to use my power to be reborn, and those who desire to follow me. I am a being far beyond your reach, yet I am right beside you, ready to guide your path." The world-wrapping serpent's holy body says it cannot see the contents, slamming its tail hard against the ground. Doesn't it look just like a wriggling tadpole? Chang-seon cannot fully understand this since the beginning seems to be missing. but it is enough to assume that the hidden condition for decoding the characters has been met, and the hidden condition for researching the information is complete. A new trial has been created to uncover the remaining hidden information. A path concealed within the enigmatic moonlight. Description: you have successfully decoded one of the mysteries within the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan after overcoming numerous trials. Therefore, you now possess most of the knowledge regarding the Calamity Tiger, proving that you have an unyielding will and an extraordinary physique. Even so, the secrets within the 7 cryptic scriptures are far deeper and more unfathomable than you realize. Journey and gather the power, knowledge, and starlight of the 7 cryptic scriptures. You have met all the requirements to become the master of every secret it holds. Requirement: successfully decode the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. If you fail, mental corruption will bring about your absolute ruin. If you succeed, the starlight from the forgotten stars will guide your way. Do you wish to proceed with the hidden quest? Oh man. Chang-seon frowns, lost in thought. He recalls Moonseong and that brief encounter they had. He guesses this is the power Sun Jiho possessed. I need to complete the trial to obtain the greater power of the Eternal Warrior, or perhaps Hyoju, the starlight, or the forgotten stars, described in the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. Director O only used this on a surface level. The Calamity Tiger's holy body is watching your choice. Chang-seon realizes the evil god is a real bastard. He only gave him the scroll because he knew keeping it with Director O would be utterly useless. Guan, don't interfere with what's about to happen to me, and don't let anyone else in here. Sure thing, brother. What are you planning to do next? You've got this, right? Yeah, I'll do it. Guan thought Chang-seon was an enigma. He was certain Chang-seon had secrets he would never be able to comprehend. This was undoubtedly one of them. As a phantom, his job was to follow Chang-seon's orders without asking any questions. Chang-seon smiles in relief, turning to accept the trial. You will be transported to the next trial to begin the quest. The menacing threat of the Tiger King roars once more. The bared fangs and claws of the tiger roar. The Chaos Tiger has been formed. The twilight-piercing owl eagle's holy body wishes you a victorious triumph and presents you with the reward it has been carrying. An unyielding will and absolute tranquility merge into one, making you even more resilient. Chang-seon grits his teeth, enduring the energy surging into his body. With a smile, I'll be back. Authority established. Chang-seon is completely sucked into the demonic vortex. You have entered the current trial. The unbeatable demon cave. Tears fall upon the sheet music. Drop after drop, they fall onto Chang-seon's face, forcing him to open his eyes. His gaze is completely lifeless, and jagged blue veins spread across his face. Echoing in his ears is a faint whisper. If only I could go back just once more. It seems he is traveling back into his own past. At that moment, a blinding, radiant light suddenly ruptured the sky. It was a golden rift filled with countless eerie eyes, sending people fleeing in utter panic. That light dragged me into a random war. To survive, I had to fight. No, in truth, I fought simply to keep the battle going. And before I even realized it, I had slain far too many gods and constellations. People called me the god of war, or the malicious deity. If anything displeased my eyes, I ended it. Until one day, a day of torrential rain, with a pile of cold corpses stacked beneath my feet. Because I fought only for that selfish ideal, my comrades abandoned me. Even the one I loved, Ithaca, had to sacrifice her life to shield me. Li Chang-seon fell to his knees before the girl with seaweed-green hair, who had long since drawn her final breath. His tears fell, and the slaughter began. Driven by that pure rage, I launched a war against the 12 Zodiacs. And the consequence of all that was being the only one infected by this low-grade toxin. From Li Chang-seon's eyes, streams of poison-green tears flow, spreading all over his body. If only I could go back. If only I could regress to the moment before that light appeared, I would have prepared perfectly to grant you bastards the most agonizing death imaginable. Li Chang-seon suddenly snaps his eyes open. The dungeon quest begins. Quest theme: Survival and Conquest. You have been cursed by the calamity of the Tiger King. Every 24 hours, the curse will drag you to the Underworld, the Tiger's Changui Lair. The Tiger's Changui Lair is a labyrinth consisting of 9 floors. The Changui ghosts harbor a deep hatred for humans. They will do whatever it takes to slaughter humans and turn them into their allies. An endless number of guide ghouls roam this place. To break the curse, you must conquer all 9 floors. Li Chang-seon snorted as the system message read, "Good luck, staying alive." The first quest has begun. Current location: Sector 1, Floor 1. Survive for the next 6 hours. The countdown starts now. Lee Chang-seon was thinking about how the curse would trigger once every 24 hours. The calamity of the Calamity Tiger is the remnant of this energy's original master, in other words, Starlight. It bewitches the ghosts and sucks out their souls. If caught by the calamity of the Calamity Tiger, one's soul will turn into a guide ghoul, while the body is poisoned, turning into a dokibi or an imp. This energy feels just like John Chung-jae's power. So this is how that bastard got his hands on it. The Celestial Calamity Tiger is highly curious to see how you'll escape this dungeon. Keep gloating, you old geezer. Even though I'm pretty exhausted from hours of back-to-back battles every single day, I still have some pretty interesting things that Minerva gave me. While Lee Chang-seon was lost in thought, a zombie-like hand reached out from behind him, accompanied by the creepy cackling of an unidentified creature. Hehehe. Human. A human. The Celestial Good Season to Hunt mentions that it looks hideous and smells terrible, advising you to take care of it as quickly as possible. Lee Chang-seon smirked at it, thinking, only one? He closed his eyes and focused on the authority Minerva had granted him first. Kalo Kagathia. Truth, beauty, and goodness do not exist in isolation. When all three are in perfect harmony, you unlock the ability to wield great divinity. Skill type Class 1. Authority, blessing, absolution, effect, mind immunity, unyielding spirit, fortitude, and tribulation. Overcoming. The goddess's clairvoyance or her spear and sword didn't seem too bad, but they still felt like they weren't enough. If the battle drags on, keeping focus will be tough as my body grows heavy with exhaustion, but with Kalokagathia, that won't be an issue anymore. The celestial twilight piercing owl is praying for you, knowing the immense hardships you're about to face. Nice of them, but it doesn't really help much. Lee Chang-seon opened his eyes, wondering if he should give this a test run. The monster opened its maw and lunged forward, growling. Human, you look delicious. I'm going to eat you alive. It swung a massive spear in its hand as if taking down our protagonist would be a walk in the park. Lee Chang-seon didn't even blink, blocking the wind-splitting strike with his dragon's fang. The monster sneered. Not bad. But in the end, you're still going straight into my stomach. My venom will slowly seep in and rot your body from the inside out. Soon, your limbs will grow heavy and you'll literally decompose. The two clashed intensely, trading blow after blow. The monster kept rambling even as it went head-to-head with Lee Chang-seon. And then, you'll become a guide ghoul just like me. Oh God, you're hideous. Shut your trap, pal. Our boy is a handsome guy. If a handsome face like his turned into an ugly monster like you, all the ladies would weep. Lee Chang-seon didn't say a word, coldly parrying every strike. The monster roared, "Feel the despair, human." Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the dark like lightning. The guide ghoul never expected its arm to be sliced off so effortlessly by Lee Chang-seon. It thought Lee Chang-seon should have been suffering just like it was, but how was this possible? While the monster was still trying to process what happened, Lee Chang-seon didn't waste a single second, absolutely thrashing the guide ghoul. His 10-toxin immunity trait immediately purified all the venom. Lee Chang-seon slammed his foot onto the monster's chest and drove his blade straight through its neck. How? The guide ghoul gasped. Were the others before you? Like this too? What is this? How disappointing, Lee Chang-seon scoffed. He cleanly pulled out his sword, sending the guide ghoul straight to the underworld. The system alerted. Low-grade Dokibi has been defeated. You have absorbed the calamity of the Calamity Tiger from the monster's corpse. Your body has undergone a transformation. Lee Chang-seon knew this would happen. The current transformation wasn't complete yet. He needed to slay more ghouls and absorb more of the calamity of the Calamity Tiger. Lee Chang-seon realized that if he had been overwhelmed by the calamity of the Calamity Tiger, he would have ended up as a dokibi or an imp. But since he won and claimed ownership, he would transcend to an entirely different level, just like John Chung-jae. He couldn't let it end here. If the calamity of the Calamity Tiger was just a demonic form of energy, he had to adapt to it as much as possible. The system warned. The effect, Apocalypse Fire, has been awakened. Right now, purple smoke was rising from Lee Chang-seon, his eyes flashing wildly as his flames began to merge with the calamity of the Calamity Tiger. The calamity of the Calamity Tiger was being purified. It resisted desperately, but the Apocalypse Fire only burned hotter and fiercer. The flames erupted violently, and the purple light was completely devoured by the roaring crimson blaze. Unable to withstand the fire, the calamity of the Calamity Tiger began to melt. Purification and transformation successful, A new sovereign has emerged. Achievement unlocked. The sovereign who devoured the Calamity Tiger. Reward. Intelligence +5. Willpower +3. The Calamity Tiger constellation's eyes were wide open at this unthinkable situation, while the celestial good season to hunt stared in utter shock, completely clueless as to what was happening. The celestial world encircling serpent watched closely, whispering that the light of a forgotten constellation had just transformed into a brand new star. You have successfully absorbed the purified energy of the new sovereign. Lee Chang-seon's head erupted into a blazing inferno, fire swirling wildly all around him. He let out a sinister smirk talk about an absolute plot twist. At that exact moment, the system announced that the forgotten starlight had been located. The Biwi is a fantasy race that devours the tiger's soul. It is connected to the abyss, which means Chang-seon has naturally become its sworn enemy. The system alerts him that his current location is Floor 1, Zone 12. The timer below shows the remaining time to complete the first quest: 8 hours, 43 minutes, 42 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. Like a living inferno, Lee Chang-seon sets everything ablaze wherever he goes, leaving the dungeon monsters screaming in absolute agony. Who the hell is this guy? Stop him. But Chang-seon just finds the chaos amusing. Right then, another Chungwi is engulfed in his flames. Its demon lackeys cry out in sheer terror. Our master is down. Before they can even finish their sentence, the annihilation flames turn them to ash. The constellations are absolutely loving the show. The Celestial A good season to hunt is highly pleased and satisfied with your actions. Meanwhile, the Celestial Calamity Tiger is carefully observing your every sharp move. The condition Furious Tiger has been activated. The Furious Tiger is roaring. The escaped Furious Tiger breaks free in a blind rage. You have unlocked the achievement Hungry Ghost Devourer and are rewarded with 5 bonus strength points and the title, The Wise Man of Biwi. You have entered the second floor. Thanks to setting literally everything on fire, Lee Chang-seon blazes his way straight to the second floor. Welcoming Lee Chang-seon here is a whole horde of Changwis. Normally, anyone entering this place would be shaking in their boots. But right now, Lee Chang-seon is the one dealing out pure terror. The system even notifies him that fear is actively spreading. The enemies have been inflicted with confusion. The Changwis stammer in shock. That monster. That thing isn't human. Lee Chang-seon slowly closes in on the demons. Then a system alert pops up. Your allotted time has expired. Day 1 evaluation, SS. A reward will be granted based on your assessment as you return to reality. Lee Chang-seon is instantly teleported back to the real world. Byung-gun calls out to him in worry. Chang-seon is just shocked to realize that 6 hours have already flown by. He was having so much fun in there that he completely lost track of time. He turns to the kid and asks, "How long was I out like that?" Gyeyo-il blinks. Huh? What do you mean? Didn't you tell me not to let anyone in or touch you? But right after you said that, you suddenly changed a bit. Did I really just say that to you? Chang-seon realizes that time barely moved in the real world while he was inside the dungeon. This time, dilation could be incredibly useful if he plays his cards right, like taking a quick breather to shake off the stress in the middle of a chaotic battle, or ducking away to heal up after taking a fatal hit. I wonder what the 6 remaining cursed scriptures will be. Will he have to keep conquering those hungry ghosts? Or is it going to be a completely different quest? Jian Chung-jae had already obtained 3 of Hassan's secret scriptures, leaving 3 still unaccounted for. Securing those 3 scriptures is now his top priority. Maybe the folks at the top guild would have some intel on where those secret scriptures are. If only I knew where they were. Just as Chang-seon is thinking about it, he gets a call from Director Oh. The unexpected call catches him off guard. Over at a bar in Nanhyundong, Director Oh, rocking a flashy, intimidating outfit, waves him over. "Ah, you're here. Over this way." Chang-seon tells Gyeol to wait by the door for a bit, promising he'll be right back, and the kid obediently complies. Seeing the kid, Director Oh asks Chang-seon who he is. Pulling up a chair to sit down, Chang-seon introduces Byung-gun. "He's the guy who accompanied me during our last training session. Can he be trusted?" "I trust him with my life," Chang-seon replies. Oh chuckles. "So, you're already building your own crew? Well, the more allies we have, the better." Director O glances at him with a sly grin. "You're not wrong, but what we need first are good items, not more manpower. Items that we can actually use whenever the need arises." He then slides a stack of paperwork across the table. "Let's set that aside for now. As promised, I've officially registered your affiliation under my name." Looking at the transfer paperwork, Director O handed over, Chang-seon asks what he wants in return. Director O doesn't beat around the bush. A new intern is joining us tomorrow, and we'll make the official announcement then. Unlike you, the rookie is still wet behind the ears, so they need to be thoroughly prepared. The new recruits will follow our main force for this operation. Now that we've located their hideout, all we have to do is wipe them out. Hearing this, Chang-seon freezes. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he realizes everything is playing out perfectly in his favor. And with a little luck, he might even extract some clues about the 7 cryptical books of Hassan. Isn't this way too dangerous for a rookie? Most of our subjugation team will be participating in this mission, and both the association and the other guilds have agreed to back us up. The rookie will just be working in the rear, handling the cleanup. So, this will be good for them to gain a little experience. But unlike them, you'll be joining the vanguard as one of the high-ranking officers. Lee Chang-seon instantly got it. This was the real catch. Director O continued, naturally, there will be plenty of highly experienced veterans in that squad. The board was a bit concerned, but I fought hard to push your recommendation through. Why should I treat you like some rookie when you've already proven what you're capable of? I also attached the intel on their hideout at the bottom of those documents. We're heading out in 5 days. Wrap up your preparations by then, and I'll fill you in on the details once we arrive. With that, Director O threw on his coat and hat, getting ready to leave. But Lee Chang-seon spoke up. Actually, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Shoot, he replied. Once they were done, Lee Chang-seon took Yeol out to grab some street food. Seeing them, the people nearby immediately started whispering, "Isn't that the Tyrant? No way. Why on earth would the Tyrant be eating hot dogs here? What? So just because he's a tyrant means he can't eat street food?" Yeol complained about how suffocating the atmosphere was back there, while Lee Chang-seon read through the files on the vicious Yeti mountain that Director O had given him. Chewing on his food, he called out to Yeol, "We shouldn't linger here for too long. We still have a long way to go." "Understood, sir." Yeol suddenly raised his voice, startling the people around them. 4 days before the training, Lee Chang-seon transformed into a destructive flame once again inside that one-eyed tiger dungeon. The Changui screamed in terror, "Monster, it's that human again. Hurry, close the gates." What the hell is our recon team even doing? 3 days before the training, another Changui leader fell. 2 days before training, Lee Chang-seon was still tirelessly wiping out the Changui. Just 1 day before the training, Lee Chang-seon stood on a pile of Changui corpses, scanning his surroundings. The system notified him that there were only 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds left in the dungeon. Glaring around, Lee Chang-seon asked, "Is there seriously no one else left here?" Grinning fiercely, he drew his bow and said, "I'm not looking for small fry like you, I want a real challenge." With a release, the arrow soared, charging straight toward a castle far in the distance. The arrow struck the castle gates dead on, and the system immediately alerted him. The light burst skill has been activated. The arrow exploded, and as the dust cleared, an elderly man addressed as Your Majesty was revealed. The king's face had been slightly grazed by the arrow. The king chuckled. "So, he managed to find my location?" Amusing. Truly fascinating. Unleashing a toxic green aura, the king commanded, "Bring me my armor and weapon." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Changui king then ordered his subordinates to fall back. He wanted to handle Lee Chang-seon all by himself. As for this Changui king, he was a descendant of the Prazia clan, once a noble family of Arcadia, but that was all in the past. Now, stripped of his glory, he was nothing but a blood-colored killer, born from the curse of the 7 secret scriptures of An. Though his body was broken, his deep-seated hatred remained. He vowed to conquer the Changui cave and make his return. Then, he would gather all the remaining starlight of the temple to ascend to godhood once more. He had heard that Lee Chang-seon was the bastard who meddled in such a grand plan, but now that they were face to face, he wanted to ask, "What is your name?" For the first time in hundreds of years, he felt the blood in his veins boiling. Not the blood of a ruler, but the blood of a warrior. His terrifying state sent shivers down the spines of the lesser Changui. The Changui king laughed maniacally. "Is that so? So, you are Lee Chang-seon?" His eyes flared with a deadly purple light. "My name is Jin, descendant of the Prazia clan, bearing the bloodline of a prestigious family in the demon world. I am Jin, who trampled over other demons to rise, and the one who will become the ultimate ruler of this Changui cave after I end your life." He leaped from the floor to the ceiling, brandishing a colossal broadsword as he bellowed, "Barbarian!" Following his battle cry, a bright golden light burst forth, waves of energy surging wildly. The king was entering the fray. Riding atop a monstrous Changui beast, Jin personally charged onto the battlefield. Yet the Changui subjects beneath his feet screamed in terror, and even Hyung was unleashed as everyone scrambled to flee. Jin and his mount tore forward like a comet streaking across the earth, closing the distance to Lee Chang-seon in an instant. The system chimed. The second-floor boss monster, King Hongsal, has appeared. Lee Chang-seon and Jin locked eyes for a fraction of a second. King Hongsal immediately swung his arm, striking first. He fired a blinding beam of light downward, but Lee Chang-seon thrust his long spear right through the center of the beam. The two powerful forces clashed with a deafening impact. The battle was so intense that even the slumbering constellations perked up to watch. The celestial tiger of tribulation, currently bound, was incredibly thrilled by this blood-pumping fight. The celestial the season of hunting is cheering wildly, urging you to crush the arrogant demon. A violent green vortex swept up everything in its path, opening its massive jaws to swallow Lee Chang-seon whole. But he was dealing with a total daredevil who dove straight into the dead center. Lee Chang-seon activated his skill, the tiger's eye of the dividing tiger, to read the battlefield. Finding Jin hiding in the middle of the raging storm, he was also quite thrilled to see Lee Chang-seon blocking his blade, even after injecting his own soul force into it. Hearing the guy's trash talk, Lee Chang-seon just sneered. His split fierce tiger divine title shifted into the mad tiger state, and the massive flames erupted once again. Lee Chang-seon's face was distorted beyond recognition, and like an unleashed mad tiger, he charged forward. This state of Lee Chang-seon actually terrified the Crimson Carnage King. Are you a warrior? No. A gladiator? No. That's not it. You are a combat soul, a ghost obsessed with fighting. Yeah, you got that right. Isn't it a bit late to realize that, you centuries-old soul? This time, Lee Chang-seon lunged straight at Jin, unleashing an explosion of cosmic proportions. The low-level Underworld guides witnessing this earth-shattering battle couldn't stop gossiping. How could he possibly possess power on par with His Majesty? How can a mere human be this strong? Lee Chang-seon waved his hand, shooting threads of light like a spreading spiderweb toward the Crimson Carnage King. Getting caught in these razor-sharp threads would mean instant death. Jin hurriedly pulled up rocks and earth to use as a shield, hoping to slip through the sharp web Lee Chang-seon had woven. Meanwhile, his special mount took the opportunity to open its massive maw, eager to take a bite out of Chang-seon's thigh. Lee Chang-seon quickly shifted his stance, turning his spear into a sword. Facing Jin's massive blade and the mount's extra large mouth, Lee Chang-seon coldly delivered a swift thrust. The lightning net skill was unleashed. An agonizing screech rang out. As the monster shrieked in agony from the painful blow, Jin leaped off his mount and channeled all his strength, bringing his massive blade down in a decisive strike aimed straight at Lee Chang-seon's neck. The beast sense's skill warned him of the extreme danger. Lee Chang-seon gritted his teeth, briefly considering blocking it, but decided against it, knowing how risky it was. The flying tiger riding the wind skill was activated, and his weight reduction technique was released. Just like that, Lee Chang-seon dashed away, leaving a pile of rocks to take the brunt of Jin's powerful blow. Meanwhile, our protagonist had already safely landed on a nearby cliffside. Jin smirked and sneered, "Too bad, I almost had you there." But right in the heat of battle, the system issued a warning. Your stamina has dropped below 15%. We highly recommend that you take a rest. Lee Chang-seon didn't expect his stamina to drain so rapidly, which came as a surprise. Not to mention, his remaining time in this zone was down to just 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Right now, he felt as if he were hitting a solid brick wall. Lee Chang-seon asked himself what he should do. He wasn't confident he could take down the Crimson Carnage King right away, but he had no intention of stopping the battle now. It was just too exhilarating. Lee Chang-seon wanted to fight to the absolute end. The sword in his hand began to vibrate violently. Lee Chang-seon could sense that the sword seemed irritated by the current situation, as if it were begging him to finally unleash its true power. Without another thought, Lee Chang-seon spun his blade. The Crimson Carnage King smirked and asked what he was planning. "Just having some fun," Chang-seon replied. As he spoke, Lee Chang-seon sliced his own arm with the blade. Blood sprayed out, and a brilliant light flashed from the wound. Right after, a massive sword-shaped soul manifested, and the blade vibrated violently. Lee Chang-seon felt as if he were merging with the sword spirit itself, whispering, "Howl," and "Wail." Lee Chang-seon brought his two swords together, causing a dual-blade resonance to occur, as the mad tiger bared its fangs and bared its claws. Jin grinned widely, showing all his teeth. You said you'd do something interesting to make this even more exciting. The system announced that the evil dragon's fangs and Yu Chang were resonating. The mad tiger's fangs were activated. The dragon's fangs had undergone a massive evolution. Powered by the buff of these two heavy weapons resonating, Chang-seon charged at the Crimson Carnage King with a triumphant look on his face. A smug smile played on his lips, and Jin mirrored that exact same expression. The two battle-hungry combatants, both absolutely convinced of their own victory, clashed head-on. After the initial clash, Chang-seon swiftly shifted his state. The Mad Tiger state transformed into the Cruel Tiger state. Unleashing the Cruel Tiger's shredding strike on his opponent, Chang-seon rapidly pushed Jin back, immediately following it up with an explosive slash. Chang-seon was completely in the zone as the Cruel Tiger state evolved into the One-Eyed Tiger state. Unleashing the venomous fangs of the One-Eyed Tiger, Chang-seon and Jin found themselves standing back to back. With an incredibly fluid flick of his wrist, he spun his blade and sliced down. But Jin's mount threw itself in front of the blade to take the blow for its master. The savage Jin yelled, but the mount wouldn't listen, charging right into the trajectory of Chang-seon's strike. Naturally, its fate was sealed as it met its maker, and the system immediately popped up. You have defeated the named monster, the savage beast. Accompanying the mount's agonizing final shriek was the robotic sound of system notifications. You have received Savage Beast Ribs ×3. You have received the kidney of the Crimson Gatekeeper King. You have received Biwi's assets. But this was far from over. Chang-seon frowned, thinking, I thought he'd weaken if I took out his pet first, but it looks like I made a miscalculation. Seeing his mount slaughtered, the Crimson Carnage King's expression turned incredibly dark and grim. A massive wave of green energy began to billow around him, and one of his eyes lit up as bright as a car headlight. Chang-seon gasped in surprise. The system suddenly sent out a warning that his opponent was charging up a devastating attack. Jin leaped high into the air like an Olympic high jumper. Chang-seon could only wonder, were this guy's previous attacks not strong enough? Why is the system only warning me about it now? With Jin gritting his teeth and glaring furiously, Chang-seon stared back with absolute seriousness. The two massive surges of energy clashed violently once more. Jin gritted his teeth, forcing his colossal blade downward, while Chang-seon pushed back, thrusting his twin swords upward with everything he had. The impact was so fierce that sparks of lightning crackled between them. Shockwaves of raw energy plowed through the ground, shattering rocks and splitting the very mountains apart. Blood splattered everywhere. As Jin's eyes narrowed, the sheer force of the blow blasted Chang-seon completely out of his beast transformation. While Jin stood majestically, leaning on his blade, a system notification flashed before Chang-seon's eyes. Warning. You have been critically injured. Your health has dropped below 5%. Please leave the designated area immediately to rest. Time remaining. 0 seconds. Day 1 evaluation. S. You will receive a predetermined reward based on your rating. Returning to the real world. The moment Chang-seon opened his eyes, he was greeted by Haibin's panicked face. Oh my god, Chang-seon, why are you bleeding? We need to get you to a hospital right now. A massive gash stretched all the way from his shoulder down to his waist. Chang-seon stood as still as a statue, though his hands trembled slightly as he pulled a high-grade, wide-area healing potion from his system inventory. Don't worry, I just need this. Let me help you, Yong-gun said anxiously, immediately grabbing the potion and splashing it right onto Chang-seon's wound. The potion was incredibly potent, causing a searing pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Whew! That was a close one. Suddenly, the system chimed. Your health has been restored to over 50%. Your physical condition is rapidly improving. Seeing that he had stabilized, Yongjun asked what on earth had happened, but Chang-seon brushed it off, assuring him everything was fine. Frowning, he realized that although his battle against the Scarlet Gatekeeper King seemed like a close match, he had actually suffered a complete defeat. If the second-floor boss is already this powerful, how insanely difficult will the higher floors be? I have to obtain the reinforced bone or the crest to bridge this massive power gap. Since I can't find the One-Horn tribe right now, I'll have to put the crest aside. So, that leaves me with the reinforced bone, huh? If I want to use the reinforced bone to forge the Vajra body, the catch is that I'll have to fight the Scarlet Gatekeeper King for 24 hours straight. What should I do? Wait, come to think of it, isn't the gate pass for Yetis also a snowy region? I have to seize this opportunity. But just as he was plotting his next move, a buzz from his phone instantly ruined his train of thought. It was a text from Director O, asking to meet at 7 in the morning at their usual spot. The director had finally found what he was looking for. Lee Chang-seon decided to focus on this first and refine his plans while he waited. Then, another message arrived, this time from his cooperative blacksmith. He announced that the weapon Chang-seon requested was finally finished. But the moment Chang-seon stepped out the door, he bumped right into that persistent reporter who had been waiting there since the afternoon. The reporter tried to ask for an interview, but before he could even finish his introduction, Lee Chang-seon gave him a glare so intense it could burn. He was already in a terrible mood, and now this guy was testing his patience. Ignoring the reporter, Chang-seon turned to Uji and asked, "Is this my weapon?" It was a massive, mirror-polished spearhead that gleamed brightly. Haibin stared at the spear, her entire face lighting up with excitement. "Wow, my weapon is so gorgeous." As soon as Lee Chang-seon arrived, he started bickering with Uji. "Didn't you say you needed 2 weeks? How did you finish it so fast?" "It wasn't that complicated. All I had to do was cast it using a pre-made mold," Uji replied. Meanwhile, Haibin was already itching to take a swing with it to see how satisfying it felt. Lee Chang-seon, however, nitpicked. "Why didn't you engrave some patterns on it? It looks way too plain," Uji retorted. "I don't like doing that. It's too much of a pain." Not wanting to argue any further, Lee Chang-seon simply transferred another 100 million won to Uji. "Is that enough, old man?" Uji quickly replied, "Yes, that will do. You can come pick it up tomorrow morning," Uji said. Lee Chang-seon glanced at him. "It seems like you have something else to say to me?" Uji hesitated. "It's about your weapon." "Boss." Lee Chang-seon coldly reminded him to mind his manners. He really was a stubborn man. Uji quickly apologized. "My bad. That was disrespectful of me. Regarding the weapon for our noble and extraordinary boss, didn't we have 1 month left?" Lee Chang-seon corrected him. "It's 2 months. Don't try to play smart with me." Uji threw a fit, completely stressed out by Lee Chang-seon's constant pressure. "Fine. What about it?" Uji sighed. "We might actually need to extend the deadline." "I'm completely out of materials," Uji admitted. "Materials?" Lee Chang-seon asked. "You mean the cold steel?" Uji nodded. "Exactly. I've searched everywhere but couldn't find a single scrap. And it can't just be any ordinary cold steel. The weapon you requested requires a special alloy infused with ice crystals, and it needs to be at least several decades old. Boss, you also want it to withstand extreme heat without losing its shape, right? Well, that's a massive problem. I need every piece of cold steel just to forge a single shield. On top of that, what little domestic supply we had has been completely cut off. Is it because of the high-ranking associations? Lee Chang-seon asked. Yes, Uji replied. By the way, didn't you mention you were heading to the Yeti dungeon soon? Lee Chang-seon nodded. I'll give it a shot, both for the cold steel and to see if I can find the core materials for the reinforced bone. Uji then added, Actually, there's someone who's dying to meet you. My name is Choi Hyung-gil. I've heard a lot about you. The young man introduced himself. He was the representative of the Fortune Trading Company. But the moment Lee Chang-seon noticed the thick calluses on the young man's hands, he instantly knew that this guy was also a blacksmith. Lee Chang-seon crossed his legs, casually scrolling through his phone as he asked, Fortune is a multi-industry trading corporation. What does it have to do with Choi Buyong? The young man smiled. Ah, I'm Choi Buyong's younger cousin. Lee Chang-seon recalled that Choi Buyong had only mentioned recommending a decent supplier, but it seemed this cousin was far more influential than he had initially thought. Just how much of a claim does he have on a material that valuable? I see. I heard you wanted to meet me. What's on your mind? I want to hire you. Lee Chang-seon sneered. So you want something from Jetty's Gate? Cho Hyung-jin remained as calm as when he first walked through the door. Sharp as always. Let me break it down for you. Chang-seon, do you know why the high-floor remnants chose Jetty's Gate as their hideout? Cut the suspense and just spit it out. Inside is something called the Breath of the Ice Emperor. That's a new one to me. Lee Chang-seon's expression grew serious as he waited for Hyung-jin to explain. It's the highest-grade ice crystal in existence, also known as the Eternal Ice Crystal. Lee Chang-seon's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Sensing his sudden shift in expression, Hyung-jin asked him what was wrong. Lee Chang-seon immediately played it off, denying that anything was wrong, but deep down, he knew exactly what was going on. He recalled a conversation with a nameless figure from his past. Have you ever heard of the reinforced skeleton? I have, but legendary skeletons like the Absolute Body or Dragon Body belong to the martial gods. They form their very foundation. However, There are two essential materials that you absolutely need to create a reinforced skeleton, the fire heart and the frost crest. I heard that before me. Someone already taught you how to ignite the fire, right? That means you must obtain the crest to protect your body from the destructive power of the flame. First, you must find the eternal ice crystal. It's a crystal that has absorbed the pure energy of the moonlight for who knows how long, making it perfectly suited for the crest. The reason Lee Chang-seon had traveled to that dungeon in America was precisely for this. He narrowed his eyes, playing along to keep his act convincing. I don't know what this eternal ice crystal is, but it sounds like a big deal. Hyungjin replied, they say it can help an ice mage jump dozens of levels. So, are the high floor remnants targeting it? Exactly. They think it can restore their crumbling power, which has been pushed to the absolute brink. So, you want me to go grab it for you? Exactly. Doing this in an unexplored dungeon meant avoiding the watchful eyes of the high floor players, and probably the guild's eyes as well, right? You wouldn't want to share a jackpot like that with anyone else, would you? Of course. I know it's hard for you to trust me right away. I'll do it. Lee Chang-seon's instant agreement caught Hyungjin off guard, prompting him to quickly ask about the price. I don't need money. Instead, I have one condition. Late that afternoon, Hyungjin walked out of the building to find Woo-jin picking his teeth while patting his dog, which was happily gnawing on a bone. Hyungjin offered a sheepish grin. Your big brother is pretty impressive, isn't he? It's because I didn't want to owe him anything. What? After closing off your heart for so long, are you really turning down a new friend? What's that supposed to mean, new friend? My ass. Besides, everything went smoothly, and he seemed pretty relaxed about it. It's just a trade of mutual benefits. But just as Hyungjin finished speaking, his face suddenly tensed up as the breath of Troll's blood fragments, moon records, and flower god dewdrops. He had absolutely no idea what Chang-seon was planning to do with all these materials. Not to mention, he was also highly interested in tracking down any items related to the 9 great swords. How does Bong even know someone like that? Can he actually pull this off? Wait, it's Conquest Day. Is there any news from Team 1 yet? The long-haired girl asked, standing with her hands on her hips, while the guy with the top knot quickly replied that there was none. Frowning, she said, then we'll just have to consider it a failure. Looks like we have no choice but to start the evaluation right now. Why don't you two grab a cup of coffee before heading out? A tall guy with parted bangs smiled warmly as he handed over 2 piping hot cups of coffee. A hot Americano with 2 shots of espresso and 2 pumps of hazelnut syrup for Agent Cha, and a hot caramel macchiato for Agent Jean. Agent Cha was impressed by his sharp memory, while Agent Jean happily thanked him. The man serving the coffee chimed in, asking, "Doesn't look like things are going too smoothly, huh?" Agent Cha explained, "They put up a lot more resistance than we expected. Though, that might just be because this dungeon is exceptionally difficult. By the way, where's your niece who's always trailing behind you?" "Ah, Haibin?" The man sighed, practically tearing up at the mention of his beloved niece. She heard that the White Tiger Guild had arrived and rushed right over, said she wanted to meet her savior. And indeed, she was sprinting like an Olympic athlete toward her savior's call. The man looked over helplessly. Savior's call? More like the devil's call. Ah, here they come. Agent Cha turned her gaze as well. A group of hunters in White Tiger Guild uniforms was approaching, with Lee Chang-seon leading the pack, closely followed by Bong. As if Lee Chang-seon's pissed-off face wasn't enough, angry shouting began echoing from the distance. "Lee Chang-seon, stay focused. If you dare embarrass me and the director, I will make you pay." The suicidal idiot poking this sleeping tiger was none other than Shim Jianho, the guild's head of future strategy. His little lackeys standing behind him immediately started kissing up, shouting, "That's it, Chief. Teach this arrogant rookie some manners. Hey, don't pick on the rookie too hard. You'll scare him away. Yeah, he'll probably wet his pants while running." While these old immature fools laughed and jeered, Lee Chang-seon didn't even bother to respond. He just let out a cold smirk, looking at them like an immortal, watching brainless mortals squabble. They do say silence is the ultimate form of contempt, after all. This group of clueless sycophants was incredibly brainless, but even they could see the sheer disgust written all over Lee Chang-seon's face. They immediately barked, "You dare laugh? Do you have any idea what's coming for you? Delusional idiot." A guy with hair as frizzy as a steel wool sponge lunged forward, grabbing Chang-seon by the collar and snarling in his face. His eyes narrowing with cold fury, Lee Chang-seon told him to let go of his hand, but the idiot didn't have a clue who he was messing with, barking back, "Oh yeah? What if I don't? What the hell are you gonna do about it? Lee Chang-seon's brow furrowed. Recognizing this as the exact moment a wild beast prepares to tear its prey apart, Shim Jian-ho immediately ordered his lackey to let go. Do it now if you want to live, because if you're too slow, even I won't be able to save your stupid ass. Unfortunately, he was too late. The thug, who only acted tough because his boss was right there, was instantly swept up by Lee Chang-seon's invisible pressure, spinning helplessly like a top. No matter how loudly he screamed, there was absolutely nothing he could do. At that very moment, the other players nearby were also being violently blown away. This damn monster. It was true, a massive beast was tearing up the earth, tossing everyone around it into the air. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed past, and the monster realized it was in the shape of a ferocious tiger. The White Tiger Guild had finally arrived on the scene, and leading the charge was none other than Baek Seong-gun. Bursting with excitement, he laughed maniacally as he fought. Ah ha ha ha, Sigma, I've always wanted to have a proper showdown with you. Though, I never expected things to turn out quite like this. Sigma gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, wondering why this absolute lunatic was the one showing up instead of any of the other team leaders. Right then, another mysterious figure appeared, letting out a heavy sigh. Are there really this many victims already? This newcomer was the Black Sword, Oh Jung-gyun, who added, "We really can't just leave you to run wild like this, can we, Sigma?" Sigma didn't have the luxury to pay attention to Oh Jung-gun since he was busy blocking Sung-gun's relentless strikes, but he still managed to find the breath to taunt them. The White Tiger and the 5 sword stars. I guess this old man has gotten pretty famous, huh? Since the country's most promising talents have given me such a warm welcome, how about we take a look at what my juniors are capable of too? With that, he suddenly leaped high into the air, vanishing from sight. However, Lee Chang-seon was also speeding off in another direction. Bong called out, "Hey man, that's not the right way." Using his wind-riding tiger and light body technique, Lee Chang-seon quickly activated his scanning eye to survey the surrounding area. Wait, what do you mean? Sigma is just a distraction. The real target is right here. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Chang-seon plunged straight down from the high-rise floor. At that exact moment, Sigma was standing right in front of the rookies. Baek Seong-gun furrowed his brow and shouted, "Hey, old man, just give up already." Oh Jung-gun found it incredibly suspicious how calm Sigma was acting. Suddenly, Sigma let out a wide, menacing grin. "It's time for me to formally invite you to taste the absolute hell we had to endure." Oh Jung-gun's eyes widened in shock. A system notification popped up. Trap activated. Just a few minutes prior, Shim Jian-ho was screaming at his subordinate to get the hell away from Lee Chang-seon. But before he could even finish, that brainless, curly-haired idiot had already face-planted hard into the dirt. It all happened in less than a few seconds, but it was more than enough to leave the nearby players completely slack-jawed by the main character's insanely overpowered aura. But that curly-haired punk didn't know when to quit, and charged right in. "You bastard. Who the hell do you think you're looking at? I'm the Storm Fist, Gang Wu-chan." But the moment those words left his mouth, he instantly regretted them. The half-blind tiger state had just been activated. A glowing Tiger King mark appeared over Lee Chang-seon's head, and with his face partially turning into a tiger, it was enough to scare everyone out of their minds. The toxic fangs of the half-blind tiger had broken loose. Gang Wu-chan's high-tech fist collided violently with Lee Chang-seon's fingertips. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed as Gang Wu-chan's hand was crushed and horribly twisted. He threw his mouth wide open, screaming in agonizing pain. Lee Chang-seon was about to land another devastating blow to finish him off for good, but Shim Jian-ho shouted to stop him. "That's enough." Lee Chang-seon replied coldly, "He was the one who threatened me first. Even so, he is still your senior." Meanwhile, his senior, who had just taken a brutal beating, was knocked out cold and carried off on a stretcher by the medical team. Lee Chang-seon didn't bother arguing any further. He simply turned around to leave, throwing in a casual, mocking jibe. "Looks like the future strategy department values seniority way more than actual job performance." The fallen tiger god chuckled, finding the whole situation absolutely hilarious. Watching this unfold, Seo Dong-gun grinned like he had just hit the jackpot. "I knew it, that kid is just like me. He's a total lunatic." The bespectacled guy chuckled and said, "Actually, that's not it. You saw it with your own eyes, and you still haven't realized? What do you mean? Are you saying all that attitude of his was calculated?" Exactly. A lot of players were still doubting his abilities, and taking down Gang Wu-chan definitely caught everyone's attention. So, There were tons of bastards waiting to see him crash and burn, and since he found that annoying, he decided to just crush Gang Wu-chan right then and there? Seo Donggun burst out laughing. Man, what a sharp judgment, topped off with an incredibly intense personality. He really is just like me. The guy with the thick glasses was completely speechless. Just then, the precious granddaughter of the 5-star Sword Guild approached Lee Chang-seon. Do you still remember me, Oppa? Gu Haibin, the incarnation of the twilight-piercing owl that tears through the night, looked down in satisfaction, as if realizing that fate will always bring people back together. Gu Haibin smiled warmly. You actually remember me. That's such a relief. I was so worried you wouldn't recognize me after I became a player, but then again, I guess my look has changed quite a bit, so it makes sense why you didn't realize it was me right away. Lee Chang-seon silently thought to himself that he had hoped she would live a normal life instead of becoming a player. Just then, a young man wearing dark sunglasses from the 5-star Sword Guild came over to call for Gu Haibin. My lady, the department head needs you right away for an urgent matter. Haibin turned to him, annoyed, and asked, why? But the next second, she turned back to Lee Chang-seon with a bright, beaming smile. I'm so sorry, Appa. Something came up with the guild. So, I'll have to see you later. Lee Chang-seon watched them walk away. Come to think of it, he recalled that the family name of the 5-star group was indeed Gu. The man in sunglasses informed Haibin that the secretary of the Summit Guild's director had recently been spotted nearby, so they needed to track him down immediately. Lee Chang-seon glanced back at them. He thought to himself that her last name didn't really matter. As long as she was doing well, that was all that counted. With a faint smile, he told Garun to prepare for action. Garun instantly transformed and melted into Lee Chang-seon's shadow. Meanwhile, a crowd of players was rushing urgently toward a certain spot. We found Sigma. Why is that bastard just standing here instead of going inside the dungeon? There you are. Sigma Kawadogun, the assistant director of the Summit Guild, was casually sitting there, taking in the scenery. He had received orders to draw as much attention from the outside as possible. Down below, more and more players were swarming toward his location. The sorrowful soul looked down at his disciple with a gaze full of pity. Sigma Kawadogun chuckled softly. Oh my God, please do not grieve. This was entirely my choice, so please, just watch over me. The sorrowful soul nodded silently in response. Sigma Kawadogun smiled, looking completely at peace. Just then, an agile young player dashed forward, leading the charge to take on Sigma. Before the player could even reach him, Sigma leaped down and delivered a devastating steel-fisted blow to the overconfident rookie. The shockwave from the impact was so massive that it swept through all the players waiting below. The moment Sigma touched down, he began tearing up everything in his path. Seo Donggun rushed to the scene at lightning speed, immediately trading dozens of blows with Sigma Kawadogun. Oh Junggun appeared on the scene as well. Seeing two of the nation's top young talents arriving to give him the VIP treatment, Sigma Kawadogun stopped trading blows with Seo Donggun. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon was dashing in a completely different direction, straight toward the real target. Back at the scene, Sigma Kawadogun stood in the middle of the road, completely surrounded by players. Seo Donggun lost his patience, barking at the old devil to just throw in the damn towel already. But Oh Jung-gun noticed that the guy was keeping far too calm for comfort. Sigma Kawadogun grinned widely. It is not yet time for me to cordially invite you all to experience the very hell we've had to endure. The trap has been activated. As a blood-red vortex surges, the spiral disguise skill is triggered, and the illusion labyrinth seal trap swallows your body whole. Agent Cha pressed his hand to the trembling ground, grimacing as he told Agent Jin, "It's a trap. They lured us right into it." Meanwhile, amidst the blood-red energy surges and magic circles, a demonic creature emerges. Seo Donggun's eyes have turned completely white with blood-red pupils. "Captain, no matter what, don't let yourself be swallowed by the phantoms." But the captain couldn't hear a thing, and he sure as hell didn't answer. The phantom kept muttering some sort of spell, causing dark, negative thoughts to flood Seo Donggun's mind. "If only you were never born, you bastard. You killed your own mother. Die, you curse upon humanity." Blood trickled from the corners of Seo Donggun's eyes, his mouth hanging wide open as he whimpered, "Mother." Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon was standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper. The Kalokagathia authority is in effect, and mind immunity has been activated. The Serpent Eye skill is used to reveal the hidden path. Lee Chang-seon frowned, looking down at the street below. "We wanted to live too. But because of you, we had to die. I hate you. I hate you. Heben, I hate you. Even Heben, the pampered younger sister of our protagonist, couldn't escape being swarmed by these negative phantoms. The poor girl froze up under the onslaught, while the phantoms kept wailing and weeping. Why do you get to live while we had to die? Join us. Just then, a hand shattered the illusion, breaking right through. The phantoms pestering Heben shattered and vanished into thin air. The young girl turned around, her eyes welling with tears. Are you hurt anywhere? Chang-seon appeared like a savior. Brother Chang-seon. Chang-seon glanced over and coldly ordered, capture them. Winter. Bunjini transformed into a shadow, immediately taking the order and shooting forward. Heben watched in wide-eyed shock as Bunjini plunged straight down from the top of the building. The one who directed the phantoms to harass the players was quickly cornered by Bunjini. The system announced, Shadowbind skill activated. Target captured. Bunjini bound him tight and brought him before Chang-seon in a split second. Even after being captured, the guy showed no fear, shouting loudly to try and get the upper hand. I don't know how you found me, but do you seriously think I'm going to spill everything to you? Chang-seon asked back with a completely blank face. Is that so? The guy resolved to keep his mouth shut to the bitter end, loudly begging for death rather than spitting out a single word. Chang-seon's presence surged like a ferocious tiger, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Let's see how tight that mouth of yours really is. The system announced, the bloodlust of the tiger skill has intensified the target's fear. Under the terrifying pressure, the demonic culprit panted heavily, drenching in sweat as blood splattered. The system notified, you have destroyed the first illusion. Please find and destroy the remaining illusions. 1 out of 9. Chang-seon muttered to himself about how they had so many illusions, admitting they had put quite some effort into setting up this whole trap. The system delivered a message from a constellation. The Calamity Tiger chuckled wickedly, mentioning that he thought you already had another plan in mind. Chang-seon only smirked. So, where is the eternal ice crystal? He felt lucky that he had located it beforehand. Otherwise, he would have had to crawl all the way into the depths of the dungeon to find it. The system once again relayed a message from the constellations. The world-encircling serpent shook its head, remarking that a cunning bastard like Chang-seon was truly one of a kind. The constellation, a good season to hunt, watched in excitement as you relaxed. Ignoring them, Chang-seon turned to Heben and asked if she wanted to tag along. He felt a bit more at ease with her by his side. Heben readily agreed to go with him, completely untroubled by any fear of being sold off. The twilight-piercing owl watched the two of you with immense pride. Heben looked at Chang-seon with sparkling eyes. You're amazing, brother Chang-seon. You weren't affected by those illusions at all, were you? I wonder when I'll ever become as strong and resilient as you. Chang-seon asked why she thought that, and what made her believe he was completely unaffected, especially when he was still surrounded by phantoms that wouldn't stop screaming curses at him. In that very moment, Chang-seon saw a long-haired man holding a spear. The man was looking back at him. With a warm, affectionate gaze, he said, well done. I'm so proud of you. You've grown up, and now, I can finally rest in peace. The system issued an urgent alert. The Supreme Authority is trembling due to an unstable cause. Warning. For unknown reasons, your mental state is wavering. Please remain calm and maintain your composure. Chang-seon kept his composure by letting out a gentle smile. The moment the old man finished speaking, the illusion exploded with a loud bang, and the system immediately notified that the Supreme Authority had returned to its original state. Chang-seon turned to the other two and told them it was time to move. Meanwhile, Bunjini and Gwyn stood there with their jaws on the floor, completely shocked to see Chang-seon smile. Seeing that ice-cold face actually smile was an absolute shock to any normal person. Elsewhere, the members of the 5-star Sword Guild were frantically searching for Heben. The agent with the parted hair grimaced, praying the girl was okay. If anyone could pass a message to him, they'd tell him his little sister was busy chasing after a guy. But he didn't have much time to worry, because their cursed captain, Seo Donggun, was standing right behind him, staring with eerie, glowing eyes. Seo Jongguan lunged at Wu Youngjan like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Seo Jongguan's devastating punch slammed straight into the ground as Agent Gu managed to dodge just in time. The captain had been horribly mutated by the phantom. Wu Yonggun desperately tried to snap him out of it. Get a hold of yourself, Captain Seo. I do not know what kind of hell you went through to end up like this, but a squad leader of your caliber should not be trapped in a cheap illusion. While Wu Yongjun tried to de-escalate the situation, the two continued to clash violently. As they say, when two giants fight, the third party reaps the rewards. Right on the rooftop, we see our flashy, red-haired opportunist. Sigma Kawatogun watched the two powerful guild leaders tear each other apart, grinning with absolute delight. In his mind, he mocked them as absolute fools, believing that all he had to do was bait them into destroying each other, wait for the last man standing, and then finish him off to complete his mission perfectly. He was dying to see who would come out on top. Down below, Yongjun was still desperately trying to reason with his opponent, warning, "If you do not stop this now, I won't hold back anymore." Why did the nameless giant suddenly rise? Channeling his energy, Wu Yonggun roared, "You are tough, so I cannot guarantee I will take you down in a single blow." Seo Jungguan merely let out a monstrous screech in response. Wu Yongjun grimaced, gritting his teeth, and then, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing Seo Jungguan run straight through the chest, Kawatogun's eyes lit up. Believing this foolish battle had finally ended, he instantly leaped down to claim his prize. Suddenly, the two combatants whipped around to face him. "You finally fell for it, you filthy old rat." Kawatogun froze in utter shock. Where was he? What was happening? It turned out that while he thought he was the one setting the trap, Wu Yongjun and Seo Jongguan had actually teamed up to lure him out. Snapping out of his demonic state as if by magic, Seo Jongguan scaled the wall while complaining, "Ow, you bastard, my chest hurts like hell. Did you really have to stab me that deep? If I did not make it look real, how else would he fall for it? Seriously, I'm gonna kick your ass for making me go through that pain. And I won't stand for your insults a second time, either." The Shikman took a barrage of devastating strikes, forced to hunch over and use his steel arms to block the onslaught. Yet, he was still pushed to his absolute limit, barely able to breathe. Left with no choice, Kawatogun was forced to unleash his ultimate move. But right at that moment, a shocking system alert rang out. "All illusions have been eliminated." What? To Kawatogun, that system announcement sounded more like a devastating clap of thunder. But the system continued relentlessly. "The inner circle of the illusion labyrinth has been destroyed. The fog is dispersing." "Wu Yong," Guan muttered in disbelief. "How is this even possible?" Seo Jongguan was equally stunned. "What? It was not you guys? How should I know? I only know one thing for sure, nothing can hold us back anymore." Now that, I can agree with. Furious, the arrogant Kawatogun was completely pushed over the edge by these insolent brats. Unleashing a torrent of blood-red energy, he roared, "I'm going to show you exactly why they call me the Crimson Slaughter King." Kawatogun unleashed devastating tornadoes of pure energy. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon stood atop the ruins, gazing toward a smoking mountain in the distance. Back at the scene, Seo Jongguan stood amidst the rubble, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Where the hell are you? Kawatogun, you filthy rat. He is definitely hiding around here somewhere. Find him." In a pitch-black abyss, Kawatogun dragged himself across the deep, dark water, leaving a trail of dripping blood. Why did the specter of dawn look upon him with such profound sorrow? If you want to atone for your mother's sins, do not even dream of survival. Why did the specter of dawn say with such grief that they would witness the final moments of his life? Kawatogun sighed in despair, just like you said. "I never expected to make it back alive anyway. I will burn away the very last embers of my existence to fulfill your wish. You have fallen into a mysterious trap." The sudden system notification caught Kawatogun completely off guard. Before he could react, one of his steel arms was cleanly severed. Enraged, he bellowed, "Who is there? Show yourself." A confident smirk peeked out from behind the wall, leaving the red demon utterly speechless. Out stepped Lee Chang-seon, wearing a mask with a twisted, eerie smile. "Have you seen this mask before?" Kawatogun trembled with fear, but then burst into manic laughter. "Haha, I get it now. So you are the mastermind who orchestrated this whole war." Lee Chang-seon stood calmly with his arms crossed, watching him put the pieces together. That mask was clearly inspired by an old man with a massive, toothy grin. "My guild's entire expedition team. You have been playing all of us, like puppets in the palm of your hand." The red demon furiously recalled how the masked youth had slaughtered his comrades. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Even the reason I ended up like this, it was all you." Realizing the full truth, Kawatogun boiled with rage. "So you are the one who caused all this chaos for us." The system alerted him that the ancient runes engraved around the area were being activated, but Kawatogun was too consumed by fury to care. A mere nobody who has not even reached level 40 dares to set a trap for a level 70 player like me. Lee Chang-seon maintained his menacing smile. "You are far too arrogant. Overwhelmingly enraged, Kawadagun roared, "I am going to rip you, limb from limb." Summoning a massive vortex, he charged straight at Lee Chang-seon, riding the destructive winds. Lee Chang-seon did not show a hint of panic. Instead, he smirked behind his mask, dialing the tension up to 11. Guak Do-woon could not believe this punk was actually laughing. Did he seriously read my movements? Even if he did, once a punch is thrown, there is no stopping it without getting hurt, so he had to commit. Unfortunately for Do-woon, his iron fist was no match for the dragon fangs in Lee Chang-seon's hands. Guak Do-woon could not believe his shattering jade punch was pierced through so easily, especially since it was his ultimate achievement. He tried to force his fist down, but ended up punching nothing but the black puddle beneath his feet. Water splashed everywhere as Lee Chang-seon stepped aside to change his stance. The title, Incarnation of Jigwi, was activated to unleash a blazing firestorm. Guak Do-woon was dumbfounded, wondering where this infinite source of energy was coming from. Having successfully transformed, Lee Chang-seon instantly pressured Guak Do-woon, forcing him back until he began to question his very existence. He was supposed to be a high-ranking A-class ranker, yet here he was, being utterly dominated. Only now did he realize that the kid in front of him was not just some punk, he was a straight-up monster. If he did not put this kid down right now, he would become an absolute nightmare for his niece. So, he launched an even more ferocious counterattack. Too bad he ended up swinging at thin air again. After throwing his strike, Guak Do-woon realized he had completely lost track of his target, with no clue where he had teleported to. Well, he was right behind you, old friend. Like a ghost, Lee Chang-seon approached Guak Do-woon from behind, without him even noticing. He silently drove 2 blades straight into the back of his neck. Guak Do-woon let out an agonizing scream as blood splattered, and a massive burst of energy pushed Lee Chang-seon back. In his final struggles, Guak Do-woon recalled a monster that had once brought him absolute despair. It is you. Before Guak Do-woon could even finish his sentence, Lee Chang-seon shattered all his limbs, leaving him collapsed in the shallow stream on the ground. Lee Chang-seon could not help but smile, seeing how much he had changed. Now, he could completely overwhelm someone who was on the verge of becoming a high-ranking ranker. And this was only the power of one of the 7 secrets of Anne. On top of that, Chang-seon had not even fully decoded it yet, and he had already unlocked this much power. He knew he absolutely could not let it fall into the hands of those puppet rulers. The system relayed a message from the constellations. The owl that tears apart the twilight praised your achievement, stating that evildoers must be brought to justice. With only his final breath left, Guak Do-woon begged Chang-seon to just end his life and send him to his ancestors already. But Chang-seon refused, saying there was still some information he needed to squeeze out of him first. "Do you really think I will tell you anything?" Do-woon spat. "Especially after you ruined my kids' lives in a single day? A piece of trash who exploits others for personal gain is talking about honor now? That is hilarious." He sneered. "No matter how much you run your mouth, you will not get a single piece of information out of me." "I know," Chang-seon replied. "Which is why I will ask someone else." Lee Chang-seon grabbed a button-like object attached to Do-woon's black fur coat, making him instantly scream, "No!" Looking closely, that button-like object was actually a mini communicator. "Vice Guildmaster? You are not him. Who are you? You want to save Guak Do-woon, do you not?" Chang-seon cut in. The person on the other end froze, then heard Guak Do-woon's voice. "Yoo-jin, ignore him and hang up," he choked out. But Lee Chang-seon stomped on Guak Do-woon's face, shutting him up completely. He then warned, "I am the one asking questions here. If you want to save him, listen up and answer. The 7 secrets of Anne. You know about them, do you not? Are you with the White Tiger clan?" she asked. "No, White Tiger would not ask about such things. Just answer me," Lee Chang-seon interrupted her. He did not have time to argue. He had too much on his plate, and his sister and old friend were waiting for him at home. The 5th scripture. "It seems you know where it is. Spill it." Hearing this, Yoo-jin let out a sigh of relief. Did this idiot really think he could threaten her with those cheap words? If he wanted information from her, he would not dare kill him so easily. Confident in her assumption, she gave him a cold response. "Go ahead and kill him. Fine by me." Chang-seon's instant agreement caught her completely off guard. "What?" "I will do exactly as you said. Let us end this." Yoo-jin's face contorted with rage. "Why, you?" Actually, Lee Chang-seon was only doing this to provoke her. He knew there was no way she would not rush over here after being provoked like this. However, this move also came with its own share of trouble. So, he needed to prepare the battlefield to welcome his enemy. The Seoul Exploration Authority was activated, successfully absorbed the ashes of player Guak Do-woon. The level of Seoul exploration has increased due to absorbing the ashes of a target with a significant level difference. You have successfully absorbed the Shattering Jade Punch skill of player Guak Do-woon. The flood of notifications caught Lee Chang-seon completely off guard. What? Seoul exploration did what? I cannot even process this. Did my proficiency go up because I kept using it back in Changui Cave? This is great news, since I was just looking for an unarmed combat skill. The celestial, weeping ghost, despises you for taking away the gift she bestowed upon her apostle. Lee Chang-seon did not quite understand what was up with Lamashtu. Oh, so Guak Do-woon was Lamashtu's apostle. During his war with the 12 Zodiacs, she was not on their side, so he really did not want to make a bad impression on her. I'll apologize to her in private later. With that thought, Lee Chang-seon spread his wings and decisively took flight, leaving the scene behind. Meanwhile, in a dark valley, the weeping soul god screamed in agony over the loss of his apostle. Lightning struck the earth as a bizarre, indescribable creature roared atop a mountain peak. At the same time, players swarmed onto the main road in droves. Senior, look, some people are coming down over there. I heard Lee Chang-seon dismantled the traps those bastards set up. Wow, he really is a monster. He actually hunted down and executed all those psychopaths, and even found and rescued the survivors. Apparently, Woo Young-gun and his niece were among them too. When asked how he pulled it all off, he just said he got lucky. That's incredible. People have already started calling him the Tyrant. Walking through the flood of gossip, Chang-seon maintained his deadpan expression and icy demeanor. While Agent Cha took advantage of the chaotic crowd to steal a glance at the handsome guy, a nasty guy named Shim Jian-ho jumped in to throw shade at Lee Chang-seon. Don't get cocky just because the executive director favors you. Chang-seon was thoroughly annoyed that this guy had nothing better to do than constantly target him with petty insults. Standing behind him, the guy couldn't see Chang-seon's sheer disgust and kept barking nonsense. This is a battlefield where people blindly swing their weapons. It wouldn't be surprising if you suddenly lost your head. Thanks for the advice. Now, let me give you my answer. Stop talking garbage. Couldn't you also lose your head if someone else swings their weapon? What? Shim Jian-ho grit his teeth, muttering in frustration and calling Chang-seon an arrogant bastard. Just then, a young man with spiky hair approached him. I have a few words to say about Lee Chang-seon. This was something Department Head Shim was deeply interested in. At a winter fortress, Yujin sat with her legs crossed, wondering, why did he have to die like that? His departure was as sudden as his arrival. Suddenly, a purple flame with a golden core manifested right next to Yujin. The Weeping Soul God asked if she wanted to possess power. The Weeping Soul God promised to grant her a chance if she truly desired it. Yujin was momentarily stunned, but then she smiled and said something. Her answer was so intriguing that even the constellations turned to watch. The god of the sky, hidden within the aurora, showed keen interest in his believer's decision. The Weeping Soul God ignored her guardian star. Lightning struck, and purple energy surged around Yujin. The Weeping Soul God wished to bestow a gift upon her. Yujin's eyes transformed into those of a monster. Upon reaching that winter fortress, the system announced, "You have entered the Yeti's Peak dungeon. The dungeon quest will now begin." Quest objective: Conquest. A castle known as the Winter Palace stands in the center of the endless, snow-white plains. Conquer the castle and become the master of winter. The snowfields are constantly plagued by blizzards, with glaciers flowing across the land. The Yetis make this freezing place their home, having evolved into elite hunters. Beware of their ambushes. Good luck. Players trudged through the blizzard, shivering and complaining about the freezing cold. The snow was so thick they could barely see their surroundings. Despite that, everyone was in high spirits, mostly to compete with the famous clans leading the way up ahead. Surging forward blindly, the delusional crowd pushed ahead. Agent Cha glanced at these players, thinking to herself that if they kept being this reckless, their chances of falling into enemy traps would be extremely high. Things were getting more complicated, and she wasn't even sure if she could help them successfully complete this raid. But when she glanced over at Lee Chang-seon nearby, she wondered if he could pull off another miracle this time. With an emotionless face, Chang-seon looked back at Agent Cha. Just then, his loudmouthed team leader, Seo Jongkwon, walked up and patted his shoulder. Haha, looks like the witch has her eyes on you. See that? Chang-seon only felt like he had suddenly acquired a walking pile of trouble. Team leader Seo, however, kept rambling excitedly. If we're talking about the Black Gold Witch, she has countless men chasing after her, both here and abroad. Of course, most of those guys got shot trying to flirt with her. As far as I know, you're the first guy she's actually shown interest in. The Black Gold Witch, Cha Ye-yoon. She is considered one of the smartest magic experts in the world. Her pistols are loaded with magic. Every single shot can reduce the entire area ahead to a barren wasteland. With such exceptionally rare talent, she's expected to become an A-rank player soon. She is also a living icon, representing the association. Even the leaders of the largest clans can't afford to ignore her, as she has the power to directly pressure the leadership of the Korean Players Association. Chang-seon, however, felt like everything was under control. His eye for evaluating people had always served him well, proving its high value, but of course, he didn't use it for romance. Chang-seon braced himself and leaped up, saying, "The executive director already gave me my orders, so I'll be acting on my own from here on out." Seong Dongjeon wanted to stop him, but Lee Chang-seon had already soared into the air, and the flying tiger riding the wind skill was activated. Seong Dongjeon couldn't help but marvel at how crazy fast the guy was. Stroking his chin, he muttered, "Doing things like this only makes me want to recruit you even more. It looks like I'll have to recruit you before Siwon makes his move." Meanwhile, in the Winter Palace, angry shouting echoed inside a cavern filled with jagged, irregular icicles. "Hurry up, you filthy snowmen. Stop slacking off. If you don't find the eternal ice crystal, you can forget about freeing your king." These snowmen looked like monkeys, but they had pure white fur and pitch-black skin. An armored snowman standing on a high ledge looked down at a train loaded with red spheres and thought, "They have so much flint. Are they planning to blow this entire place to pieces or what?" With that, the group of snowmen marched away together. "Chief, did you only come here to watch the suffering of our snowman race? Shouldn't you seize the throne and rescue our people?" Whistling to signal his men, the chief replied, "There is only one king, and I am merely his vassal. Therefore, the only thing a loyal subject should do is pray for our king's safe return." With that, the snowman chief climbed onto the back of his mount and roared, "Just like the humans who dared to disrespect our king, we will wipe out all of their allies as well." The snowman chief charged fiercely into battle. The system announced that the guiding ancient runes were reacting. Lee Chang-seon used the communication device between Kawa Dogon and Jeong Yuin as bait for his pathfinding tracking skill. The Celestials were having a field day with this. The Celestial of the hunting season licked his lips, saying hunting would be so much easier with a tool like that. Meanwhile, the serpent that enwraps the world was amazed, saying, "You must be incredibly knowledgeable about ancient runes to use it this way." As Lee Chang-seon flew along the guided path, he figured the high-ranking executives of the Apex must have taken the king hostage inside the Winter Palace. Since the snowmen were fiercely loyal to their king, they would have no choice but to follow the Apex's orders. The Eternal Ice Crystal was located at the center of the underground mine beneath the palace, but the snowmen and the Apex stood in his way. "I'll have to deal with all of them within 3 hours. I need to speed things up." Just as he was about to gun it and speed through, a bunch of snowmen leaped out from both sides of the cliff, determined to make sure he didn't leave this place alive. Since he was in a rush, Lee Chang-seon swung his sword, unleashing a firestorm that burned that entire horde of snowmen to a crisp. But then, Lee Chang-seon suddenly stopped and called out, "Why don't you just show yourself?" The busybody who was hiding behind the rock with Shim Jian-ho was shocked to find they had been spotted. Right then, a masked man appeared behind him. The guy demanded a higher fee because Lee Chang-seon was way stronger than described. The other guy readily agreed, as long as they could eliminate Lee Chang-seon without leaving any trace. The masked man then summoned his squad and confidently declared there was no one the Black Hand squad couldn't assassinate. He told them to just sit back and wait. The busybody was sure that Lim Juhan would carry out his duty. Besides, if it was bloodthirsty killers like the Blood Wolf group, they were definitely reliable. Department head Shim Jian-ho had even given him an interesting toy. With that, the entire team of assassins lunged toward Lee Chang-seon. The beast senses skill quickly searched for the hidden enemies by honing his senses. The scan revealed about 13 assassins nearby, with more than 50 waiting further back. "Are they throwing everything they've got just to capture me? Pretty impressive." Lee Chang-seon called Gaeun and told him to go track them down. Right after June left, 2 assassins sneaked up behind Lee Chang-seon and greeted him. "We'll send you on your way. It'll be quick and won't hurt a bit. Give it a shot." Lee Chang-seon wasn't afraid to clash with these guys, but the problem was he didn't have time to mess around. The flying tiger riding the wind skill was activated to grant stealth. The trap trigger mechanism had been activated, initiating the explosion. The moment the system finished speaking, explosions went off in all directions, followed by blood-curdling screams. The assassins catching up from behind, completely unaware of what was happening, even mocked them. Are you guys putting on a comedy show or what? Can't you even handle a single guy? As soon as that show-off finished his sentence, an avalanche swept over them. None of them survived. You have successfully defeated all enemies. June. Chang-seon called out to his friend again. Meanwhile, the Celestials were buzzing with excitement. The Celestial of the hunting season said, "Your battle is always a dazzling feast that never gets old to watch." The Celestial of heaven and earth's chaos shook his head in disapproval, muttering that such a trick was even worse than a demon king's. The Tiger Constellation Celestial giggled at those idiots who got buried alive. He even dragged back the masterminds of this assassination. Sweating buckets, the two captured guys begged, please, I'll do whatever you want." They immediately turned on each other, voluntarily blurting out each other's dirty laundry. Before Chang-seon could even say a word, the long-haired guy with parted bangs shrieked. "This bastard's father is director Kim Jun-seung. He's the only reason those assassins were able to sneak into the dungeon in the first place." On top of that, Sim Jun-ho, the head of the future strategy department, was plotting something behind the scenes and handed this guy a strange flute. A flute? The moment Chang-seon grabbed it, the item's info popped up. The parasitic flute. A woodwind instrument capable of controlling a specific type of parasite using unique sound waves. Effect. Controls parasites to cause neurological disruption. Chang-seon stared at the busybody with absolute disdain. "Were you planning to use the parasites inside my body to force me to end my own life?" "Well, about that." Chang-seon scoffed. "I already knew White Tiger was creating more lackeys in the academy by mixing parasites into their food, but I've already burned them all to ashes anyway." The two of them paled and looked at each other, utterly shocked that Chang-seon knew everything. Splat. Blood sprayed everywhere as Kim Kwang-sung and Sim Jun-ho were cut down. Wait, what? Did those annoying bastards actually think they could threaten me? After taking out the trash, Chang-seon quickly flew off. He had already wasted way too much time here. The wind-riding flying tiger skill was activated, triggering his Lightfoot technique. Back at the Winter Palace, the Wailing Soul deity warned that the enemy was drawing near. Dong Yujin had completely succumbed to demonic corruption, standing behind the door with a creepy, twisted smile. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was still gliding across the snowy mountains like a bird in flight. With no more pests blocking his path, he made a beeline straight for the Winter Palace. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "You have arrived at the Winter Palace. The Hungry Ghost Curse will be activated in 40 minutes. With only 40 minutes left, Chang-seon told himself he had to find the Eternal Ice Crystal as fast as possible. While Chang-seon had already arrived, the other players were still marching through a brutal blizzard. Seeing this, an impatient deity decided to drop a hint through the system. The world-wrapping serpent deity asked why they weren't using their magic, criticizing the members of his own clan. Only then did the crowd realize they actually had magic. Once activated, the magic helped shield them from the freezing cold. The players immediately felt much warmer. The world-wrapping serpent deity let out a heavy sigh. The players complained, wondering how they were supposed to survive when even their artifacts weren't working. And that is exactly why the 5-star swords haven't accomplished anything yet. One of the guys looked over at a girl carrying heavy gear, standing tall against the wind, and wondered to himself, "Is Shin Yun-seo not cold at all? I can't even keep up with her anymore. And where on earth is Chang-seon?" He recalled Chang-seon once, telling him that as long as it was him and Yun-seo, they would be fine, so there was no need to worry. He immediately pumped himself up, determined to do well. Right then, Shin Yun-seo suddenly raised her demonic face shield, standing boldly right on the mountain peak. Seo Dongjan also noticed this. Clicking his tongue in displeasure, he called out, Yes, that seems to be it. I knew something was off when things got too quiet." "Everyone, we are being ambushed. Get ready," a black-haired man shouted from the mountaintop. "All these Yeti are lackeys of the high summit. Let's join the Mi-young clan and avenge our fallen comrades." Cha Ji-yoon warned him, "Don't separate from the group. They are," before a system announcement cut her off. The impact of magical energy has spread, suppressing the battlefield. The chaos curse has been activated. Cha Ji-yoon frowned, shouting a warning. "They are coming from above." The great winter general had appeared, and the loud-mouthed guy from earlier immediately charged in first. "So you are that foolish leader I've heard so much about?" "Wait, "Don't charge in." But it was too late to stop him. The Yeti chieftain, wielding a massive sword, leaped off his mount and delivered a devastating downward slash. The guy blocked it quickly, boasting, "I'll take you down." Unfortunately, before he could even finish his sentence, his sword shattered, leaving him in absolute shock. The Yeti chieftain's eye flashed, and a beam of light sliced him in half before he could even process his own demise. The system made a cold announcement: player Sun Jin-guk has died. Seizing the opportunity, someone launched a surprise attack on the Yeti chieftain. Cha Ji-eun finally fired her weapon, and the powerful shot actually managed to push the Yeti chieftain back. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense as a wave of energy surged from behind a stone pillar carved with the image of a king. While Chang-seon stood tall and imposing, he had already entered the Winter Palace. "You have entered the Winter Palace." The world-wrapping serpent deity cast his glittering gaze upon those magnificent sculptures. The owl that tears apart the Twilight deity gave a bitter smile. Li Chang-seon looked around, noting that the Yeti had once built a brilliant civilization with their superior intellect, but the gods and constellations had exploited them and even stripped away their powers. This red abyss was originally a fragment of a world facing its ultimate demise. The reason the Yeti's Hill of Immortality in the real world is crawling with lizardmen and skeletons is simple. Once they met their end, the gods and constellations deemed them utterly worthless. You could say they were just unlucky, but now they are nothing more than mindless shells. He began to venture deeper into the castle. According to the map he had obtained after dealing with those deluded fools, there was a vault hidden right beneath these stairs. Reaching the end of the path, Chang-seon laid eyes on the Yeti being enslaved by a group of wicked people. "Hurry up, finish the mining already. Hey, while your general is busy holding off those guys, move them carefully. Do you idiots want to die together, or what?" Li Chang-seon crouched against the wall, watching closely. He figured those red gems the snowmen were carrying had to be the Ice King's breath. Chang-seon grimaced, gritting his teeth as he watched these scumbags try to mine the eternal ice crystals. Without wasting a second, he swung his arm, unleashing a massive wave of fire. Down below, the miners were still screaming and pushing the snowmen. "If you want to save your king, you better move your asses." The snowmen gritted their teeth in pure rage. "One of these days, we will slaughter every single one of these humans." But right then, a massive fire tornado erupted in the sky. What on earth is that? Out of the flames, Li Chang-seon appeared in his ghostly form. At that very moment, inside the palace hall, Seo Duin sensed his presence. "That bastard, he's here." Dark energy instantly exploded from her body. The god of wailing souls assured her that with the power she received, she could finally get her revenge. Meanwhile, Li Chang-seon was busy going on a complete rampage. He had successfully wiped out a massive horde of demonic humans. The system announced, "Your achievements have been recorded, and your alignment has shifted slightly toward good. The current ratio is 45% good, 55% evil." The system popped up again. "You have discovered the 100-year-old cold storage. You have found the Ice King's breath." Li Chang-seon scratched his face in shock. Even he didn't see this coming. There were 8 eternal ice crystals in total. A treasure hoard like that immediately sent the gods into an absolute frenzy. The god of the hunt was amazed by the sheer purity of these crystals. The world-encircling serpent asked, "Would you like to offer one of those up as a tribute?" The tiger in the pit chimed in, "Offering this to the king who blessed you is only natural." Meanwhile, the owl who rips apart the twilight cleared its throat and muttered, "These ice crystals do look rather enticing." Even the abyss-chasing great devil was staring down with intense curiosity. But Li Chang-seon had absolutely no intention of giving them up. He knew they would make perfect materials for crafting a divine artifact. Li Chang-seon finally realized why those people clung so desperately to the 5-star sword, no matter how weak they were, and why the higher-ups wanted it so badly. As he reached out and touched the ice, Li Chang-seon shivered. So this is the chill of the eternal ice crystal. It really cuts right to the bone. If it weren't for Jigwee's world-ending fire, this would have been way harder. Seeing this, the gods went wild once again. The god of the hunt was winking, while the world-encircling serpent practically drooled over the power of the world-ending fire. As for the owl who rips apart the twilight, it just watched with high expectations. Suddenly, the system flared a warning. An intense ice poison is invading your body. Even with ice creeping up his face, Li Chang-seon just smirked. The system continued. The Ice King's breath is a relic left behind by the first Ice King of the snowmen for his descendants. It constantly emits a freezing chill and a radiant blue glow. If a weakling tries to hold it, they will freeze instantly, so handle with extreme caution. Type: treasure, material, effects. Increases frost attribute, inflicts permanent freezing. The Ice King's breath was putting up a violent resistance. Boom! A massive explosion shattered the ice, and Li Chang-seon emerged completely unharmed, engulfed in blazing flames. As the first form of his world-ending fire suppressed the ice, the clash between the two powers grew incredibly violent. Suddenly, Li Chang-seon heard a strange voice echoing in his mind. "Who are you? Who are you? Why do you hold my relic when you aren't even one of my descendants?" "Shut up." Li Chang-seon gritted his teeth and barked back immediately. His firestorm completely crushed the relic's will to resist. The Ice King's breath had failed to fight back. "You have acquired 8 Ice King's breaths." Li Chang-seon let out a sigh. "Good." Then, he cast a sharp look to the side. "I think I've got about 10 minutes left." Just then, the rising witch, Seo Duin, came flying in. She looked absolutely stunned by the scene before her. So the ghost has finally arrived. Did Chang-seon spot her? But before he could act, the system threw a total curveball. "The boss monster, the Ice King, has invited you to an unknown space. Do you accept the invitation?" Chang-seon was taken aback. The Ice King? He could actually hear the Ice King's voice speaking directly to him through telepathy. I wondered who had claimed my breath, but I never expected a human to do so instead of one of my own people. No need to be tense, human. I am merely an old man with one foot in the grave. I will only take a moment of your time. Looking at you, it seems you still have a very long road ahead of you. Chang-seon could tell the Ice King harbored no hostility, so he made his decision. You have accepted the invitation. With a bold move, a portal to another dimension opened up. You have entered the Ice King's chamber. So, you have accepted this old man's invitation. You must be a man of great virtue. The moment Chang-seon stepped inside, the Ice King couldn't help but marvel at his presence. The system introduced him as the boss monster, the Ice King, level 90. But even the system seemed unsure about this information. Damn, looking at this frail old man, it's hard to believe he's over level 90. Even the gods were buzzing about it. The world-encircling serpent snorted, muttering that the icy fool was just talking nonsense. The dusk-piercing owl god nods, confirming that the Frost King is telling the truth. Meanwhile, the furious fallen tiger god demands you call him a virtuous tiger instead of a virtuous person. Seeing how strongly the gods are reacting, the Frost King couldn't help but marvel. It seems even at the end of my life, my judgment of character hasn't failed me. Ho ho ho. Can you actually see it? If you mean the messages from the great rulers of heaven, then yes, I can. Even though I can't see the most important ones. Chang-seon had already guessed that the Frost King's stats were insanely high from the moment he telepathically invited him in. But how could someone so powerful be defeated by a mere illusion? Confusing, isn't it? You're deceiving your own people. So, is that how you see it? You don't look like someone suffering in an illusion. Hearing this, the Frost King just chuckles at Chang-seon's questioning gaze. Fortunately, I still look fine from the outside, but unfortunately, you're wrong. Has someone of your caliber really not realized it yet? Realized what this place actually is? Hearing this, Chang-seon is taken aback, as his beast sensory skill instantly sharpens his awareness. Chang-seon immediately sees through it. This is a void realm. The Frost King doesn't hesitate to confirm that it is indeed a void realm. Even though by some miracle my consciousness is preserved with the last of my dying breath, it doesn't change the fact that I was defeated by a woman known as the Illusion. And because of that, my people are suffering. Chang-seon thinks to himself, she must have been incredibly cunning to strike just when the Frost King was on his deathbed. He then asks coldly, so, why did you invite me here? To be honest, in your eyes, I should be nothing but an enemy. Those poor children who worship this old man. Can you save them? The Frost King stands up, releasing a small trace of magic. It breaks my heart to see them running themselves ragged trying to keep this old, diseased body alive. Just because I am their king, please help them. Of course, you will be handsomely rewarded. The Emperor's treasury suddenly appears. These are the treasures we've amassed over 13 generations, the Frost King explains. From my ancestor, the owner of the ice crystal you took, all the way to my era, I will give it all to you. The sheer amount of treasure is enough to dazzle even the gods. The god of the hunting season gasps at the sight of such vast wealth. The world-wrapping serpent god speaks in awe. For a mortal, this mountain of treasure is not bad at all. But Li Chang-seon rejects it instantly. shocking the Frost King so much that his icy shell almost cracks. He bows his head, asking, "Is it because we are merely fragments of a shattered world, just abandoned shadows of souls that no longer exist in this world?" The treasury doors slowly close. Chang-seon replies coldly, "So you already knew? It would be stranger if you didn't. This is an absurd world with nothing inside except for us." Lee Chang-seon is somewhat surprised by this. Usually, dungeon monsters can't perceive that they are fake, no matter how intelligent they are. Even if they do find out the truth, the system will manipulate their cognitive perception to keep the dungeon stable. Dungeons are the remnants of worlds that met their demise and no longer exist, and the creatures here are merely lingering echoes of those who lived in those final moments. For that reason, dungeons must be cleared at all costs. There's no telling when they might collapse from instability, allowing the seeds of destruction to leak into the outside world like a deadly toxin. Chang-seon thinks to himself that although the Frost King's fate is tragic, Snowman's Peak must be closed. If he decides to save the snowmen, he won't be able to clear the dungeon. The Frost King speaks with a heavy, weary voice. "It truly is a tragedy. I know for a fact that I am breathing, thinking, and speaking with you right now. It all feels so real, but when I think about it, none of it is." He cries out in agony. The real Frost King is long gone, and the only thing left here is just his fading remnant. Then who am I? Who is the one standing right here? Hearing this, Lee Chang-seon resolutely hardens his heart. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Lee Chang-seon says flatly. "You are the Frost King." "How can I be him? The real Frost King is long gone." "No, he was once the Frost King, but you are also the Frost King now. You said so yourself. You are breathing, thinking, and speaking to me from that very throne. So of course you're the Frost King. If you're not him, then who else could you be?" The Frost King is left speechless. Even the gods can't wrap their heads around the situation anymore. The god of the hunting season feels dizzy from this paradoxical logic. The world-wrapping serpent god nods in agreement with your profound reasoning. The Frost King lets out a helpless sigh. "Because I exist here, you call me the Frost King. Ho ho ho. It seems I was overcomplicating things, when the answer was this simple all along. I thought my mind was completely enlightened, but it seems I still have a long way to go. In that case, may I ask you one more question? I'll decide whether to answer after I hear it. I want to use my own choice to seal this shattered world, not rely on the rules of the system's quests. Can you help me?" The moment he finished speaking, Lee Chang-seon sprang into action. His movement was so swift that the evil dragon's fangs didn't even have time to draw blood. "At the very least, I can help you with that much. Just as I thought. Inviting you here was indeed a wise decision." He returned to his throne and collapsed, offering his final thanks to Lee Chang-seon. Immediately, the system announced that the Frost King's chamber was closing. "You have defeated the boss monster, the Frost King. You have received a massive amount of experience points. The Twilight-piercing owl comforts you." While you are deep in thought, Lee Chang-seon remained standing there. Meanwhile, everything outside was in utter chaos. The boss monster, the Frost King, was dead. All the Yeti were freed from the binding of the Frost King's commands. The Yeti tribe had lost their ruler, and they were all falling into a state of panic and confusion. Seo Yujin, who was flying over, also received the notification. She gnashed her teeth in pure rage, even though she had secured a partnership with the Wailing Soul God. "It's that bastard, it has to be him." The moment the Frost King kicked the bucket, the miners were instantly grabbed by the throat by the Yeti. "You said our emperor would live as long as we listened to you, bastards." A one-eyed Yeti furiously slammed the man in his grasp and demanded answers. Why were the other Yeti also violently beating everyone up? The witch, Seo Yujin, flew in, immediately unleashing surging waves of purple energy, the sonata of hellfire. Purple energy exploded violently all around, sending the Yeti into screams of agony. "It's so hot." The system announced that the Wailing Soul God aligned with her was gaining momentum. Yujin grew even more manic, screaming, "Ah ha ha, die, all of you, you filthy monsters." The Yeti roared, "Kill that wench first." "Yes, she's the one who brought our emperor to this state." The moment they finished speaking, the ice wall behind them glowed with a brilliant golden light and cracked wide open. Lee Chang-seon appeared before the crowd once again, wearing his mask. Meanwhile, the deep purple hellfire continued to burn the Yeti. "It's too hot, so hot." Ignoring everything else, Lee Chang-seon lunged straight at Yujin. The witch grinned from ear to ear. "You've finally shown yourself, ha-ho mask. Two surges of energy, one purple and one orange, collided like head-on missiles, unleashing a blinding white light that lit up the entire area. Seo Yujin shrieked, "How dare you show your face before me? I will definitely take your life." Lee Chang-seon also smiled, but it was a dangerously chilling grin. "So, you finally arrived?" Lee Chang-seon grabbed her chicken wing of a wrist. "Got you. Got me? You really think you can walk away in one piece after messing with us? Just watch, and you'll understand." A deep blue shadow materialized behind Lee Chang-seon. Seo Yujin was stunned as she stared at the system notifications popping up. 24 hours have passed. The curse of the lair of the agonized demonic tiger has begun. She darted her eyes around as the system continued. "You have entered the lair of the agonized demonic tiger. The Day 7 quest has begun. Survive for the next 24 hours. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and 72 milliseconds. Hovering right above her was the Scarlet Slaughter King from the training dungeon, the very same boss that had almost killed Lee Chang-seon. The beast didn't care who she was. It swung its massive sword, slashing at Seo Yujin while she was still frozen in shock. The flashing blade severed her arm, sending it flying. Seo Yujin screamed in absolute agony. Meanwhile, back at the peak of the Yeti territory, the Yeti chief, mid-battle, suddenly stopped and glared with pure rage. "Our emperor is dead." A young man rushed forward, shouting, "Senior, fall back." Cha Ye-yoon's face paled as she yelled at him to stay back, but it was already too late. The show-off rookie was instantly struck down by the Yeti chief, sent straight to the afterlife to accompany the Frost King. Before taking his last breath, the young man struggled to look at Cha Ye-yoon one last time. Shocked to her core, Cha Ye-yoon let out a desperate scream. The Yeti chief pulled back his sword, resting it on his shoulder as he glared coldly. "This all started because of you humans, you who dared to trespass on our territory." Gashing his teeth, he roared, "So I will tear your emperor to pieces and devour him whole." The other Yeti, riding their flying beasts, rained down spheres of Ni's breath, causing them to detonate violently like bombs. Ye-yoon gritted her teeth in anger. "That's Ni's breath. Scatter." A flash of lightning flickered in her eyes. The system announced, "The protection of the Twilight-piercing owl is with you. The protection of the war-obsessed battle god is with you. The protection of the madness infuser is with you. The protection of the blacksmith in the volcano is with you." Without a moment's hesitation, Cha Ye-yoon raised her gun, aiming straight at the Yeti chief's head and fired. However, her earth-shattering shot only managed to force the Yeti chief back a few paces. Using the massive explosion from the magic bullet as a distraction, Cha Ye-yoon grabbed the unconscious, stabbed youth. "Just hang in there a little longer." Cha Ye-yoon. Gnashing his teeth, the Yeti chief growled, "You are the most annoying human I have ever encountered." He roared, "So, I will end your life with my own hands." Meanwhile, in the demonic tiger dungeon, the boss was surrounded by black spheres radiating purple flames. An atomic bomb's blast probably wouldn't look much different from this. Under that relentless barrage of attacks, even a veteran general like Jin couldn't avoid taking a hit, but it barely fazed him. He landed lightly on a rocky ledge and drew his sword. I figured he was hiding something, letting a total stranger just waltz into the middle of this battle. But it looks like he brought along someone pretty useful. How the hell did Yujin grow a phantom arm to hold a scepter, her entire body engulfed in flames? She grimaced. "Useful, you say? I'll make sure you never open that arrogant mouth of yours again," she screamed, before charging headfirst into a fierce battle with Jin. Explosions of light detonated from east to west. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon sat back and relaxed, enjoying the show as a mere spectator. The invisible ancient runes had been activated. Lee Chang-seon sighed in relief. "I was worried it'd be trouble if they teamed up, but they're definitely not the cooperative type." Just as expected, Lee Chang-seon pulled out an eternal ice crystal and continued. "Still, I didn't expect Lamashtu to give her the Song of Inferno. Well, this buys me some time. It should be enough to finish my bone reinforcement." With that, Lee Chang-seon opened his mouth wide and swallowed the ice crystal whole. As soon as Lee Chang-seon gulped down the eternal ice crystal, the system instantly chimed. "You have absorbed the breath of the Frost King. The frost enveloping your body has been infected with ice poison. The effects of First Form, World, Destroying Fire, and immunity to 10 poisons have been activated. The ice poison has been cured. Your magic is clashing. A new magic attribute has expanded. It is clashing with your existing magic. The detoxification process has failed, and the conflict is growing stronger. The celestial god of the hunting season says with deep concern that you are in a highly dangerous situation. The celestial serpent wrapping the world snorts, saying that even if you have a good reason, what you did is pure madness. Your stamina is plummeting at an extreme rate. Chang-seon gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing clash of ice and fire, waging war inside his body. He flashed back to a conversation he had with a mysterious old man. I just have to swallow it? What kind of item is that? Chang-seon had asked the man in utter disbelief. The old man, his face hidden beneath a wild mane of hair and beard, had replied, "It is exactly what you are aiming for, a massive clash. Give me some details. If this is a bunch of nonsense, you can deal with it yourself. Do you ring sick? Remember the found sick, aim sick. Remember the foundation of bone reinforcement I taught you. Grafting the fire heart and the frost star splendor requires you to pull the flame you obtained closer to your heart. I figured using your heart as the center to reconstruct your mana furnace wasn't a bad idea. But doing that would burn my heart to ashes. That is why you must find a point of contact to cool your heart." A point of contact? Chang-seon had grown increasingly frustrated the more he listened. Couldn't this old man just spit it out all at once instead of waiting to be prompted every single time? Precisely. A point of contact where opposing elements can harmonize without causing a catastrophic clash. What is the nature of the world-destroying fire? Fire and darkness. And the eternal ice crystal? Ice and darkness. Ah, I see. Because the eternal ice crystal is created by lunar essence seeping into permafrost, it naturally possesses a combined nature of ice and darkness. Exactly. They both share the element of darkness. And since you have been recognized by the king of the underworld, your control over the darkness element far surpasses that of other creatures or constellations. Back in reality, Chang-seon was still gritting his teeth, clenching every muscle in his body to endure the reinforcement. The core of the mana furnace has been successfully reconstructed within your heart. Ice-attributed magic is seeping into your bones, reinforcing them. The skeletal structure has been refined. The notification suddenly flashed a crimson red. Your physical body will become as tough as ice, while your heart beats as fiercely as fire, pushing your physical potential to its absolute limit. Do you know what is even more terrifying? Having restructured your entire body, a talent you have never possessed before is about to manifest. Chang-seon snapped awake from his trance. A swirling vortex of fire and ice flared up before exploding like fireworks. You have restructured everything, including your senses, abilities, perception, thoughts, composition, and your very personality. And since you possess both ice and fire elements in perfect balance, you have transformed yourself into a vessel capable of containing anything. The notifications flashed back to their original green. You have completed the fire heart and ice splendor. You have acquired a new attribute. Reinforced bones. Reinforced bones is a form that houses the fire spirit within your heart and the ice spirit throughout your entire body. The advantage of merging both attributes is immense immunity and strength, preventing exhaustion, enabling self-healing, and ensuring you never tire. Superhuman cardiovascular endurance is the hallmark of this attribute. Classification. Attribute. Effect. Fireheart. Ice splendor. The notifications flashed red again. Once more, the gods and constellations feel like they are going to lose their minds. Then another red alert popped up. The celestial god of the hunting season is absolutely thrilled, declaring that this is a talent worthy of being her disciple. The celestial serpent wrapping the world merely shakes its head, saying it isn't even surprised anymore. The owl that tears apart the twilight sends you their congratulations and is considering sending you a suitable gift. The calamity tiger is pleased that his direct successor has grown stronger. Many of the deities watching you are showing intense reactions. Several constellations watching you are filled with excitement. Even though his clothes are tattered and covered in soot, these status updates feed his ego so much that he grins from ear to ear. The Gemini god shows interest on one of their faces. Chang-seon suddenly recalls the names Castor and Pollux. I wonder which one of them it is, he thinks. Just then, a slight tremor catches Chang-seon's attention. A massive eye appears in the center of the black hole. The abyss-chasing great devil shows his excitement by spewing flames from his eyes. The abyss-chasing great devil is trying to reach out to you with his demonic hand. Chang-seon stomps down hard, shattering the glass to leap out. The abyss-chasing great devil is trying to drag you into his domain. What the hell is this? Chang-seon lands in a pitch-black, endless void. Where am I? He demands, his eyes narrowing. The skill Snake Eyes has been activated and is scanning the area. For unknown reasons, the skill has deactivated. The skill Beast Senses has been activated and is attempting to restore your senses. For unknown reasons, the skill has deactivated. The authority Caledonian Celerity has been activated, helping you maintain your sanity. Is this place really a god's domain? He mutters. Why did you summon me here? A faint gaze locks onto you. Through a massive crack, a single giant eye and a few sharp teeth emerge. Chang-seon feels his body beginning to fade, and the system flashes a red warning. The authority Caledonian Celerity is trembling. That massive eye stares down at Chang-seon, looking right through his soul. Who are you? Chang-seon feels hypnotized, his mind beginning to question his own identity. His poker face falters slightly, but he still presses on, asking, "What are you to the abyss?" The abyss. Chang-seon repeats to himself. Just then, a bolt of golden lightning tears through the dark, and the owl that tears apart the twilight descends upon this divine domain. The golden lightning strikes the ground, emitting a blinding light. When Chang-seon opens his eyes, he sees a tall, beautiful goddess with fiery red hair standing before him, clad in warrior armor. While Chang-seon is still in shock, the goddess speaks. "Human, this is no place for someone walking the path of a hero. Go back." With a snap of her fingers, Chang-seon is instantly ejected from this space. The last thing he sees is the owl that tears apart the twilight, charging toward the rift where the demonic face is hidden. "Minerva, do not stand in my way." The pale star. "This is a violation of our treaty. That human has nothing to do with what you are after." With those final words, everything fades away, leaving only the system notifications. For unknown reasons, the connection to the pale space has been severed. Recovering lost data. Player system has been reconnected. Chang-seon finds himself back in the Calamity Tiger's dungeon, completely dazed and trying to process what the hell just happened. The deities are in an uproar. The god of the hunting season is reacting frantically, asking if you are hurt. The world-encircling serpent asks how you managed to bypass the laws of causality. The Calamity Tiger opens his eyes, furious that he almost lost his vessel. Chang-seon winces, his face twisting as he grinds his teeth. How disgusting. The system alerts that the title Ghost Vessel has been activated. Chang-seon grinds his teeth in frustration. How pathetic. Even if I've completed my bone reinforcement. So what? I couldn't even put up a fight against Mephistopheles. I'm too weak. I need to regain my former strength. No, I have to become even stronger than before. First, I need to devour everything in this dungeon. Determined, Chang-seon takes flight, activating Snake Eyes to seek out his prey. Meanwhile, Jong Yoo-jin and Jin are still locked in an endless clash. Chang-seon analyzes their fight. The blood-red slaying king is a martial artist. So why is Jong Yoo-jin a mage? It is clear she is at a disadvantage, but he cannot let her die here. He still needs to question her about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. There are only 19 minutes, 36 seconds, and 59 milliseconds left on the dungeon timer. Jong Yoo-jin is repeatedly pushed back, swearing under her breath. The deity of weeping souls urges her, demanding to know why she is so useless, despite inheriting her power. The deity of weeping souls demands to know if she truly carries the blood of her disciple. Jong Yoo-jin grinds her teeth in pure rage, telling herself she must quickly defeat Jin and capture that masked bastard, Haeoju. But Jin reads her every move and counters relentlessly. It feels as if he is the player, and she is just a boss monster he is trying to raid. Suddenly, Jin zips right behind Jong Yoo-jin. What an entertaining battle. You have my thanks. As a reward, I shall take your life and turn you into my new loyal thrall. Without a shred of mercy, Jin delivers a devastating blow. Jong Yoo-jin can only scream as she is sent flying through the air, crashing hard into the cliffside as a cloud of dust erupts. Coughing up blood from the critical hit, she lies completely helpless. She reaches out her hand, desperately trying to cast a spell, but the mana disperses like thin smoke. The wailing ghost god suddenly bolted up, shrieking in terror. No. Jin trembled in fear as the cold grip of death drew closer than ever. Just then, a raging fire vortex cut Jin off. You! Chang-seon appeared out of nowhere, blocking Jin with a smirk. She's mine. Chang-seon and the Crimson Carnage King clashed, sending sparks flying as their monstrous energies collided with a deafening roar. Jin grew even more thrilled when he realized Chang-seon had gotten stronger. Chang-seon didn't hesitate to flex on him a bit. I didn't just get stronger. Chang-seon unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing the Crimson Carnage King back. What did you do? Who knows? He replied mockingly. You must have gone to the outside world, didn't you? Jin asked. Do you understand the structure of the Hungry Ghost Cave? I, too, was once cursed by this place, just like you. But even if you manage to get outside, you can only leave for a day at most. Not many can grow this powerful this fast. In that case, Jin let out an even more sinister laugh. I must make you my vassal, no matter what. With that, he immediately lunged forward, throwing heavy punches at Lee Chang-seon. The two engaged in a brutal clash of martial arts, their fierce exchange cracking the very ground of the Hungry Ghost Cave. Jin laughed in pure ecstasy, while his followers watched in deep worry. He never expected to feel this thrilled in this wretched Hungry Ghost Cave, a feeling that emotionalized him, bringing back memories of his days as a human. Back when I was Jin, the successor of the Freya clan, I never thought I'd get to relive my days as a warrior like this. It was exciting, highly exciting, but worse than that, it was exhausting. He had already spent most of his energy fighting Seijin, and fatigue was starting to set in. What kind of trick are you planning to pull this time? You might be tired, but you sure have plenty of breath left to talk trash, old man. Lee Chang-seon was more than ready to show him the true power of his flames. Torrential streams of fire and darkness manifested into roaring monsters. The Black Mountain Divine Claw skill was activated. Lee Chang-seon flicked his wrist, and a massive dark claw plunged toward the Crimson Carnage King. He desperately tried to block, but it was useless. The claw tore deep into his flesh, leaving him wounded. Lee Chang-seon watched coldly, delivering a second slash like a furious wife, catching her cheating husband, pounding, slapping, scratching, and tearing into him without mercy. A terrifying purple energy completely overwhelmed Jin. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold it back, but in the end, the purple light swallowed him whole. Jin lay defeated on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. With his dying breath, he weakly asked what Lee Chang-seon's move was called. He nonchalantly replied, Painful Claw, making the old man burst into laughter. A claw? Ahaha, how fitting. And with that, Jin finally dissolved into nothingness. Lee Chang-seon immediately waved his hand to gather the spoils. You have obtained a massive amount of Peachy's attributes. You have successfully absorbed all of Peachy's attributes. You have completed the Peachy vessel and can now choose a candidate to become Peachy. Your chosen candidate will become your vassal. Lee Chang-seon was quite surprised that he could choose his own vassal. So this means I can create a completely loyal servant. I hit the jackpot this time. The system then displayed information about Peachy. Peachy, a legendary mythical beast capable of absorbing the disasters of the White Tiger King. It was known to have a cunning nature, often challenging its master, but would become fiercely loyal once subdued. Lee Chang-seon smiled in delight, wondering if he could turn it into a clan member. That means I have a real shot at getting a highly reliable servant. If I want to climb even higher, I definitely need an organization of my own, like the 12 constellations, or a puppet ruler. And if the organization expands with gods or constellations as members, it'll naturally grow into a society. I guess because the peaky attributes I absorbed reached their absolute limit, it developed a soul. What should I do next? Lee Chang-seon racked his brain, knowing he had to completely subdue it so it would never find a reason to rebel, while constantly feeding it more experience points. This isn't something I can just rush into. Since I haven't chosen a divine body yet, I can't even level up any faster. And then there's Gon. No, that won't do. Chang-seon's mind suddenly flashed back to the past, where he stood atop a mountain of corpses. Among those bodies was the woman he loved. He had broken down in despair upon seeing her lifeless corpse. I know all too well that fighting alone is suicide. There's no need to overthink this. I choose the Crimson Carnage King as Peachy. The silhouette of Peachy quickly shifted, revealing the human form of the Crimson Carnage King, Jin. I never imagined I would awaken in this form again. Are you planning to make me one of your clan members? In his human form, the Crimson Carnage King looked like a prince, insanely handsome. But good looks were the last thing Lee Chang-seon cared about. He only saw him as an extremely powerful warrior. Shouldn't you? Jin asked. According to the rules, this is the Hungry Ghost Cave, the winner takes all. You defeated me, so go ahead and take me in. It's as simple as that. But whether I accept you as my master is a whole different story. Chang-seon knew full well that this guy had no intention of submitting. Wanting to rest? Dream on, buddy, Lee Chang-seon said coldly. I will get you out of here. Don't you want to go home? Jin was stunned by this offer. What do you mean? Lee Chang-seon suddenly summoned his flames. I'm not going to waste breath on useless talk like telling you to be loyal to me or whatever. Just follow me. It won't be right away, but eventually I will take you back. I swear it on these flames. Jin sighed. Why should I believe you? Isn't it better to just trust me? At least it's better than being dragged out by force. And it'll save you a lot of trouble if you have something to look forward to. What? Jin placed a hand on his forehead and burst into laughter. Haha, you really are crazy. But I'm sure being on the outside is much better than being stuck in here. But you'd better watch out. I'm no saint, and I absolutely hate being controlled. I can't wait to see what you've got. The more I learn about you, the weirder you get. But that's exactly why you're so interesting. Jin finally dropped down on one knee. Master, since you've promised me my freedom, please grant me a new title so I may serve you. Jin Prezia, Lee Chang-seon said immediately. Just those words were enough to startle Jin. He remembered how Jin had introduced himself earlier as the successor of the prestigious Prezia bloodline. A bright light glowed beneath his feet, and Jin muttered, "Looks like I've ended up with a pretty unusual master." The system announced that the process of adding a family member was complete. The Biwi's name was Jin Prezia, and this member would now become his guardian. Having just joined Lee Chang-seon's side, Jin was already burning with eagerness. Master, what task do you have for me? Lee Chang-seon tossed a spear to Jin, telling him not to bother coming back unless he wiped out all those low-level monsters. Jin accepted the order, suddenly feeling a rush of excitement. Just a moment ago, he was their king, and now his new master was ordering him to annihilate his own subjects. It was totally crazy and incredibly thrilling, exactly his style. Besides, this was also a good chance for Chang-seon to evaluate Jin's current condition. The system promptly displayed that Jin Prezia was currently a level 1 Biwi and could change his class once he reached level 10. The Changui trembled in fear as Jin glared at them, his eyes devoid of any sympathy, filled only with cold bloodlust. Leaping off the rocky ledge, he lunged downward with a manic grin on his face. As Jin Prezia activated basic Prezia spearmanship, the Changui couldn't help but scream in sheer panic and terror. "My king, why?" Our king went mad after being resurrected. With things settled on this end, Lee Chang-seon immediately turned to confront Jin, who was heavily wounded. He was eager to find more information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. The system helped convey a message from the sadly weeping sprite to Lee Chang-seon. The sadly weeping sprite is glaring at you with deep resentment. The sadly weeping sprite curses you. Lee Chang-seon's face darkened as he saw her starting to act up again. The sadly weeping sprite swears she will have her revenge. The sadly weeping sprite threatens to choose a new apostle to destroy you. The sadly weeping sprite is biting her nails while glaring at you. The constellation Good Season to Hunt loudly tells her to shut up because she's being too noisy. The constellation World Encircling Serpent scolds her for being petty. Lee Chang-seon felt like this entire bunch of constellations was just plain stupid. Getting extremely irritated, he called out, "Herald, are you there?" There was no answer. Lee Chang-seon continued, "Just answer me. You're watching me anyway." The constellation Good Season to Hunt asserts that the rabbit monster is not here. "Herald, if you don't show yourself, I'm not trading anything." A dimensional portal immediately opened, and his voice could be heard before he even stepped through. I told you last time, a dungeon administrator cannot directly interfere. That's against the rules." The portal opened wider, revealing Herald's chubby face. "My superiors keep nagging me, and it's not like I get anything out of getting involved with you, Lee Chang-seon." His plump body finally squeezed through, fully materializing in the area. "I've been under so much stress that I gained weight from overeating." The constellation Good Season to Hunt is shocked by his sudden appearance. The constellation World Encircling Serpent asks if you are a god. The constellation Sadly Weeping Sprite glares and growls at you. "I want to block those notifications," Lee Chang-seon demanded. Herald was utterly shocked by the request. What? He never expected a mere mortal to dare to mute the notifications of the gods. It was absolute madness. Lee Chang-seon continued calmly, "I don't want to see them. If needed, I can pay you with my accumulated points." Herald stood there completely dumbfounded, while the system piled on another wave of reactions from the constellations. The constellation Good Season to Hunt is rolling on the floor laughing. The constellation World Encircling Serpent thrashes its tail against the floor and says, "Everyone, come look at this foolish god getting mocked by a mortal." The constellation Calamity Tiger chuckles in amusement. Lee Chang-seon lost all his patience. "What's the matter? Is it not possible? If it is, then why are you just standing there? Hurry up and block them." Harold's face twisted with rage. Sweating profusely, he cursed inwardly. "Ugh, this lunatic. Does he have a death wish? Should I just lie and tell him it's against the rules and can't be done? No. If this gets exposed during a future audit, I'll be heavily penalized. Oh heavens! Right at that moment, a system notification popped up. The constellation, Abyss-chasing Great Devil, focuses his vacant gaze and looks down. Both Lee Chang-seon and Harold were taken aback by this status. Chang-seon warily wondered what he was planning, while the system continued to narrate the unfolding events. The lamenting soul tensed up under the powerful will of pure, unadulterated evil. The abyss-chasing Great Devil looked away with an indifferent gaze, prompting the lamenting soul to quickly gather its strength to resist. The abyss-chasing Great Devil reached his hand out in the direction he was looking. Thunder and lightning erupted as the good season to hunt stood stunned in silence by this bizarre scene, while the world-encircling serpent remained quiet as well. The Calamity Tiger was completely speechless. Chang-seon and Harold also went quiet as the lightning vanished, and the system delivered another notification. The abyss-chasing Great Devil gently brushed off his hands and looked back down at the lower world once more. The abyss-chasing Great Devil told him he could go back to what he was doing now that he had taken care of that little nuisance. Damn, that was a real jump scare. Harold sighed as he flew up. Seriously, there is never a peaceful day when I am around you, Lee Chang-seon. Anyway, now that the problem seems to be solved, I will be on my way. The twilight-piercing owl finally processed what had just happened and let out a long sigh. One side of Gemini found this incredibly fascinating. Jin also sent his praises to Chang-seon. My lord, what you did was completely beyond my expectations. Chang-seon looked back at Sejin, who had now completely lost her mind, doing nothing but babbling incoherently. Lee Chang-seon happily approached her, realizing he would not even need to go out of his way to torture her. In a sudden flash of tranquility, a sharp sword light slashed through, sending blood splattering into the air. Having finished the job, Lee Chang-seon turned away, unable to help but marvel at how much he had gained from this battle. Most importantly, he discovered the location of the 5th volume of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hassan. Who would have thought they would use this to strike a deal with the White Tiger Guild? If they had not run into me, they probably would have pulled it off. At that moment, the system announced that his follower, Jin Prezia, had successfully conquered the entire 2nd floor. Lee Chang-seon's fiend sat there leisurely, sipping some water, and said, I am all done here. I did train these things, but I never expected them to be this weak. His current level was 4. Jin added, no wonder he was stationed there the whole time. He was trying to conquer the 2nd floor with this trash. Lee Chang-seon praised him. You finished much faster than I thought. Of course I did, haha. Now that you have wrapped things up over there, you should come over here. My lord, I have something I want to show you. I got it. Let me finish up here, and I will head over. The Authority Soul Collection has been activated. You have successfully acquired the ashes of player Ju Jin. You have discovered that the Authority Hellfire of Ithaca has lost its owner. You have successfully consumed the last remaining fragment of the Authority with the Purgatory Flames, thereby enhancing the level of the Hellfire Resonance effect. Achievement unlocked. A Mighty Demon devours Hellfire. Fire attribute effect increased by 20. Title acquired. Incarnation of a Mighty Demon. The evolutionary form of a Mighty Demon, a legion of flame and souls that has devoured the Hellfire, rumored to flow through Hell. Category, title, effect, Hellfire, manifestation. Chang-seon checked his status window again. Lee Chang-seon, divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Unable to use the title, Incarnation of a Mighty Demon. Faction, Underworld, Guardian Constellation. Class, Rune Master, level, 41. Well then, let's go. Lee Chang-seon spread his wings and rocketed toward Jin. He flew so incredibly fast that he almost overshot his destination, but luckily, his loyal servant spotted his master and immediately called out to him. Lee Chang-seon landed immediately. Finally here. What on earth is that? This gluttonous savage you gave me is actually quite unique. Let me just show you. It will be much easier than trying to explain it. Jin Prezia waved his hand. Wake up. Jin Prezia resurrected the Changui. Chang-seon wondered how he was suddenly able to do that. Jin smiled and replied, honestly, I did not know either. I just thought it might work, so I decided to give it a shot, and it actually did. It's almost as if I'm their demon king, and the summoning process is identical. Explain it in more detail. You probably already know that all the Changui here are just fools who have had their souls stolen by the starlight, right? Any human who enters a Changui's cave ends up as a minion to the demon that destroyed them. Those demons then absorb their life force to rank up. So, you are saying this gluttonous savage operates in the same way? Yes, though of course, its effectiveness has decreased significantly compared to when I was still a Changui, and the power of the gluttonous savage is limited as well. A limit? Yes. Although I can resurrect dead souls and turn them into puppets like this, if I try to make them move, you have failed to activate the skill. The resurrected Changui will lose their abilities and vanish. They will collapse instantly and won't last very long at all. To resurrect a single Changui, I need to absorb the energy of hundreds of other Changui, like these ones here. The system then displayed information about these new monsters for Chang-seon. Bamboo cow, a natural enemy of tigers. It is said that its body is completely impenetrable, making it immune to any sharp objects. Bok, another natural enemy of tigers, who tends to be highly introverted, slow as an ox, but packing a devastating punch. As a tiger's natural enemy, it moves with terrifying flexibility, bending and striking as if it has no bones at all. Once again, the gods are in an absolute uproar. The god of the hunting season advises that it is better to have no minions at all than to recruit useless garbage. The world-wrapping serpent eagerly slithers over, excited to study these new corpse forms and analyze their unique traits. The crested owl who rips the Twilight tells you not to worry, because your minions are bound to take after you anyway. Lee Chang-seon finds the whole thing incredibly annoying, especially as these demonic Changui evolve from helpless prey into lethal hunters. Wondering if they can even be classified this way, Chang-seon asks Jin if these creatures are actually going to be useful. Jin assures him they are strong enough not to hold them back. Fair enough. Jin enthusiastically barks out an order to the squad. All of you, get on your feet. We are moving to conquer the 3rd floor. Our master is going to be watching, so you better put on a damn good show. If you fail to prove your worth, you already know what kind of miserable end is waiting for you, right? 2 out of the 3 immediately fall in line, but one bizarrely responds in English. Understood. Seriously, what is this? A beauty pageant? Why are you suddenly speaking English? Oh well, time to get to work. System alert. You have entered the 3rd floor boundary. You have entered the 3rd floor. You have cleared Zone 1. You have captured Zone 2. Jin has announced his move to capture Zone 6. The low-level Changui have successfully planted the flag at the end of Zone 9. You have received 125 XP. You have received 281 XP. Armed with these absolute beasts of war, Lee Chang-seon tears through the 3rd floor like a hurricane. Chang-seon stands with his hands on his hips, impressed. Even if his own leveling feels a bit slow from letting them capture the camps, turning Jin into a clan member was definitely worth it. Not a bad skill set at all. By the way, did you say this is the Blue Carnage King's territory? Exactly. It is actually the gateway to the 3rd floor. There are no low-level Changui here, but the place is crawling with Crimson Fiends, making him incredibly tough to beat. But can you still herd them into that corner? Well, that is where the difference in our skills comes in. Though I have to admit, those bastards are surprisingly useful. Chang-seon finally gets a taste of what it is like to lead a conquering army. Having a reliable crew definitely makes things a hell of a lot easier. With 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 49 seconds left on the clock, Chang-seon frowns, thinking that if that guy really is a Predzia, he just hit the absolute jackpot. If he belongs to the Predzia family of Arcadia, the legendary clan rumored to carry divine blood in their veins. Their mastery of martial arts, swordsmanship, and military strategy is so absolute that the entire empire keeps a wary eye on the Predzia family. If he is indeed a descendant of the Predzia family, he would make the perfect heir. So why the hell was he in the Changui cave? Maybe he tried to get his hands on the cryptic scripture to outshine the other contenders. I was actually wondering how I was going to keep these soul soldiers safe once we ran into the Hmong, but with Jin around, that is no longer a concern. Chang-seon pulls out another eternal ice crystal, muttering that once this wrap-up is complete, these guys are going to be incredibly useful. You better get yourselves ready for what is next. Wait, is that an ice crystal? You actually recognize this? I never expected to find one of those in the Changui cave. You probably do not know this, Master, but my family is kind of a big deal back in Arcadia. Of course, I have seen my share of treasures. The god of the hunting season clicks his tongue in amazement at the sight of the ice crystal, while Jin gasps, admitting it is the most breathtaking ice crystal he has ever laid eyes on. Where on earth did you find this, Master? I can feel a potent divine energy radiating from it. You could not buy a masterpiece like this even if you were filthy rich. With eyes sparkling with curiosity, the world-wrapping serpent chimes in, expressing a burning desire to study this ancient ancestral relic. Without a moment of hesitation, Li Chang-seon tosses the eternal ice crystal over, telling him to take it, since he surely knows how to handle such a treasure. Jin is so utterly flabbergasted he completely freezes up before bursting into hysterical laughter. Man, I have never met a master as ridiculous as you. Are you seriously just going to let me strike gold like this? Well, if you think that is wild, feel free to call me crazy. Chang-seon briefly considers giving Jin a full skeletal reinforcement, but since Jeonyu Jin is not around, he decides to skip it, confident that the Predzia clan's secret hereditary techniques will do the trick. Jin does not hesitate to accept the monumental gift, reminding him that he already warned how incredibly difficult it would be to earn his true loyalty as a master. Calling you master was just a hollow title to me. And yet, you willingly hand over a treasure of this caliber? I have no intention of playing the fool and getting betrayed by my own clan member. So, are you still going to accept it or what? What, are you saying you do not want it? Hell yes, I want it. I am just stunned to find out you are way crazier than I originally thought. System alert. Jin Predzia has successfully absorbed the Frost King's breath. As the biting chill floods his system, the freezing frost fuses with his ghostly energy, granting him the ice element attribute. The apostle, representing one of the faces of Pisces, watches this unfold with sparkling eyes, deeply intrigued as the fusion reaches 100% completion. Achievement unlocked. The stone. Swallowing Bawu. Ice element effectiveness has increased by 15, and clan synchronization has increased by 10. Jin Predzia has successfully evolved into a frost undead. Your clan member has created a new skill. Blizzard. Your clan member has created a new skill. Absolute Zero Frozen Ground. Decked out in a badass new set of gear, Jin sports a massive grin, shouting how incredibly refreshing it feels. Without wasting a second, he immediately activates his brand new skill, Absolute Zero Frozen Ground. With a single, devastating swing of his blade, a massive wave of ice erupts, carving a frozen path straight toward the fortress ahead, completely burying any poor creature standing in his way. That blue Carnage King is probably pissing his pants right about now. Jin roars with triumphant laughter. Meanwhile, a system alert flashes on screen. Remaining time, 22 minutes and 13 seconds. At this point, the Azure Murder King hadn't wet his pants yet, but he was already knocked flat on his back. Crimson Murder King, why have you become that human's puppet? You're right. I don't know why, but I'm certain of one thing. You can't give me the answer either. The Azure Murder King desperately tried to save himself, but the Crimson Murder King didn't give him that chance. Jin Predzia decisively finished off the Azure Murder King, muttering that the king's head was probably just full of nonsense about conquering the third floor together. The robotic system voice chimed in once more. You have successfully conquered Sector 10. You have defeated one of the 4 lords ruling the third floor. Instead of being just another dead corpse, the name of player Li Chang-seon is now spreading throughout the Cave of Hungry Ghosts. Your reputation has increased by 15, and you have received 1,000 karma. Many lords in the Cave of Hungry Ghosts have begun observing you. Jin suddenly burst into tears, complaining that his master got to sit back and reap all the rewards while he had to do all the backbreaking work. But his duty wasn't over yet. There was still more fighting to do. Meanwhile, Li Chang-seon's time limit here had run out. Day 7 evaluation. Outstanding. You will receive rewards based on your evaluation upon returning to reality. An outstanding evaluation, huh? Your reward is the ability to sense the wealth of the primordial evil dragon. Suddenly, frantic voices called out to him. Wake up! Please! Wake up! The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by those annoying freeloaders. Seeing him wake up, they started screaming, demanding to know where their commander was. Li Chang-seon coldly called out for Jin. Jin materialized instantly, asking, Is there something you need me to do, master? Get rid of them, Chang-seon ordered. My pleasure, Jin replied. Soon, a bloody, chaotic battle broke out between the humans and the Yetis. Only Li Chang-seon and Jin remained completely unscathed. You have successfully conquered the Winter Palace. Li Chang-seon glanced over and told Jin, I need to go somewhere. I'll head out first. You have entered the annex of the Winter Palace. Here, the Frost King sat dead upon his throne. So, you've decayed to this state. The Authority Soul Collect has been activated. The Purgatory Fire began to incinerate the Frost King's corpse. A purple flame flared up as you absorbed the remaining ashes. Li Chang-seon suddenly felt a sense of empathy for the Frost King. Recalling the time he fell into Arcadia, Chang-seon was certain that this king was the real deal. While cremating the Frost King, Li Chang-seon spotted something resembling a letter. Outside, the Yeti chief was still fighting with everything he had. The monster, known as the Frost King's General, unleashed the skill Tundra. Player Cha Ye-yoon activated her Divine Mirror combination skill. The two massive waves of energy collided, exploding like an atomic bomb. The Snow General glared at Cha Ye-yoon behind him and muttered, "You are strong, human. Throughout all this time, I've eliminated every intruder because they were too weak. But I acknowledge your strength, outsider. What rank are you? Are you a king?" Cha Ye-yoon was shaken. Could this monster actually distinguish between those inside and outside the dungeon? Panic-stricken, Cha Ye-yoon screamed, "What do you mean, king? Just die." With a loud shout, she fired a lightning bullet and swiftly fell back. The Snow General dodged the lethal bullet, soaring into the air while muttering, "So, you're not a king. Even someone as powerful as you can't become a king. I simply cannot comprehend the creatures known as humans. If you are not a king, you have no right to trade blows with me. Just as you slaughtered our king, we must take the life of your king to exact justice. I will butcher every single bastard here, and then the rest of humanity," he roared. "No, I will break free from this place and slaughter every human in the outside world, until the day your king appears." Suddenly, a system notification flashed before her. An emergency quest, King Slayer, has been generated. King Slayer, emergency quest. Target, the Frost King's General. The ruler of the Yeti Peak in the Frost King's territory has declared, in honor of his late lord, that his wrath will not subside until the king of humanity is dead. With this oath, the Frost King's authority, King's command, has transformed into General's command and now belongs to the General. The General's fury has begun to spill over, and it is now affecting the real world outside this dungeon. From this moment on, stop all Yetis, including the Frost King's General. Failure to do so will trigger a catastrophic natural disaster in the real world. Clear conditions. 1. Subjugate the Frost King's General. 2. Eliminate all Yetis. Failure penalty. Dungeon break. Success reward. Closure of the dungeon and the great sword of the Frost King's General. Cha Ye-yoon couldn't believe her eyes. What on earth? Right then, a man dashed forward. "Agent Cha, we must defeat it. We have to bring it down at all costs. We cannot let it escape. Our biggest problem? Well, consider it mine then. Let's finish this thing off quickly. And to think we haven't even defeated the mini-boss yet. It's honestly embarrassing, especially with 3 expedition team captains standing right here. What are you two even doing? I'm the one who's going to finish that thing off. Go find another target. You got stabbed, yet you're still talking so much, old man." Huh? Whoa. Just as the guys are busy showing off to each other, they are suddenly swept up by a massive wave of energy. Cha Raon says, "I won't be able to keep this levitation magic active for long. I'll cover everyone with magic bullets, so please, feel free to finish that thing off. We'll leave the skies to you. We'll handle the ground." Perfect curves began to trace countless trajectories. Looking at the army of snowmen below, the swordsman Woo Young-gun remarks that they keep charging forward endlessly, and their numbers are constantly growing. They need to do something about this. But right as he finishes talking, a snowman attacks him from behind. Just when he thinks he's about to meet his maker, his precious niece swoops in. Player Gu Haibin has unleashed her Storm Step skill. Accelerated by her movement, the martial god's daggers deliver an overwhelmingly powerful strike. The snowman is shredded to pieces by Gu Haibin. She might usually seem goofy and clueless, but when someone messes with her beloved uncle, she really steps up her game. The lightning imbued in the thunder, God's short sword begins to rain down. Haibin turns to snap at her absent-minded uncle, telling him to focus. Seriously, how has he managed to survive this brutal player life for so long while being so spaced out? Woo Young-gun sheds a stream of tears, crying that Haibin has become far stronger than him now. Just those 2 daggers along with the artifact could easily be worth over 100 billion won. Yet, Father gave them all to you. Just as I thought, he loves his granddaughter more than his own son. This uncle of yours is actually starting to get jealous of those items. Following her impressive performance, Haibin receives a divine notification. The god of the hunt praises her, stating that she possesses outstanding talent in the art of hunting. The god of the hunt turns around, wondering how they could have failed to recognize such an exceptional talent until now. The god of the hunt whispers that she would improve even faster if she received his divine teachings on dagger arts. The god of the hunt asks if she wants to learn right away, reminding her that an opportunity this good doesn't come around very often. The god of the hunt praises you, saying you have outstanding talent in the art of hunting. Haibin wonders which god this is, and if it might be someone she knows well. She recalls when Lee Chang-seon was tearing through hordes of zombies all on his own. Wanting to follow his lead, she immediately spins around and leaps into the air, unleashing a blast of lightning. The god of the hunt's jaw drops at your incredible high-jumping ability. Wherever Hai-bin leaps, she completely decimates the snowmen. The god of the hunt continues to be amazed by her exceptional dagger work, while also worrying that she might make a mistake. Hai-bin executes a few flashy kicks, completely blowing the god of the hunt's mind. The god of the hunt's eyes sparkle with excitement at your skillful kicks. Hai-bin can't help but chuckle at this god, who reacts to every single thing she does. The deity is honestly quite adorable, reminding her of a few familiar faces. Wow, Hai-bin, did you really knit this scarf yourself? That's so cool. I want one too. Why did you only let Chang-seon borrow it? That's total discrimination. Come on, snap out of it. Hai-bin, it was my birthday the other day. Gu Hai-bin, shouldn't you give me a scarf too, right? Thinking of them brings tears to Hai-bin's eyes. She really misses her friends. Roaring thunder and lightning surge around her. The lightning storm charges ahead. Hai-bin rushes forward right in the eye of the storm. Wherever the lightning strikes, the monsters are left convulsing violently. Paralyzed by the severe electric shock, a massive number of snowmen and frost wyverns lose their ability to fight. The frost wyverns lose their ability to fly and crash to the ground due to the sheer violence of the storm. Player Gu Hai-bin is entering a berserk state. The god of the hunt screams with absolute joy. The snowman general frantically commands, "You fools, get that human first." The system warns that the monster, known as the Winter King's General, has noticed player Gu Hai-bin's presence. Player Gu Hai-bin is now designated as the snowman's primary target, and all attacks will be focused on her. Frigid breath rains down like a storm right where Hai-bin is standing. Right in the nick of time, like a student cramming at the very last second, player Shin Gyum-gyu activates the Ouroboros structural formula skill to conjure a temporary shield. Though it was a last-minute effort, Gyum-gyu's shield actually gets the job done. The freezing breath is blocked, exploding harmlessly outside the barrier. The world-encircling serpent swishes its tail, declaring that it might actually find some useful talent among its believers. Shin Gyum-gyu turns and tells her to grab the shield and charge ahead immediately. "All right, leave everything to me," she says, thrusting the demon-faced shield forward. Player Shin Yunze unleashes her shield slam skill. However, the shield suddenly grinds to a halt, leaving both her and Gyum-gyu completely frozen in shock. The system alerts that she doesn't have enough strength or energy. In total confusion, Shin Gyum-gyu screams, "Ah, sis, what are you doing? The shield didn't even expand. How on earth are we supposed to deal with those bastards like this? It's because I haven't eaten, and then I went and used up too much of my energy." A deity smiles and casts a spell. The Twilight-piercing owl, impressed by your sheer determination, has bestowed a blessing upon you. Your lack of strength and energy has been replenished. Shin Yun-seo quickly receives the deity's buff. The Zidane effect has been applied. Smiling brightly, she says, "Thank you, deity." Then, she eagerly enlarges her ogre mask shield, preparing to plow a path and flatten the snowmen. "Here I come." The tower charge skill has been unleashed. Faced with the colossal power of the buffed ogre mask shield, the snowmen are like mere ants, collapsing and screaming in agony. Shin Gyum-gyu turns to snap Hai-bin out of her daze. She snaps out of it instantly, channeling her lightning to blast like a cannon. The slaughter begins. The Yeti general gritted his teeth. "Are you the fool?" Sejun Gun reaches out, aiming to grab the Yeti general's head. But before he can even do it, his mouth moves faster than his brain. "Where do you think you're looking?" The Yeti general snaps. "If you're not the king, don't bother me." With that, he dodges, slipping away from Sejun Gun's claws. The Winter King's Grand General has appeared. Shin Gyum-gyu panics upon hearing this announcement. Player Shin Gyum-gyu has activated the Serpent's Curse skill. The Chaos Curse is targeting the Winter King's Grand General and his Frost Wyvern. The skill has been negated. A Blindness Curse is unleashed, but that skill is negated as well. Shin Gyum-gyu is quickly blown away by the Yeti General. Hai-bin immediately turns around, but she still takes a direct hit from him. Coughing up blood, Hai-bin is sent flying. Before she can even recover, the Yeti General is already closing in. Damn it. In this desperate moment, she can't help but think of Lee Chang-seon. She truly wants to be just like him. Is she doing well enough? With tears welling up in her eyes, Hai-bin only wants to save everyone, just like Lee Chang-seon. Of course she is, and that is the answer she receives. A brilliant aura appears in the sky as a golden beam of light shoots down to the earth. The unlucky mountain peak hit by the beam instantly explodes. The system announces that player Lee Chang-seon is entering the battlefield. Voices echo from all around, everyone wondering where the fire is coming from. Flames roar intensely. Lee Chang-seon emerges from the fire, standing right in front of Haibin, leaving her deeply moved. Watching this from afar, Cha Ye-yoon is also deeply moved. Who are you? Who do you think I am? The Yeti general is driven mad by Lee Chang-seon's nonchalant attitude. So you're the one, the bastard who murdered our king. His scream echoes across the mountain range, leaving all the players present completely jaw-dropped at this revelation. The Yeti general glares intensely. Let me ask you this, human. Are you the king of humanity? The king? That's right. Since you murdered our king, I must put an end to the king of humanity. But if our king was slain by the leader of humanity, then his death wasn't in vain. So answer me, are you the king of humans? Lee Chang-seon looks utterly disgusted by the Yeti general's philosophy. King? What a joke. I don't think we humans need such a childish concept. You're no different from the rest of them. Just die. The Winter King's Grand General unleashes his tundra skill. Lee Chang-seon coldly raises his sword to block the strike. The tiger's stance is now in effect. The tiger soul slash erupts, and the two massive forces collide violently. The surrounding players gasp in awe, witnessing a savage power that could rival the Iron Witch herself. The Winter King's general struggles, barely holding his ground against Lee Chang-seon's relentless onslaught, while the other players cheer for him with absolute fervor. The Yeti general thinks to himself that this human is incredibly strong, so he shifts his strategy to seize the aerial advantage. His frost wyvern immediately flies over to rescue its master. While Lee Chang-seon dodges the beast's snapping jaws, the Yeti general leaps onto the frost wyvern's back and takes off. The other players quickly shout warnings. He's using the frost wyvern again. Tyrant, don't lose to him. Lee Chang-seon frowns and calls for B-gun, who immediately charges out. Player B-gun unleashes his dark footstep skill, launching a fierce assault. The moment B-gun appears, he drains 2 liters of blood from that arrogant frost wyvern that dared to bite Lee Chang-seon. Furious, the Yeti general is quickly rescued by another snowman who flies in. He pulls the Yeti general close and shoots straight up into the air. The rescuer is quite wary of Lee Chang-seon, but the Yeti general reassures him that they hold the advantage in the air. But the moment those words leave his mouth, a mocking voice echoes from behind. When are you going to stop relying on that stupid frost wyvern trick? He had no idea Lee Chang-seon actually has wings. He glides effortlessly, completely outclassing those beasts. The Yeti general is so shocked he can barely stutter. Wasting no time, Lee Chang-seon unleashes a firestorm to tear this snowy peak apart. His tiger's stance shifts into the tiger soul. The tiger's soul erupted, its brilliant light illuminating the entire sky. Look over there! Something's falling. The sky seems to tear open, as beams of light pierce through. Lee Chang-seon is riding on the Yeti general's chest, sliding down as if snowboarding, slamming straight into the ground with a massive crash. The Yeti general winces in pain. I cannot die like this. I must avenge our king. Why are you guys so obsessed with that word? Because the only way for me to become the king is to avenge our sovereign. Which means I must kill your king. I thought he was on his deathbed. But this old fossil can still scream. Only when that thing comes out can I claim the throne. A king is someone who can give his people a rich and prosperous life. To lead my subjects, I must become the king. So that's why the Ice King left this behind. What? What are you talking about? This is the Ice King's last will and testament. Lee Chang-seon threw the paper down at General Snow, which stated that the Ice King entrusted the Snow People to you because his time was up and he was leaving this world. It also mentioned that you have full authority to lead your subordinates. The system announced that the Ice King's great general had become the new dungeon boss, fulfilling the late Ice King's final wish. The Ice King's great general has become the new Ice King. Ha ha ha, my foolish father. Tears fell from his eyes. What is the point of leaving behind just a few words like that? We are nothing but fakes. We don't even truly exist. But then again, does existing or not even matter anymore? Lee Chang-seon decisively sent him to the afterlife to join his father. All that screaming was giving him a headache. The Ice King boss has been slain. You have completed the hidden quest, the Ice King's last request, and received the rewards, the Ice King's wealth and the Ice King's last will. You have completed the hidden quest, Kingslayer, and received the reward, the Ice King's great general's greatsword. Dungeon closure has begun. The red gate is finally closing. The events of this battle were being closely watched by a mysterious figure. Lee Chang-seon, did you say that guy dared to reject the goddess's blessing? Yes, that's correct. Let's go to South Korea. I need to see this with my own eyes. If he is truly incompetent and disrespectful to the goddess, I will punish him myself. The watcher smiled, devoid of any goodwill. Back home, Lee Chang-seon finally had a rare moment of peace, standing with his hands in his pockets, enjoying the city lights. But of course, someone just had to come and ruin the quiet. Thank you for inviting us. Shin Yun-se and Shin Jin-woo were bickering loudly. Are you crazy? If you scream that loud, what if some crazy fans burst in? What crazy fan could ever compete with you? Ugh. Shin Yun-seo, furious, grabbed her brother by the collar. You want a beating? After threatening her brother, Yun-seo immediately turned to Lee Chang-seon with a bright smile. Thank you so much for inviting us. I remembered that during the Las Vegas season 4 years ago, this was the only thing you ate, so I brought some for you. She held up a box of fruit, proudly showing it to her idol. Inside, Yun-seo was screaming silently. Oh my god, this is insane. I can't take it. Our Appa changed his hairstyle. Not wanting to let Yun-seo's thoughtful efforts go to waste, Lee Chang-seon turned and gave her a devastatingly charming smile. Thank you. Yun-seo was instantly on cloud 9, feeling like the ultimate successful fan. Oh my god, he just thanked me. I can die, happy now. Shin Jin-woo, completely annoyed by the sight, had to expose her. Hey, don't fall for her act. She had to beg the fan club forever just to get that gift. For his honesty, Jin-woo immediately caught a knee straight to the face from his sister. That's what you get for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. The noisy Shin siblings made Chang-seon focus his attention on the girl standing quietly behind them, Ha-bin. Seeing him look her way, she stammered nervously. Hello. Her casual outfit made Ha-bin look incredibly adorable. Chang-seon gave her a very gentle smile. Come on in. Sorry about this. There's not much here, so it's a bit empty. A lavish meal was soon set on the table. The 4 freeloaders ate like they were starving, while Lee Chang-seon hung out on the balcony with a few cans of beer. Ha-bin, here, this is for you. It's the good stuff. Shin Jin-woo handed Ha-bin something that looked like a coin, but it had a grumpy-looking face on it. He eagerly introduced it. Normally, you only get this after becoming an official member, but since you're a special case, I'll give it to you early. Once you use this to verify your identity, you can watch all the tournament videos, including some behind-the-scenes clips of our boss cursing like a sailor. Ha-bin happily accepted the gift. Thank you, Jin-woo. What Jin-woo said didn't just interest Ha-bin, even the god of the hunting season looked at the badge with curiosity. As for Jin-woo, he was completely smitten by her smile. Turning his face away bashfully, he secretly thought, wow, she is so pretty. Now that's what I call a healing beauty. He couldn't help but ask, why did you become a fan of Oppa, Ha-bin? I mean, he's famous for being a total jerk. I don't really think of myself as his fan, Ha-bin answered immediately. If anything, I just look up to him as his student. Ha-bin looked at the man standing alone on the balcony and said, I want to become a warm person just like him. Although Lee Chang-seon was outside, his sharp senses caught every word. Hearing Ha-bin's comment, he smiled to himself, thinking she wasn't half bad. The gods had various reactions during this rare moment of peace. The great demon god of hell-chasing quietly observed the peaceful scene. Meanwhile, the fallen tiger god grumbled that he was far from pleased. Chang-seon noticed that this seemed to annoy the gods. He chuckled and asked, Are you bored? The system immediately delivered the reply. The fallen tiger god snapped at you, calling your words complete nonsense. Oh, my bad. Please forgive my disrespect if I offended you. The fallen tiger god sternly warned that he would not tolerate you crossing the line again. Chang-seon politely thanked the fallen tiger god out loud, but in his mind, he cursed the guy out, calling him a complete dumbass who thought he was hot stuff. The tiger in trouble begins to tell a story about a fool just like you back where he used to live. Lee Chang-seon is highly curious about what he wants to say. The tiger in trouble adds that this fool did not know the meaning of fear and always recklessly did whatever he wanted. The tiger in trouble says that the guy was quickly kicked out because of his behavior, but he adds that, because of this, he was actually a fool who commanded respect. Lee Chang-seon is startled. Wait, isn't this story about him? The tiger in trouble recalls meeting that fool for the first time in the plains of Arcadia. Lee Chang-seon is taken aback. He didn't meet the tiger through astrology or Ziwei Dushu first? But if it was in Arcadia, then it must be him. Back then, the tiger in trouble, who had the face of a human-white tiger hybrid, aggressively asked him, "Are you the crazy god of war who grabbed Antares by the throat and threw him out? What do I have to do to get as strong as you?" Lee Chang-seon replied coldly, "Shut up, you trash." The tiger in trouble pulled his hood over his eyes, let out a sinister laugh, and turned around. Shortly after, the pillars of heaven shifted. Lee Chang-seon was imprisoned, and the tiger laughed in pure joy. He remembers clearly that when Ziwei Dushu tried to eliminate him, that guy was the puppet ruler leading the charge. The tiger in trouble wants to warn you. He says that in heaven, even the eternally bright stars will eventually fall from grace. Lee Chang-seon wonders if he has been his target all along. The tiger in trouble says he will always support you and won't let that happen. The tiger in trouble advises you that even if it happens, you shouldn't let others pressure you. He says that the loneliest star is always the brightest. Lee Chang-seon replies, "I understand." But in his head he's thinking, as if there's anyone around you who could actually drag you down. Being lonely is how you shine? What absolute garbage. Lee Chang-seon also wonders why this god is suddenly bringing up the Twilight of the gods right now. In closing, the tiger in trouble says that since you are smart, you will understand his meaning. Lee Chang-seon thinks the chances of that old bastard knowing his true identity are extremely low. Thanatos' security system couldn't possibly be that bad. I don't know if this is really just a coincidence. The tiger in trouble asks about your plan. Right now, Lee Chang-seon can't be sure about the puppet ruler, so he decides to save it for another time. Lee Chang-seon replies to the tiger in trouble. 1 month. The tiger in trouble shakes his head, not understanding what you mean. Within a month, I will become a high ranker. The tiger in trouble doubts the feasibility of this plan. He says he won't forgive you if you overexert yourself and get hurt. Lee Chang-seon believes that becoming a high ranker is not only feasible, but actually too easy. He says to the tiger in trouble, "I know that with my strength alone, it would be difficult to become a high ranker. That's why I plan to obtain the 5 holy scriptures. Once I have that divine power, don't you think becoming a high ranker will be a piece of cake?" The tiger in trouble relays a message. He doesn't know if you can handle another curse. Lee Chang-seon thinks the god is just worrying over nothing, so he reassures him that it's just a matter of short-term pain for long-term gain. The tiger in trouble doesn't hesitate anymore, and agrees with Lee Chang-seon's reasoning. A dual-colored light of red and blue, crackling with lightning, strikes down. The system announces that the tiger in trouble praises your courage and grants you another perk. Meanwhile, in a luxury car speeding down the road, Uncle Woo Young-jun is crying his eyes out. "My precious Haibin." She actually went with Lee Chang-seon. She even told me I was annoying. The tiger in trouble feels so bad for him that he has to advise the uncle that a child's independence always comes out of nowhere. After obtaining the eternal ice crystal, Lee Chang-seon's next move is to notify Choi Bu-young and deliver the goods to Choi Hyung-gil, as promised. The nameless spear and Gungnir will be reinforced if we use this, so please remake them. Choi Bu-young immediately yells out in frustration, "What? You want me to start all over again from scratch after I stayed up for 3 whole nights?" Lee Chang-seon casually throws down 100 million won and asks, "How about now? Talk about the ultimate power move of a rich guy." Lee Chang-seon then opens the king's treasury. The system displays the item list. Item list: 32 blocks of 10,000-year-old cold iron, 126 blocks of 1,000-year-old cold iron, and 61 pieces of dark iron ore. The sheer volume of items makes several gods feel restless. The World Encirclement Serpent remarks that it is extraordinary for these monsters to have amassed such treasures over so many generations. The tiger in trouble licks his lips while drooling. Lee Chang-seon asks his lucky blacksmith if this is enough material. Choi Bu-young gasps in awe. "You've done something truly unbelievable." He can't help but think to himself that this isn't just ordinary cold iron, but 10,000-year-old and 1,000-year-old cold iron. Just a piece of 10,000-year cold iron, the size of a fingernail, is enough to craft an incredibly powerful weapon. Suddenly, his face lights up with a massive grin as he realizes that with this much material, he can craft so many more weapons. "I want to create an absolute masterpiece that no one else can ever match." So Choi Bu-young immediately said to Lee Chang-seon, "I'll handle this damn bastard." Lee Chang-seon reminded him, he is the boss. Right, that damn boss. 5 days later, the official announcement appointing Lee Chang-seon as the team leader of the Future Strategy Department was publicly posted. Executive Director O, Team Leader Lee Chang-seon has arrived. "Oh, you're here? Lee Chang-seon made his entrance, looking incredibly sharp with a handsome new haircut. Seeing him, Shim Jianho gritted his teeth as he recalled how Lee Chang-seon had mocked him for being a cheap, dramatic actor. The moment Chang-seon arrived, Executive Director Oh immediately dismissed Shim Jianho. Manager Shim, you are dismissed. Make sure everything goes perfectly on this business trip without a single mistake. Yes, Executive Director. Since he didn't want to stay there anyway, he walked straight out. Of course, he still resented Lee Chang-seon, feeling as if one disaster after another was pouring down on him like a relentless waterfall. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon secured a spot for the business trip to the States and the Council of Elders. It was truly hard to comprehend what his plans were regarding the monsters they were about to face. Shim Jianho gritted his teeth so hard, his jaw was about to dislocate. He realized that one day, that bastard would chew him up and spit him out. He figured it was best to go see Director Oh first. Inside, Lee Chang-seon was showing Executive Director Oh the Eternal Ice Crystal. Oh ho! It is far more brilliant than I ever imagined. The tiger submerged in hardship was practically drooling at the breath of the Frost King. Since even the constellations covet this, there is no need to even appraise its value. Outstanding work. But tell me, do you not have any questions for me? Like how to use the Eternal Ice, perhaps? I figured you would know how to make the most of it, and if necessary, you would share that information with me. You really are exceptionally sharp. Executive Director Oh locked eyes with him, his gaze turning incredibly serious. So, are you curious about the secret I have been keeping? The system chimed in. The tiger submerged in hardship is silently staring at you. Lee Chang-seon frankly told Executive Director Oh that he was indeed curious. Executive Director Oh clapped his hands in delight. Then, let me show you. You have entered the player's illusory realm. The tiger submerged in hardship stared at his apostle's territory with a sinister smile. The twilight-piercing owl frowned, grumbling that he would likely have to witness yet another unpleasant sight. Chang-seon was also impressed, never expecting him to manifest an illusory realm so effortlessly. He truly lived up to his reputation as the sole archmage of the White Tiger clan. But when did so many of them gather? The Tiger King's calamity was trembling violently. Chang-seon estimated the newly arrived squad to be around 400 to 500 strong, and he could also sense the presence of the fourth cryptic scripture. Could it be that he destroyed the Silver Fox Research Lab because he finished deciphering the cryptic scripture? Executive Director Oh laughed heartily. How does it feel to lay eyes on my army for the first time? Aren't they magnificent? Oh, Shiwan unleashed his aura with a loud laugh. Haha, I knew it. You and I are cut from the same cloth. Do you know where our clan ranks globally? I believe it's somewhere in the top 20. Chang-seon was silently analyzing this sly old fox. Until now, he had perfectly concealed his identity from the public, but now, he wasn't even bothering to hide the fact that he was a demonic human. Revealing his true nature like this meant that he had finally decided to trust him. Oh Shihuan said, rank 27. With no S-rank player to rule as king and no moves made to exert our influence globally. That is why they stuck us in that mediocre rank. Tell me, how do you feel about that? There are 4 tiers. The highest is king, followed by duke, then high noble clan, and finally, noble clan. The White Tiger clan is strong enough that even Arcadia cannot ignore us. Munseong is currently at duke rank, but his true strength has reached the king tier long ago. Obviously, they should have ranked us much higher. Chang-seon responded. I beg to differ, though I haven't worked with any other clans before. Executive Director Oh agreed. You are right, it is absurd. But then again, we are still ranked 27th even when we are keeping a low profile. What do you think will happen once we actually decide to make our move and rise? As you can see, I have no intention of keeping our clan confined within the small borders of Korea. I want to take this clan higher and further. I want every single blade of grass on this earth to tremble at our very roar. Such a grand ambition made the tiger submerged in hardship laugh wildly. Our guardian constellation shares that exact same desire. Soon, everyone will be kneeling at our feet. Chang-seon frowned. Are you planning to lead us into the outside world? Don't you think the world will condemn you for turning into a demonic human and taking such an unrighteous path? Faced with absolute power, everything else is meaningless. Since I have bared all my secrets to you, now it is your turn to show me yours. Oh Shihuan took out a dreamstone. Chang-seon knew full well what it was, but still asked, what is that? Is that the thing that will turn me into one of them? This sorcerer's creation will mold you into an even greater warrior. Every single director and team leader has gone through this process. The system chimed in with the item's details: Lost Dreamstone, an enhanced form of the Dreamstone. An orb crafted by blending the flowers of death and destruction along with several other ingredients. It reeks of those who fell before the Calamity Tiger. A crude yet effective hybrid bead. Executive Director Oh Shi-won chuckled sinisterly. I guarantee you will become stronger than any of them. Take it. Lee Chang-seon stared at the disgusting object, wondering what his next move should be, as the ghouls shrieked beneath his feet. A new form of the dream bead. If I examine it closely, maybe I can uncover the secret of the Calamity Tiger? Right then, Jin Prezia spoke up. Master, why don't you give that to me? Lee Chang-seon looked at the bead, utterly torn on what to do. The fire spirit's hellfire will purge all the toxins, meaning I could theoretically absorb pure energy. But hidden inside this dream bead is the plague of the Calamity Tiger. If I could examine it a bit longer, I might uncover the secret behind the Calamity Tiger's plague. But just then, Jin Prezia offered to take it off his hands. Give you this all-powerful thing? I was actually thinking of using it to recruit more followers. Besides, I'm curious about how refined it is. Were you planning to purify it and boost the gluttonous baboon's summon? How can I just hand it over to you? Master, just eat it. Don't bother purifying it yet. Leave the rest to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Chang-seon popped the bead right into his mouth. You have consumed the dream bead. The Calamity Tiger's plague is spreading through your body. The 10 poison immunity effect has been activated to purge the foreign substances from your system. You have deactivated the effect. Believer Jin Prezia wishes to absorb the Calamity Tiger's plague. Believer Jin Prezia has neutralized and absorbed the Calamity Tiger's plague. He smirked at Chang-seon, saying, I've taken it all in. I'll report the results to you later, Master. Next time you get your hands on something like this, don't hesitate to let me know. Right then, Oh Shi-won closed the illusion. The old man turned to him and asked, Well, how was it? It was great. Oh Shi-won burst out laughing. Haha, usually, everyone goes crazy trying to absorb that power because it's so difficult. But you made it look like a walk in the park. Can I get another one of those? Looks like he's trying to leech off me again. The Calamity Tiger smirked mysteriously. Of course. Every time you achieve a feat, I'll reward you with another. Besides, the American clan will be starting a war soon. In a month, the White Tiger clan will ally with them to dominate the world. Janix is a massive clan in America, led by the Golden King, one of the 10 overlords at the top of the global rankings. It's a place that nurtures top-tier players, spearheads, dungeon raids, and even researches, and develops high-tech weapons and artifacts. Chang-seon wondered, is this a war for absolute dominance? If so, who are they planning to challenge? So, what is my mission? Bring your fame and influence over to America. So, you want me to win over the public so the White Tiger clan gets all the spotlight during the war? Chang-seon chuckled to himself. The more the better. The more attention I get, and the higher my standing in the White Tiger clan will be. This clan's rise could actually play right into my hands if I play my cards right. But if I want to take it all, I need to take things slow and stay 3 steps ahead. Before that, Lee Chang-seon said to him, I need you to let me go to the Windstone Desert in Nice, France. I'm going to conquer it and complete Chicago's Apocalypse City. Just imagine the media frenzy if I become a top ranker right after that. Wouldn't that be absolute bombshell news? Oh Shi-won grinned from ear to ear. Ha ha, you mean those unfinished dungeons? So, you're planning on becoming a superstar, huh? Well, if that's what you want, go right ahead. But since you never know what dangers lie ahead, I'll send someone to back you up. The system then chimed in, delivering a message from the guild's guardian deity. The Calamity Tiger was absolutely thrilled with the ominous omen of the upcoming trials. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shin Gyum-gyu had officially joined the Future Strategy Department. He showed up to report with a forced, awkward smile, saying, Reporting for duty. I am now officially a member of the Future Strategy Department. But as soon as the door swung open, he saw 2 familiar faces. Hey, get moving, you lazy bum. Shin Yun-seo and Baek were passionately sparring with each other, leaving Gyum-gyu completely dumbfounded. Are you guys seriously training the second we officially became a team? Oh, you're finally here? Yes, sir. Captain, what's with that weapon? Chang-seon glanced at him. When it's just the 2 of us, you can call me whatever you want. I just picked this up. I brought it along to test it out during today's training session. What? Does it look weird on me? No, not at all. To be fair, Lee Chang-seon walked into training looking like he was on a fashion runway, so there was absolutely nothing awkward about his look. Shin Yun-seo stared at him with literal hearts in her eyes, gushing, Wow, Clothes really do make the man. He looks stunning in absolutely anything. Shin Gyum-gyu stared at the tall, handsome guys in front of him and couldn't help but wonder, was this team picked solely based on looks? Well, since I'm here, probably not. Lee Chang-seon turned to them and announced, I'm here today to test Team L's coordination. So, from this moment on, we're starting live combat training. The executive director just handed us a surprise mission. A production guild affiliated with our clan suffered a cave-in while mining mana stones. The system displays the quest window to rescue the trapped miners. According to the description, about 1 hour ago, a mine mysteriously collapsed inside the Blue Gem Island dungeon. As a result, more than 20 miners are trapped inside, and there is no way to confirm their status since communication has been completely cut off. Find the cause of the collapse and rescue all the miners within the time limit. Time limit, 5 hours. Quest status, accepted. Rewards, plus 100 reputation and some mana stones. Once everyone is done reading, we will head out immediately. Lee Chang-seon herds his crew into the dungeon raid like he is just rounding up chickens for a herbal soup pot. Incheon International Airport, Arrivals Gate 2. Cha Ye-yoon and a guild member are there to welcome a guest, a tall, muscular foreigner with wild hair that looks like a lion's mane. The moment Ye-yoon sees him, she greets him immediately. Welcome, Sixth Wolf of the Illuminati Guild. I have been assigned to assist you during your stay in Korea. Oh, you speak German? He grins so wide his eyes practically disappear. To think I'd be guided by the Iron Saint, who received the blessing of our guardian star. This trip to Korea is already turning out to be amazing. Haha, then please, let me meet the Tyrant. Cha Ye-yoon frowns, gritting her teeth as she curses his goddamn guild in her head. She already thought Lee Chang-seon was weird enough as it is. And now the White Tiger clan has cut off contact with Lee Chang-seon on top of that. She really does not know what to do, so she has no choice but to say. It is a bit difficult to arrange a meeting with him right now. Hearing this, the junior accompanying Cha Ye-eun chimes in, Senior, I think he just mentioned the Tyrant. The Tyrant is currently with the rescue team for the mine collapse in Hwacheon. Seeing things go off track, Ye-eun curses inwardly. This tactless idiot is seriously hopeless. She quickly invites the foreigner to follow her. She tells herself she should not treat a VIP poorly just because of personal feelings, but every time she sees Lee Chang-seon, she can't help but feel a chilling sense of danger. It is like she might lose her life just by being around him. Meanwhile, in Gangwon Province, Hwacheon, they are standing before a wall covered in horrific traces. Lee Chang-seon asks how many people are buried under there. Someone answers, 24. One of the staff members scowls. The director can be so heartless sometimes. They are all just rookies. What can they possibly do? Apparently, that guy over there is some top-tier player. Do you actually believe that? It is all just media hype. Lee Chang-seon could not care less. Keeping his back straight, he walks into the dungeon. You have entered the Blue Gem dungeon. The moment the two accompanying Lee Chang-seon step through, they get way too excited. Wow, the sea is so beautiful. Chang-seon warns them not to let their guard down because they have no idea what lies ahead. After warning them, Chang-seon turns and calls for Jeong-gyu. He gets the hint immediately and tosses up a crackling sphere of lightning. Player Shin Gyum-gyu has activated the snake's coil skill to create a light sphere high above. Got it, I should stand right here, right? Just as she charges forward with her shield, an arrow flies out of nowhere and strikes Gyum-gyu right in the middle of his forehead, catching Unseo off guard. Lee Chang-seon quickly barks a warning. What are you doing? Snap out of it. Both of them glare toward the bushes where the arrow was shot from. A rain of arrows suddenly pours from the thicket. Shin Unseo immediately raises her shield and rushes forward to block them. Player Shin Unseo has activated the shield amplification skill. The arrows slam into her demon face shield and shatter into pieces. Just then, Jeong-gyu's light sphere flies over, unleashing thunderous lightning that shakes the entire area. Screams echo through the forest. Meanwhile, Jeong-gyu pulls the arrow out of his head without a single scratch. The system relays a message. The world-encircled serpent clicks his tongue at the party's clumsiness. Jeong-gyu replies, Since my guardian deity says so, I knew the mana core would protect me anyway. The world-encircled serpent glares and asks if you only just realized your mistake. He grins smugly. No. It is not what you think. Heh, it is way better than that. Heh. And then he starts teasingly mimicking Yunseo's panicked reaction when she thought he was a goner. And of course, he successfully triggers the lioness hiding inside his sister's body. Lee Chang-seon ignores their bickering and calls out, "Gyeoul." Gyeoul immediately darts toward that direction. There is movement inside the forest, and Gyeoul charges back out, carrying a creature. Yoonseo and Jeumgyu freeze up at the sight. Gyeoul tosses the creature he captured right at Chang-seon's feet. "I figured we needed to investigate, so I brought him back." Yoonseo and Jeumgyu stare at the creature and gasp in unison. "Is that a spirit?" The deity, a good season for hunting, shakes his head, puzzled by why a spirit would appear here, but Chang-seon does not buy it. Looking at its eyes, you can tell it's no ordinary spirit, it's a gray spirit. The Shin siblings have no idea what a gray spirit is. Gray spirits might look like regular spirits, but they don't belong to the spirit race. They're more like pests created by a monster called a parasite to drain the energy of other living things. A parasite? Then what could have drawn them all the way here? For gray spirits to be born, the parasite must be in its adult stage. Did it really manage to find that much food in a small dungeon like this? The world-encircling serpent narrowed his eyes, noting that on the surface, the gray elf was an exceptionally rare form. Chang-seon observed that the waters running through this island were completely free of monsters, and there was even a mana stone mine. Because people visited this place so often, it would have been impossible for a parasite to grow without anyone noticing. Chang-seon had a gut feeling, but that would only be possible if she had a hand in it, unless she actually wanted to help bring ruin to that world and create this dungeon. It was a possibility, but something still felt off. So, Chang-seon quickly came up with a new plan. "We're retreating for now." "What?" Yoonseo gasped in surprise. "But we still don't even know if the people trapped inside are alive or gone." Jingu was also quite skeptical of this move. The appearance of the gray elf was a warning about the parasite that has taken over this island. Facing their entire force right now would put everyone else in extreme danger. When Chang-seon tried to log out, the system repeatedly flashed a warning. "You cannot log out. You cannot log out." Lee Chang-seon stared at the message, completely dumbfounded, but the system wasn't done yet. All connections to the outside world have been severed due to unforeseen circumstances. Please log out after completing the dungeon quest. Initiating dungeon quest. Opening dungeon quest. Quest objective. Search. We wish you the best of luck. Jingu was caught off guard too, while Lee Chang-seon froze in shock, his face completely blank. Ultimately, he had no choice but to go back to the original plan. Deep in the dense forest, Gyebek activated the Fierce Tiger state, triggering the Fierce Tiger escapes the pit technique. Lee Chang-seon, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, began taking down the gray elves. After the battle, Chang-seon found it even more bizarre. Normally, gray elves are products of parasites, meaning they shouldn't bleed. But with these creatures, he felt as if he had just sliced through actual, living beings. Flesh, muscle, bones, and blue blood oozed from them. On top of that, despite being incredibly cunning, they possessed a divine barrier. There was only one parasite capable of this, the divine tree. And there was only one deity who could cultivate the divine tree. That was the goddess of slaughter and destruction, who used to be Lee Chang-seon's comrade. She was Kali. Why were her traces here? Looking at the gray elves scattered across the ground, Lee Chang-seon frowned even deeper, worrying about his old friend. "Kali, what happened to you?" Inside a cave jagged with rocks, cries for help echoed all around. Before long, someone rushed inside. "The White Tiger clan is here. Just rest easy. We came to help." The trapped people continued to scream, "Oh, we're saved. We're actually alive. Please save us. Please move these rocks. I'm at my limit." On their last breath, yet they're screaming louder than a megaphone? Something is definitely off. Lee Chang-seon immediately raised his hand to signal the team to stop, then called out to Jingu. Hearing his name, Jingu knew exactly what to do. The player Jingu activated his divine lightning skill. The light illuminated the cave, revealing there wasn't a single living soul in sight. It was a pack of shamblers. The system announced the grim reality before their eyes. "This area has been overrun by unnamed ghouls." Lee Chang-seon frowned. It was a trap. Luckily, he stopped just in time, or they would have walked right into the jaws of these flesh-eating monsters. But it's clear from their current state that the tree's roots have burrowed deep inside the victims, and it definitely leads somewhere. Before they could find that place, the horde of ghouls was already closing in. Lee Chang-seon thought about easily incinerating them with his flames, but because there might still be survivors, he couldn't do that. "Winter, open a way in." Darkness erupted from behind him, forming a void. Chang-seon jumped right in, only to stand frozen at the sight inside the cavern. A massive, sinister tree, with roots twisting everywhere like a demonic entity. It was the personified form of an adult parasite, with self-aware roots, also known as the elfin root. The system announced, "You have located the boss, elfin root." Chang-seon noticed the crown it wore looked remarkably similar to the one Kali used. The system pinged again. The sacred body of the Calamity Tiger is observing the dungeon and has taken a keen interest in it. Player Lee Chang-seon summoned an unidentified spear. Gripping a spear in each hand, Chang-seon stepped forward. He wondered, could the sacred tree Kali cultivated have gone astray and ended up trapped here? It might be a wild guess, but considering the interest shown by the puppet ruler here, it was highly likely. Between Solis and Kali, it was hard to believe this was just a coincidence. The system announced, "The boss raid has begun." Elfin Root lashed out with its long, razor-sharp roots, aiming straight for Lee Chang-seon's face. He thought to himself, "Hey, this face is all I've got to impress the ladies. If you ruin it, we're going to have a serious problem." Chang-seon swung his spear, parrying Elfin Root's attack, absolutely determined to protect his handsome face. Elfin Root had no weapons other than its god-tier roots, thrashing them wildly in every direction, hoping to land a lucky hit. As Lee Chang-seon traded blows with the monster, he could feel Kali's power flowing within it. This made him analyze the situation further. Not only did that crown look identical, but he could actually feel its divine power. It had to be a replica of the goddess's crown. At the very least, it had to be a treasure-grade item, if not a holy relic. This means they must at least be a bishop or a priest of Kali. The system transmits the message. The Star Tiger divine body has been watching these developments with absolute fascination. One of the manifestations of the Gemini divine body is eagerly looking forward to these new events.